Cough, cough. Let me reiterate, I, Xia Yuan, have not exploited any advantages. The talent I possess today is entirely the result of my own diligence, Xia Yuan responded to the inquiries directed at him. What? Your initial unit is a militia? Show me the limits of your evolution power. With a swift motion, a militia transformed into a pikeman. As the saying goes, in the realm of spearmen, Zhao Zilong stands unparalleled. Thus, you shall be known as Zhao. Never mind, you're not as handsome as him, so I shall call you Guncloud instead. What? A skeleton soldier that seems weaker than my grandmother? No matter, behold my evolution power. With another swift motion, a skeleton soldier evolved into a skeleton warrior. As the first skeleton of my domain, you shall be named Underworld Remains. Guncloud? It feels as though you were merely being dismissive when you named me before. The aimless youth, Xia Yuan, inexplicably traversed into a world known as the Divine Gift Continent, and, quite astonishingly, became a lord. As Xia Yuan pondered over his future life, he was taken aback to discover that he possessed an innate talent known as evolution power. Possessing this talent allowed him to infinitely evolve his units. This transformed what should have been a challenging endeavor to develop his domain into a veritable expressway. Chapter 1. The Divine Gift Continent. Beneath a blazing sun, the sweltering summer rendered the entire city akin to a furnace, inducing immense discomfort. Goodness, it's unbearably hot. It feels even warmer than in previous years. Drenched in sweat, Xia Yuan lamented as he felt the scorching breeze wafting through the window. Moreover, experiencing a power outage at this hour is simply intolerable. How about a stroll through the nearby mall? With that thought, Xia Yuan resolved to step outside, but just then his entire vision abruptly morphed into a blinding white. Before he could panic, he lost consciousness. A refreshing breeze caressed his face as Xia Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I home? What is this place? Surveying the dilapidated thatched houses and the towering trees in the vicinity, Xia Yuan wondered where he had ended up. Is this still my homeland? As he gazed around in bewilderment, a guiding prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. In a short while, Xia Yuan gleaned his current predicament through the guiding prompt that in essence, he had crossed over to a world called the Divine Gift Continent and had become a quasi-lord. Why quasi-lord, you may ask? The guiding prompt indicated that he must defend the Lord's altar for 30 days without it being destroyed to attain the status of a formal lord. As for the consequences of failing to protect the Lord's altar, the guiding prompt remained silent, but Xia Yuan suspected the repercussions would not be favorable. The Lord's trial has officially commenced. A mechanical voice resonated in his ears, awakening Xia Yuan from his contemplation. Finally regaining his senses, Xia Yuan began to survey his domain. Though termed a domain, it consisted merely of a few dilapidated thatched houses and a Lord's altar. Xia Yuan's gaze traversed the crumbling structures before settling on the Lord's altar, centrally located within the domain. It was a circular platform adorned with enigmatic runes, approximately 3 meters in diameter. As a lord, one must naturally have soldiers. Otherwise, how could one claim the title of lord? One of the functions of a lord's altar is to recruit soldiers. According to the guiding prompt, Xia Yuan hastily approached the Lord's altar, eager to attempt the recruitment of initial units. The guiding prompt stated that every newly arrived lord in the Divine Gift Continent could obtain initial soldiers free of charge at the Lord's altar. As Xia Yuan drew near the altar, before he could even contemplate the mechanics, the altar suddenly shimmered with golden light, as if a brush were painting ethereal figures upon its surface. Once the figures were delineated, countless golden lights converged upon them. Asterisk prompt. Random recruitment in progress. Asterisk. Prompt. You have successfully recruited a 1-star common unit, Militia X5. At that moment, a notification appeared before Xia Yuan's eyes. As the notification faded, the glow from the altar gradually dissipated. With the light gone, 5 militia appeared, each not particularly robust, clad in tattered garments and wielding wooden spears. They seem rather weak, but at least they provide me with a semblance of security. Though these 5 militia did not appear formidable, they offered a sigh of relief to Xia Yuan, who found himself in an unfamiliar world with scant security. Despite the previous guiding prompt assuring him that newly arrived lords in the Divine Gift Continent enjoyed a 24-hour protection period, alleviating concerns a monster. Incursions, such reassurances did little to quell Xia Yuan's unease. Observing the militia clustered around the altar, Xia Yuan commanded them to step away and began examining their details. Militia, unnamed. Quality, 1-star common. Level, first stage, level 1. Skills, none. Talent, none. Description, the most common unit in the Divine Gift Continent, primarily composed of farmers. Although their strength is lacking, they can perform ordinary labor like farmers. During their free time, asterisk. A quintessentially weak unit, Xia Yuan could not help but scoff at the militia's attributes. After conducting a brief assessment of the militia's capabilities, he discovered that they were, surprisingly, quite competent, far stronger than his own lethargic, unemployed self. However, he noted a significant drawback. They were exceedingly rigid, so rigid, in fact, that they could only follow simple commands such as standing by, patrolling the domain, or moving items. For slightly more complicated orders, unless Xia Yuan guided them step by step, they would falter after completing the first task. Moreover, after learning a command once, they would forget it by the time it was repeated. This, Xia Yuan observed, exasperated, and could only resignedly lead the militia alongside him. Yet, despite their lack of strength and rigidity, their presence significantly bolstered Xia Yuan's sense of security. This uplifted his spirits, prompting him to explore the system interface he possessed since arriving in the Divine Gift Continent. The system interface was rather rudimentary, offering just two options: personal interface and chat interface. Chat interface? What is this? Who am I supposed to chat with? Curious about the attributes displayed on the system interface, Xia Yuan opened the chat interface. Instantly, a green bubble resembling a chat window materialized before him. That moment, a flurry of messages zipped across the chat interface at a rapid pace, overwhelming Xia Yuan's eyes. Damn it, can anyone tell me if we are still on Blue Star? Wang Air, to the one above, did you not receive the guiding prompt? Clearly, we are no longer on Blue Star. Anonymous. I am the CEO of a publicly listed group. If anyone can tell me how to return, I am willing to offer 10 million. Zhao San. Haha. I am Qin Shi Huang. If the person above believes me, send me 100, and I guarantee you'll be taken home. Come on, you're already anonymous and still pretending not to understand? Qin Si, exactly. By the way, how do you choose to be anonymous? Speaking with my real name feels a bit awkward. Anonymous. I do not comprehend what you two mean, but if you can send me back, I will certainly reward you generously. By the way, my name is Anonymous. Zhao San. Qin Si. To be fair, I find it hard to believe someone is actually named that, but after looking around, I haven't discovered any option for anonymity. Zhang Wu. Alright, how long have Lord-type novels been out? Haven't you all seen a pig run before? Can we discuss something more substantive like initial troop types? Jiang Lu. Just mentioning this makes me angry. My initial troop type is a 1-star ordinary skeleton. Apart from being creepy, that bony frame makes me suspect I could take on 10 of them myself. Tang Chi. The skeleton soldiers are still somewhat decent. My initial troop type consists of 8 goblins. Yes, those lowly goblins from fantasy novels. Tang Chi. Not only are they shorter than my legs, but they also reek to high heaven. I can still smell their stench from 4 to 5 meters away. Zheng Ba, goblins +1. But you up there are luckier than I am. My initial troop type is only 6 goblins. Sujio. Goblins aren't bad. My initial troop type is slimes. Apart from bouncing around, they seem utterly useless. I have no idea what I will do after 24 hours. After reviewing the chat interface, Xia Yuan summarized that the so-called initial troop types likely consisted of militia, skeletons, goblins, and slimes. Simultaneously, the number of initially recruited troops appears to be around 5 to 10. Looking at it this way, while I may have the minimum quantity, at least it is slightly better than the other troop types, Xia Yuan mused. With this thought, Xia Yuan felt a sense of joy. Indeed, only through comparison can one truly gauge their fortune. Subsequently, Xia Yuan exited the chat interface and opened his personal profile. Xia Yuan identity: aspiring Lord territory, unnamed talent, power of evolution troop type, militia, *5. It was also a rather concise interface. Upon seeing the unnamed territory, Xia Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to name it Star Abyss. Why this name? Because Xia Yuan's future ambition is to reach the stars and the seas. Well, the truth is, Xia Yuan couldn't think of a suitable name and named it after himself, resulting in something that sounded quite acceptable to AT that moment. Xia Yuan realized he possessed a talent named Power of Evolution, and he immediately examined the detailed description of this talent. Power of Evolution, human troop evolution points. 1.0. Goodness. A cheat. Upon reading the detailed description of the Power of Evolution, Xia Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Having played countless games and with prior guidance, Xia Yuan understood the significance of troop types, and this talent that allows troop evolution. What else could it be but a cheat? The mere thought that his troops could evolve infinitely filled Xia Yuan with a profound sense of anticipation for the future. However, upon reflection, it seems quite normal to possess a talent akin to a cheat now that I've crossed over. What can I say? I am simply that exceptional. With this thought, Xia Yuan, rather self-indulgently, spread his hands. Then, suppressing his inner excitement, he prepared to utilize the Power of Evolution to evolve one militia. As soon as Xia Yuan activated the Power of Evolution, a white light emanated from his palm, and he observed a number 1 appearing above each militia. Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, striding toward one militia, ready to touch it. Just as Xia Yuan's palm was a few centimeters away from the militia, the white light surged forth toward the militia. It turns out full contact isn't necessary. With this realization, Xia Yuan thought to himself. The white light soon enveloped the militia, which began to grow taller and broader, its physique appearing increasingly robust. In no time, The white light dissipated, revealing the militia in a completely transformed state before Xia Yuan to this moment. The militia's height had increased to approximately 1 meter 80 or 90, and its previously unimposing physique had become remarkably muscular. Not only had it grown taller and stronger, but its tattered clothing had transformed into a set of brown leather armor. Simultaneously, the wooden spear held had morphed into a sharper standard long spear. While the equipment was not extravagant, it was evident that it had ascended to a higher tier than before. Prompt. Militia, 1-star ordinary, has evolved into pikeman, 2-star ordinary. The newly evolved pikeman displayed a notably enriched demeanor, no longer appearing as stiff as before. The pikeman first examined its transformation, touching the leather armor adorning its form. Upon noticing Xia Yuan before it, the pikeman stammered and spoke. Lord. Curiously, the language it spoke did not belong to any known tongue of Blue Star, yet Xia Yuan could comprehend it perfectly. At this moment, however, Xia Yuan did not delve into the matter further, but looked at the pikeman with delight, noting its newfound expressiveness. You can speak? Xia Yuan inquired with palpable excitement. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, the pikeman finally responded to Xia Yuan's question. Xia Yuan quickly realized that while the pikeman could indeed speak, its speech was rather halting. He wondered if this was a characteristic of the pikeman itself, or if other factors contributed to it. With this thought, Xia Yuan's exhilaration slightly waned. He then proceeded to test the differences between the pikeman and the militia. Through the test, Xia Yuan discovered that the pikeman surpassed the militia in almost every aspect aside from communication. Even with more challenging commands, as long as he taught it once, it could execute them independently. Such performance greatly pleased Xia Yuan, and he took a moment to check the pikeman's information interface. Pikeman, unnamed. Quality, 2-star ordinary skill. Thrust. The spear wielders, aside from the alteration in nomenclature, have acquired a novel skill known as pierce. Thereupon, Xia Yuan led a militiaman to conduct a test with the spear wielder. Initially, Xia Yuan had the two engage in a rudimentary comparison of strength and speed, concluding that the spear wielder was at least twice as formidable as the militiaman. Moreover, in terms of weapon manipulation, the militiaman exhibited a rigid and straightforward thrusting technique. In contrast, the spear wielder not only executed direct thrusts, but also demonstrated the ability to maneuver the spear for defensive actions and a variety of other operations. Whether this superiority stemmed from the factor of intelligence, or was an inherent instinct of the spear wielder class, or perhaps a combination of both, Xia Yuan could not ascertain. However, one thing Xia Yuan was certain of was that the spear wielder seemingly outclassed the militiaman in every aspect. Now I merely need to test the spear wielder's skill, Xia Yuan murmured to himself, casting a glance at the dilapidated thatched cottage nearby before shaking his head. His gaze shifted toward the woods beyond his territory, and he voiced his concerns at a spear wielder accompanied by 4 militiamen. This formation should pose no danger, right? The vicinity of Xia Yuan's territory extended 100 meters from the Lord's altar, within which there existed nothing but the altar and a few crumbling, thatched huts. There should be no problem, and we are merely a few steps away from the territory. A few more paces will bring us under its protection. What danger could there possibly be? Upon reaching this conclusion, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at his earlier trepidation, and he led all the troops to the nearest tree to the territory. Standing at the edge of his domain, Xia Yuan commanded a militiaman to unleash a full-force attack on the tree at Xia Yuan's behest. The militiaman brandished his spear and struck the tree, which was large enough to require a single person to encircle it. After several attempts, however, the militiaman had only succeeded in creating a few minor gashes in the bark. Now, step up and utilize the pierce skill against this tree, Xia Yuan instructed, recalling the militiaman and directing the awaiting spear wielder to take a turn. The spear wielder nodded in acknowledgement, then approached the tree, raising his spear to aim at it. Just as Xia Yuan anticipated an attack, he observed the spear wielder frozen in place. As Xia Yuan was about to inquire about the spear wielder's hesitation, he heard the latter stammering. I cannot. Chapter 2. Gun-Cloud. Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a perplexed expression adorning his face. What do you mean you can't use your skills? He exclaimed. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, he noticed the look of confusion in the spear-wielding soldier's eyes, prompting him to stifle his retort. However, the dilemma remained. If the spear soldier lacked the ability, then Xia Yuan, an ordinary individual, was equally incapable of employing any skills. Thus, the two stood there, locked in a silent stare, until Xia Yuan felt a slight dryness in his eyes, causing him to realize that remaining idle was not a viable option. Yet, he had no means to instruct the soldier, as he himself lacked skills and the guidance prompts provided no clarification. Instead, he opted to encourage the soldier, hoping to inspire him to learn on his own. After all, the existence of this skill in the soldier's repertoire indicated that he must possess the capability to utilize it. You are already a mature spear soldier. You must learn to wield your skills independently, understand? I believe in you. You can accomplish this. Go for it. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words of encouragement, the spear soldier nodded vigorously, as if invigorated, and resumed his attempts at mastering the skill against the trees. Before long, he thrust his spear forward, striking the trunk of a tree. Although the impact was slightly more formidable than that of a militiaman, it was evidently a mere ordinary attack and not a skill. It became clear that unlike a game, where skills could be activated upon acquisition, here one had to engage in personal exploration to truly harness their abilities. Observing the spear soldier oscillate between pondering and attacking the tree, Xia Yuan found himself reflecting on the nature of the divine gift continent. It bore striking similarities to a game, replete with system prompts, a chat interface, the ability to recruit troops, and an attributes list. The initial impression was unmistakably game-like, despite the guiding prompts insisting otherwise. Feeling a sense of ennui watching the soldier experiment, Xia Yuan decided to peruse the chat interface. He only occasionally glanced at the soldier to monitor his progress, as he felt at a loss for how else to assist him. As he had surmised earlier, the presence of the thrusting skill indicated the soldier's potential to utilize it. He simply needed to discover how. Thus, rather than merely observing, he turned his attention to the chat interface to glean insights from others. Minutes passed swiftly, and after a series of attempts, the spear soldier finally grasped the concept of utilizing his skill. He raised his spear, and a faint azure glow began to coalesce at its tip. Once the ethereal energy enveloped the spearhead, he thrust it forward with vigor. Bang! The tree, large enough for a person to embrace, was pierced as if it were merely a thin sheet of paper, leaving a substantial gash in its trunk. The commotion drew Xia Yuan's attention instantly. Goodness, what power! He marveled at the damage inflicted upon the tree. Excellent work. I knew you could master your skill on your own. Xia Yuan praised the spear soldier. Lord, there's room for improvement, the soldier replied, somewhat clumsily. Oh, is that so? Then continue. Xia Yuan responded, momentarily taken aback before stepping aside, gesturing for him to proceed. After a brief moment of contemplation, the spear soldier unleashed another thrust. This time, the azure energy gathered more swiftly, and the resulting force exceeded that of his initial attempt. Very well, splendid. Xia Yuan clapped in approval. It was commendable for a troop to not only discover how to use their skills independently, but also to enhance them. All right, let us pause for now. Xia Yuan called to the still contemplating spear soldier. Observing the soldier's puzzled expression, he resolved to give him a name. After all, as the first intelligent unit of his territory, he would undoubtedly hold a place of significance within Xingyuan territory. How could a future general of Xingyuan lack a name? Since you are a spear soldier, how about calling you Chang'e? No, that name is too simplistic. It would suffice for a mere rank-and-file soldier. Xia Yuan mused, shaking his head. What if we adopt my surname, Xia? Perhaps Xia Chong or Xia Bing. That could work, yet it still feels somewhat lacking. As he spoke to himself, the spear soldier watched on in confusion. Finally, after considerable contemplation, Xia Yuan clapped his hands, arriving at an apt name. I've got it. Historically, spear soldiers have been fortunate. No, that's not right. It's the renowned spear soldiers who are favored by destiny. Since you wield a spear, let us modify the name Zhao Yun. I hope you will, in time, embody the spirit of Zhao Yun, a perennial victor in battle. Henceforth, your name shall be Chang Yun. Although the spear soldier did not fully comprehend Xia Yuan's earlier remarks, he grasped the last statement and promptly replied, Thank you, my lord. Very well, Chang Yun, cease your practice for now. This environment isn't wholly safe. You must conserve your strength for self-preservation. Now that you've rendered that tree in this condition, take the other 4 militia and fell it, bringing it back to the territory to mend the dilapidated houses. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's command, Chang Yun nodded and promptly led the 4 militia to cut down the tree. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan settled down to rest, observing their labor. How amusing. I have subordinates now. Must I also toil alongside them? Besides, has anyone ever seen a lord doing the work themselves? Xia Yuan pondered. Then reopened the chat interface, only to find it filled with inconsequential chatter. Everyone had only recently arrived in the divine gift continent, and with the 24-hour territorial protection in place, most felt a sense of security. Yet, a message soon emerged, shattering this sense of calm and instilling a sense of urgency among the lords of the divine gift continent. Damn, everyone. There are indeed monsters in this world. I just ventured slightly beyond the territory and encountered several red-eyed spiders, each several meters in size. Those spiders are terrifying. When I first laid eyes on them, I nearly soiled myself, and upon inspection, I found they were level 1, tier 5 monsters. Fortunately, they didn't spot me, allowing me to escape back to the territory. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how my few goblins would survive. After sending that message, patted his chest, still shaken. I just took a brief look outside and didn't encounter any monsters. However, if what the previous brother said is true, we're in grave danger. Level 5 monsters? Our initial troops are no match for them. He-san, 1, Jing-si, 1, Zhang-san, stop with the ones. Although I haven't left the territory, I believe monsters must be randomly distributed. Zhang-san, it's impossible for every lord to be surrounded by such formidable monsters. After all, the system that brought us to the divine gift continent Wu and Ti have sent us to our doom. Zhang-san, Therefore, everyone should not panic excessively. But neither should you let your guard down. If possible, it is advisable for you to explore the surrounding situation of your territory. After all, territory protection lasts only for 24 hours. We must seize this opportunity to ascertain our surroundings in order to better confront any crises. Lucy, I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Li Lu. 1. Lu Qi 1 Dingya? Am I doomed then? Help. Is there anyone who can save me? Zhang San. You needn't be overly alarmed. You might explore other directions as well. I believe your luck cannot be so poor that powerful monsters surround you on all sides. If that truly were the case, I would suggest you abandon the territory directly and actively destroy the Lord's altar, though it is uncertain what would happen once the Lord's altar is destroyed. Regardless, it should be better than death, for should death occur, it may indeed be final. Upon seeing Zhang San's message, the various lords began to engage in discussion. Upon reading Zhang San's words, Xia Yuan expressed agreement, stating that if powerful monsters surrounded him and he lacked evolutionary talents, he too would likely choose to abandon the Lord's altar, for it could hardly be worse than death. After glancing at the chat interface for a moment, Xia Yuan closed it, deciding to take a brief rest before leading his troops to explore the vicinity of the territory. Bang! A loud crash startled Xia Yuan, who quickly looked up to see a massive tree topple to the ground. Soon after, Chang Yun and the militia entered the territory, carrying the timber. Well done. You may rest for a while. Soon, we shall venture forth to explore the situation nearby. Understood, Chang Yun nodded in response, while Xia Yuan circled around the fallen tree, scratching his head in mild frustration. The wood was of decent quality, but without tools to work it, both the militia and Chang Yun wielded firearms, making it difficult to cut the tree. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. After all, while these thatched huts may be a bit dilapidated, they are still habitable. Xia Yuan murmured, glancing at the tree before surveying the nearby shabby huts. Just then, his gaze caught sight of a group of diminutive, green-skinned creatures stealthily approaching the territory. Enemies! Stand guard! Xia Yuan shouted urgently. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's call, Chang Yun quickly took up his weapon and turned towards the direction indicated by Xia Yuan. Spotting the group of monsters, Chang Yun instinctively prepared to charge into battle. Wait! Xia Yuan rushed to his side, grasping his arm and instructing Chang Yun. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles. As the future general of this territory, you must remember to think thrice before acting. The same applies to monsters, regardless of their seemingly weak appearance. We must first ascertain their true strength before determining our next course of action. Do you understand? Listening to Xia Yuan's guidance, Chang Yun nodded, albeit with a look of confusion. Seeing this, Xia Yuan released his grip, trusting that Chang Yun, as a seasoned pike soldier, would remember his words. At that moment, Xia Yuan clearly observed the features of the small green-skinned creatures. They possessed pointed ears and grotesque faces, clad only in ragged cloth and wielding small wooden sticks. Could they be goblins? Xia Yuan thought immediately upon seeing their appearance. Subsequently, a piece of information materialized before him, confirming his suspicion. Tier 1 Level 2 Goblin, 1-star common. Indeed, they were goblins, 1 level higher than the initial soldiers, and there were 10 of them. However, with territory protection and Chang Yun's presence, they should be manageable. Xia Yuan swiftly deduced the situation. Hearing Xia Yuan's confidence, Chang Yun prepared to charge forward. Startled, Xia Yuan quickly restrained him and explained, Wait. When I say we can handle them, I mean by leveraging the advantages of our position, do you understand? Yet, upon seeing Chang Yun's innocent eyes, it was clear he did not comprehend. Xia Yuan, feeling exasperated, continued, Chang Yun, remember this. When facing formidable foes, you must learn to utilize various advantages in your attacks, rather than simply rushing in. Like now, we have territory protection. The goblins cannot enter or harm you, and your pike is a long weapon. Therefore, you can stand within the territory protection range and strike at the goblins. Do you understand now? As Xia Yuan explained, Chang Yun's eyes gradually brightened, and he nodded, indicating he grasped the concept. Very well, you guide them to attack the goblins from within the territory protection. I shall remain behind. Seeing Chang Yun's understanding, Xia Yuan nodded in approval and stepped back behind him. There is wisdom in the saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even with the knowledge of territory protection, Xia Yuan would not approach the monsters, preferring to avoid any hint of danger. At that moment, the goblins had approached the territory boundary, and upon seeing only 6 individuals, they revealed sinister grins, evidently excited, and rushed towards Xia Yuan and his companions. Bang! However, just then, the foremost goblin suddenly felt as though it had collided with a solid wall, causing it to touch its nose in pain. Gah! Gah! The goblin exclaimed in a language Xia Yuan could not comprehend, while another goblin swung its stick in attack. Yet, like the previous goblin, it too seemed to strike against an invisible barrier. Simultaneously, a powerful force countered, causing it to stumble backward several steps. Seeing this, the remaining goblins halted, bewildered, standing in place. As they pondered the reason for this occurrence, Chang Yun had already led 4 militia to the territory's edge. Chapter 3, The Initial Battle and Exploration. We are outnumbered. We must focus our fire to eliminate a portion of the goblins first. Chang Yuan, use your thrusting skill to attack the goblin directly in front. The remaining 4 militia will pair off and attack the goblins on the left and right. Hiding behind, Xia Yuan did not simply observe. He knew the militia could be rather dull-witted, so he directed them from the rear. It must be said that although the militia was somewhat clumsy, they acted swiftly upon receiving straightforward combat orders. As Chang Yuan executed his skill, he pierced the skull of the foremost goblin. The 4 militia then quickly paired up, stabbing 2 goblins in the head, resulting in their immediate demise. It appeared that the monsters did not possess any form of data. They were akin to ordinary creatures with fatal weaknesses, and a pierced skull would lead to instant death. Thus, it could be inferred that the same applied to the soldiers. Upon witnessing the 3 fallen goblins, Xia Yuan quickly analyzed the situation. Chang Yuan would continue to attack 1 goblin, while the militia would proceed with their coordinated strikes. The death of 3 goblins snapped the remaining ones back to reality, and upon seeing their comrades fall, they retaliated furiously against Chang Yuan and the others. Simultaneously, they attempted to dodge and parry the militia's attacks. As a result, Chang Yuan managed to severely injure 1 goblin, while the militia's pairs inflicted only light wounds on 2 others. However, the goblins' club attacks merely struck against the territory protection, dealing no damage to Chang Yuan and his companions. Instead, it was the force of the recoil that compelled them to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Yuan stepped beyond the boundaries of their territory and swiftly dispatched the severely injured goblin with a single thrust of his weapon, before hastily retreating back under the protective aegis of their domain. However, while Chang Yuan was capable of executing such rapid maneuvers, the militia lacked both the reflexes and the acumen for such responses. The militia regrouped, 4 of them launching an assault on the wounded goblins situated towards the left side. Noticing that their second wave of attack bore little fruit, Xia Yuan immediately commanded the 4 militiamen to unite their efforts to eliminate a single goblin. As for Chang Yuan, it was evident that he required no such guidance from Xia Yuan. He was adept enough to act independently. In the 3rd round, under Xia Yuan's direction, the 4 militiamen effortlessly vanquished 1 goblin. Meanwhile, Chang Yuan once again utilized the territorial protection mechanism to injure another goblin. By this point, a total of 5 goblins had perished, equalizing their forces with Xia Yuan, who no longer held the advantage. Furthermore, among the remaining goblins, 2 were injured, and their attacks were perpetually thwarted by an inexplicable, transparent barrier. Consequently, the remaining goblins began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Ultimately, after yet another goblin was slain, the remaining goblins could no longer suppress their fear and began to flee in disarray. Charge forth. Block their escape. Do not let them get away, Xia Yuan exclaimed with fervor upon witnessing this scene. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, Chang Yuan immediately surged forward, accelerating towards the nearest goblin, and with a deft maneuver, delivered a powerful strike. The force of the blow sent the goblin tumbling to the ground. After incapacitating 1 goblin, Chang Yuan did not linger to deliver a finishing blow, but instead swiftly pursued another goblin to impede its flight. Observing Chang Yuan's success, Xia Yuan promptly directed 2 militiamen to attack the fallen goblin, while the other 2 engaged the goblins that Chang Yuan was hindering. Under the combined onslaught of Chang Yuan and the militiamen, the short-legged goblins fell one after another, and in no time, all 10 goblins lay dead upon the grassy expanse. However, both Chang Yuan and the militiamen sustained some injuries during the final pursuit. In his eagerness to prevent the goblins from escaping, Chang Yuan was caught off guard and struck on the arm by one of the goblins. The 2 militiamen also incurred minor injuries during their skirmish with the goblins, but nothing severe. Once the battle concluded, Xia Yuan slowly emerged from the territory, gazing at the fallen goblin corpses. Contrary to the discomfort often described online, Xia Yuan felt a surprising calmness, albeit accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Indeed, it was as Tang Chi had mentioned, a stench most foul. As he spoke, Xia Yuan waved his hand in front of his nose, attempting to disperse some of the noxious fumes. At that moment, the 10 goblin corpses began to emit faintly glowing items, reminiscent of a game mechanic. According to the guidance prompt, these were rewards for defeating monsters. It was precisely because of the potential rewards from slaying monsters that Xia Yuan had urged Chang Yuan to prevent the goblins from escaping. Without any sense of revulsion, Xia Yuan bent down and reached for the shimmering items. He acquired Soul Crystal Dust 0, 09G, Soul Crystal Dust 0, 11G, and more. So, this is what Soul Crystal Dust looks like, Xia Yuan murmured to himself, observing the crystal in his hand, which was roughly the size of a mung bean and shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The guidance prompt indicated that Soul Crystal Dust was a unique resource in the Divine Gift continent, possessing numerous applications. It was essential for recruiting troop types at the Lord's altar and for upgrading their levels. Beyond these uses, injured troops could also utilize Soul Crystal Dust for gradual recovery. However, the efficiency of this healing process was exceedingly low, and the consumption of Soul Crystal Dust was significant, which is why it was uncommon for anyone to employ this method. To achieve a swift recovery for troops, one would typically need units with healing capabilities or medicinal potions. Nevertheless, in times of resource scarcity, This method could serve as a stopgap. He obtained Soul Crystal Dust 0.08G and a 1-star common recruitment essence, random. The description read, using this item at the Lord's altar will randomly recruit a 1-star common troop. When Xia Yuan picked up the last item, he was momentarily taken aback by the prompt, only to be filled with joy. It was indeed a recruitment essence. If one were to inquire what was most crucial for a lord in the early stages, the answer would invariably be troops. Only with troops could a lord earn rewards through monster slaying, causing their power to snowball and grow exponentially. Without troops, would one expect a feeble lord to confront monsters directly? Xia Yuan was uncertain if others could achieve such a feat, but he certainly could not. Gazing at the ping-pong ball-sized gray orb in his hand, Xia Yuan silently commended his good fortune for acquiring a recruitment essence in his very first battle. In total, he had garnered 86G of Soul Crystal Dust and 1 recruitment essence from this encounter. Subsequently, Xia Yuan allocated a portion of the Soul Crystal Dust to Chang Yun and the 2 militiamen for their recuperation. The application of Soul Crystal Dust appeared to be instinctual for the troops. They utilized it without the need for instruction. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's directive and the Soul Crystal Dust, Chang Yun and the 2 militiamen promptly employed it for healing. As for the remaining Soul Crystal Dust, Xia Yuan intended to reserve enough for the recruitment of troops and allocate the rest to Chang Yun for leveling up. Upon inspecting the goblin corpses, Xia Yuan found that apart from the wooden clubs they wielded, there was nothing of value. The wooden clubs were hardly precious items, and given their abhorrent odor, Xia Yuan decided to forego collecting them. According to the guidance prompt, any creature or dropped item would vanish within approximately an hour, if not promptly addressed after death. Thus, Xia Yuan had no intention of gathering the goblin bodies, but instead led his troops back to the territory for recuperation. Upon returning, Xia Yuan eagerly approached the Lord's altar, ready to recruit new troops. After placing the recruitment essence upon the altar, a prompt appeared before him. This recruitment will cost 3G of Soul Crystal Dust. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan retrieved 3G of Soul Crystal Dust from his inventory and placed it on the altar. Random recruitment in progress. In the next moment, the recruitment essence and the Soul Crystal Dust transformed into sparkling golden particles, beginning to outline the form of a troop type, just as it had before. Watching this unfold, Xia Yuan clasped his hands together and fervently hoped, there are so many 1-star common troops. I shall not be picky, anything will do, but please, let it not be a goblin. The recruitment process was remarkably swift, and soon the radiant light dissipated, revealing a prompt. You have successfully recruited a 1-star common troop. Skeleton Soldier. Letting out a sigh of relief, Xia Yuan gazed at the newly summoned skeleton soldier. It stood approximately 1.5 to 1, 6 meters tall, with a slender frame. Its bones were a pale gray, and it brandished a tattered long knife, with its lower half clad in what appeared to be a ragged brown skirt. No wonder someone had previously remarked in the chat that even their grandmother could defeat 10 of them. Observing the frail skeleton, Xia Yuan couldn't help but scoff. To be frank, aside from its rather unsettling appearance, the combat prowess of this skeleton soldier left much to be desired. Nevertheless, while skeleton soldiers may be mere cannon fodder elsewhere, the situation here is quite different. Xia Yuan mused to himself as he activated his innate powers, discovering that indeed a new evolution point for the undead troop had emerged within his evolution force. Human troop evolution points, 0. Undead troop evolution points, 1, which can be applied to undead troops to facilitate their evolution. The human evolution points remained at 0, while the newly manifested undead evolution point stood at 1, signifying that upon acquiring a new troop type, a minimum of 1 evolution point is guaranteed. Xia Yuan deduced, and without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his evolution force towards the dazed skeleton soldier. The evolution force enveloped the skeleton soldier like the gun cloud from before, initiating its transformation. At that moment, Gun Cloud, with a curious expression, approached the Lord's altar, fixating his gaze upon the evolving skeleton soldier. Prompt: Skeleton Soldier, 1-star common, evolves into Skeleton Warrior, 2-star common. Before long, the evolution concluded, and as the radiance dissipated, a skeleton warrior emerged atop the Lord's altar. The height of the skeleton warrior had now reached approximately 1.80 meters, its bones larger than before, and its color slightly darker. The formerly bare skull was adorned with a brown leather hat, and the tattered long knife it wielded had transformed into a complete, albeit old, long knife. Its previously bare upper body was draped in a tattered brown cloth, while its lower half was clad in a more complete battle skirt. Skeleton Warrior, unnamed. Quality: 2-star common. Level: First stage, level 1. Skill: Xia Yuan examined the information of the skeleton warrior and noted that, like Gun Cloud, it possessed a skill. However, the name of the skill gave him pause. Seemed rather unimpressive as a skill designation. Crack, crack. The freshly evolved skeleton warrior gazed at its own transformation, the soul fire in its eyes flickering intensely. Simultaneously, its mouth opened and closed rhythmically, producing a crisp cracking sound, embodying a state of disbelief. Since you are the first undead troop of the Star Abyss, it is only fitting that you be given a name. Let me think. Since you are a skeleton, I shall incorporate hollow into your name, and the concept of the undead reminds me of the underworld, so I will take nether from that. Hollow nether. That sounds rather fitting, far more appealing than Guncloud. Thus, you shall be called Nether Hollow from henceforth. With that, Xia Yuan finalized the name for the skeleton warrior's future. Since you have just evolved, you likely do not yet know how to utilize your skill. Guncloud, please teach Nether Hollow how to wield it. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, instructing Guncloud to impart knowledge to Nether Hollow regarding skill usage. Although the two were not of the same troop type, nor even of the same species, Guncloud was the only one among his subordinates capable of using skills, thus making him the only suitable instructor. Understood. Guncloud nodded, then guided Nether Hollow to a nearby fallen tree, commencing attempts at teaching the skill. Observing the stuttering communication between the two, one barely speaking and the other not speaking at all, Xia Yuan couldn't help but slap his forehead. I hope they can manage to teach each other. After arranging for Nether Hollow's training, Xia Yuan began to reflect on his previous commands, seeking any areas for improvement. He made a summary and admonished himself not to repeat the same mistakes. Becoming a competent lord is not an easy endeavor, he mused, glancing at Guncloud, who was still instructing Nether Hollow in skill usage, and then shook his head before opening the chat interface. Lin San, damn it. I shouldn't have trusted Zhang San's suggestion to scout the territory. Not far from the territory, I ran into a pack of brown wolves. Lin San, as a result, my skeleton soldiers suffered heavy casualties. I have no idea how I will survive in 24 hours. Xiao E bro above. I also took Zhang San's advice to explore and encountered some powerful monsters. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might not have made it back to the territory. Cheng Air, 1. Zhong Si, 1. Zhang San, come out and give us an explanation. Zhang Wu, Zhang San, come out and explain. Upon opening the chat interface, Xia Yuan noticed that Zhang San, who had previously suggested that everyone venture outside the territory to scout the surroundings, was being criticized by others. Thus, he scrolled back through the chat messages, seeking clarity on the situation. Some lords had encountered monster attacks during their explorations, resulting in significant troop losses. Under the influence of certain individuals, they began to denounce Zhang San. However, Xia Yuan believed that Zhang San had not erred in his suggestion. Most of the lords who suffered monster attacks were merely overzealous or careless in their scouting efforts. After all, Ding Yi had encountered a level 5 monster and managed to retreat unscathed. As for Xia Yuan being found by goblins, it was due to the excessive noise created while he was cutting down trees. Moreover, what was the use of denouncing Zhang San in the chat? Not to mention that Zhang San could choose to completely ignore them. Even if he chose to respond, what could he possibly do? Could he compensate the injured lords through the chat interface? As the outcry in the chat intensified, Xia Yuan began to perceive the underlying motivation for this futile exercise. It was nothing more than a need for an outlet to express their fears. After all, being inexplicably transported to this divine land and witnessing the terrifying monsters, coupled with the initial troop losses, had left many feeling overwhelmed with dread. The territory's protection lasted only 24 hours, and once that time elapsed, the outcome they faced would likely not be favorable. Thus, they required a target to channel their fears, and Zhang San, who had suggested the exploration, became the ideal scapegoat. Having realized this, Xia Yuan withdrew from his amusement and fell into a contemplative silence. Truth be told, if he found himself in a similar predicament, how much better would his situation be? Sigh. I hope that if the Lord's altar is destroyed, I will return to Blue Star. Xia Yuan sighed and closed the chat interface. Seeing that negative information affected his own mood, he resolved to heed the experiences of those lords as a cautionary tale, reminding himself that one must exercise utmost caution while exploring. With a serious expression, Xia Yuan turned his attention back to Guncloud and Nether Hollow, who were making some progress. From Guncloud's earlier battle with the goblins, it seemed that quality outweighed level. To be precise, at the first stage, the quality of a troop significantly enhances its strength more than the level does. Observing Nether Hollow as it practiced, Xia Yuan analyzed the situation, then sat down nearby to quietly watch Nether Hollow learn to use its skill. Crack! A sound jolted Xia Yuan from his reverie. He looked up to see that the tree, which was large enough for a person to embrace, had been cleaved in two by Nether Hollow's single strike. Has it learned already? He regretted having been distracted earlier and not paying attention to the details, but judging by their actions, it seemed they had indeed succeeded. At that moment, Guncloud was patting Nether Hollow on the shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed, "My little brother has the demeanor of a great emperor." Meanwhile, Nether Hollow's mouth was opening and closing repeatedly, producing crackling sounds, and the animated gestures made it appear as though it were gleefully grinning. Is it possible for a skeleton to exhibit such a rich array of behaviors? Upon witnessing the actions of the skeletal warrior, Xia Yuan felt a tinge of surprise. However, as this was his own unit, he welcomed any sign of intelligence. Guncloud, has the skeletal warrior learned to utilize skills? Indeed. Guncloud promptly replied in response to Xia Yuan's inquiry. Well done, Guncloud. I didn't expect you to teach the skeleton how to use skills. By the way, here are all the remaining soul dust. Take it to enhance your level. Soul crystal dust will be referred to as soul dust henceforth. Understood. Upon receiving the soul dust, Gun-Cloud began to absorb it to elevate his level. Xia Yuan was astonished to see that Gun-Cloud did not simply consume the soul dust for an immediate upgrade. Rather, he was absorbing it as if in training. This revelation left Xia Yuan somewhat speechless, as his desire to swiftly elevate Gun-Cloud's level was extinguished before it could even begin. Thus, it became clear to him that the most effective method to enhance strength at present was to improve the quality of the unit. Considering that Gun-Cloud required time to level up, Xia Yuan instructed the skeletal warrior to chop the trees into smaller pieces for the repair of their thatched hut. Before long, under Xia Yuan's guidance, the first lumberjack of Xingyuan territory was born. Observing the skeletal warrior's tireless labor, Xia Yuan nodded in approval. Upon reflection, he realized that the undead units were indeed formidable. After all, they possessed no need for rest, capable of working indefinitely as long as they remained unscathed. Furthermore, they did not require sustenance. Truly, they were the epitome of natural laborers. This thought caused Xia Yuan to draw a sharp breath, as he began to contemplate how to maximize the value of a battalion of skeletal soldiers. Wait, how can I think like this? No. Such thoughts could lead to dire consequences. Quickly shaking his head, he extinguished the budding of avarice within him. Speaking of sustenance, while the undead required none, both Gun-Cloud and the militia were human and did need food to survive. It appeared that once Gun-Cloud leveled up, they would need to venture outside to procure some food. Realizing this, Xia Yuan felt a sense of urgency, though the time remained early, so he did not rush. He then directed the militia to gather the cut timber and began making basic repairs to the dilapidated thatched hut. Shortly thereafter, about 2 hours passed, and Gun-Cloud finally reached level 2. Upgrade. Spear Warrior Gun-Cloud has reached Tier 2. At last, I've reached level 2. I've waited long enough. Upon receiving the notification, Xia Yuan, who had completed the repairs to the thatched hut, sprang to his feet and hastened to Gun-Cloud to conduct a test. Following a brief evaluation, Xia Yuan concluded that Gun-Cloud's strength, speed, and energy had all improved at level 2, though the enhancement was not as pronounced as during an evolution. Having consumed approximately 31 G of soul dust, it seemed the expenditure was not excessive. Xia Yuan quietly took the remaining soul dust and remarked, "After allowing Gun-Cloud a brief respite, I shall not waste any more time. We need to venture outside the territory to survey the situation and gather some food." Just before setting off, Xia Yuan noticed an increase in his evolution points. Human evolution points, 0, 5. Undead evolution points, 0, 1. The human evolution points had increased by 0, 5, while the undead had only increased by 0, 1. This made him ponder. Currently, there were exactly 5 human units, while only 1 undead unit existed. It was apparent that this corresponded directly. Moreover, it had been over 2 hours since Gun-Cloud was recruited, suggesting that each unit provided 0, 1 evolution points every 2 hours. By this estimation, a single unit could yield approximately 1 to 1, 2 evolution points per day. After a brief bout of contemplation, Xia Yuan deduced how evolution points were acquired and their potential yield. With this understanding, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. For clarifying the acquisition of evolution points was of utmost importance to him. The matter that had long burdened his mind was finally resolved. "Gun-Cloud, are you rested?" "Yes, my lord," Gun-Cloud replied promptly, standing at attention with his spear. Had it not been for Xia Yuan insisting on a brief respite, he would not have required any rest at all. "Very well, then let us set off to investigate the surroundings of our territory and, while we are at it, procure some food." Nodding in agreement, Xia Yuan led all the soldiers westward, towards the direction from which the goblins had previously attacked. He instructed Gun-Cloud and the skeletal warrior to stand before him for protection, while the other 4 militia members followed closely behind. To be candid, Xia Yuan was reluctant to leave the territory himself, but the 4 militia members were somewhat inept, and though Gun-Cloud and the skeletal warrior possessed intelligence, he remained unconvinced of their capabilities. Concerned that they might suffer total annihilation, Xia Yuan deemed it necessary to personally lead the expedition despite the risks involved. Outside the territory lay a dense forest, where every tree towered over 10 meters high, robust and formidable. The air was imbued with a refreshing aroma, as sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting fragmented beams of light that resembled a dreamlike realm. However, this idyllic scene was contingent upon the absence of unknown creatures' claw marks and lurking monsters. As Xia Yuan stepped out of the territory, he remained on high alert, entirely devoid of thoughts to admire the scenery. At this moment, the goblin corpses had dissipated into light, leaving only the disheveled grass as evidence of the prior skirmish. As he proceeded, Xia Yuan encountered no further monster attacks, but instead stumbled upon a fruit grove. Nevertheless, he chose not to linger, as he needed to continue his exploration. After some time, Gun-Cloud gently parted the underbrush with his spear, while the skeletal warrior remained vigilant, keeping watch with his blade at the ready. Recalling Xia Yuan's earlier warnings, behind them, Xia Yuan pressed closely against the 4 militia members. At this juncture, he was scanning the direction from which the goblins had approached earlier. He wished to ascertain whether the goblins had merely passed through the area by chance or if there was indeed a goblin nest nearby. Let us hope it was merely a coincidence. Xia Yuan mused inwardly. A mere passage was acceptable, but the existence of a nest would pose a significant problem. Suddenly, the leaves of nearby trees rustled, and Xia Yuan swiftly glanced around. As he did so, the skeletal warrior, with his eyes ablaze with soul fire, fixed his gaze intently on the crown of a tree to the right. Noticing this, Xia Yuan followed suit, but due to the excessive foliage, he could only discern a vague silhouette. Yet, a warning notification appeared before him, alerting him to imminent danger. Tier 1, Level 4 Black Wolf, 1-star common. Before Xia Yuan could utter a warning, the black wolf, having realized it had been spotted, ceased its concealment. Its eyes glinted with malevolence as it leapt down from the branches, lunging directly at the skeletal warrior. Observing this, the skeletal warrior's soul fire flickered intensely, and the blade of his long knife emanated a faint black glow. However, before the skeletal warrior could engage the black wolf, gun cloud spear tip, enveloped in a pale blue energy, struck swiftly at the wolf's neck. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal warrior raised his blade and delivered a powerful strike to the black wolf's skull. The force of the blow cleaved through the wolf's fur, embedding flesh into bone. With a thud, the black wolf, besieged by the combined assault of gun cloud and the skeletal warrior, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, and only when the black jackal lay lifeless on the ground did Xia Yuan finally react. Damn. I never anticipated that despite my utmost caution, I would still attract the attention of a monster. Moreover, it's fortunate it was me. Had it been another lord, they might have faced instant defeat. Gazing at the deceased black jackal, Xia Yuan spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation, recalling the earlier condemnations in the chat interface. It seemed he could not justifiably blame them. He acknowledged his prior misjudgment. Oh well, there's no use in overthinking it now. At least we resolved this safely. Good job. Xiangyun and Minghai. Shaking off the thoughts that invaded his mind, Xia Yuan generously praised Xiangyun and Minghai. After all, compliments cost nothing. It would be foolish not to offer them, and perhaps it would bolster Xiangyun and Minghai's confidence. With that, Xia Yuan approached the black jackal to collect its spoils. Observing the creature's nearly cleaved head and the gaping wound on its neck, a phrase involuntarily sprang to his mind. Given the opportunity, you prove to be quite ineffective. Damn. What am I thinking? Xia Yuan shook his head and reached to gather the items dropped by the black jackal. He obtained 64 grams of soul dust. Is this it? For a level 4 monster, this is all it yields? It wasn't that challenging after all. Unable to suppress a remark upon seeing the loot, he quickly silenced himself, recalling how the black jackal had been dispatched in a single strike. Well, at least I have food for today. I wonder if leaving the corpse here will attract other beasts. It's not far from the territory, so I should bring the black jackal's body home to prevent it from respawning. Thus, Xia Yuan commanded a militiaman to carry the black jackal's corpse back to the territory, picking some wild fruits from the orchard along the way. Upon returning, he glanced at the time and realized his expedition had taken less than half an hour. Inside the territory, Xia Yuan first instructed Minghai to handle the black jackal's remains. Then, he distributed the wild fruits he had collected to Xiangyun and the militiamen to replenish their stamina. These fruits are quite delicious, Xia Yuan remarked, taking a bite of a blue wild fruit. The system had indicated that these fruits were ordinary and edible. He had previously allowed a militiaman to sample them without any adverse effects, so he felt assured to partake. To the west of the territory lay a small orchard that could provide ample wild fruits as sustenance. For the time being, the human units would not encounter food shortages. I must remember this location, Xia Yuan noted as he enjoyed the fruit. Soon after a brief rest, he set out again to explore the territory, this time directing his attention southward. The southern region was somewhat akin to the west, and after cautiously walking for about 10 minutes, he encountered merely a pack of 1-star ordinary brown wolves. However, their average level was 3, and to avoid any potential losses to his forces, Xia Yuan opted to evade rather than engage. After assessing that he had explored sufficiently, he led his troops back to the territory. Upon returning, Xia Yuan discovered that the evolution points for his human units had reached 1, prompting him to randomly select a militiaman for evolution into a spear soldier. Notification: Militiaman, 1-star ordinary, has evolved into spear soldier, 2-star ordinary. However, Xia Yuan was taken aback to find that the spear soldier he named Xiangyi, despite having shown some growth in intelligence, lacked the significant cognitive development exhibited by Xiangyun and Minghai. This new spear soldier couldn't even speak. Teaching him the thrusting skill took Xiangyun approximately half an hour, considering Xiangyun had learned it through self-study in merely 10 minutes, and even Minghai, a being of the undead, required only 10 minutes. Xia Yuan pondered whether the intelligence gained through evolution was random or if Xiangyun and Minghai were exceptional cases. After considering Xiangyi, he glanced at the time and proceeded to explore the eastern part of the territory. To his astonishment, the number of monsters in the eastern region far exceeded those in the west and south. Moreover, these monsters displayed a fierce aggressiveness. Unlike the goblins that fled when the situation turned dire, the creatures in the east would fight to the last breath. Thus, Xia Yuan's exploration in the eastern area was fraught with difficulty. After vanquishing 2 waves of monsters, he promptly decided to retreat. The reasons were twofold. His soldiers had sustained injuries during the battles, and the sheer number of monsters in the east was daunting, instilling a fear of potential casualties among his troops. Chapter 4. Brown Bears. Damn it. After slaying so many monsters, I only received soul dust, not a single recruitment essence. Within the territory, Xia Yuan gazed at the 213 grams of soul dust in his backpack, unable to suppress his grumbling. He then allocated a portion of the soul dust to heal his troops, distributing the remainder evenly between Xianyun and Minghai to facilitate their level-ups. As for the time that followed, Xia Yuan decided against further exploration, as twilight was approaching, and venturing out at this hour was perilous. Just as he contemplated roasting some black jackal meat to satiate his hunger, he realized he had no means to start a fire. Damn, how could I forget that? Besides, lighting a fire at night might attract monsters' attention. Although the territory is protected, drawing a horde of monsters to block the entrance would be disastrous. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved not to start a fire, opting instead to fill his stomach with wild fruits. Alas, life is proving to be quite arduous. Xia Yuan lamented as he munched on the wild fruits, opening the chat interface. At that moment, the chat had shifted from denouncing Zhang San to discussing food and encounters outside their territories. Wei, damn, I just realized that troop types have a hunger meter. Lier, you just noticed that? My initial troop is a skeleton soldier. They don't need to eat. Heh. Bai San. Fortunately, I gathered some fruits during my exploration, so I don't have to worry about going hungry. Wei, Lier, that's hilarious. Just because skeleton soldiers don't eat doesn't mean you don't. Lucy, there's only a small river near my territory. I haven't seen any fruits. Am I to survive solely on water? Feng Wu, that's better than nothing. I have nothing edible nearby at all. Li Lu, I dare ask, who is more miserable than I? First, my troop was struck by a falling tree while chopping wood. Then a pack of brown wolves discovered me during exploration. I managed to return to my territory, but now those wolves are blocking my entrance. Li Lu, I'm both exhausted and hungry, feeling as though my future is bleak. Feng Wu, you're the one in a dire situation. Lu Yi, you're the one in a dire situation. Hui Qi, 1-1. Indeed, one cannot feel the weight of suffering without comparison. Though Xia Yuan recognized the flaw in his thinking, he suddenly felt grateful for having wild fruits to eat as he observed the messages from others in the chat interface. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, Xia Yuan hurriedly led his troops back to the orchard to collect a substantial harvest of fruits to bring back to the territory. As the sun set and the moonlight filtered through the night, Xia Yuan was astonished to discover that the continent bestowed with divine gifts possessed 2 moons, one large and one small, although the larger moon appeared somewhat peculiar in color. Yet, Xia Yuan paid little heed to these oddities, for it was an otherworldly realm, and such differences from Blue Planet were to be expected. After finishing dinner, rather than resting, Xia Yuan instructed the recovered militiamen and Xiangyi to dig a shallow trench along the edge of the territory, summon the undead to fashion wooden stakes into sharp points, and allow the spectral soldiers to arrange these stakes within a shallow pit, thereby crafting a rudimentary trap. After all, there remain merely 10 hours before the protection over the territory dissipates, and it is prudent to implement some defensive measures. While the efficacy of this trap may be questionable, any degree of utility it provides will suffice. As for more sophisticated traps, the current circumstances do not permit such endeavors, nor does he possess the requisite skills. Once the trap is completed, Xia Yuan ensures that the human soldiers are well fed and well rested before they retire for the night, leaving only the undead sentinel to guard the territory. The reason for choosing the undead is simple. They require no sleep. After a brief allocation of several thatched cottages, Xia Yuan enters the sole intact cottage, which serves as the Lord's residence. Though termed as such, it is merely larger than the other cottages. Lying upon the straw bed, Xia Yuan, feeling rather bored, opens the chat interface. After such a lengthy lapse of time, the majority of the lords have come to grasp their dire situations. However, upon encountering the chat filled with negative tidings, Xia Yuan swiftly closes the interface. He finds himself unable to assist the other lords, and rather than allow these disheartening messages to affect his mood, he deems slumber a far better choice. Perhaps due to the exhausting experiences of the day, Xia Yuan soon drifts into sleep. What Xia Yuan does not realize is that shortly after he enters the Lord's residence, the specter emerges from the building and approaches the undead to engage in conversation. Before long, they are joyfully slapping each other on the shoulder, both reveling in merriment. After some time filled with glee, the spectral soldier begins to absorb the ethereal dust to elevate their level, prompting the undead to do the same. As dawn breaks, a radiant light pierces the night, heralding the sun's gradual ascent. It has been ages since I have risen early. Alas, this bed is rather uncomfortable. Xia Yuan stretches languidly before rising and exiting the cottage. Upon opening the door, he observes the undead and the spectral soldier engaged in training with a wooden post, while the other soldiers stand nearby, seemingly receiving instruction. Truly, The future general of the territory demonstrates remarkable diligence in training and in guiding others. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yuan feels a surge of motivation himself. He then inspects the panels of the spectral soldier and the undead, only to find both at level 3. This revelation leaves Xia Yuan puzzled as to why the spectral soldier has only advanced one level overnight. Inquiring further, he learns that the ethereal dust provided by Xia Yuan was insufficient to propel him to level 4. Subsequently, Xia Yuan reviews the information prompts and deduces that the amount of ethereal dust required for each level doubles with each advancement, as does the time taken. Furthermore, it appears that each type of soldier absorbs ethereal dust at varying rates. The undead requires significantly more time to level up than the spectral soldier. As for the cause of this discrepancy, Xia Yuan can only speculate that it may be due to their differing races, with clarity only achievable after the spectral soldier levels up. Next, Xia Yuan glances at the evolution points. Human soldier evolution points, 45. Undead soldier evolution points, 08. Observing the number of evolution points, Xia Yuan concludes that each soldier provides 1 evolution points every 2 hours. Despite the abundance of evolution points for the human soldiers, he refrains from immediately evolving the remaining 3 militia members. Instead, he plans to wait until the evolution points reach 5 before evolving the spectral soldier. Given that leveling up requires time, the most expedient method to enhance the soldier's strength lies in elevating their quality. Therefore, Xia Yuan's current objective is to enhance the spectral soldier's quality, striving to achieve first-tier invincibility. With less than 5 hours remaining before the territory's protection concludes, Xia Yuan has thoroughly scouted the southeast and southwest regions, leaving only the northern expanse unexamined. Thus, he resolves to seize the opportunity before the protective barrier vanishes and expedite a reconnaissance of the northern territory. After a modest breakfast of wild fruits, Xia Yuan leads his troops towards the northern region for exploration. Gunslinger, undead, remember, when confronting an enemy, strike from the shadows if possible. If the foe proves too formidable, prioritize your survival over recklessly charging in. In simpler terms, it is imperative to endure. Only by surviving can we hope for a brighter future, understood? On the path of exploration, Xia Yuan frequently imparts this wisdom to his companions, not only instructing them, but also reminding himself of his own unique power of evolution. A talent akin to a cheat. Given enough time, even a mere worm in his hands could transform into a dragon. Therefore, as long as he endures, his future will undoubtedly gleam with brilliance. Understood. The spectral soldier and the undead nod in agreement, having been thoroughly indoctrinated by Xia Yuan's teachings on survival since yesterday. There's a pack of brown wolves over there. Take note of their location. If they are still present upon our return, we shall eliminate them. Not long after, concealed behind a tree, Xia Yuan murmurs to himself while observing the 7 brown wolves not far away. However, he is here to scout the northern territory, not to hunt monsters, and thus refrains from engaging them. Subsequently, Xia Yuan leads his troops around the brown wolves, continuing their exploration. After traversing a short distance, Xia Yuan suddenly spots a large earthen mound ahead, underneath which lies a cave entrance. A cave indeed. Approaching the mound for a closer inspection, Xia Yuan surmises that it resembles a mine. He observes the cave from a concealed position for some time, noting the absence of any creatures, and contemplates entering for a closer investigation. After much deliberation, he ultimately decides against it, primarily due to his uncertainty regarding the cave's interior. With only a few soldiers at his disposal, losing even one would weigh heavily on his heart. Xia Yuan silently marks the cave's location in his mind, then leads his troops around it, pressing on with their exploration. As they continue, Xia Yuan hears the sound of rushing water. Could it be? The sound of flowing water grows louder, and after maneuvering around a large rock, he discovers a swiftly flowing river. It truly is a river, Xia Yuan exclaims in delight. Although fruits possess some moisture, they can never replace a true water source. However, despite his excitement, he remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any lurking threats. Once assured that no monsters are present, he sends the spectral soldier and the undead to examine the river water. After confirming its purity, Xia Yuan breathes a sigh of relief and approaches the river with the remaining soldiers. As he nears the water, he eagerly crouches down and drinks deeply from the river. It tastes somewhat like spring water, Xia Yuan remarks, before plunging into the river. Having neglected to wash the previous day, his clothes cling uncomfortably to his skin, dampened by sweat. Thus, after quenching his thirst, Xia Yuan immerses himself in the river for a refreshing cleanse. You should join me for a wash as well, he calls out to his comrades from within the flowing waters. In contrast to Xia Yuan, the soldiers appeared considerably more disheveled, for they bore the blood of monsters from their recent encounters. However, the state of their attire was of little consequence. Post-evolution, their garments would rejuvenate entirely. Just as the soldiers completed their rudimentary cleansing, Xia Yuan was poised to lead them back to their territory when a massive brown bear burst forth from the thicket, charging towards him and his company. A level 5, first-tier brown bear, 2-star common. Upon perceiving the bear's classification, A jolt of alarm surged through Xia Yuan, prompting him to shield the soldiers behind him while exclaiming, "Caution! This bear is of 2-star, level 5. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's warning, Chang Yun's expression turned grave as he fixated on the advancing bear. Chang Yun and Ming Hai were merely 2 levels beneath the bear, and with the assistance of Chang Yi and 3 militia, they should manage well enough. The soldiers in the rear harbored a tinge of apprehension, yet it was evident that Xia Yuan's concerns were unwarranted. Swiftly, Chang Yun, armed with a spear, made the first contact with the bear. The spearhead shimmered with a pale blue energy as it lunged towards the bear's skull. With a low growl, the bear swiped its massive paw in an attempt to deflect the incoming spear, yet this time, its colossal claw failed to shatter the object before it as it had so often done before. The spear pierced directly into its paw, but before it could emit a cry of pain, Chang Yi struck from the side with a thrust. The bear attempted to block, but Ming Hai had already closed the distance, delivering a cleaving blow to the injured paw. In an instant, the bear's paw was severed, while Chang Yi inflicted a substantial wound upon its flanks. Seeing his comrades gain the upper hand so swiftly, Xia Yuan hastily commanded the militia to refrain from advancing. Since they had secured the advantage, there was no need to send more soldiers into the fray. After all, sheer numbers do not equate to victory in battle. To be frank, Xia Yuan was primarily concerned about the militia being fatally mauled by the bear, as they were but lowly 1-star, level 1 fighters. During the brief interlude in which Xia Yuan halted the militia's advance, Chang Yun managed to inflict another wound upon the bear. At this point, the bear, driven to a frenzy by its severed paw, lunged at Ming Hai, who adeptly rolled aside to evade the attack. In turn, the bear was met with 2 additional wounds from Chang Yi and Chang Yun. Roaring in agony, the bear succumbed to madness, indiscriminately attacking its surroundings. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bear's moment of vulnerability, Chang Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as the pale azure energy enveloping his spear intensified. He thrust downward with precision, driving the spear into the bear's eye socket, piercing through its skull and ending its life instantly. Thud! The enormous brown bear collapsed to the ground. Chapter 5. The protection period concludes. With a swift motion, Chang Yun withdrew the spear, drawing forth a mixture of red and white fluids. Upon witnessing the bear's demise at Chang Yun's hands, Xia Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet this formidable creature was vanquished in mere moments. Impressive, Chang Yun. Truly, your name is well-deserved, Xia Yuan exclaimed, coming to his senses and praising him. In response to Xia Yuan's commendations, Chang Yun nodded appreciatively, his gaze returning to the spear's tip as he contemplated that final strike. Xia Yuan, not one to overlook his comrades, also extended his praise to Ming Hai and Chang Yi before proceeding to collect the spoils from the bear's carcass. Acquired 174G of soul crystal dust. Acquired 2-star common recruitment essence, random. Acquired divine building blueprint, arrow tower, common. Goodness, Xia Yuan exclaimed, delighting in the notification. He never expected that the bear would yield both a 2-star common recruitment essence and a building blueprint. The value of the recruitment essence was self-evident, and the significance of the building blueprint could not be overstated. As a lord, he understood the paramount importance of such blueprints. After all, a territory cannot exist without structures, lest it cease to be a territory at all. After stowing away the soul crystal dust and recruitment essence, Xia Yuan's gaze fell upon the divine building blueprint. It was an ancient parchment, adorned with intricate patterns that occasionally shimmered with a gentle glow. Divine building blueprint, arrow tower, level 1. Quality, common. Required materials, 100 wood, 50 stone, 20G soul crystal dust. Description, capable of automatically firing arrows at enemies, though arrows must be inserted as ammunition. Notification, the divine building blueprint requires only material investment and does not necessitate construction time. The building can be erected immediately. Notification, the divine building blueprint is a one-time use item. The fact that this arrow tower could autonomously assault enemies was fortuitous, as the territory was in dire need of defensive structures against monsters. Xia Yuan's spirits soared upon reading the blueprint's details, compelling him to express his gratitude to the bear's remains. Oh, brown bear, you are truly my benefactor. No, my esteemed bear. Not only have you bestowed upon me a 2-star recruitment essence, but also a building blueprint. I am profoundly grateful, and I vow to honor your remains with care. Having spoken, Xia Yuan instructed Ming Hai to meticulously prepare the bear's carcass for transport back to the territory, while 2 militia members bore the weight of the beast. Onward. Let us return and enjoy some bear paw. During the return journey, Xia Yuan intentionally passed by the previous location of the wolf pack. Noticing that they were still present, he swiftly dispatched them, gaining another 152G of soul crystal dust. Upon arriving back at the territory, Xia Yuan's first action was to retrieve the arrow tower blueprint and select it for use. Notification, currently unable to use. Unable to use. What on earth? Xia Yuan pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion as he attempted several times, only to receive the same notification. After considerable investigation yielded no answers, he reluctantly set the blueprint aside. Casting a glance at Chang Yun, who was engrossed in mastering the art of fire by friction, Xia Yuan hastened to the Lord's altar to recruit new soldiers. Notification: this recruitment requires 6G of soul crystal dust. Notification: random recruitment in progress. Notification: acquired 2-star common soldier, skeleton warrior. Another skeleton? A skeleton warrior identical to Ming Hai? Observing the figure at the Lord's altar, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ming Hai, Xia Yuan began to question whether his Lord's altar was somehow linked to a den of skeletons. How else could he explain that both random recruitments had yielded skeletons? Skeleton warrior, unnamed. Skills, none. Xia Yuan, out of habit, scrutinized the information panel of the skeleton warrior, only to discover that this one lacked any cleaving skills. Wait, why does this skeleton warrior possess no skills? Puzzled, Xia Yuan ruminated on the matter. After conducting a few tests, he found that this skeleton warrior's intelligence was only marginally greater than that of the militia, even inferior to Chang'e. At this juncture, a hypothesis began to form in Xia Yuan's mind, prompting him to utilize his evolution powers for further insight. To his astonishment, he discovered that this skeleton warrior required 54 evolution points, for more than Ming Hai. An incomplete soldier? Does it require evolution powers to be completed? Xia Yuan murmured in mild perplexity, but having failed to derive further clarity, he decided to assign the skeleton warrior to Ming Hai's command for instruction. Upon seeing the new skeleton warrior, Ming Hai expressed delight, cackling as he engaged in communication with it. However, the subsequent somewhat stiff behavior of the skeleton warrior led Ming Hai to curiously tap its skull. Ka, no problem. Ka. Why is it even more foolish than Gunny? The entity known as Ming Hai was quite puzzled, evidently still struggling to comprehend the concept of sentience, given its limited intellect. After arranging the skeletal warriors, Xia Yuan began to contemplate the next steps. It appeared that the position of Xing Yuan territory was relatively secure. The north, south, and west directions seemed safe, with a fruit orchard to the west and a water source to the north. The most perilous direction was undoubtedly the east, where not only were monsters abundant, but they also exhibited extreme aggression. The west might harbor goblin nests, and the north contained unknown mines, warranting caution in those areas as well. In essence, the primary objective was the east. Once the arrow tower could be constructed, it would be established there for defense. Thus, Xia Yuan pondered while orchestrating the forthcoming actions. Just then, the sound of Gun Yun interrupted Xia Yuan's thoughts. Turning to look, he was astonished to see Gun Yun successfully creating fire through friction, as he had described. Observing the flickering flames, Xia Yuan hastily approached to assist. Once the fire had fully ignited, he instructed Gun Yun to prepare the clean bear meat with the militia and commenced teaching them how to roast it. As for the black jackal carcass from the previous day, Xia Yuan had already tasked Ming Hai with its disposal the night before. Watching the sizzling bear paws, Xia Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never tasted bear paw before. He had only seen it online. Now, the opportunity to sample it had finally arrived. Once the bear paw was thoroughly roasted, Xia Yuan eagerly took a bite. Ouch, 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 he exclaimed, feeling the burn. Yet he had to admit that even without any seasoning, the flavor was quite delightful. Of course, this could also be attributed to his hunger. The only downside was that the fur on the bear paw had not been cleaned adequately. However, given the limited tools at his disposal, there was little he could do. At that moment, Ming Hai leaned in, seemingly yearning for a taste of the roasted bear meat. What do you think you can eat, you mere skeleton without flesh? Xia Yuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, Ming Hai immediately adopted a despondent demeanor, lowering its head to stand aside. Sigh, there's truly no helping you. Here, Xia Yuan said resignedly, handing over a skewer of meat to Ming Hai. Ka. Upon receiving the skewer, Ming Hai emitted excited clicks, mimicking Xia Yuan and the others as it began to consume the meat. What a waste. Xia Yuan felt a pang of sympathy watching the roasted meat fall from Ming Hai's form. After finishing the roasted meat, Xia Yuan leaned back against the front of the house to rest, but his gaze remained fixed on the human unit evolution points. It seemed the time had come. Gun Yun. Seeing the human unit evolution points reach 5, Xia Yuan immediately called for Gun Yun. Lord. Hearing Xia Yuan's summons, Gun Yun ceased his study of techniques and hurried to Xia Yuan's side. Gun Yun, put down your weapon. I need to conduct a test. Xia Yuan addressed him, contemplating whether he could exploit a glitch. If the units could evolve without any equipment, wouldn't that mean he could essentially acquire a free set of gear with each evolution? However, such idealistic notions often face harsh realities. Once Gun Yun laid down his weapon, the required evolution points skyrocketed to 59. Well, I knew finding a glitch wouldn't be that easy, but perhaps in the future, when I have more evolution points, I can give it another shot. Although Xia Yuan had anticipated this increase in required points, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. Subsequently, he instructed Gun Yun to pick up his weapon for evolution. The spearman, 2-star ordinary, evolves into elite spearman, 3-star ordinary. As the evolution light faded, Gun Yun's leather armor transformed into a suit of chainmail, complete with a helmet. Furthermore, the material of his spear changed, now adorned with decorative engravings. Observing Gun Yun as he examined his new appearance, Xia Yuan couldn't help but inquire, Gun Yun, how do you feel now? Lord, I feel invigorated and brimming with power, Gun Yun replied, his voice steady after performing a few simple movements. Ah, you no longer stutter. Xia Yuan was astonished to discover that Gun Yun spoke without the previous hesitations. However, Gun Yun himself was bewildered by this change and could not articulate it to Xia Yuan. Yet, post-evolution, he found clarity in aspects he had previously struggled to comprehend. To Xia Yuan, it was evident that Gun Yun's intellect had once again ascended, likely reaching the standards of an average human. There's no need for concern. This is a positive development. You needn't dwell on it. Noticing Gun Yun's bewilderment, Xia Yuan decided not to press him further and proceeded to check his information panel. Elite Spearman, Gun Yun. Quality, 3-star, ordinary. Level, first stage, level 3. Skills, stab poke. The information panel revealed minimal changes, with the only addition being the poke skill. The name of this skill was, as always, rather amusing. Xia Yuan then asked Gun Yun to demonstrate this skill. Unlike the first time he had used a skill, Gun Yun was able to execute it after only a couple of attempts. The poke skill allowed him to channel energy into the spear, lifting enemies into the air, essentially a control skill. Not long after Gun Yun showcased the skill, the mechanical voice resounded in their ears again, interrupting Xia Yuan's plans for further testing. Territory protection has ended. Territory construction officially commences. All lords are requested to proceed to the heart of the territory within the lord's manor for further details. Has it already been 24 hours? Upon hearing the prompt, Xia Yuan realized he had spent a full day in the Divine Gift Continent. Just as he prepared to follow the voice's instructions to the lord's manor to investigate the so-called heart of the territory, an intriguing piece of information flooded his mind. As it turned out, this information explained to all lords why they had come to the Divine Gift Continent and what was expected of them. In short, the Divine Gift Continent was under siege by invaders, and lords like Xia Yuan were needed to help eliminate the threat. Of course, the message did not explicitly state this. Xia Yuan inferred it based on his extensive experience reading novels over the years. The communication simply instructed the lords to eliminate a menace known as the polluted evil root. The polluted evil root was a disaster-inflicting entity residing in the Divine Gift Continent. It constantly tainted the surrounding environment over time and attracted monsters, resulting in further pollution. The monsters affected by the pollution would exhibit an intense desire to attack untainted beings, devoid of any fear, fighting until death. If the polluted evil root were allowed to thrive unchecked, it would gradually coalesce into a massive monster lair, eventually launching attacks on other life forms. Upon reading this information, Xia Yuan's expression grew slightly grave. The message indicated that a polluted evil root was located near each lord's territory, requiring their attention. If the lord neglects to eradicate the source of pollution, the outcome is all too predictable. At this juncture, through the information provided, Xia Yuan has surmised the location of the insidious pollution near his territory. Of course, the system does not require the lord to cleanse the pollution without reward. For each noxious root eradicated, the purifier is bestowed with a gift from the will of the Divine Gift Continent. A rather conventional trope, indeed. After absorbing all the information, Xia Yuan could no longer restrain his sarcasm. Just from this data, he could already infer that there must be someone behind this malevolent pollution. Furthermore, he suspected that this individual possessed power on par with the will of the Divine Gift Continent. Simultaneously, Xia Yuan speculated that the more polluted roots one cleansed, the more likely the purifier would attract the attention of the individual behind them. Yet, abstaining from purification was not an option. He had no desire to be tainted and transformed into a mindless monster. Moreover, this was merely Xia Yuan's conjecture. Perhaps the situation was not as intricate as he imagined. Ultimately, pondering these matters was futile. He ought to promptly inspect the heart of the territory. Shaking off his distractions, Xia Yuan hastened towards the lord's manor. Upon entering the manor, Xia Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to a previously empty space in the room, now occupied by a white crystal approximately 50 centimeters in diameter. Is this the heart of the territory? He mused while observing the floating crystal, then reached out to touch it. In the next moment, an information interface materialized before his eyes. Star Abyss. Level 1. Population 0, excluding military units. Number of buildings 3 level 1 cottages, excluding the lord's manor. Constructible buildings, watchtower. Cottage, warehouse, stone wall. Upgrade condition 1. 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 iron ore, 500 G soul crystal dust. Upgrade condition 2. Command 100 military units. Current military units, 7, 100. The upgrade conditions were somewhat extensive, yet they did not seem insurmountable. Analyzing the information displayed, Xia Yuan contemplated. Upon noticing a golden question mark in the upper right corner of the interface, he clicked it out of curiosity, revealing a prompt that gradually unfolded. The first piece of information stated that the territorial restrictions had been lifted. This meant that from now on, as long as the Lord could defend it, any location within the Divine Gift Continent could potentially become his territory. Chapter 6. Constructing Buildings. Subsequently, he encountered additional information related to buildings. With each upgrade of the territory, certain basic structures would be unlocked. However, to construct a wider array of buildings, one would need architectural blueprints. These blueprints fall into two categories: one-time use divine gift blueprints and permanent blueprints that unlock buildings indefinitely. Once unlocked, they may be constructed at will. The quality of buildings is categorized as common, rare, extraordinary, and legendary. Furthermore, there are restrictions on building levels. The maximum building level corresponds to the territory's level cap. For instance, the Star Abyss territory is currently a level 1 territory, thus the maximum building level is also level 1. Naturally, this level restriction can be bypassed using divine gift blueprints. For example, if a building from the divine gift blueprints is level 2, it can still be constructed even if the territory is only level 1. However, although one can circumvent the territory's level to construct higher-level buildings, once built, they will still be subject to the territory's level limitations and cannot be upgraded temporarily. After meticulously reviewing the information twice, Xia Yuan eagerly closed the interface, prepared to commence construction. Simultaneously, a new construction option appeared on the system interface. However, just as he was about to initiate the building process, another prompt appeared before him. Prompt: the territory ranking has been activated. Please refer to the specific rules as per each lord's discretion. Could they not issue all this information at once? Observing the newly appeared prompt, Xia Yuan could not help but express his exasperation. He then opened the newly revealed territory ranking interface. Territory ranking. First place, Radiant Territory. Second place, Vermilion Territory. Third place, Cat Territory. 41st place, Star Abyss Territory. Current territory score, 35. Compared to the chat interface, which only allows real name conversations, the ability to name territories lends itself to a more abstract interpretation. Most lords chose relatively normal names, merely selecting something they fancied. Yet, some opted for exceedingly abstract titles, including those with avant-garde or non-mainstream connotations. In short, a plethora of peculiar names emerged. Xia Yuan speculated that had there not been a character limit, some individuals might have composed lengthy essays to serve as their territory names. Gazing at the bizarre assortment of territory titles in the ranking, Xia Yuan felt a wave of disbelief. Did they not realize that territory names could not be altered thereafter? Unbeknownst to Xia Yuan, many in the chat interface were lamenting their abstract territory names. Wang San: damn, had I known there would be a ranking, I wouldn't have chosen this name. Zhao Si: Wu Wu, who says otherwise? I regret it immensely. I just want to change to a normal territory name immediately. Li Lu, damn it. I will never choose abstract again. Wu Qi: count me in. Is there a name change card or something? I beg the system for a chance to rename. Zhang Bahahasi: you all wanted to be abstract. Now you regret it, don't you? When they first descended upon the divine gift continent, some individuals, not paying much attention, deliberately chose quirky, abstract territory names. Later, upon realizing they could not change these names, they felt discomfort. However, they thought that since others would not know, they could merely say their territory could be called whatever. Thus, most did not mind too much. Yet once the ranking was revealed, all lords could see their territory names, causing those who had chosen abstract titles to feel utterly defeated, regretting their earlier decisions. At this moment, while examining the territory ranking, Xia Yuan discovered that he was positioned at a mere 41st place, failing to break into the top 30. Was it truly so egregious? After all, he was a lord with 3-star common military units. How could he only rank 41st? As he scrutinized the ranking, Xia Yuan began to suspect that there was an issue with the territory leaderboard. With the power of evolution as an advantage, he thought it was reasonable to expect a spot in the top 10, at least in the top 30. Yet here he was, languishing at 41st place. After clicking the question mark in the upper left corner of the ranking, Xia Yuan finally comprehended why he was ranked so low. The territory score was not based on military prowess, but rather calculated according to the territory's buildings and military units. A level 1 territory starts with a score of 10 points, with each upgrade increasing the score by 10. Regarding buildings, a level 1 common building contributes a base score of 1. Each step up in quality increases the base score by 10 points, while each level increase in buildings adds 5 points to the territory score. For example, a level 2 rare building would yield a territory score of 50. Calculation formula: base score, territory score. The Lord's Manor and stone walls do not factor into the territory score. In terms of military units, a level 1 1-star common unit contributes a base score of 1. Each star increase adds 1 to the base score, and each level increase adds 1 to the territory score. Calculation formula: star rating, current level. For instance, a common first tier 3-star firearm known as Gun Cloud boasts a score of 9 points. The territorial leaderboard persists for 3 weeks, with rewards bestowed weekly based on the current rankings of the lords. It becomes clear, no wonder I find myself positioned at 41st place. Those ranking above me likely possess a greater variety of troops or superior building quality, which does not necessarily equate to stronger capabilities. Upon discerning the method of scoring territories, Xia Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. After all, how could so many surpass his prowess? Nevertheless, he remained cautious not to underestimate the other lords. With renewed vigor, Xia Yuan hastened away from the Lord's mansion. Damn it, this leaderboard clearly targets me. Why is it solely based on territory buildings and troop types? One lord exclaimed, extinguishing the flames in his hands, aggrieved. Haha, I knew I was the protagonist. A young man narcissistically flicked his bangs. While nearby stood a structure brimming with a multitude of troops. Who would have thought I could rank this high? A timid girl gazed at the leaderboard with wide eyes. Goo. A white slime nestled in her arms looked up at her in confusion, while swathes of joyful slimes frolicked within her territory. Humph. A man disdainfully closed the leaderboard, shifting his gaze to a colossal figure looming within his territory. So, there are still so many ahead of me. Huh. Now this is getting interesting. A weapon-bearing lord felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his ranking on the leaderboard. Upon exiting the lord's mansion, Xia Yuan discovered that he could now view building information. He checked the details of a cottage. Level: 1 cottage, reparable. Quality: common. Upgrade requirements: repair requirements, 5 wood, 1 G soul dust crystal. Note: this building cannot be utilized until repairs are completed. So it can be repaired. However, instead of mending the cottage, Xia Yuan wandered to a vacant plot and opted to construct a warehouse. Level: 1 warehouse. Required materials: 100 wood, 50 stone. 5 G soul dust crystal. Required time: 1 hour. As soon as Xia Yuan initiated the construction of the warehouse, an ethereal structure materialized before him. After selecting a construction site, the illusion solidified into reality. Note: please deposit materials into the building awaiting construction. Xia Yuan's territory was abundant in wood and stone. Observing the prompt, he quickly ordered the Reaper to lead the skeletons in felling trees and instructed Gun Cloud to retrieve nearby stones with the militia to assist in transportation. Outside the territory, the Reaper swung his blade fiercely at the trees, the dark energy of his weapon cleaving through a massive trunk. The skeletons followed suit, albeit at a slower pace due to their lack of a chopping skill, laboring until they finally toppled a tree. 2 militia members advanced to lift the fallen timber and placed it within the bounds of the ethereal warehouse. Wood: 10-100, stone: 0-50. Soul dust crystal: 0-5 G. In the next moment, the tree vanished, and the wood count increased by 10 points. Meanwhile, Gun Cloud approached a great boulder, gripping his spear tightly, and thrust it sharply into the center of the stone. With a resounding crack, the boulder shattered. Gun Cloud and the militia hurriedly gathered the debris and returned to the territory. Soon, the required wood and stone for the warehouse's construction were amassed. Xia Yuan tossed 5 G of soul dust into the ethereal edifice. As the dust fell, the building shimmered with light, gradually solidifying from the base upwards. Concurrently, a countdown timer appeared atop the structure. At this juncture, Xia Yuan comprehended the building's functionality fully. Of course, it was not obligatory to construct buildings solely according to the list. Lords could also send workers to manually erect structures. However, self-constructed edifices could not be upgraded through the system nor exhibit special effects like automatic enemy detection, as seen with arrow towers. Furthermore, such constructions would not factor into territorial scoring. Xia Yuan believed this was merely a temporary setback. Perhaps he would eventually encounter someone proficient in crafting special buildings. Noticing that the warehouse would take an hour to complete, Xia Yuan kept his forces engaged by issuing further orders. Gun Cloud: take Gun 1 and Skeleton 1 to clear out monsters within a kilometer radius. Remember, safety is paramount, especially when dealing with the creatures to the east. Exercise utmost caution. With the territorial protection now lifted, Xia Yuan needed to eliminate surrounding monsters to establish a secure perimeter. If he did not clear a safe area, he feared he would struggle to sleep that night. As for why he dispatched only 3 individuals for the task, Gun Cloud was sufficiently strong, and thus far, he had encountered no monsters that could pose a threat. Even if they faced a formidable foe, Gun Cloud should be able to flee without issue. This was also why Xia Yuan refrained from sending the militia. They were too weak to escape perilous situations. Additionally, since the territorial protection had vanished, he needed to retain some forces for defense. Understood. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's command, Gun Cloud nodded earnestly before leading Gun 1 and Skeleton 1 to begin clearing the nearby monsters. They should be fine, right? Xia Yuan watched Gun Cloud depart, a tinge of concern gnawing at him. After all, this was Gun Cloud's first time leading a team into battle alone. As for the remaining Reaper and militia, Xia Yuan instructed them to continue chopping wood and breaking stones to gather building materials. After all, numerous constructions still required resources for completion. Observing the industrious Reaper and militia, Xia Yuan opened the building list, contemplating whether to erect a stone wall. Ideally, he would prefer to encircle the territory with a stone barrier. But he currently lacked the necessary resources. Each stone wall stood 3 meters tall, requiring 10 units of stone and 1 G of soul dust crystal for construction. Having exhausted his supply of soul dust, he could hardly build many walls. While there was an abundance of stone nearby, gathering over 1,000 units within a short span posed a significant challenge. A smaller wall would likely need to be dismantled shortly after completion, while a larger one was beyond his means. Furthermore, he already had an arrow tower for defense, so perhaps it was best to forego the stone wall for now. After much deliberation, Xia Yuan chose to temporarily abandon the idea of constructing a stone wall. In his view, as long as he cleared the monsters surrounding his territory, the danger would not be as pronounced. The repaired cottages would suffice for the time being, eliminating the need for new constructions, while the watchtower required ranged troops to function. So that could also be postponed. Thus, he only needed to gather resources for the arrow tower. After the cottages were mended, Xia Yuan analyzed his situation, only to find himself with no tasks at hand. As for assisting in gathering materials, he firmly believed in the principle of delegating work to others when possible. Thus, he refused to lend a hand. All right, the truth is, I feel too weak to perform such labor-intensive tasks. Subsequently, Xia Yuan sat down on the ground and opened the chat interface. At that moment, the chat was abuzz with activity following a series of prior notifications. Wang Yi, I told you there must be a building construction function. Where are those who criticized me earlier? Why are they silent now? Chenair, haha. Who would have thought I'd actually make it into the top 100 of the leaderboard? Hijio, is there anyone who can save me? I have been trapped in the territory for a whole day without eating anything. Zhangqi, the one upstairs might as well wish for their own fortune. After all, none of us have ever met other lords in reality amidst such a crowded chat interface. Song-san, based on our previous conversations and system prompts, the distance between us should be quite considerable, so I suggest you venture outside the territory and take a risk. Niu Wu, if all else fails, you might as well try what Zhang-san suggested earlier and actively destroy the Lord's altar. Hijio, Chu Lu, now that the leaderboard has just opened, are there any top 10 lords willing to reveal themselves, so I can get to know them? Song-san, 1, Yu Ba, 10099. Li Si, since you all wish to know me, I shall no longer remain concealed. Indeed, I am the illustrious lord of the Radiant Territory, rank 1st. Lin Siwell, I shall not hide either. I am the lord of the Zhuju Territory, ranked 2nd. Peng Shi, in that case, I shall reveal myself too. I am the 3rd ranked. Bian Shi Yi, I am the 9th ranked, known for my positive energy. Zhu Jingjue, Lin Si, if you are the lord of Zhuju Territory, then who is the protagonist? Zhu Jingjue, allow me to grandly introduce myself. I am the true lord of Zhuju Territory. Lu Erwao, the true leader has surfaced. Song San, judging by the name, it must be a true powerhouse. Chu Lu, 1, Lin Si, my apologies, esteemed one. I did not mean to offend. Sun Qi, may I inquire how you achieved the 2nd rank? Zhu Jingjue's appearance caused the chat interface to erupt once more. The messages refreshing at such a rapid pace that Xia Yuan could scarcely keep up. As Zhu Jingjue beheld the myriad of compliments in the chat, his vanity swelled immensely. He then ceased to hide, starting to respond to everyone's queries in the chat. Chapter 7, The Flower Spirit. TCH, a clown. Observing the lively Zhu Jingjue in the chat, some lords expressed their disdain. Xiao Yi, merely 2nd place. It's not as if they are 1st. And this is only temporary. Whether they can maintain it is still a question. What is there to be proud of? Xiao Air, precisely. Whether they will still be in the top 10 7 days from now is uncertain. Where there are flattery, there are also disparagements, and out of jealousy, those who belittle others often abound. Zhu Jingjue. Oh, merely 2nd place? Some folks are really sour. I can smell the envy through the screen. If you have the capability, why not secure 2nd place yourselves? All talk but no skill. Zhong Air. Exactly, I hear you, esteemed one. In response to those who demeaned him, Zhu Jingjue did not hold back, immediately countering with his words. Subsequently, both sides, spurred on by various onlookers, successfully engaged in a verbal battle within the chat interface. Outside the territory, based on previous reconnaissance, Chang Yun discovered a group of monsters. They were 4 spiky wild boars with sharp tusks, a level 3, 1-star ordinary monster. Previously, Xia Yuan had refrained from clearing them out for fear of his troops being injured. Hiding in the shadows, Chang Yun fixed his gaze upon the spiky wild boars, contemplating how to proceed. Although dealing with 4 spiky wild boars was not difficult for him now, he decided to heed Xia Yuan's advice and proceed with caution. Thus, he instructed Chang Yi to feign as bait to lure the spiky wild boars. Meanwhile, he and Hai Yi concealed themselves behind 2 trees to launch a surprise attack. As the plan commenced, Chang Yi stepped out from the shadows to entice the spiky wild boars. The moment the 4 boars beheld Chang Yi, they charged at him with ferocity. Sensing the imminent danger, Chang Yi pretended to panic and turned to flee, further igniting the boar's desire to attack. However, just as the spiky wild boars dashed past a tree, a spear thrust forth from the side, piercing one boar's skull. Before the remaining spiky wild boars could react, Hai Yi also swung his blade at another boar. Of course, he did not eliminate it like Chang Yun. He merely inflicted injury. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Yi executed a thrust, his spear piercing through another spiky wild boar's head, ending its life instantly. In mere moments, only 2 of the 4 spiky wild boars remained, and one was injured. Ultimately, Chang Yun stepped forward and dispatched the remaining 2 boars with a few swift strikes. From the lure to the conclusion, the entire process took less than a minute, and the 4 level 3 spiky wild boars were vanquished without a scratch on Chang Yun's team. Indeed, the Lord was correct. Ambushing is the most effective strategy. Gazing at the lifeless spiky wild boars, Chang Yun pondered deeply, his understanding of survival growing slightly richer. He then began to collect the items dropped on the ground. However, unlike Xia Yuan, he did not possess a system backpack. Thus, he could only remove the short cloth from the skeleton warrior to wrap the items. After thoroughly checking for any omissions, Chang Yun, along with Chang Yi and the bare-chested Hai Yi, continued onward to clear other monsters. Notification: Elite Pikesman has killed a spiky wild boar. Notification: Pikesman has killed a spiky wild boar. Notification: It turns out that notifications are given when troops kill monsters? Why was there no notification before? Could it be that notifications only occur when troops exceed a certain range? Surprised by the sudden notifications, Xia Yuan was taken aback. But he did not delve into it further. After all, he need not concern himself too much with system matters. Troop buildings? Upon seeing Zhu Zhengjue mention that he possessed a troop building in the chat interface, Xia Yuan felt a pang of envy at his fortune. If he too had a troop building, combined with his talents, he could undoubtedly secure first place. No matter, even without a troop building, given time, I too can break into the top 10. As time slowly passed, the materials for the arrow tower were soon gathered, and Xia Yuan appropriately closed the chat interface. To be honest, had he not been bored, he would have had little interest in this verbal battle. Whether others envied him mattered little. It was better to focus on how to further develop his territory. The materials for the arrow tower had been collected, but Xia Yuan still instructed Ming Hai to continue gathering resources. After all, the more resources, the better. Alright, let me see how the arrow tower turns out. Taking out the arrow tower blueprint, Xia Yuan immediately chose to use it, and this time there was no prompt indicating it could not be used as before. Upon using it, the patterns on the blueprint illuminated, growing increasingly radiant until they enveloped the entire divine architectural blueprint. Subsequently, the light transformed in Xia Yuan's eyes into an ethereal structure. After a moment's thought, Xia Yuan decided to place the arrow tower behind the pitfall trap on the east side. He then instructed the militia to deposit the required resources into the ethereal building. And once the last bit of spiritual dust was added, the ethereal structure transformed into a real building in an instant. Casting a glance at the warehouse still under construction on the other side, and then at the arrow tower that had now been completed, Xia Yuan felt a desire to criticize but found himself at a loss for words. He could only open the arrow tower's information to review. Level 1 Arrow Tower. Quality: Ordinary. Attack range: 100 meters. Ammunition: Ordinary arrows 100, 100. Effect: Automatically attacks enemies within range. Upgrade conditions: Is that it? Other than the range. No mention of attack power? Looking at the arrow tower's information, Xia Yuan felt utterly speechless. After some testing, he quickly discovered that the arrow tower, aside from its automatic attacks, could also actively target enemies. However, active targeting required manual control. Regarding the potency, Xia Yuan cast a glance at the arrow that had penetrated the tree stump, estimating that it possessed an intensity comparable to that of a firearm utilizing its skills. However, he found himself unable to replenish his arrows, meaning that each shot diminished his stock. Observing the remaining 97 arrows in the arrow tower, Xia Yuan felt a pang of regret. As for retrieval, since the arrowheads shot from the tower had already sustained damage, the system did not recognize them as arrows, rendering any attempt at recovery futile. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and as the countdown for the construction of the warehouse concluded, the warehouse was completed, just like the arrow tower. It was a level 1 warehouse of ordinary quality, with a storage capacity of 0 to 10,000 units, and an effect that could slow the decay of food. The upgrade conditions were yet to be determined. Finally, there was a place to store building materials. Upon reviewing the warehouse information, Xia Yuan immediately instructed the militia to transport the piled timber and stone within the territory into the warehouse. Curious about how the warehouse could accommodate the nearly 10-meter-long logs, he watched as the moment the trees were placed through the entrance, they shrank to about a meter in length. Once removed from the warehouse, the trees would revert to their original size. Witnessing this spectacle, Xia Yuan marveled at the unexpected functionality of a basic warehouse. Before long, Chang Yun returned to the territory with her team, delivering the collected items to Xia Yuan. Seeing that Chang Yun and the others had returned unscathed, he finally felt a sense of relief. Through inquiry, he learned from Chang Yun that half of the clearing progress had been completed, with only the monsters in the eastern and part of the western areas remaining. Xia Yuan then allowed Chang Yun and Chang Yi a brief respite to consume some fruits to replenish their strength before they ventured once more to eliminate the remaining monsters. After Chang Yun departed with her team, Xia Yuan began to tally the items she had brought back. First, he noted that he possessed 661 grams of spiritual dust, which combined with the 16 grams he already had, gave him a total of 677 grams. Next, he discovered 3 recruitment essence shards, much to his delight, though they were all 1-star ordinary random recruitment shards. Following that, he encountered a new item he had never seen before, labeled as a building resource pouch. Building resource pouch. Quality: Ordinary. Description: Upon use, it grants a random assortment of building resources. The building resource pouch appeared as a small gray sachet, and he had two of them. Xia Yuan promptly chose to use them, and as he held the two pouches, a blue light flashed, transforming them into tangible resources before him. Notification: acquired 100 iron ore. Notification: acquired 1 crystal stone. Oh. This explains why Zhu Xingjue had already constructed the military buildings so swiftly after the territory's architectural features were unlocked. Observing the neatly arranged iron ore and the shimmering blue crystal atop it, Xia Yuan understood why Zhu Xingjue had been able to complete the military buildings in such a short time. Previously, he had wondered why Zhu Xingjue had managed to construct the military buildings so soon after the territory's features were activated. He had assumed that Zhu Xingjue had prepared the materials in advance, but it now seemed far more likely that she had utilized these building resource pouches. The final item was a weapon. Black iron short sword. Quality: ordinary. Description: a common short sword crafted from black iron. This short sword measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a silver blade and a hilt wrapped in black leather. Xia Yuan swung the sword, finding it somewhat heavy yet manageable, as he was in need of a means of defense. Subsequently, he placed the 3 recruitment essence shards upon the Lord's altar to commence recruitment. Notification: this recruitment requires a cost of 9 grams of spiritual crystal dust. Notification: random recruitment in progress. Notification: you have recruited a 1-star ordinary unit, 1 militia, 1 skeleton soldier, 1 little fairy. As the light dissipated, 3 new units appeared on the Lord's altar: a militia, a skeleton, and a diminutive girl with delicate wings resembling those of a cicada, no larger than a fist. Finally, he had not solely received a skeleton. Witnessing the emergence of these 3 new units, Xia Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. Although a skeleton soldier had appeared once more, he was now assured that his lord's altar was certainly not a mere graveyard. He then assigned the militia and the skeleton soldier to gather building materials and turned his attention to the little fairy, who bore a striking resemblance to Thumbelina from fairy tales. This was his first encounter with a unit beyond the initial types. Little fairy, unnamed. Quality: 1-star, ordinary. Description: a little fairy that enjoys residing within flower buds. Though her power is quite feeble, she has the innate ability to facilitate the metamorphosis of plants over time, making her a natural gardener. Judging by the description, this little fairy appeared to be an auxiliary unit. Xia Yuan mused, then checked the evolution points, and indeed, a new evolution point for fairy units had emerged. Fairy unit evolution point 1. Could it be that this little fairy is classified as a fairy unit? Based on her name, one would assume she should belong to the fairy category rather than the absence of fairies in the land of Tianxi. Observing the evolution point for fairies, Xia Yuan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. However, he refrained from delving too deeply into the underlying principles for whether she was a fairy or a sprite. It mattered little to him. He subsequently released the evolution power upon the little fairy. Notification: little fairy evolves from 1-star ordinary to great fairy 2-star ordinary. As the evolution power dissipated, the little fairy transformed into a great fairy. However, her changes were minimal, merely growing to the size of a fist from her previous diminutive stature. She still wore a garment fashioned from what appeared to be plant leaves. Yet her demeanor shifted from a rigid stance to one of lively grace. Upon witnessing her transformation, the great fairy excitedly fluttered around Xia Yuan, babbling in a language he did not comprehend. Ah, so she is a little darling. Xia Yuan then opened the status panel for the great fairy and noticed a skill called pollen had manifested. Like Chang Yun, the great fairy, having no childhood experience, was unable to utilize the pollen skill. Observing this, Xia Yuan instructed Ming Hai to pause her current tasks and teach the great fairy how to employ the skill. However, witnessing the peculiar manner of communication and the bewildered expressions exchanged between the great fairy and Ming Hai, Xia Yuan soon grasped that the two might not be able to converse effectively. Resigned, he allowed the great fairy to attempt learning the skill independently. Alright, it was my oversight to assume that since Chang Yun could communicate with Ming Hai could likewise converse with the great fairy. It now appeared that Ming Hai's prior existence as a human might have been the reason for her ability to communicate with Chang Yun. Fortunately, the great fairy, like Chang Yun and Ming Hai, possessed remarkable intelligence. In less than 20 minutes, she successfully learned the pollen skill without any guidance. In recognition of her achievement, Xia Yuan decided to name her Huiling. The pollen skill, being an auxiliary type, allowed for the metamorphosis of ordinary plants into extraordinary ones. As for the speed of metamorphosis, Xia Yuan was uncertain, but he surmised it likely required a considerable amount of time and depended on the unit's strength. At the very least, he could not discern any visible changes in the plants upon which Huiling had utilized her skill. In addition to facilitating plant metamorphosis, pollen could also induce a sleep-like effect on living beings. However, the effect was such that it merely made Xia Yuan feel somewhat drowsy, rather than causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Observing that her attempts at utilizing the skill had not yielded satisfactory results, Huiling promptly sank into a state of dejection. It's quite alright. After all, combat is not your forte. Your expertise lies in the realm of flora. Henceforth, I appoint you as the steward of the plantation in the Star Abyss territory. Observing the adorable, disheartened visage of the flower spirit, Xia Yuan hastened to offer words of comfort. Moreover, there happens to be a fruit grove to the west. Once the territory is secure, that area shall be entrusted to your management. Wah. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's reassuring words, the flower spirit swiftly emerged from her despondency, her face once again aglow with a radiant smile. Indeed, the beauty of nature brings unparalleled solace. As Xia Yuan beheld the charming smile adorning the flower spirit's delicate face, he felt his heart melt in an instant. Finally, the territory had welcomed a strikingly attractive unit. Previously, it had been only skeletons or burly men, which had significantly diminished the overall aesthetic appeal. Xia Yuan couldn't help but reflect on this. However, despite her beauty, the Star Abyss territory did not accommodate idle beings aside from Xia Yuan. Although the flower spirit appeared frail and seemingly incapable of arduous labor, it did not imply she lacked utility. Since the plantation was yet to be established, the flower spirit could temporarily serve as a scout. Her petite form made her difficult for ordinary wild creatures to detect. Furthermore, her flying speed was commendable, rendering her exceptionally suitable for reconnaissance tasks. While Xia Yuan had already devised a plan for the flower spirit's role, he refrained from immediately sharing it with her, choosing instead to relish the sight of this delightful little creature dancing joyfully in the sky. Chapter 8. The Treasure Chest. Notification. Elite Spear Soldier has slain a goblin. Notification. Spear Soldier. Notification. Skeleton Warrior. Notification. Elite Spear Soldier has defeated a stone-throwing goblin. A series of notifications jolted Xia Yuan from his reverie. They've slain a goblin? It seems likely there's a goblin nest to the west. After a moment of contemplation upon seeing the notifications indicating the defeat of goblins, Xia Yuan surmised that there was indeed a goblin den to the west. This realization cast a shadow over his expression. With the eastern area yet to be cleared, the emergence of more goblins in the west could potentially leave him vulnerable to attacks from both sides if not addressed promptly. Gun Yun extracted the spear embedded in the chest of the stone-throwing goblin, casting a glance towards the direction from which the goblins had come. I must return to inform the Lord. After a brief moment of reflection, Gun Yun resolved to head back to the territory to update the Lord on the situation. He quickly gathered the dropped items from the battlefield and hastened back to the territory. Gun Yun, are you saying that after eliminating a group of monsters, you coincidentally encountered a band of goblins stealthily advancing towards the territory? Xia Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, my lord. I took care to conceal myself and observed them for a while, confirming they were indeed heading in the direction of the territory. If what you say is true, then this band of goblins is likely searching for the group that attacked yesterday. This implies that there must be a substantial goblin nest in the west, Xia Yuan mused, solidifying his suspicions about the presence of a goblin den in that direction. Are you all unscathed? Xia Yuan then inquired with concern, wanting to ensure that Gun Yun and his comrades were not injured. Every soldier was invaluable, and losing any would deeply sadden him. My lord, I am fine. It is merely Gun E and Hai E who have sustained minor injuries, Gun Yun replied candidly. Very well. Here, take this spirit dust to aid Gun E and Hai E in their recovery, and allow them to rest and regain some stamina. Once I evolve another spear soldier, you shall all venture forth together to clear the monsters in the east. Understood. Gun Yun accepted the spirit dust from Xia Yuan and promptly distributed it among Gun E and Hai E, who had returned to the territory a moment later. After a brief respite, he took out the remaining spirit dust from the previous day and began absorbing it to enhance his level. Seeing Gun Yun's diligent efforts, Xia Yuan felt a swell of pride. Truly, he is a soldier molded by my own hand. After a moment of self-congratulation, he turned his gaze towards the items Gun Yun had brought back. Unlike before, there were not many items this time, merely spirit dust and one new item. The total amount of spirit dust acquired was 307 grams. The new item was labeled a food resource bag, similar to a building resource bag, which could yield a small quantity of food resources. Notification, acquired 50 jerky. As Xia Yuan utilized the food resource bag, a package of jerky wrapped in burlap material appeared before him. Jerky, how delightful! He exclaimed with joy upon seeing the jerky. However, upon tasting it, he couldn't help but grimace at the dry, bland flavor, which was merely tinged with a hint of salt. After reluctantly swallowing the jerky, Xia Yuan concluded, in a word, it is unpalatable. However, it is quite filling. It seems this jerky will serve as emergency rations. Subsequently, Xia Yuan instructed the militia to store the jerky in the warehouse while he awaited the evolution points for his soldiers. After a while, when the human evolution points reached 1, Xia Yuan once again evolved a militia soldier, naming him Gun Air. Simultaneously, through testing, Xia Yuan confirmed that Gun E possessed the typical level of intelligence for a spear soldier, while Gun Yun's intelligence level was either abnormal or exceptional, as Gun Air's intelligence was nearly identical to Gun Yi's. Afterward, Xia Yuan dispatched the trio, now fully recovered, along with Gun Air to cleanse the monsters in the east. As for the goblin nest to the west, he planned to investigate it tomorrow after evolving several more soldiers. The primary objective for today was to secure a safe perimeter. However, did I forget something? Xia Yuan pondered, scratching his head, sensing he had overlooked an important detail. Wah! Just then, the voice of the flower spirit echoed nearby, prompting Xia Yuan to recall that he had forgotten to instruct Gun Yun to bring her along. Oh well, it matters not. Gun Yun has no immediate need for her anyway. This will suffice for now, he reassured himself. What is this? A treasure chest? After defeating a pack of brown wolves, Gun Yun gazed curiously at the wooden box resembling a treasure chest before him. Why is there a treasure chest out here in the wilderness? And especially in a brown wolf den? With his limited experience, Gun Yun found it perplexing, yet regardless of its origin, he resolved to carry the treasure chest back to the Lord. Lift it. Gun Yun attempted to pick up the treasure chest, but to his astonishment, it seemed almost anchored to the ground, refusing to budge. Despite exerting tremendous effort, he was unable to move it even a single centimeter. Breathing heavily as he stared at the immovable chest, Gun Yun contemplated a new approach. Since I can't take it, I could simply open the chest and present its contents to the Lord, right? With that thought, he prepared to open the treasure chest. However, oddly enough, although the chest appeared unlatched, it remained stubbornly shut, no matter how hard he tried. Even when he attempted to prod it open with his spear, the wooden chest proved as impervious as iron, showing no signs of damage. Finally realizing that this chest was no ordinary treasure chest, Gun Yun decided to return to the territory to inform the Lord of this peculiar occurrence. Why have you returned? So much blood. Are you gravely injured? Upon witnessing the trio of skeletal warriors return to the territory, drenched in blood after merely an hour, Xia Yuan was taken aback and hastily approached to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, after Gun Yun's explanation, it became clear that the majority of the blood was that of slain monsters, allowing Xia Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Gun Yun then informed Xia Yuan that he had returned because he had discovered a treasure chest, one that he could neither lift nor open. Realizing the chest's extraordinary nature, he had made the special trip to inform Xia Yuan. A treasure chest. The mere mention of it conjured vivid images from various cinematic portrayals in Xia Yuan's mind. Upon learning that the chest was not far from their location, he immediately instructed Ming Hai to cease his lumberjacking and stone-moving activities, preparing to accompany him. However, it must be noted that the tireless skeletons were born laborers, and with Ming Hai alone, he managed to clear nearly 100 meters of trees in less than half a day. This was despite the fact that he had to spend time clearing branches that impeded progress. Otherwise, he could have felled even more. Currently, the warehouse held over 2,000 units of timber and more than 1,000 units of stone. After summoning Ming Hai, Xia Yuan also brought along 2 militiamen and Hualing, following Gun Yun and his companions towards the treasure chest. Given that the chest was relatively close and the area surrounding the territory had been cleared, Xia Yuan felt secure against any sudden enemy assaults. It was important to note that Gun Yun's efforts to cleanse the vicinity of monsters were far more thorough than previous scouting missions. He meticulously searched every inch, leaving no monster unchecked. This was the reason for his slow progress. Chapter 9. Bathhouse Architectural Blueprint. Under Gun Yun's guidance, Xia Yuan soon beheld the treasure chest. It was a brown wooden chest, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in size. Surrounding the chest lay several carcasses of brown wolves, most of which bore wounds inflicted by sharp weapons. It was evident that this pack of brown wolves had been dispatched by Gun Yun and his team. Ignoring the wolf carcasses, Xia Yuan hurried to the chest, eager to open it. Not finding it locked, he reached out to touch the chest, ready to attempt to open it. A prompt suddenly appeared. Would you like to open the wooden treasure chest? Upon touching the chest, Xia Yuan realized why Gun Yun had been unable to open it. It was specifically intended for the Lord. Enlightened by this revelation, he wasted no time and chose to open the chest. In the next moment, the chest dissolved into a radiant light, leaving behind several glowing items that confirmed its prior existence. Rewards: 1-star Ordinary Recruitment Essence, Skeleton Soldier. 2. Divine Architectural Blueprint, Bathhouse, Ordinary, Arcane Shield Magic Scroll, Rare. The contents of the chest were sparse, comprising only 4 items, 2 of which were recruitment essences. However, unlike previous random draws, these were targeted recruitment essences, meaning that the 2 essences guaranteed the recruitment of skeleton soldiers. Well, it seems I have a unique affinity for skeletons, Xia Yuan mused, somewhat speechless as he regarded the 2 recruitment essences. After storing them away, he turned his attention to the other 2 items. Divine Architectural Blueprint, Bathhouse, Level 1. Quality: Ordinary. Required materials: 200 timber, 300 stone, 50 iron ore, 1 crystal stone, 30 G soul crystal dust. Description: one of the basic buildings for personal hygiene. Ah, so such a building exists, Xia Yuan exclaimed, realizing its significance. After all, personal hygiene is paramount. Neglecting it can lead to the proliferation of bacteria and illness. With this structure, there would be no need to bathe in the northern river anymore. Delighted by the divine blueprint, Xia Yuan carefully stowed it away and turned to examine the final item. It was a magical scroll crafted from an unknown material, inscribed with mysterious runes that Xia Yuan could not decipher. Arcane Shield Magic Scroll. Quality: Rare. Description: Upon use, a shield composed of arcane energy envelopes the user, capable of withstanding attacks below the 3rd tier for 30 seconds. Note: the magic scroll is a one-time item. Note: this magic scroll can only be used on the Lord and heroes and does not affect troops. A life-saving item. Upon reading the information about the arcane shield, Xia Yuan's heart soared with joy. However, he soon felt a twinge of regret, as the shield was a one-time use and could not be applied to his troops. If it could be used on them, he would undoubtedly have handed the scroll over to Gun Yun, for with his frail strength, even an additional 30 seconds in a dire situation would not drastically alter the outcome. But alas, one must not be greedy. Having a means to preserve his own life was already a fortune, especially since he was currently in need of such items. Having secured the items, Xia Yuan prepared to return to the territory, aware that the wilderness was not particularly safe. Just then, seemingly due to his ill fortune, a pack of brown wolves suddenly appeared in their line of sight, led by what appeared to be an alpha wolf. 1st tier, level 6 brown wolf, 1-star ordinary. The information about this brown wolf confirmed its status as the alpha. The other wolves were tier 3, while it was the only level 6 among them. The pack consisted of 10 wolves, and upon glancing at the 5 brown wolf corpses, Xia Yuan deduced that this group was indeed connected to them. No wonder there were only 5 wolves guarding the treasure chest. The others had ventured out. Gazing at the restless pack, Xia Yuan felt neither fear nor concern. With 4 2-star ordinary troops and 1 3-star ordinary troop, alongside 2 militiamen to protect him, he felt confident in facing the threat. With a fierce howl, the alpha wolf could no longer suppress its bloodlust and led the pack charging towards Xia Yuan and his companions. Gun Yun, Ming Hai, I leave them to you, Xia Yuan exclaimed, swiftly retreating behind the 2 militiamen. Understood, came their immediate response, as Gun Yun and Ming Hai surged forward with their troops to confront the wolves. Hua Ling, witnessing the charging wolves, squeaked in fright and hid behind Xia Yuan's head. It's all right, Hua Ling, Gun Yun and Ming Hai will handle it. Xia Yuan reassured her, soothing her fears. With Xia Yuan's comforting words, Hua Ling managed to quell her panic and cautiously peeked out from behind him to observe the battle. Just as she did, she witnessed Ming Hai cleave a brown wolf's skull in two, splattering blood across his face. The once pristine white of his skeletal head was now marred by the crimson, and his jaw clattered ominously, rendering him a terrifying sight. For Ming Hai, having spent the afternoon chopping wood, the opportunity to engage in battle was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the timid Hua Ling, having finally gathered her courage, was once again frightened by the gruesome scene and retreated behind Xia Yuan. At this moment, Xia Yuan was too focused on the unfolding battle to comfort her. His gaze intensely fixed on the fray. To call it a battle would be an understatement. It was a mere slaughter, with the fastest charging alpha wolf meeting its demise first. Before it could attack anyone, it was swiftly lifted into the air by Gun Cloud's thrusting strike. Immediately thereafter, Gun Cloud delivered a piercing blow that penetrated its abdomen and emerged from its back. The alpha wolf was instantly slain by this strike. With the demise of the highest-ranked alpha wolf, although the remaining wolves held a numerical advantage, they stirred up little more than a mild disturbance. Meanwhile, on another front, Grim Skeleton dispatched a brown wolf with a single slash, then quickly withdrew his blade, swinging horizontally at another brown wolf. While Gun 1 and Gun 2 lacked the prowess of the aforementioned duo, they nonetheless managed to slay 2 brown wolves using their stabbing skills. Conversely, Skeleton 1, devoid of any skills, struggled to take down a single brown wolf. This illustrates that units with skills are superior in terms of instantaneous combat capabilities compared to their skill-less counterparts of the same rank. Furthermore, units endowed with higher intelligence surpass skilled units in battle prowess. In no time, the wolf pack was vanquished, yielding 20 G of spirit dust plus a normal 1-star random recruitment essence for Xia Yuan. Well done, everyone, Xia Yuan praised Gun Cloud and the others as per usual, before making his way back to the territory under their escort. Shortly after a brief respite, Gun Cloud set out once more, this time accompanied by Grim Skeleton. With nightfall approaching, they needed to swiftly cleanse the nearby eastern area of monsters. With the presence of militia, skeleton soldiers, and the subsequent recruitment of units, the territory was sufficiently fortified for self-defense. As for Flower Spirit, observing her expression of terror and her instinctive retreat from Grim Skeleton, Xia Yuan opted to leave her behind. After all, her inability to communicate with other units would only complicate reconnaissance and communication, wasting valuable time. Chapter 10, The Search for Goblins. With the spirit dust previously brought back by Gun Cloud, Xia Yuan's total spirit dust now approached 130 G. He decided to allocate 10 G of spirit dust to elevate Flower Spirit's level. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan selected a suitable location to construct a bathhouse. Fortunately, he had a building resource bag from earlier. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to gather the necessary materials for this construction in a short time frame. Upon witnessing the bathhouse's swift completion, Xia Yuan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune, eagerly inspecting the bathhouse's details. Level 1 bathhouse. Quality: ordinary. Effect: automatic water accumulation. Upgrade conditions. Warning: Using this building requires a consumption of 1 G of soul crystal dust every 30 minutes. What? It requires a secondary payment? Stunned by this revelation, Xia Yuan quickly formed a hypothesis. The water in the bathhouse surely could not materialize out of thin air. It must be generated through the use of spirit dust in some manner. The consumption of spirit dust could be likened to electricity fees on Blue Star. Having deduced this, Xia Yuan commended his own cleverness and stepped inside the bathhouse. The bathhouse was modest in size, featuring several bathing rooms separated by wooden partitions, along with a peculiar iron apparatus that continuously dispensed water. Gazing at the water within the wooden tub, an idea sparked in Xia Yuan's mind. He lifted the filled wooden tub and made his way outside, eager to test whether the bathhouse's water could be utilized beyond its confines. If successful, he would have acquired a new water source. However, the ideal was enchanting, yet reality proved harsh. As soon as he stepped out of the bathhouse, the water in the tub vanished without a trace. Upon returning, he discovered the tub had reverted to its original position. Undeterred, Xia Yuan fetched a wooden container from outside, filled it with water, and exited the bathhouse once again. This time, the container remained, yet the water still disappeared. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xia Yuan realized his hopes of exploiting a loophole had crumbled. Although these system buildings were extraordinary, their effects seemingly applied only within their confines. Once outside, their functionality dissipated. This was true for both the warehouse and the bathhouse. To exploit any loophole, Xia Yuan would need to comprehend the underlying principles of these structures. Since exploiting was off the table, he decided to take a bath now that he had invested the resources. Setting aside the notion of loopholes, Xia Yuan resolved to freshen up. However, before doing so, he needed to utilize the recruitment essence he had acquired earlier. Notification, recruitment in progress. Notification, 2 skeleton soldiers and 1 randomly recruited militia appeared at the Lord's altar. After assigning them to guard the territory alongside other units, Xia Yuan entered the bathhouse to cleanse himself. Snap! Grim Skeleton severed the last venomous snake, bringing the skirmish to a conclusion. Step! Well done, Brother Skeleton. Gun Cloud praised as he approached Grim Skeleton, patting him on the shoulder and echoing Xia Yuan's sentiments. Chuckle, 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 all thanks to the big brother's teachings. Ha ha. Not at all. Hearing Grim Skeleton's praise, Gun Cloud waved his hands dismissively, yet the smile on his face revealed his appreciation for the compliment. Aside from combat, Gun Cloud cherished the opportunity to teach others, especially when witnessing the remarkable performance of those he had instructed, which brought him immense satisfaction. As Gun Cloud erupted into laughter, Grim Skeleton joined in with his own silly chuckles. On the other side, Gun 1 and Gun 2 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. They could not fathom how Gun Cloud communicated so effortlessly with a mere skeleton. Meanwhile, Skeleton 1 stood off to the side, lost in thought. All right. The monsters within a kilometer radius of the territory have been cleared. It's time to return and report to the Lord. After a moment of celebration, Gun Cloud stifled his laughter, collected the dropped items from the ground, and prepared to return to the territory. However, he did not head straight back. Instead, he meticulously scoured the cleared area once more. Only after confirming the absence of any remaining monsters did he return to the territory. I see now. No wonder my recruits are either skeleton soldiers or militia. Observing the statistical analysis conducted by someone in the chat interface, Xia Yuan was suddenly enlightened. Several hours had passed since the territory's protection had commenced, and the various lords had navigated through the initial chaos, beginning to develop their territories in an orderly fashion. Some so-called prominent figures, too, had started to analyze various information based on other statements and share their insights. The focus was evidently on the analysis of unit types. According to the analyses from some of the prominent figures in the chat, 1-star ordinary random recruitment essences typically yielded only initial units, with a negligible chance of recruiting non-initial units. Moreover, the units recruited were likely to be either the initial types or those already possessed. This clarified for Xia Yuan why he consistently recruited skeleton soldiers. Of course, these conclusions were merely statistical extrapolations and not definitive truths. Another point of discussion was the time required for unit-level upgrades. Higher quality units leveled up more swiftly. This contradicted Xia Yuan's earlier assumption that it was solely due to the unit's intelligence. Upon further reflection, it seemed both factors played a role, and higher quality units likely possessed greater intelligence as well. Suddenly, Xia Yuan thought of Skeleton 1, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Soon after, when he saw Gun Cloud return leading the team, Xia Yuan promptly closed the chat interface. Upon learning that Gun Cloud had indeed cleared all monsters within a kilometer radius, as instructed, Xia Yuan promptly lavished encouragement upon his companions and allowed them to experience the bathing area. However, to be candid, the image of skeletons bathing struck Xia Yuan as rather peculiar. Gun Yun and his team demonstrated remarkable efficiency, having cleared out monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer in just a single afternoon. While the number of creatures on 3 sides was relatively sparse, it is noteworthy that they were merely a handful of individuals. After marveling at Gun Yun's speed of extermination, Xia Yuan turned his gaze to the items collected by Gun Yun. The first item he examined was the spiritual dust, totaling 385 grams. Next was a pair of 1-star ordinary recruitment essence. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan perceived the drop rate of recruitment essence to be quite generous. With the addition of these two essences, his military strength had more than doubled in a single day. If such a yield of recruitment essence continued daily, reaching a force exceeding 100 would merely be a matter of 10 days. The final item was a bag of construction resources, revealing 1 fire crystal and 1 crystal stone. To his astonishment, he had obtained 2 crystals, one of which was a fire crystal. Observing the 2 crystals of differing hues before him, Xia Yuan felt a surge of surprise. It is essential to note that one of the requirements for upgrading the bathing area is the possession of both crystal stones and fire crystals, and he had unexpectedly gathered them all. However, as the Star Abyss territory was currently at level 1, he could not upgrade the bathing area, so he had no choice but to temporarily store the 2 crystals in his backpack. Subsequently, Xia Yuan took the 2 recruitment essences and proceeded to the Lord's altar to recruit troops. As anticipated, he summoned 2 skeleton soldiers. With these 2 new recruits, the number of his undead troops now equaled that of his human forces. Human troops, militia 4, pike soldiers 2, elite pike soldier 1. Undead troops, skeleton soldiers 5, skeleton warriors 2. Xia Yuan calculated that these 2 types of troops could provide 0.7 evolution points every 2 hours, totaling 84 evolution points per day, which was quite a swift accumulation. That evening, wishing to avoid the risk of fire, Xia Yuan distributed dried beef among his human soldiers while he himself nibbled on some fruit to get by. Observing the diligent skeleton soldiers standing guard, Xia Yuan could not help but reflect once more. Indeed, skeletons are easy to maintain. They require no food, no sleep, and never complain of fatigue, save for one particular skeleton. With this thought, he glanced at the skeleton named Ming Hai, who was happily munching on a piece of dried beef. In this light, frequently recruiting skeleton soldiers proved to be advantageous for him, as it alleviated concerns regarding food supplies. Speaking of provisions, he then looked towards the flower spirit, who was joyfully cradling a fruit nearly her size and taking dainty bites. In Xia Yuan's opinion, the best way to enhance food production at present was to allow the flower spirit to evolve, hoping she might acquire skills to accelerate plant growth. After all, there was a fruit orchard nearby that could be utilized. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone such matters for now. The primary concern was to address the goblins to the west and the polluted roots to the east. With this in mind, Xia Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance. It was evident that the eastern territory harbored polluted roots, for the number of monsters in that direction was uncommonly high, and each exhibited characteristics consistent with those tainted by the polluted roots. These roots were akin to a ticking time bomb, potentially erupting at any moment. Thus, for the sake of the so-called system task and the safety of the territory, the polluted roots must be dealt with promptly. However, it was nearly certain that a goblin nest lay to the west, and due to the previous day's extermination of a group of goblins, they had already begun dispatching teams to scout the territory. Therefore, both threats needed to be eliminated swiftly. After deliberation, Xia Yuan resolved to first clear the goblin nest to the west. The goblins were already actively probing toward the territory, indicating a higher urgency than the polluted roots. While the roots posed a danger, Xia Yuan believed they would not explode in the immediate future. He did not trust that the system would place the Lord in such perilous circumstances without providing them with a buffer period. Secondly, in terms of difficulty and danger, the polluted roots undoubtedly surpassed the goblins. After all, the roots attracted monsters, gathering them en masse, and these creatures showed no fear of pain or death. In contrast, goblins were skittish. When faced with adversity, they would flee. Thus, Xia Yuan decided to venture westward to cleanse the goblins the following day. That night, Xia Yuan evolved 2 skeleton warriors and 2 pike soldiers. He then distributed the spiritual dust among his troops to enhance their levels. Naturally, the amount of spiritual dust he possessed was insufficient to evenly distribute among all units. Consequently, he allocated enough dust to raise the 2-star ordinary soldiers by 2 levels, while the 1-star ordinary soldiers received enough for a single level increase. The remainder was evenly divided between Gun Yun and Ming Hai for their level advancements, reducing his spiritual dust to 0 once again. Xia Yuan was unconcerned, as spiritual dust was meant to be utilized, and stronger troops could acquire it more swiftly. After arranging accommodations for the human troops in the barracks, he retreated to the Lord's manor for rest. As for the skeletons, Xia Yuan insisted they should not require sleep and promptly directed them to resume their watch. The next day, after rising from a somewhat uncomfortable bed and freshening up, Xia Yuan checked the levels of his troops. As expected, all 2-star ordinary soldiers had risen to level 3, which was quite normal given that the first 2 levels were the easiest to attain. Gun Yun and Ming Hai had only advanced by 1 level, reaching level 4. Gun Yun and Ming Hai must have absorbed spiritual dust rather quickly, yet even so, the time required for level advancement was considerable. After analyzing the situation, Xia Yuan reviewed his current evolution points. The evolution points for his undead troops were just over 3 due to the evolution of 2 skeleton warriors the previous night. To evolve Minghai, he would need to accumulate at least 4 more hours. Xia Yuan had calculated this the night before. However, it was not a significant issue, merely a delay in evolution. The evolution points for his human troops were nearing 4. After some contemplation, Xia Yuan concluded that the number of 2-star ordinary soldiers was sufficient for the time being, and it was more crucial to evolve to 3-star ordinary soldiers. Thus, he resolved to save up to 5 evolution points before evolving the pike soldiers. He then instructed Gun Yun and Ming Hai to take all the 2-star ordinary soldiers and patrol the territory within a kilometer, ensuring there were no lurking monsters and confirming the safety of the area. Meanwhile, he admired the flower spirit fluttering about before opening the territory leaderboard to check his current ranking. As he expected, he had progressed slightly, moving from 41st to 38th place. The territory that had previously held the top spot, the Radiant territory, had fallen to 2nd place, with the Cat territory, which had been in 3rd, now occupying the 1st. The competition was intense. It seemed that the development speed of other lords was not to be underestimated. Xia Yuan understood the fluctuations in the rankings, as the circumstances of the various lords were relatively comparable, with no significant gaps between them. A few fortunate acquisitions could easily propel one ahead. Following this, Xia Yuan typically checked the chat interface. However, aside from learning the names of a few lords on the leaderboard, he gleaned no other valuable information. Once Gun Yun and Ming Hai returned, confirming the absence of monsters within a kilometer, he felt a sense of relief. Xia Yuan promptly assembled all units of 2-star rank and above, embarking westward in search of the goblin lair, leaving behind 3 skeletal warriors and 2 militia to guard their home. Indeed, Xia Yuan himself joined the expedition to the west. There was no alternative, for only he possessed the ability to discern the enemy's levels, while his units, the gun cloud, lacked such capability. Thus, in the face of the unknown strength of the goblin nest, Xia Yuan needed to ascertain their power personally to determine whether to launch an assault. Before long, Xia Yuan and his companions arrived within a kilometer of the Star Abyss territory. Confronted with the uncertainty ahead, Xia Yuan heightened his vigilance. As anticipated, they soon encountered an ambush from several black wolves. However, the strength of Gun Cloud had markedly improved, and this pack of black wolves boasted only levels 4 and 5. Under their counterattack, the black wolves swiftly transformed into lifeless corpses, yielding 27G of spiritual dust for Xia Yuan. Witnessing the rapid demise of the black wolves bolstered Xia Yuan's confidence significantly, emboldening his spirit. Regrettably, the number of monsters in the west was indeed scarce. During their subsequent journey, they encountered merely 3 groups of monsters. Moreover, as they ventured further west, the traces of monsters dwindled. Whether this was due to the goblins having cleared the area, or if the monsters were inherently few in number remained a matter of contemplation for Xia Yuan. However, he did not ponder for long before he detected the presence of goblins. Chapter 11. The Balancing Scale. In the serene forest, a sudden cacophony broke the silence, prompting Xia Yuan to stealthily lead his team toward the source of the noise. Concealed in the shadows, he soon spied a group of goblins. At the forefront stood a goblin wielding a weathered longsword, considerably larger than the average goblin, a level 5, 1-star goblin warrior. This goblin warrior was animatedly chattering to a throng of goblins behind him, who, upon hearing his words, suddenly became fervent, brandishing their weapons and shouting loudly. Counting the number of goblins, Xia Yuan noted a total of 15, excluding the goblin warrior. Additionally, 2 goblins bore backpacks, identified as level 4, 1-star stone-throwing goblins. Clearly, the strength of this goblin nest was formidable, boasting 2-star ordinary units, and their numbers were not insignificant. Upon witnessing this assemblage of goblins, Xia Yuan felt a surge of astonishment. He refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe the purpose of their advance. As he discerned that their trajectory led directly toward his territory, he swiftly realized their intentions. Gun Cloud, Ming Hai, you are tasked with eliminating them. Without further hesitation, Xia Yuan commanded the 2 generals to dispatch their troops to deal with the goblin group. Understood. The 2 responded affirmatively, nodding, and then stealthily approached the goblin squad. At that moment, the goblins remained caught up in their earlier excitement, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, Ming Hai, accompanied by 4 skeletal warriors, leapt from behind the trees, launching an ambush upon the unsuspecting goblins. The skeletal warriors, except for one, swiftly executed their cleaving strikes, dispatching a goblin with each blow. Howl, the goblin warrior, realizing their ranks were under siege, let out a furious roar and charged toward the skeletal warriors. The 2 stone-throwing goblins beside him hastily turned, retrieving fist-sized stones to hurl at their assailants. However, by this time, Gun Cloud had already surged forward from the shadows, leading 4 spear-wielding soldiers in a sudden attack against the oblivious goblin warrior and stone-throwing goblins. With a swift thrust, the spears imbued with a pale blue energy pierced through the bodies of the goblins, causing them to collapse in an instant. Caught off guard by the coordinated ambush from Gun Cloud and Ming Hai, the goblin group suffered devastating losses, prompting the remaining survivors to attempt an escape. Yet, encircled by Gun Cloud and Ming Hai, there was no avenue for retreat. Soon, the last goblin fell to Minghai's strike. The entire ambush unfolded in less than a minute. Observing the swift and efficient eradication of the goblin squad, Xia Yuan offered his praise as before, then proceeded to collect the spoils of the encounter. 214G of spiritual dust, a soul, a 1-star ordinary recruitment crystal, random, a 2-star ordinary recruitment crystal, stone-throwing goblin, and a food resource bag. Although the goblin team had perished in under a minute, the rewards they yielded were substantial. Particularly the 214G of spiritual dust from the goblin warrior, which exceeded the bounty from the previously encountered brown bears. Xia Yuan noted that the loot from the goblin warrior and the 2 stone-throwing goblins alone surpassed the combined value of the remaining goblins. In total, they garnered 636G of spiritual dust, along with 2 recruitment crystals and a food resource bag. One of the recruitment crystals was 2-star ordinary, though it was somewhat regrettable that it belonged to the goblin unit, which Xia Yuan held little fondness for. After securing the dropped items, Xia Yuan led his forces toward the direction from which the goblins had come. As they advanced, the presence of other monsters gradually faded, while traces of goblins began to multiply. Eventually, after a while, Xia Yuan encountered another group of goblins. However, this time, the assembly was not as numerous, comprising only 5 1-star ordinary goblins. Noticing that these goblins appeared to be patrolling, Xia Yuan recognized that he must be nearing the goblin lair. As for the fate of this group of goblins, it was evident. They contributed a mere 6G of spiritual dust to Xia Yuan. After dispatching 2 more groups of goblins, Xia Yuan came upon what appeared to be a stone sculpture of a balancing scale, towering approximately 2 meters high. Could this be a structure found in the wild? The sight of the scale sculpture immediately recalled to Xia Yuan conversations in the chat interface regarding outdoor structures. Previously, Fortunate Lords had encountered buildings in the wilderness capable of recruiting units. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? At this moment, Xia Yuan was brimming with excitement. However, having never encountered such outdoor structures, he was uncertain whether this sculpture indeed constituted a building. Moreover, in front of the scale sculpture, a group of goblins, including goblin warriors, appeared to be standing guard. Yet, Xia Yuan was unsure if they were actively guarding, as these goblins exhibited a remarkable lethargy, either seated on the ground resting or sprawled out asleep, in stark contrast to the goblins he had previously faced. With the trees surrounding the scale sculpture cleared away, only conspicuous stumps remained. Observing the absence of cover and noting the indolent demeanor of the goblins, Xia Yuan carefully confirmed that no traps were present before promptly dispatching his troops to eliminate the lethargic goblin group. Howl! One goblin, spotting the advance of Gun Cloud and his forces, shouted loudly for the others to rise and defend. However, due to their profound laziness and inferior strength, the goblins were quickly dispatched one by one, falling into a pool of blood. After collecting the items dropped by the goblins, Xia Yuan slowly extended his hand to touch the scale sculpture before him. At the moment his fingers made contact with the sculpture, a piece of information materialized before his eyes, confirming that this was indeed a wild structure, a conversion scale, a special building. Its effect, it could exchange any quality of recruitment essence for a varying number of 1-star ordinary designated troop recruitment essences. A prompt indicated that only 1 recruitment essence could be placed at a time, and each use would require a cost of 5G of soul crystal dust. Observing the description of the conversion scale, Xia Yuan stroked his chin in contemplation. At first glance, the effect seemed rather mediocre. Exchanging a 1-star ordinary recruitment essence was acceptable, as it allowed one to trade unnecessary troops for those desired. However, converting high-quality recruitment essences into 1-star ordinary ones appeared to be a significant loss, given that the strength of high-quality troops far surpassed that of their 1-star counterparts. Yet, this might be beneficial for me, as my evolution power considers quantity over quality. The more troops of the same type I possess, the faster the increase in evolution points. Realization dawned on Xia Yuan, and his eyes lit up. He recognized that this conversion scale was perfectly suited to his needs. His demand for high-quality recruitment essences was considerably less than that of other lords, as he could evolve troops through his power. Thus, he could completely exchange high-quality recruitment essences for the 1-star ordinary troops he required. However, I must first ascertain the exchange ratio. Conveniently, I have 2 recruitment essences on hand, one of which is a 2-star ordinary stone-throwing goblin. Subsequently, Xia Yuan placed the 1-star ordinary random recruitment essence and 5G of soul dust on the left side of the scale. A prompt appeared. Please select the type of troop to exchange. The options presented were militia, skeleton soldier, and little fairy. Is there a limitation? Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the 3 troop types available for selection. Was it that he could only choose 1-star ordinary troops he possessed? He soon deduced the reason behind this restriction. Although slightly vexed, he ultimately opted for the militia. After making his selection, the recruitment essence and soul dust on the left side of the scale dissolved into a radiant glow. On the right side of the scale, a beam of light transformed into a 1-star ordinary recruitment essence, militia. Upon witnessing the militia recruitment essence materialize on the right side of the scale, Xia Yuan stowed it away and placed the stone-throwing goblin recruitment essence and another 5G of soul dust on the scale. This time, he chose the skeleton soldier. If 1-star ordinary could only be exchanged 1 for 1, what about 2-star ordinary? Xia Yuan's gaze fixated on the right side of the scale. Before long, the light dissipated, revealing 3 skeleton soldier recruitment essences on the right side. 3. The exchange ratio was quite favorable. Seeing the 3 recruitment essences, Xia Yuan could hardly contain his delight. A smile creeping across his lips. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing. With this conversion scale, I feel as if a grand army is beckoning to me. Eventually, he could no longer suppress his laughter. After a prolonged moment of mirth, Xia Yuan managed to quell his excitement and regain his composure. His objectives for the day were not yet fulfilled. He could not squander more time here. Reluctantly, Xia Yuan departed from the conversion scale and led his team onward in search of the goblin lair. As they advanced, the goblin ranks gradually swelled, and Xia Yuan's expression grew more somber. They had yet to locate the goblin lair, yet there were so many goblins in this area. It was daunting to imagine how many goblins must dwell within the lair. After evading another goblin patrol, Xia Yuan finally discovered what he had previously assumed to be the goblin lair. It turned out to be not a lair, but rather a goblin camp. Xia Yuan gazed at the small encampment surrounded by a fence in the distance, noting the multitude of goblins outside. At this moment, he was still a fair distance from the goblin camp. However, the trees surrounding the camp had been cleared by the goblins, leaving Xia Yuan cautious about approaching too closely. It was too far to see any information prompts, and he could not ascertain the situation within the goblin camp. Squinting his eyes, he strained to see the camp. But even after much effort, he could not discern the details within. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to the flower spirit hiding behind him. Ing. The flower spirit, noticing her lord's gaze, called out with a hint of confusion. Flower spirit, I will need your help. Please fly up and investigate the situation at the goblin camp. Ing. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's request, the flower spirit immediately shook her head in fear. Yet, catching sight of Xia Yuan's encouraging gaze, and recalling their previous experiences, she ultimately chose to agree. Flower spirit, I knew you could do it. Sensing her agreement, Xia Yuan felt a sense of relief. He was not one to force others into tasks they were unwilling to undertake. Even now, as a prospective lord, his principles remained unchanged. Thus, whenever possible, he refrained from compelling his troops to do what they were reluctant to do. Ing. With renewed courage after receiving Xia Yuan's encouragement, the flower spirit slowly ascended toward the goblin camp. Watching her take flight, Xia Yuan glanced at the vigilant units nearby, such as Gun Cloud and Grimbone. Higher intelligence among troops is undoubtedly advantageous. However, as their intelligence increases, they also develop distinct personalities, which, in some respects, may not be beneficial. Yet, as troop quality improves, their intelligence is bound to rise, a phenomenon that is irreversible. Contemplating this, Xia Yuan felt a flicker of concern arise within him, but he quickly dismissed it. Such matters were not for him to worry about at this moment. His singular objective now was to develop swiftly and navigate through this trial. With that thought, Xia Yuan's gaze hardened with determination. The flower spirit cautiously flew in the air, timidly observing the goblin camp below. The camp was modest in size, containing only a few wooden huts and several extinguished campfires. Besides that, a multitude of goblins lounged about, seemingly indifferent to the safety of their camp. Only a handful of goblins were patrolling the perimeter, but considering that the surrounding monsters had long been eradicated under their leader's command, and with numerous goblins dispatched daily to survey the area, they had little cause for concern regarding the camp's security. Devoid of threats, this group of goblins had naturally become quite lethargic. Ing. The flower spirit began counting the number of goblins within the camp. Due to her limited intelligence, she could only use her fingers to tally the goblins below. After considerable time, and several miscounts, she finally completed her tally of the goblin numbers within the camp. Ing. Upon finishing her count, a proud smile broke across the flower spirit's face. She fluttered about in the air before making her way back to Xia Yuan's hiding spot. Flower spirit, what is the situation at the goblin camp? Xia Yuan inquired eagerly as the flower spirit returned. Ing. Hearing Xia Yuan's question, the flower spirit began gesturing with her hands to describe the situation. As he observed the gestures of the flower spirit, Xia Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered. Yet he endeavored to comprehend her meaning while silently critiquing the situation in his mind. Why was it that I could understand the language spoken by Chang Yuan and the others, which was not even from Earth? Yet I could not grasp the words of the flower spirit and the undead? My lord, the flower spirit is indicating that there are several wooden huts and a considerable number of goblins at the goblin camp. Just as Xia Yuan was grappling with the language barrier, Chang Yuan suddenly spoke up. Chang Yuan, do you understand the flower spirit's words? Upon hearing Chang Yuan's statement, both Xia Yuan and the flower spirit looked at her in astonishment. Particularly the flower spirit, who had exerted considerable effort to ensure the Lord understood her, was thrilled to discover that someone could comprehend her speech. I can roughly understand, Chang Yuan replied, and then began her translation. There are approximately 40 goblins inside and outside the goblin camp. Within the camp, there are some goblin warriors and stone-throwing goblins. Ing. Goblins have also been seen entering and exiting the wooden houses, but the flower spirit was too frightened to investigate. As the flower spirit spoke, she couldn't help but lower her little head. It's all right, flower spirit. If you didn't investigate, you didn't. You did wonderfully, Xia Yuan said, hastily rubbing the flower spirit's small head in comfort. Ing. The flower spirit looked up at Xia Yuan with hopeful eyes. Really? Chang Yun timely translated this question. Of course. You did splendidly this time, Xia Yuan affirmed immediately. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's encouraging response, the flower spirit's face instantly brightened with a smile. Chapter 12. The Goblin Camp. After learning about the situation at the Goblin Camp, Xia Yuan began to contemplate how to respond. With approximately 40 goblins present, including goblin warriors and stone-throwing goblins, and the possibility of stronger goblins inhabiting the wooden huts, a direct confrontation was certainly unwise. He needed to devise a strategy to lure out some goblins for a staggered assault. Naturally, it would be ideal if he could achieve this. If not, he would have to wait until he could further develop his forces before making a move. Thus, Xia Yuan quickly resolved the next course of action. However, he chose not to act immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until he could evolve a spear-wielding soldier and the undead before proceeding. He aimed to maximize his own strength. During this period of awaiting evolution points, he did not remain idle. He first returned to his territory to inspect for any dangers, subsequently recruiting 3 skeleton soldiers and 1 militia from the resources at hand. Once he confirmed that the territory was secure, he led his troops back to the goblin camp to cautiously clear the patrolling goblins. As time elapsed, the evolution points for human troops reached 5. Xia Yuan opted to evolve the spear-wielding soldier, prompting the notification, Spear-wielding soldier, 2-star ordinary, evolves into elite spear-wielding soldier, 3-star ordinary. This marked the second 3-star ordinary unit within his territory. However, despite the evolution into an elite spear-wielding soldier, the intelligence of this new unit did not reach the level of Chang Yun. It could barely articulate speech now. As noon approached, the evolution points for the undead also accumulated to 5. Xia Yuan immediately directed the evolution power towards the undead. As before, the power enveloped the undead. Initiating the evolution process, Skeleton Warrior, 2-star ordinary, evolves into Elite Skeleton Warrior, 3-star ordinary. Upon completion, the figure of the undead reappeared before everyone. In contrast to the significant transformation experienced when evolving from Skeleton Soldier to Skeleton Warrior, the evolution into an Elite Skeleton Warrior exhibited only minor changes. The undead stature remained largely the same, though its short cloth attire transformed into a complete set of brown leather armor, concealing its pallid bones. The old long knife it wielded was also replaced with a brand new long knife. Clack, clack, clack. Observing the newly donned leather armor, the undead expressed great delight. Patting its armor, it had long envied its elder brother for possessing protective gear capable of withstanding attacks, unlike itself, which relied solely on the hardness of its bones to endure blows. With the evolution of the undead complete, Xia Yuan aptly called upon the other human units to take a brief respite and consume some food to restore their stamina, while the units might not require rest. Xia Yuan, having traversed with them for an extended period, felt quite fatigued. Sitting on the ground, he examined the information panel of the undead. As expected, the undead had acquired a new skill named Spinning Slash. According to the demonstration, it involved rapidly rotating in a circle to inflict damage on enemies surrounding it, qualifying as a small area skill. After recuperating, Xia Yuan prepared to initiate an assault on the goblin camp. The group returned to the vicinity of the goblin camp, where Xia Yuan intended to lure a batch of goblins over. As bait for this endeavor, the flying flower spirit would naturally take center stage. Flower spirit, it's up to you now. Ing. Despite her apprehension in response to Xia Yuan's encouragement, the flower spirit resolutely accepted the task. Perhaps due to her previous experiences, although still somewhat frightened, she appeared considerably more composed than before. Let us hope for success, Xia Yuan expressed his hope. Wawa. Outside the goblin camp, one goblin was idly conversing with another, lamenting the dullness of recent days. Nearby goblins nodded in agreement, echoing their sentiments. Their recent days had been filled with either patrolling or resting, devoid of any amusement. They were nearing the brink of boredom. Waha. At that moment, one goblin began discussing the expedition sent by the leader 2 days prior to explore new territory. Jiega. Another goblin chimed in, recalling that the team had not returned for 2 days, wondering if they had encountered misfortune. Just as the goblins were engrossed in conversation, one suddenly noticed something flying in the distance. Squinting, it realized that it was an unfamiliar creature. Captivated by the creature's exquisite appearance, it instantly became intrigued and stood up, intent on capturing the peculiar being. This action naturally attracted the attention of several nearby goblins, who soon discovered the flower spirit. Upon seeing that a goblin was attempting to catch her, the flower spirit was instantly frightened and hastily retreated, turning to fly towards Xia Yuan and the other's hiding spot. Wawa. The goblin, seeing the flower spirit attempt to flee, hurriedly followed in pursuit. The other nearby goblins, who had not seen the flower spirit, were somewhat curious about their behavior but did not pay much heed, assuming they were merely bored and wanting to run. The lure was successful. The flower spirit had done well. Upon spotting the 6 goblins trailing behind the flower spirit, Xia Yuan couldn't help but express his delight and quickly commanded Chang Yun and the undead to prepare for battle. The flower spirit, in a state of panic, darted into the woods and quickly concealed herself behind Xia Yuan. At that moment, as the 6 goblins stepped into the woods, they sensed an ominous atmosphere, for before them stood several spear-wielding soldiers and skeleton warriors. However, before they could react, the undead leaped down from a tree, landing amidst the goblins, and swiftly executed the spinning slash. With a flourish, black energy emanated from the blade and its feet, and the undead spun rapidly with its weapon. Whoosh! A blade imbued with dark energy sliced through the heads of 6 goblins, causing their varying-sized green skulls to tumble to the ground in an instant. Thud! The headless corpses of the 6 goblins collapsed upon the earth. Hiss! The Reaper is formidable indeed, dispatching 6 goblins with a single stroke. Hidden in the rear, Xia Yuan, witnessing the Reaper's effortless triumph over the goblins, could not restrain his admiration. Crackle! Upon hearing Xia Yuan's praise, the Reaper joyfully opened and closed its mouth repeatedly. It seemed this enticing plan was far easier than I had anticipated. Observing the simplicity of the lure, Xia Yuan suddenly felt that clearing this goblin encampment would not be exceedingly arduous. However, upon noticing the still somewhat terrified Hua Ling, Xia Yuan felt compelled to offer her reassurance. After a considerable amount of comforting, he finally persuaded her to once again attempt to lure the goblins. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Drawing on her previous experience, Hua Ling successfully enticed another group of goblins. This time, however, there were a few more, including a goblin warrior. Yet, this posed no hindrance, as under the stealthy assault of Chang Yun and the others, this band of goblins stirred up no significant commotion. Subsequently, Hua Ling managed to lure another wave of goblins. Upon seeing so many goblins vanish, a stone-throwing goblin within the camp sensed something amiss and hurried into a wooden hut to report the situation. Shortly thereafter, the stone-throwing goblin emerged first from the hut, followed closely by a goblin, its entire body of vivid crimson. Having successfully lured 3 waves of goblins, Hua Ling's confidence soared, and she flew back toward the goblin camp, ready to entice once more. However, unbeknownst to her, this attempt would prove somewhat different from the previous 3. Just as Hua Ling prepared to lure the goblins, a searing fireball hurtled toward her. Eep! Spotting the fireball approaching, Hua Ling swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping its fiery embrace. Crack! The flame goblin, lurking in the shadows, revealed itself after failing to strike Hua Ling and commanded the 4 stone-throwing goblins behind it to attack the airborne fairy. Wow! Responding to their leader's command, the 4 stone-throwing goblins hastily retrieved stones from their packs and hurled them at Hua Ling. Whoosh! 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 For stones soared toward her with the speed of cannonballs. Eep! Startled by the incoming projectiles, Hua Ling cried out in fright. She quickly dodged and frantically flew towards Xia Yuan's hiding spot. Perhaps due to her diminutive size making her difficult to target, or perhaps because of her remarkable agility, Hua Ling, despite the apparent peril, sustained no injuries from the stone-throwing goblin's assault. Wah! Upon witnessing Hua Ling's escape, the flame goblin shouted fervently and charged after her, leading the remaining goblins in pursuit. Wah! Wah! A cacophony of goblins yelled, brandishing their wooden clubs as they chased after Hua Ling. Oh no! Hua Ling might have been discovered. Upon seeing the goblin horde pouring forth, Xia Yuan immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The distance was too great for him to ascertain the precise circumstances surrounding Hua Ling, but he surmised it was undoubtedly perilous. Observing the advancing throng of goblins, he quickly contemplated his next course of action. He could either abandon Hua Ling and retreat, or launch an attack on the goblins, or wait for them to enter the woods for a surprise assault. Yet, he feared Hua Ling might not endure until that moment. As the goblins drew nearer, Xia Yuan made his decision. Damn, why hesitate? Let us do this. There are just over 20 goblins, at least half of whom are ordinary 1-star goblins. I have 3 3-star ordinary troops and 6 2-star ordinary troops, and aside from the Reaper, all possess skills. There's no way we can't handle this. Xia Yuan quickly assessed the situation and issued orders to the troops already prepared for battle nearby. Chang Yun, lead the charge. Engage that group of goblins. Remember to be wary of the potential 3-star goblins among them. Yes. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's command, Chang Yun immediately shouted, stepping out of the woods and rushing toward the goblin horde. Crack! Charge! Seeing Chang Yun take the lead, the Reaper and Chang Yi quickly followed suit, with the other troops closely behind, save for the Reaper, who lagged slightly at the back. Observing the humans and skeletons charging toward his kin, the flame goblin hesitated for a moment. Humans! The flame goblin managed to utter, struggling to form the words, and then revealed a cruel smile. Wah! The flame goblin shouted once more, inciting the goblins into a frenzy, as they roared and charged at Chang Yun's group. This action caught Xia Yuan's attention as he observed from the shadows. A level 1, 7-level flame goblin, 3-star ordinary. Upon seeing the information regarding the flame goblin, Xia Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Just as expected, a 3-star. He displayed a look of acknowledgement, then quickly scanned the goblin horde. Relieved to find no other 3-star ordinary goblins, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there's only one 3-star ordinary goblin, though it's of a higher level, with Chong Yun, the Reaper, and Chong Yi, 3-star ordinary troops. I should be able to handle it. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Scatter. Watch out for fireballs and stones. Upon seeing a fireball shot from the conspicuous red goblin's hand, Chong Yun shouted loudly. He also recognized that this red goblin was likely the 3-star ordinary goblin mentioned by the leader. Boom. The blazing fireball struck the ground, exploding like a grenade and unleashing a wave of heat that swept across the area. Fortunately, Chong Yun and the others evaded in time, and the fireball did not inflict any harm upon them. Crack. In response to the stone-throwing goblin's projectiles, the Reaper cleaved them in two with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Chong Yi, seizing the opportune moment, swept his weapon horizontally, deflecting the incoming stone with a precise jab, though the force of the impact caused him to momentarily falter. Eep. Spotting Chong Yun and the others, the terrified Hua Ling, as if encountering a savior, nearly burst into tears and swiftly flew behind Chong Yun. Hua Ling, you should return to the leader now. Relieved to see Hua Ling safe, and knowing she lacked combat prowess, Chong Yun immediately directed her to fly back to Xia Yuan. Hua Ling nodded fervently, without a hint of hesitation, and soared towards Xia Yuan, who was concealed in the woods. As Hua Ling departed, Chong Yun, having dodged the incoming stones, fixed his gaze on the flame goblin, who was preparing to unleash another fireball. He realized that the leader of this goblin contingent was indeed this red goblin, and the greatest threat to them lay with it. Therefore, he needed to devise a swift plan to eliminate the flame goblin. Eep. Watching the panicked Hua Ling flying toward him, Xia Yuan exhaled in relief, quickly extending his hand to catch her while soothing her. It's all right, Hua Ling, you're safe now. Seeing the shaken Hua Ling in his grasp, Xia Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. In the depths of his heart, he resolved that once the goblin encampment was dealt with, he would seize the fruit forest near his territory. He planned to recruit additional little fairies and subsequently assign them to handle the affairs of the orchard under the guidance of the flower spirit, no longer dispatching her for combat duties. With Summer's continuous reassurance, the flower spirit gradually regained her composure, and then, with a hint of shyness, she cast her gaze upwards towards him. It's all right, I should bear the blame this time. My greed led me to tempt fate 3 times, when I should have known to stop. After comforting the flower spirit, Summer's attention shifted to the battle unfolding nearby, prompting her to silently turn and observe the conflict as well. At that moment, Gun Cloud and the goblins were engaged in close combat. Recognizing the threat posed by the fire goblin, Gun Cloud was eager to confront it. However, the fire goblin was equally aware of Gun Cloud's intentions and was determined to keep him at bay. Protected by 2 goblin warriors and supported by 2 stone-throwing goblins, the fire goblin flung fireballs with reckless abandon. Witnessing the destructive power of these fireballs, Gun Cloud dared not confront them head-on, opting instead to evade while seeking an opportunity to approach. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded incessantly, forcing Gun Cloud to dodge frantically. Coupled with the attacks from the stone-throwing goblins, he found it impossible to close the distance to the fire goblin. Meanwhile, the Undying, witnessing this scene, swiftly dispatched a nearby goblin warrior with a single strike before rushing forward to assist. The Undying's intervention alleviated some of the firepower directed at Gun Cloud, yet it remained impossible to draw near the fire goblin in such a short span of time. Thus, Gun Cloud and the Undying found themselves momentarily stalemated against the fire goblin. Chapter 13, Annihilation. Observing this standoff, Gun E also contemplated rushing to aid, but seeing the struggle of the other spearmen and skeleton warriors against the goblin horde, he chose to prioritize eliminating this group of goblins first. After all, the opposing goblin warriors were numerous, of a higher level, and some possessed skills. Should he abandon his comrades, victory might come at a significant cost. The Lord, whom he held dear, was most concerned about personnel losses, having emphasized that survival was of utmost importance. Just as Gun Yi's thoughts wandered, a stone was unexpectedly hurled by a stone-throwing goblin, striking him squarely. The pain elicited a low grunt from him, and as he regained focus, he narrowly dodged an attack from a goblin. These stone-throwing goblins must be dealt with. Observing the damage to his chainmail, Gun E recognized the threat posed by the stone-throwing goblins. With resolve, he thrust his spear through a nearby goblin before charging at one of the stone-throwing goblins. Meanwhile, his earlier thoughts came to fruition with the skeleton warrior. The sluggish skeleton, having just dispatched a goblin, was struck by a sudden stone. Crack! The stone collided with its right shoulder, shattering bones and causing its arm to fall to the ground. The force of the blow knocked it off balance, and just then, another stone struck its knee, shattering it and sending the skeleton crashing to the ground. A nearby goblin, sensing the opportunity, rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow. But the second skeleton warrior, witnessing this, felt a surge of determination. With a swift leap, It arrived at the side of the fallen skeleton and cleaved the goblin's head in two. Subsequently, the second skeleton positioned itself protectively in front of the fallen first skeleton, bracing against the approaching goblins. At that moment, Gun-E leveraged his strength to reach a stone-throwing goblin. Although an obstructing goblin loomed directly ahead, he thrust his spear with ferocity. A pale blue energy enveloped the spear tip, piercing through the goblin's skull and driving into the throat of the stone-throwing goblin, resulting in its immediate demise. Despite the successful kill, Gun-E felt no overwhelming joy. After forcefully discarding the goblin's corpse from his spear, he pressed on towards the next stone-throwing goblin. Meanwhile, noticing that he and his brother had yet to approach the fire goblin, the Undying began to feel agitated, the flames of its soul flickering intensely, yet it was uncertain of how to proceed. "Brother, distract them for me," came Guncloud's voice from the side. Trusting Guncloud implicitly, the Undying did not question the request. Instead, it surged forward towards the fire goblin. This action naturally drew the attention of the fire goblin and several others. In an instant, fireballs and stones were hurled in its direction. Boom. Although the Undying skillfully evaded the incoming fireballs and stones, the explosion of a fireball nearby sent it hurtling back. Moments earlier, having seen the Undying divert the fire goblin's attention, Guncloud's eyes sparkled with determination. He halted abruptly, gripping the middle of his spear, and then leapt into the air. Mid-flight, he recalled the time he pierced a brown bear and the mastery he had gained over the energy. He began to concentrate the energy at the spear's tip, and as he reached the apex of his leap, the previously bloodied spear tip glowed with a vibrant azure light. Without a moment's pause, he hurled the energy-laden spear toward the fire goblin. Whoosh! The spear flew toward the fire goblin with remarkable speed, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. Strangely, although the spear had left Guncloud's grasp, the azure energy remained intact. Previously, whether through thrusting or slashing, any weapon released from Guncloud's control would lose its energy immediately. Haha! The fire goblin, witnessing the Undying being blasted away by its own fireball, erupted in gleeful laughter. Yet, just then, a spear imbued with azure energy caught its eye. Gah! The fire goblin attempted to dodge, but it was far too late. The spear pierced through its body like an arrow, embedding itself into the ground beneath it. Meanwhile, from a distance, Summer observed as Guncloud threw the spear, and a notification appeared before him. Notification: Elite Spearman Guncloud has mastered the skill throw. What is happening? Why has Guncloud learned a skill? And the name throw seems to indicate the stone-throwing goblin's ability? Summer stood bewildered. However, due to the distance from the battle and his divided attention, he failed to witness Guncloud's final throw. Upon landing, Guncloud exhaled in relief, realizing that the outcome of his shot exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated merely wounding the fire goblin, yet it had been killed outright. Wow! As the fire goblin fell, the expressions of the surrounding goblin warriors and stone-throwing goblins shifted to sheer panic, their morale plummeting. Crack, crack, crack. The Undying, still recovering from being blown away, slowly rose with its weapon in hand, and upon seeing the fire goblin impaled, it let out an excited series of cackles. The annoying red-skinned goblin was finally dead. How could it not rejoice? The nearby goblin warrior and the stone-throwing goblin, upon witnessing the skeleton sent flying by their leader still clinging to life, were seized by a sudden urge to flee. Yet, how could Guncloud and the Undying allow these goblins to escape? Before Guncloud even had to make a move, the Undying charged forward and dispatched the goblins with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. As for the remaining goblins, already at a disadvantage, they fell swiftly to annihilation with the addition of Guncloud and the Undying. This rapid turn of events left Xia Yuan watching from a distance in the woods, somewhat perplexed. Just moments prior, it seemed they were in for a prolonged battle, yet in the blink of an eye, the goblins were completely wiped out. Regardless, he thought, victory was ultimately what mattered. Xia Yuan did not dwell on it for long. After all, the outcome was favorable, and the process was of little consequence. With that, he hurried alongside Hua Ling towards the battlefield. Upon arriving, Xia Yuan immediately assessed the damage to his forces. The results were quite satisfactory. Most of the troops had only sustained minor injuries, and Guncloud remained unscathed, with only the Undying suffering a more serious wound. Fortunately, being a skeleton, shattered bones were not fatal to it. With some time and the aid of spirit dust, it would recover. Meanwhile, the Undying stood nearby, gazing at the Undying's condition, feeling an unusual emotion stir within. To it, the Undying appeared somewhat foolish, its intelligence markedly lower than that of other skeletons, yet it was still of its kin. Observing its state, the Undying felt an inexplicable surge of affection. The Undying would be fine. Once I provide it with the means to evolve, it will naturally recover. Xia Yuan seemed to sense the Undying's disquiet and promptly approached to offer comfort, simultaneously checking the evolution points required for the Undying. 57. Indeed. Observing the current necessity for evolution points, Xia Yuan wore an expression of understanding. He had previously speculated that during evolution, the entire physique and equipment would undergo transformation, and thus, any injuries sustained by the unit should also heal during this process. His earlier musings were now corroborated by the fact that the Undying needed just 3 more evolution points to evolve. The Undying looked at Xia Yuan with a hint of confusion, having been unaware of this aspect of evolution. In response, Xia Yuan smiled mysteriously. You will understand once the Undying evolves. It was not that he intended to be enigmatic. Rather, he himself was uncertain about the specifics of the evolution process. However, he recognized that he could not rely solely on evolution to heal severely injured units. Specialized healing units would be necessary, while other types of units had various healing methods. The same could not be said for the undead. Moreover, the healing methods he could currently conceive for undead units seemed rather sinister. Nonetheless, while the healing options were limited, the methods of undead resurrection appeared plentiful. Undying, perhaps you could, like Guncloud, comprehend a skill for resurrecting the undead. With such a skill, the undead would require no healing and could resurrect on the spot. Xia Yuan jestingly patted the Undying. Of course, he did not genuinely believe the Undying could acquire such a skill, as that was typically the domain of mages, and the Undying was a warrior. Xia Yuan was joking. Yet the Undying silently etched this remark into its memory. Speaking of which, I should inquire about how Guncloud attained that skill. Would you like to join me, Undying? The Undying eagerly nodded and followed Xia Yuan to Guncloud to ask about it. You mean that throwing is merely a basic application of energy? Indeed, my lord. Guncloud confirmed with a nod. Xia Yuan contemplated for a moment. Although he lacked the energy Guncloud spoke of, as a modern individual, he possessed some knowledge. Stabbing, slashing, throwing. Upon reflection, these indeed resembled the foundational skills of various units' energy applications. Guncloud, can you teach this throwing skill to others as well? I can. But it must be tailored to each individual's circumstances, and it will require a certain amount of time. Guncloud initially intended to answer affirmatively, but reconsidered due to the situation of the Undying and other 1-star ordinary units, opting for a more cautious response. No worries. Just teach them when you have the time. It would be wonderful if you could, but if not, that is fine as well. Having multiple skills for his units was undoubtedly beneficial, but it was no concern if they could not acquire them. After all, he could evolve units. And his forces would not lack skills. Understood, Guncloud nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, other units had gathered the items dropped by the goblins and piled them before Xia Yuan. Observing the amassed items, Xia Yuan could not help but smile broadly. Though it was a bit of a gamble, the outcome was ultimately rewarding. Now, it is time for the spoils. He then began to inspect the items strewn across the ground. Acquired spirit dust. Acquired. The most abundant item remained spirit dust. Combined with what he had previously collected, Xia Yuan's total had reached 421 grams. Next were the recruitment essences, which included 3 1-star ordinary recruitment essences obtained from the slain patrolling goblins. Currently, Xia Yuan possessed 5 1-star ordinary, 2 2-star ordinary, and 1 3-star ordinary flame goblin recruitment essences. Most of these were essences related to goblin units, with the sole 3-star essence also being a goblin. Through these days of observation, Xia Yuan had developed some theories regarding the types of units associated with the dropped recruitment essences. It seemed that the essences dropped from monsters corresponded to the types of units they represented. For instance, goblins, which included various types such as goblins and stone-throwing goblins, likely dropped recruitment essences for their respective kinds. Conversely, creatures like brown wolves and black doles, which lacked corresponding units, would undoubtedly yield random recruitment essences. This was merely Xia Yuan's conclusion based on his experiences over the past few days, especially since he had not encountered anyone in the chat interface mentioning units like brown wolves or black doles. In addition to the spirit dust and recruitment essences, there were also 2 bags of building resources, 1 bag of food resources, and 2 celestial building blueprints. Xia Yuan collected the resource bags and turned his attention to the celestial building blueprints. Celestial building blueprint. Public toilet, level 1. Quality, ordinary, required materials, 100 wood, 100 stone, 50 iron ore, 1 crystal stone, 30 G spirit crystal dust. Description. Celestial building blueprint. Farmland, level 1. Quality, ordinary, required materials, 20 G spirit crystal dust. Description. Allows a plot of land measuring 10 by 10 to be transformed into arable farmland. Upon seeing the celestial blueprint for the public toilet, Xia Yuan was filled with delight. Having such a structure meant he could finally rid himself of the inconvenience of relieving himself outdoors. The other blueprint, titled Farmland, left Xia Yuan momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had encountered a building whose required materials consisted solely of spirit dust without needing additional construction materials. Was land not suitable for random planting? That could not be right. After all, were not fruits grown from the ground? Staring at the description of the farmland blueprint, Xia Yuan found himself utterly bewildered. With no other option, he decided to place it in his backpack and study it further upon returning to his territory. Gazing at the items in his backpack, Xia Yuan was filled with joy. In just half a day, his military strength had nearly doubled, which was certainly cause for elation. After confirming that no items were overlooked, Xia Yuan set off with Guncloud and part of his forces towards the goblin camp for further inspection. while the other troops remained stationed to recover from their injuries and to prevent any returning goblins. This encampment resembled a territory more than my own domain. Gazing at the goblin camp enclosed by a wooden palisade, Xia Yuan couldn't help but think of his own nearly defenseless territory, prompting a moment of lament. He then instructed Chang Yun to take the lead into the goblin camp. Despite the high probability that no other goblins remained, Xia Yuan believed caution was paramount, not out of fear, but prudence. What is this? Chapter 14, The Damaged Lord's Altar. With a vigilant sweep of the goblin camp, Xia Yuan was astonished to discover a remarkably familiar structure not far off. Upon recognizing the building, he was taken aback and hastened forward to confirm his suspicion. Indeed, it was the Lord's altar. Observing the altar, which was significantly damaged, Xia Yuan couldn't suppress an exclamation. No wonder I felt that this goblin camp resembled a territory. It appears that this was once a domain before it was overrun by the goblins. Judging by the state of the territory, it seemed to have existed for quite some time. Could there have been another lord before us? This thought startled Xia Yuan, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether there had been a lord before me, it was not my concern. I had yet to reach a point where such matters required my attention. Subsequently, Xia Yuan tested the damaged lord's altar to see if it retained any functionality. He casually picked up a shard inscribed with runes, yet no prompts emerged. He then had Chang Yun examine the shard, which concluded that the runic fragment bore no distinction from ordinary stone. It appeared that once the lord's altar was destroyed, it had become as mundane as any common rock. What a pity. After reaching this conclusion, Xia Yuan sighed at the sight of the damaged altar, lamenting its lost potential. He had hoped it might still possess some residual power. Nonetheless, recognizing its uselessness, he hesitated for a moment before commanding a skeletal warrior to collect the altar and return it to his domain. Having dealt with the damaged lord's altar, Xia Yuan turned his attention to the other wooden structures. According to the flower spirit's earlier account, these cabins had once housed goblins. Chang Yun, be cautious. There may still be dangers within, he warned as they approached one of the wooden huts. Yes, my lord. Chang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, carefully pushing open the wooden door with his weapon. However, it was evident that Xia Yuan had been overly cautious. The interior was merely an ordinary dwelling, devoid of any threats, though it did carry an unpleasant odor. Seeing no immediate danger, Xia Yuan pinched his nose and followed Chang Yun inside to search for valuables. The house was quite rudimentary. Aside from a wooden bed, it held little of interest. After a fruitless search, Xia Yuan swiftly exited the hut. Phew, that stench is unbearable. Can't these goblins take a bath? After taking several deep breaths of fresh air to recover, Xia Yuan couldn't help but express his disdain, which only deepened his aversion to goblins. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the search must continue. However, after searching several more huts without finding anything of value, he was on the verge of giving up when, at last, he stumbled upon something useful in one of the houses. My lord, there is a chest in this room. Chang Yun's voice called from within. Xia Yuan's expression brightened at the news, and he hurried inside to investigate. This room was similar to the others, but had a slightly less pungent odor and bore several charred marks from flames, in addition to some furniture and a wooden chest. Upon entering, Xia Yuan's eyes were immediately drawn not to the chest, but to the fruit displayed on a nearby wooden table. The fruit was the size of a cannonball, predominantly white with blue patterns, resembling a potentially toxic specimen at first glance. What is this fruit? Xia Yuan wondered, his curiosity piqued as he approached the unfamiliar fruit. White round fruit. Quality, ordinary. Description, a fundamental food source on the continent of Heaven's gift. Consuming it increases satiety. Upon reading the information, Xia Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a fruit with a designated name. Previously, fruits were referred to simply as ordinary, with descriptions merely indicating their edibility. However, this particular one seemed rather inconsequential. With that thought, Xia Yuan stowed the white round fruit in his pack and approached the wooden chest for further inspection. The chest before him was not the type he had obtained from the brown wolf pack. Rather, it was a simple wooden box, quite large and with a rough exterior, suggesting that its creator was not particularly skilled. As the chest was not locked, Xia Yuan easily lifted the lid. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a multitude of white round fruits stacked within. Wow, so many. It seems these white round fruits are the goblins' provisions, or perhaps just for the fire goblins. After a quick count, he estimated there were over 20 fruits inside. After some consideration, Xia Yuan took one of the white round fruits and handed it to Chang Yun. Chang Yun, try this white round fruit and see how effective it is. Understood, Chang Yun replied, showing no hesitation as he accepted the fruit and took a bite. Burp. After finishing the fruit, he couldn't help but belch. Xia Yuan, intrigued, inquired, how does it taste? My lord, the white round fruit has a very mild flavor. Not nearly as delicious as that blue fruit, Chang Yun replied earnestly. I didn't ask about the taste. I meant how full do you feel? Xia Yuan clarified. I feel quite full now. If I don't engage in battle, one white round fruit could sustain me for a day, Chang Yun responded, a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding. If it can satisfy your daily needs, it seems the white round fruit is quite filling, Xia Yuan remarked, taken aback, knowing that as Chang Yun's strength grew, so too did his food consumption. This was also why Xia Yuan had begun to focus on recruiting more skeleton warriors. As human troops required sustenance that he feared he couldn't afford, Xia Yuan rummaged through the chest again and discovered 2 additional items. One was a sheet of seemingly high-quality paper inscribed with characters he could not comprehend. Even Chang Yun was unable to decipher it, and with no choice, Xia Yuan tucked the paper away. The other item was a sack made of brown burlap. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it contained seeds for the white round fruit. White round fruit seeds. Quality, ordinary. Description: the seeds of the white round fruit grow remarkably quickly, yielding fruit within 15 days, but must be planted in farmland of level 1 or higher. What a coincidence! Just as I arrived at the farmland, I now find seeds. Am I truly the chosen one? Xia Yuan exclaimed with delight upon reading the description of the white round fruit seeds, leaving Chang Yun quite bewildered. After calming his excitement, Xia Yuan meticulously searched the chest to ensure he had not overlooked anything before exploring the remaining huts, only to find no other useful items. With the search complete, Xia Yuan commanded 2 skeletal warriors to carry the chest as they departed the goblin camp. The camp may prove useful in the future, yet for the present, it lies too far from my territory to hold any significant value. Casting one last glance at the goblin encampment, Xia Yuan shook his head, joining forces with other units before preparing to return to his dominion. However, prior to his return, he intended to visit the exchange scale to convert the recruitment essence he possessed into a more suitable troop type. Before long, Xia Yuan led his troops to the exchange scale, eyeing the 3-star ordinary flame goblin recruitment essence in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he placed it on the left side of the scale, ready to exchange it for a skeleton soldier recruitment essence. Were it not for the existence of the exchange scale, even if Xia Yuan harbored disdain for goblins, he would still recruit this flame goblin. Yet, with the scale at his disposal, he was afforded a superior option. Why should he recruit a troop he did not favor? Of course, should this sentiment be overheard by other lords, they would likely wish to execute Xia Yuan 1,000 times over. It is common knowledge that the majority of lords currently command 1-star ordinary troops, and even possessing 2-star ordinary units would elicit prolonged joy. As for 3-star ordinary troops, they are regarded as treasures. Who would concern themselves with personal preference when simply having them is a boon? The rationale behind Xia Yuan's preference for the currently abundant skeleton soldiers is, naturally, due to the issue of food. With the white round fruit, he could assert that he would not face food shortages in the short term, but the seeds of the white round fruit require half a month to yield fruit. Thus, during this interim period, it was prudent to select skeleton soldiers as his primary unit. Soon, the exchange concluded, revealing 6 skeleton soldier recruitment essences on the right side of the scale. Only 6. That was merely 3 more than the 2-star ordinary essence. However, the rarity of 3-star ordinary troops far surpassed that of 2-star ordinary ones. Observing the 6 skeleton soldier recruitment essences, Xia Yuan began to doubt the functionality of the exchange scale. At a glance, the value seemed entirely disproportionate. In Xia Yuan's estimation, a 3-star ordinary recruitment essence should yield no less than 10 skeleton soldier recruitment essences. It appeared that the exchange scale could, at most, facilitate the exchange of 3-star ordinary recruitment essences, and anything higher would result in a significant loss. Moreover, this 3-star ordinary essence must be of a type he did not require. Disappointed, Xia Yuan shook his head and collected the 6 skeleton soldier recruitment essences. If this were the case, he would refrain from exchanging any 3-star ordinary essences in the future. He could tolerate minor losses, but not substantial ones. Subsequently, Xia Yuan exchanged 4 skeleton soldier essences and 2 militia essences to round up an even number. After some contemplation, he decided to exchange for a fairy recruitment essence, as he would soon need to cultivate white round fruits, which might require the assistance of a fairy. However, it would not be wise to have her manage everything alone, so he planned to recruit her a helper. As for the remaining 4 recruitment essences, being of random troop types, Xia Yuan opted not to exchange them for specific types, instead hoping to see if he could recruit some new units. Chang Yun, you will lead a team to clear the surrounding goblins. Since we have only eradicated the goblin camp, there are still numerous goblins lurking in the woods beyond the camp. Thus, Xia Yuan commanded Chang Yun to lead Chang Yi and the spearman in the task of cleansing the nearby goblins. The undead units, such as Ming Hai, would escort him back to the territory. Understood. By the way, take 1 white round fruit each to stave off hunger, and remember to prioritize safety. Return to the territory before nightfall. Saying this, Xia Yuan retrieved some white round fruits from a wooden crate and distributed 1 to each human soldier. Yes. Chang Yun nodded in response before leading the troops to clear the goblins. Ming Hai, you and Hai San will carry the wooden crate. Let Hai continue to have Hai Air bear the load. Crack, crack. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, Ming Hai shook his head, assuming it was reluctant to lift the crate. Xia Yuan was about to instruct Hai Air to carry it when he saw Ming Hai approach the crate and lift it single-handedly. Are you implying you can manage it on your own? Crack, crack. Very well, as long as the crate offers protection, it matters not if it falls. In truth, Had it not been for the limited capacity of the system's backpack, Xia Yuan would have stowed all the white round fruits into his backpack long ago, avoiding the need to carry a crate back to the territory. Having previously cleared the area, Xia Yuan returned to the territory without incident. Upon arrival, he first took out some spirit dust for Hai Yi to mend its injuries, instructing Ming Hai to open the crate and deposit the stone iron and black bread into the warehouse. He then eagerly approached the Lord's altar to recruit troops. Notification: you have recruited 10 one-star ordinary skeleton soldiers. Notification: you have recruited 2 one-star ordinary militia. Notification: you have recruited 1 one-star ordinary fairy. Before long, all designated troop types had been successfully recruited in batches by Xia Yuan. Originally curious about the newly summoned militia at the Lord's altar, the flower spirit immediately flew to the newly appeared fairy, attempting to engage in conversation. However, after attempting to converse for some time without receiving a response from the seemingly dazed fairy, the flower spirit could not help but express her confusion as she gazed at the unmoving creature. She will likely be able to communicate with you once she undergoes evolution. Xia Yuan interjected at an opportune moment to explain. The flower spirit remained somewhat perplexed as to why evolution was necessary for communication. Yet Xia Yuan could not find a suitable explanation, so he suggested that the flower spirit take the fairy aside to play. Subsequently, Xia Yuan placed his last 4 random 1-star ordinary recruitment essences on the Lord's altar in hopes of summoning new troop types. Let us hope for a new unit. One that is not a goblin. Notification: this recruitment requires 12 G of soul crystal dust. Notification: random recruitment in progress. Notification: you have recruited 1 one-star ordinary militia and 3 one-star ordinary fairies. What in the world? Observing the appearance of 1 militia and 3 fairies at the Lord's altar, Xia Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was one thing not to summon a new troop type, and he could accept having more skeleton soldiers and militia. However, why on earth did he end up with 3 fairies? Fairies possess little combat prowess. What would he do with so many? Simply to gaze upon them? Looking at the 3 fairies before him, Xia Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Had I known, I would have preferred to exchange them all for skeleton soldiers. In stark contrast to Xia Yuan's irritation, the flower spirit beamed with delight upon seeing the 3 newly summoned fairies. Oh well, since they have been recruited, let us consider it a means to expedite the evolution of the fairy race. It will also allow the flower spirit to evolve more swiftly. Seeing the flower spirit's joyful demeanor, Xia Yuan could only accept the reality with a sense of resignation and instructed the flower spirit to lead the fairies henceforth. Now, let us turn our attention to the construction. The failure to recruit new troop types did not dampen Xia Yuan's spirits for long. He soon collected himself, retrieving the blueprint for the public restroom. Choosing a location somewhat distanced from other structures, Xia Yuan promptly utilized the divine construction blueprint and invested the necessary materials. Before long, a building of stone and wood rose from the ground. Level 1 public restroom. Quality: ordinary. Effect: automatically collects water and cleans itself. Upgrade conditions. Notification: using this building incurs a cost of 1 G of soul crystal dust each time. Chapter 15. Planting. It even features automatic cleaning. How delightful. I was pondering how to manage those matters. Observing the information regarding the public restroom, Xia Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction before stepping inside to inspect. The restroom was partitioned by wooden boards into 3 separate stalls, reminiscent of the squat toilets commonly found in rural areas of Europe. Outside, there were wash basins equipped with water facilities akin to those found in bathing establishments. To Xia Yuan's surprise, the restroom was even stocked with paper towels. At last, I needn't resort to using leaves any longer. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of the paper towels, albeit coarse, he felt a near urge to weep, realizing they were a vast improvement over foliage. After touring the public restroom, Xia Yuan left a portion of his skeleton soldiers and a skeletal commander to defend the territory while he, accompanied by other troops, ventured to a nearby orchard. This modest orchard, spanning around 20 square meters, was populated with numerous fruit trees standing approximately 5 to 6 meters tall. Xia Yuan had initially discovered this orchard due to the stark contrast between these trees and the towering ones that reached heights of over 10 to 20 meters. Given that the primary sustenance for the past few days had been derived from the fruits of these trees, many of the fruits had already been harvested by Xia Yuan's orders. Subsequently, he approached the orchard's edge to utilize the farmland blueprint. As the illusory structure materialized, the areas where trees were present glowed red, indicating that construction was not permissible. Hai, kindly lead your men to clear the trees from this area. Being careful not to disturb the fruit trees, Xia Yuan instructed. With a nod, Hai commenced the task of felling the trees, and shortly thereafter, a plot measuring 10 by 10 meters had been cleared. Xia Yuan employed the farmland blueprint once more, and this time, the farmland was successfully constructed. Level 1 farmland. Quality: ordinary. Effect: slightly enhances the growth rate of plants. Upgrade conditions. Enhancing growth rates is a delightful prospect, he mused. Although all the structures he had obtained thus far were of ordinary quality, each one brought him a distinct sense of wonder. Since the militia could substitute for farmers, Xia Yuan decided to allocate some white round fruit seeds to them for planting. The militia, though somewhat dull, appeared to become much more adept upon receiving the seeds, proceeding to plant them in the farmland with the finesse of seasoned workers. I truly cannot comprehend the intelligence of this troop, he remarked, observing the industrious militia. Nevertheless, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He then instructed Ing Hai to guide the skeleton soldiers in crafting a fence from the recently felled trees to enclose the orchard and farmland. There's no need for it to be particularly tall or elaborate. Just a bit higher than the goblin camp fence will suffice for basic protection. With a sound of compliance, Ing Hai set about the task with the skeletons, effortlessly transforming massive trees into manageable segments. In mere moments, they had sliced a tree into numerous sections, followed by cutting those into planks. Do you understand? He queried the second skeleton. Understood, the second skeleton affirmed, grasping the rudimentary task. However, the other skeleton soldiers, lacking similar intelligence, stood bewildered, merely observing Ing Hai's swift and efficient work. With a resigned sigh, Ing Hai smacked his forehead and began to teach them the process of making wooden planks step by step. This feeling is truly gratifying. As he watched the militia and skeletons laboring with fervor, Xia Yuan leaned back against a tree and perused the chat interface. Coincidentally, the chat was buzzing with discussions surrounding hygiene issues, a matter Xia Yuan had just resolved. Tian-e. I want to return to Blue Star. Wrong air. What is wrong with the person above? It's the third day. Is there anyone who still hasn't accepted reality? Tian-e. This wretched place offers neither decent food nor comfortable sleep, and every day I must worry about being attacked by monsters. But the worst part is, there isn't even a place to bathe. Tian-e. Since arriving from Blue Star, I haven't had a single bath. I smell horrid and feel like a wild person. I'm on the verge of breaking down. Guasan, how melodramatic. In this situation, are you really concerned about such trivial matters? It's only been a few days without a bath. I once went a week without one and didn't complain. Liang Si. Exactly, I thought it was something serious. Ai Wu. Hugging you, sister. I understand your feelings. Don't mind those two stinky men above. Chui Lu. One sister. Hang in there. Once we get through this phase, everything will improve. Xiao Qi. By the way, may I ask if none of you have acquired the bathing facility? Goo Goo. A bathing facility? There's such a structure? Could you elaborate? Li Jiao. It's merely a washing facility. Just a reminder. The level 2 bathing facility has hot water available. Lu Shi. Hey, esteemed one. Has your territory reached level 2? How else would you know about the effects of the level 2 bathing facility? Li Jiao. Ahem. Not quite. I'm still far from a level 2 territory. I just happened to obtain a level 2 bathing facility blueprint by chance. Lu Shi. Whether or not I can bathe is inconsequential. There's a small river nearby. I'm more curious if there are any restroom facilities. Lu Shi. It's nerve-wracking to resolve such matters in the wild, and the leaves near my territory are rather coarse, causing discomfort. Long San. Of course, there's a structure called a public restroom, and it even comes with an unlimited supply of paper towels. Xiao Qi. While I do believe such structures exist, the name you mentioned seems somewhat anachronistic. It feels more appropriate to refer to it as a restroom. Long San. We're in a different world, so why worry about names? Moreover, this isn't ancient times. It's a world filled with magic. Why not call it a washroom? Xiao Qi. Brother, no need to be so agitated. I believe you. Song Si. There is indeed a structure called a public restroom. As for the name, perhaps the creator was simply lazy and chose a random designation. Xiao Wu. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. I've noticed that the names of some structures do not accurately reflect their actual functions. Xiao Wu. If I were to nitpick, I could easily come up with a name that better aligns with the characteristics of the structure. Bu Lu. What are you all discussing? Aren't there just a few types of buildings? Why does it sound like your experiences differ from mine? Cheng Shi. 1. I cannot comprehend the world of the esteemed. I'm still stuck with those basic structures. Xiao Wu. Ahem. I wouldn't call myself esteemed. I've just acquired more building blueprints, though most are rather useless. Lu Shi. The esteemed one speaks with such grandeur. Could you possibly give me those useless buildings? I'm in urgent need. Bu Lu. Urgent need 1. Cheng Shi. 100101. The chat interface resumed its nonsensical banter, once again inundated with meaningless exchanges. It appeared that while structures like bathing facilities and public restrooms were neither particularly rare nor abundant, their ordinary quality ensured they wouldn't be in short supply. Reflecting on the conversations, Xia Yuan analyzed the information, noting that some lords had already attained level 2 buildings and couldn't help but marvel at their fortune. However, compared to them, he considered his luck to be merely average, at best. No worries, as long as the number of troops increases. What does it matter if luck is ordinary? In response to this, Xia Yuan could only suppress the envy within his heart, patting his chest to console himself. After some time, the rudimentary fence encircling the orchard and farmland was constructed under Xia Yuan's guidance. Indeed, while the fence may have appeared simple, Xia Yuan still offered his affirmation. After all, it was merely fashioned from crude cuts with a knife. Achieving this much was commendable. At this moment, the seeds of the white round fruit had also been sown, prompting Xia Yuan to call over the flower spirit, who was frolicking nearby. Flower spirit, you shall be responsible for managing this orchard and farmland from now on. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ing. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, the flower spirit was momentarily taken aback, before striking a pose as if holding a weapon, glancing inquiringly at Xia Yuan. Observing her antics, Xia Yuan comprehended her intent and chuckled, gently ruffling her little head as he said, "Do you wish to engage in battle, flower spirit?" Ing. The flower spirit quickly shook her head, eliciting a hearty laugh from Xia Yuan. As for matters of combat, with Gun Yun and Ming Hai present, there was ample strength. Hence, you need only manage the cultivation alongside the other little sprites. Ing. Receiving Xia Yuan's reassuring reply, the flower spirit joyfully began to flit around him in circles. After her moment of exuberance, she took the remaining little sprites and soared toward the orchard. It seemed advantageous to gather a few more little sprites. Watching the flower spirit darting happily with her companions amidst the orchard, Xia Yuan felt that having a few more sprites would indeed be beneficial. With a crackling sound, the fence was now complete, and Ming Hai approached Xia Yuan, inquiring about the next course of action. You wish to know what to do next? Let me ponder for a moment. Seeing Ming Hai nod, Xia Yuan contemplated for a brief moment before addressing him. We still need to collect wood and stone. Therefore, you and High Air shall each take half of the skeleton soldiers to gather building materials. High Air will collect wood, while you, Ming Hai, shall gather stone and patrol the territory to ensure no other monsters have encroached, especially from the east. Understood. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's command, Ming Hai promptly nodded and hastened to inform High Air of the orders. Subsequently, both he and High Air, each accompanied by half of the skeleton soldiers, set off to collect the necessary materials. As dusk fell, Gun Yun, covered in goblin blood, returned to the territory leading his troops, bearing over 100 G of spirit dust and 2 recruitment essences, 1 for a goblin and 1 random. Well done, Gun Yun. How is the situation with the goblins over there? Report. My lord, after nearly an afternoon of searching and clearing, the goblins in the west have been largely eradicated. We will need to conduct further searches tomorrow to ascertain if any remain. Gun Yun replied in a solemn tone. Very well. Tomorrow, there are matters to attend to. As for the goblins, if they do not pose a significant threat anymore, it's acceptable to leave the remaining ones be. You all must be weary after such a long afternoon. Rest well. Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. As long as the goblins did not form a considerable force, the surviving ones were not imperative to eliminate. Yes, Gun Yun nodded, and then led his troops to the bathing area to wash up and rest. Xia Yuan, on the other hand, made his way to the Lord's altar and utilized the random recruitment essence, successfully recruiting another militia member. As for the goblin recruitment essence, Xia Yuan decided to retain it, planning to exchange it for other troop types tomorrow. As night enveloped the land, after several hours, the necromantic evolution points reached 6. Xia Yuan rose and approached Hai Yi, who was still absorbing spirit dust for healing. Upon inspecting Hai Yi's current need for evolution points, Xia Yuan noted a slight reduction to 56. After a half day of treatment, the required evolution points had only decreased by 0.1. It seems my conjecture may be correct, Xia Yuan murmured to himself, and without hesitation, he channeled the power of evolution into Hai Yi. As before, the evolution energy enveloped Hai Yi, initiating his transformation. Observing this, Ming Hai quickly approached Xia Yuan from behind, his gaze fixated intently on the evolving Hai Yi. Notification, Skeleton Warrior, 2-star common, has evolved into Elite Skeleton Warrior, 3-star common. As the light faded, an Elite Skeleton Warrior, almost identical to Ming Hai, stood in place. At this moment, the previously broken bones of Hai Yi had healed completely, restoring him to his normal state. Seeing Hai Yi fully restored, the flames of the soul in Ming Hai's eyes flickered with intensity. Subsequently, Hai Yi began to examine his own changes, much like the other troop types. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan contemplated Hai Yi's information panel. Elite Skeleton Warrior, Hai Yi, skills, / whirlwind / He discovered that the previously skill-less Hai Yi had, after evolution, acquired 2 skills akin to Ming Hai. After conducting some tests, Xia Yuan pondered while observing Hai Yi interact with Ming Hai. The evolution of Hai Yi seemed more like a completion, filling in the skills and granting him 2 abilities similar to Ming Hai, restoring his intellect to a level comparable to Gun Yi, and healing his injuries. Thus, can I infer that the power of evolution is essentially a form of completion? This explains the differences in intelligence among troop types. No, if that were the case, the logic would not align. It is indeed evolution, merely accompanied by a function of completion. This makes the logic coherent. Wait, this is a different world. Why am I pondering such logic? It suffices that it is useful. With that thought, Xia Yuan shook his head, dismissing the convoluted musings, and began to consider whether to evolve a 1-star common troop. Currently, the human troops under Xia Yuan's command numbered 11, yielding 0.55 evolution points per hour. The undead troops totaled 20, providing 1 evolution point hourly. The fairy troops numbered 5, generating 0.25 25 evolution points each hour. Evolving a 1-star common troop requires 1 evolution point. Yet both Gun Yun and Ming Hai's evolutions would only consume 10 points in total. Gazing at the evolution points, Xia Yuan found himself torn between evolving a 1-star common troop first or saving the points for tomorrow's evolution of Gun Yun and Ming Hai. Chapter 16, 1-star rare. Never mind, there's no need to overthink it. For now, prioritizing high-quality troops is paramount. Once the troop count increases, I shall consider evolving the 1-star common troops. Retaining the evolution points for the human troops will allow me to evolve Gun Yun by tomorrow morning after about 10 hours. Although the evolution points for the undead troops are nearly depleted due to Hai Yi's recent evolution, the undead type boasts the largest numbers and provides the most evolution points. With this calculation, it seems that Gun Yun and Ming Hai will both be able to evolve around the same time. As for the flower spirit, Xia Yuan's gaze turned toward the flower spirit, who was chatting with the other little sprites, seemingly attempting to stimulate their intelligence. The flower spirit lacked combat prowess, and since the little sprites were auxiliary troop types, they required intellect even more. Thus, it would be best to evolve a 1-star common little sprite first. After a brief contemplation, Xia Yuan approached one of the little sprites. Ing. The little sprite looked at Xia Yuan in confusion as he approached. Fear not. Seeing your diligent efforts, I have come to assist you. Xia Yuan smiled, gently ruffling the flower spirit's head, and amidst her puzzled expression, he extended his hand toward the nearest little sprite, channeling the power of evolution. Notification: Little Sprite, 1-star common, has evolved into Great Sprite, 2-star common. Before long, a Great Sprite, adorned similarly to the flower spirit, appeared before her. Ing. Upon witnessing the transformation of the former little sprite into a grand fairy, flower spirit was left astounded, her mouth agape in wonder. The grand fairy, seemingly perplexed by her own metamorphosis, surveyed her new form. Remarkably, this grand fairy could articulate speech, raising the intriguing possibility that she possessed a level of intelligence akin to that of flower spirit. Initially, Xia Yuan greeted the grand fairy with a smile, but soon realized something was amiss. Typically, the second evolved unit exhibited lesser intelligence than the first, often only achieving the ability to communicate meaningfully upon reaching a standard of 3-star common. Just as Xia Yuan entertained the notion that this grand fairy might be an exception, reality swiftly disabused him of that thought. The grand fairy, whom Xia Yuan named Flower One, did not surpass the usual 2-star common intelligence. Her capacity for speech likely stemmed from the relatively uncomplicated language of the sprite lineage. Well, it appears I was mistaken. Ultimately, only the first evolved unit holds any exceptional qualities. While Xia Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, Flower Spirit, in contrast, was filled with joy, flitting around Flower One, chattering in delight, even though Flower One's responses were delayed, taking several seconds to register. The following day dawned, with sunlight gradually illuminating the world. It marked the 4th day since Xia Yuan's arrival in the Celestial Gift Continent. After a night dedicated to enhancing unit levels, Xia Yuan's territory ranking had surged, placing him at an impressive 25th position. Hadn't he just reached level 5 30 minutes ago? It seemed that achieving a level increase each day would prove to be a formidable challenge henceforth. Casting his gaze over the notification, Xia Yuan noted that the undead soldier had only recently attained level 5. As for the territory leaderboard ranking of 25th, Xia Yuan felt no surprise. Rather, he considered it slightly disappointing. With such a level, how could he only be ranked 25th? What manner of extraordinary lords must dwell above him? Gazing at the leaderboard, Xia Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe before shutting it down. After all, frequenting such rankings only served to reinforce the notion that those above him were bizarre monstrosities, leaving little room for anything but discontent. Having tidied up briefly, Xia Yuan exited the Lord's mansion, ready to embark on the day's endeavors. Naturally, the first order of business was to evolve his units. He summoned 2 little sprites and initiated their evolution into Grand Fairies. Notification: Little Sprite, 1-star common, evolves into Grand Fairy, 2-star common. It seemed that the Grand Fairy's inherent racial traits were indeed significant. After naming the newly evolved sprites Flower 2 and Flower 3, he dispatched them to seek out Flower Spirit. Next on the agenda was the evolution of Gun Cloud and Undead Soldier. Xia Yuan approached the duo, who were engaged in training, to inform them of their impending evolution. Upon learning of the Lord's intention to evolve them, both Gun Cloud and Undead Soldier were elated. However, Gun Cloud swiftly tempered his excitement, reverting to his usual composed demeanor, while Undead Soldier exhibited his joy through animated gestures. Observing their reactions, Xia Yuan utilized the power of evolution on each of them. As had become customary, the energy of evolution enveloped Gun Cloud and Undead Soldier, subtly altering their forms. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Xia Yuan felt that this evolution process took slightly longer than previous instances. Before long, the radiant glow dissipated, revealing the transformed figures of Gun Cloud and Undead Soldier before Xia Yuan. Notification: Elite Spear Soldier, 3-star common, evolves into Halberdier, 1-star rare. Notification: Elite Skeleton Warrior, 3-star common, evolves into Skeleton Champion, 1-star rare. The newly evolved Gun Cloud donned a suit of silver armor, crowned with a beautifully engraved but Buddha-style helmet. His former spear had morphed into a Western-style halberd, appearing more robust than before. In contrast, Undead Soldier underwent even more dramatic changes. His stature grew to nearly 2 meters, and his original leather armor transformed into a set of black bone armor, seemingly crafted from some skeletal material. While his weapon did not change significantly aside from some decorative enhancements and increased sharpness, he now wielded a one-handed shield made of a similar bone-like substance. Overall, Undead Soldier's appearance was rather fearsome. In a cinematic context, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a villain. Well, in most cases, the undead are indeed portrayed as antagonists. So Undead Soldier's appearance was rather fitting. It was Guncloud's transformation that left Xia Yuan uncertain. Observing the halberd, a fusion of spear and axe, in Guncloud's grasp, Xia Yuan questioned the choice of weaponry. Why a Western-style halberd? Couldn't it have been an Eastern-style weapon? That would have aligned better with the name I bestowed upon him. Yet, given the magical nature of this realm, it was typical for weaponry to lean towards Western designs. After his moment of exasperation, Xia Yuan examined their information panels. Halberdier, Guncloud. Quality, 1-star rare. Level, Tier 1, Level 5, Skills, Sweep, etc. Skeleton Champion, Undead Soldier. Quality, 1-star rare. Level, Tier 1, Level 5, Skills, Heavy Cleave, etc. Gazing at the information panels, Xia Yuan couldn't help but murmur. Rare is it? It seems that beyond common units lies the realm of rare units, with a maximum tier of 3 stars. He then checked the evolution points required for their next transformation, 50 points. Realizing that both Guncloud and Undead Soldier required 50 points for their next evolution, Xia Yuan pondered briefly before deciding to evolve some 1-star common units into 2-star common units first. Despite achieving the status of 1-star rare, their panels revealed little change from before, with skills remaining the same, save for the addition of a new one. Guncloud, Undead Soldier, how do you feel? Xia Yuan inquired, addressing the duo as they assessed their new circumstances. My lord, I feel that my overall strength has approximately doubled since before, Guncloud replied candidly, while Undead Soldier enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Doubling their strength seemed consistent with previous advancements. Hearing Guncloud's assertion brought a satisfied nod from Xia Yuan. For both Guncloud and Undead Soldier were already formidable, and their newfound strength could only enhance Xia Yuan's own security. After conducting a brief test, Xia Yuan confirmed that their abilities had indeed more than doubled. Show me your new skills, he instructed. After testing their physical prowess, Xia Yuan requested Guncloud and Undead Soldier to demonstrate their new abilities. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's request, Guncloud quickly replied, My lord, I need some time to practice. Me too, Undead Soldier echoed. Xia Yuan was somewhat surprised. Oh, you both require time to practice? Very well, take your time. Given the simplicity of the skill names, Xia Yuan had initially assumed they would effortlessly unleash their skills, as they had when evolving to 3-star common. However, hearing that they needed time to experiment was unexpected. Fortunately, they did not take long, merely 10 minutes, before each successfully learned Sweep and Heavy Cleave. In a spacious area, Guncloud and Undead Soldier stood before a tree, while Xia Yuan and the other 2-star common units observed from a nearby vantage point. Guncloud assumed a combat stance, gripping his halberd, as a faint azure energy enveloped the blade. As the energy fully enveloped the weapon, Chongyun abruptly wielded the spear, cleaving towards the trees before him. In an instant, the energy at the spearhead transformed into a razor-sharp blade that shot forth with remarkable speed, severing the trees as effortlessly as cutting through paper. Though the trees were felled, the energy's momentum remained unabated, continuing its trajectory until it cleaved through yet another tree before gradually dissipating. After Chongyun completed his sweeping maneuver, the other figure, Minghai, executed a similar technique. After gathering energy for a few seconds, he unleashed a diagonal slash of black crescent energy that severed the trees in his path. Indeed, the sweeping and slashing motions were skills capable of projecting energy outward. This was precisely why both Chongyun and Minghai had devoted time to mastering such techniques. As it was their first encounter with this type of ability, my lord, this skill can still be refined, the charging time may be reduced, and its power has room for enhancement, Chongyun concluded. I feel the same, Minghai added, nodding in agreement. However, achieving this level already demonstrates great prowess. Especially considering it is your and Minghai's initial experience with such skills, there is no need for undue modesty, Xia Yuan promptly praised. Having witnessed the effectiveness of their techniques, after observing the sweeping and slashing skills, Xia Yuan instructed Chongyun and Minghai to each take along units of at least 2-star rarity, as they had done the previous day, to patrol the territory within 1,000 meters for any signs of monster incursions. Rarity above ordinary translates to rare, and once a unit achieves rare status, it possesses the skill to project energy outward. While the current range may not rival that of long-range attacks, it certainly constitutes a formidable offensive capability. However, I cannot ascertain that all rare units possess such abilities, as those evolved through the power of evolution differ from other units. Furthermore, Chang Yun and Ming Hai are distinct from other units of the same tier. It is possible that some rare units, like the previous Hai, may lack any skills altogether. Pondering this, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. If there were rare units devoid of skills, it would be rather amusing, akin to a disability. After all, it appears that units with skills possess an entirely different level of overall strength compared to those without. Units endowed with skills can outshine their skill-less counterparts in terms of explosive potential. Subsequently, feeling somewhat idle, Xia Yuan opened the chat interface, as was his custom. Since arriving in the gifted land, devoid of mobile devices or other forms of entertainment, the chat interface had become his sole source of amusement, allowing him to glimpse the circumstances of other territories. However, like most lords, Xia Yuan primarily observed without contributing. Of the 10 lords at the forefront of the territory rankings, he had only seen 4 of them post messages, with the exception of one self-proclaimed protagonist who indulged in self-aggrandizement. In stark contrast to the low-key demeanor of the other top 10 lords, Zhu Xingjue was quite ostentatious, frequently bubbling to the surface of the chat whenever time allowed. As for Xia Yuan's reluctance to speak, it stemmed from both a disinclination to engage casually and the fact that the chat interface required real names. He found it perplexing that the chat was conducted under real identities, especially after a recent incident involving a namesake that had become a source of amusement. Why could there not be a pseudonym or a territory name similar to that used in the rankings? Speaking under one's true name felt oddly disconcerting, particularly in a world imbued with magic, where curses and such could potentially arise. Such matters often pertain to real names. And should someone choose to cast a curse upon him using his true name, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Xia Yuan preferred silence whenever possible. Though his concerns were largely speculative, one must always remain vigilant. The chat interface was predominantly filled with lords lamenting their own circumstances. Yet occasionally, valuable information emerged. Qin Shi, everyone, I have discovered a significant secret. Li Si, oh, what secret? Care to share? Wang Yi, curious. Zhu Xingjue, curious one. Lu Shire, wow, the big shot has spoken. Qin Shi, I have found that the intelligence of those monsters far exceeds that of the units I have recruited. For instance, the goblins I encountered previously were more cunning than my 2-star ordinary units. Wang Yi, is that it? Zhu Xingjue, Song Air. Is that really a secret? Anyone with half a brain could figure that out. Surely you didn't just realize this. Wang Yi, exactly. Qin Shi, so you all knew. I thought I had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Lu Shire, not everyone knows, but I'd wager 9 out of 10 lords are aware. Zhang San, but speaking of which, why are our recruited units so dull, to the point of being less capable than wild monsters? He San, oh Zhang San, you're still alive? Zhang San, and you? You're still here. How could I possibly perish before you? He San, you. Zhang San, yours is mine. He San. Soon, the chat interface became inundated with various obscured texts, leaving Xia Yuan exasperated. However, this was not his first encounter with such antics. Although the first day's events had concluded, some still harbored animosity towards Zhang San. Hence, whenever Zhang San appeared in the chat, there would invariably be someone ready to berate him, with He San being one of the most vocal. Before long, due to their overly fervent exchanges, both Zhang San and He San found themselves silenced by the system. Wang Yi, ha, silenced again. Lu Shire, brother Zhang San, I think you should refrain from speaking too much, haha. Zhu Xingjue, ha, brother Zhang San. Your critics outnumber mine by a considerable margin. Upon witnessing the two being silenced, the chat interface was filled with jovial banter. Xia Yuan couldn't help but smile at the playful teasing within the chat. The phenomenon of being silenced had come to light following Zhu Xingjue's earlier exchanges with others, ultimately leading to his own silencing. This incident revealed to everyone that the chat interface indeed possessed a mute function. Chapter 17. Investigating the source of pollution. With Zhang San muted, the chat interface again shifted its focus to the issue of unit intelligence. Observing the various speculations from the lords, Xia Yuan silently concurred. However, this information bore little significance for him, as the units he had evolved through the power of evolution inherently possessed higher intelligence. After some time, Chang Yun and Ming Hai returned to the territory, reporting to Xia Yuan about the situation within the 1,000-meter radius. Did any monsters appear to the east? Yes, my lord. A pack of black jackals has emerged, Chang Yun responded gravely, presenting the spirit dust obtained from slaying the black jackals to Xia Yuan. The other 3 directions remained secure, with only the east facing a monster incursion. Given that both Chang Yun and Ming Hai were now rare units, should they not attempt to eradicate this source of pollution? After their flawless elimination of the goblin camp the previous day, coupled with Chang Yun and Ming Hai's evolution to 1-star rarity, and their level increases, their overall strength had significantly enhanced. Thus, Xia Yuan was filled with confidence regarding the operation to cleanse the source of pollution. He promptly instructed Chang Yun and Ming Hai to take along all 2-star ordinary units and above, excluding the Great Fairy, to the east to eliminate the monsters. The remaining one-star ordinary units were to patrol the vicinity of the territory and gather construction resources. However, while confidence was high, the source of pollution was undeniably a mainline quest issued by the system, and its difficulty would certainly be considerable. The specific circumstances surrounding the source of pollution remained unclear, and I must personally assess the situation to gauge the level of danger involved. Observing the retreating figures of Chang Yun and his companions, Xia Yuan pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that blind self-assurance was inadvisable. He needed to proceed with caution. He then quickened his pace to catch up with Chang Yun and the others, heading eastward to assess the situation. The eastern territory bore no significant distinction from the other three sides, as it was also adorned with towering trees. A mere 1,000 meters was not a great distance, and soon Xia Yuan arrived at the boundary previously cleared by Chang Yun. Chang Yun, how did you ascertain this location without any markings? Xia Yuan asked, perplexed by Chang Yun's unwavering confidence in identifying the spot they had cleared earlier. However, Xia Yuan did not dwell on it for long. Once he concealed himself among the various troops, he continued to advance. A howl soon pierced the air, signaling the approach of over a dozen level 4 brown wolves, rapidly charging through the thicket to attack Xia Yuan and his entourage. Form ranks. Despite the relatively weak strength of these brown wolves, Chang Yun did not underestimate them. With a sharp command, he instructed the 3 lance-wielding soldiers, aside from the one guarding Xia Yuan, to swiftly align in formation before him. Beside them, the skeletal figure of Ming Hai observed this scene, its soul fire flickering intensely, before it emulated Chang Yun and positioned itself alongside its companions on the opposite side. As the pack of brown wolves drew near, Chang Yun seized the moment and swiftly commanded, "Thrust." At his signal, the 3 lance-bearers coordinated their strikes with Chang Yun, accurately impaling 4 of the approaching brown wolves. In contrast to Chang Yun's precise execution, Ming Hai's group lagged slightly, as they had not previously practiced such coordination. Nevertheless, their superior strength allowed them to successfully dispatch the nearby brown wolves despite the delay. Beyond their initial strike, Chang Yun and his troops' subsequent attacks lacked the same level of synchronization, indicating that they were not fully adept at this tactical maneuver. Ultimately, the brown wolves, despite their numbers, were too feeble and fell swiftly under the onslaught, yielding nearly 20 grams of spirit dust for Xia Yuan. Chang Yun, when did you learn that impressive technique? Xia Yuan inquired curiously as he collected the spirit dust. He had not instructed Chang Yun in such matters, and he himself was entirely unversed in troop coordination. Ming Hai, upon hearing this, quickly turned its head to look at Chang Yun, equally intrigued. My lord, this was something I devised yesterday while leading Chang Yi and the others in clearing goblins. However, it is still not fully refined, Chang Yun candidly responded. Impressive, Chang Yun. You managed to figure that out on your own. Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The realization that Chang Yun could devise methods for troop coordination filled him with optimism. In the future, with hundreds or even thousands under his command, he could rely on Chang Yun's leadership without needing to delve into the intricacies of military strategy himself. Furthermore, once Chang Yun became proficient, he could instruct others on how to cooperate effectively. Ming Hai shared this sentiment, and, upon learning that Chang Yun had devised the strategy independently, promptly approached him to seek guidance, to which Chang Yun agreed to teach when time permitted. Yes, I will teach you when I have the chance, Chang Yun assured. Observing this seamless interaction between Chang Yun and the skeletal figure, Xia Yuan remained baffled as to how Chang Yun comprehended the communication. All the troops he had recruited, including even the most rudimentary 1-star ordinary soldiers, could understand his commands. However, he found himself unable to comprehend the speech of any non-human troops, relying on Chang Yun as a translator. Interestingly, despite the languages of the inhabitants of the Divine Gift continent differing from those of Blue Star, Xia Yuan could understand them effortlessly. This phenomenon was not unique to Xia Yuan. Other lords experienced the same limitation, only able to comprehend the language of human troops. In previous discussions within the chat interface, the lords had arrived at an unreliable conjecture that their faction belonged to the human camp, resulting in the system only loading the human language of the Divine Gift continent. Though this theory was tenuous, it garnered widespread agreement. This sudden ambush had not impacted Xia Yuan in the slightest. After a brief respite, he resumed leading his troops forward. As they advanced, the once monotonous trees began to exhibit changes. The branches and leaves that should have been lush were becoming sparse, and the vibrant greenery of the foliage appeared increasingly wilted. Moreover, as they progressed, the monsters became more densely packed, exhibiting greater strength and higher quality. Eventually, Xia Yuan encountered a 3-star ordinary creature, a level 6 warg, its fur a grayish-brown, wielding a massive, bloodied wooden club in its right hand. The sight of the warg startled Xia Yuan, towering nearly 6 feet tall. Its visage was grotesque and fearsome, accentuated by its crimson eyes, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Yet, despite being a 3-star ordinary monster, the warg was swiftly cleaved in two by Chang Yun's lance, suffering no damage to Xia Yuan's party. However, Xia Yuan realized that the path ahead would not be easy. True to his expectations, after advancing further, he encountered numerous 3-star ordinary works. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped wave of dark energy sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving through the resilient fur and bones of 2 elite black works. Let us halt for a moment, Xia Yuan declared. Observing the corpses of monsters strewn across the ground and the soldiers stained with various monster blood, he sighed with relief, instructing Chang Yun to pause their advance. At that moment, Xia Yuan gripped a black iron short sword in his right hand and tightly held an arcane shield magic scroll in his left, while Chang Yi stood ready to defend beside him. The trees surrounding them were nearly reduced to dry twigs. The once lush and verdant foliage had transformed into withered yellow leaves, with dark spots speckling the branches upon closer inspection. As they pressed onward, the density of monsters increased, with their average level rising to 7. Most notably, these creatures were predominantly 2-star ordinary, occasionally punctuated by 3-star ordinary works. The average strength of the monsters had surpassed that of Chang Yi and the others, were it not for Chang Yun and Ming Hai. Chang Yi and the rest would have struggled to even reach this point. We cannot proceed any further. It would be perilous even with Chang Yun and Ming Hai by our side, given the overwhelming number of monsters. In a real battle, I fear we would be unable to safeguard Chang Yi and the others. Xia Yuan swiftly analyzed their journey thus far, recognizing the imminent danger ahead. Moreover, aside from Chang Yun and Ming Hai, the other troops had sustained varying degrees of injury. Faced with a total of 10 individuals, including himself, it was impossible to withstand the onslaught of numerous monsters, regardless of their prowess. Furthermore, Xia Yuan was a liability. His presence necessitated that Chang Yi remain vigilant in his protection. The monsters they faced were already on par with the strength of Chang Yi and his companions, and each one seemed frenzied, unyielding in the face of wounds and death. Damn it, how can there be so many 2-star ordinary monsters here? The ground is practically teeming with them. Is this truly within the capabilities of an ordinary lord to clear? Or is it simply due to the heightened presence of the tainted roots on my end? I must inquire with the other lords upon returning to the territory. Xia Yuan harbored some doubts, pondering whether his misfortune was merely a matter of chance. Chang Yun, Ming Hai, take your men to collect the fallen items and prepare to retreat back to the territory. Xia Yuan was not foolish, recognizing the dangers of advancing further. He resolutely chose to withdraw. As the saying goes, there are always tomorrows, and with each passing day, the strength of his troops would significantly improve. There was no need to rush for the moment. After a couple of days, with a larger number of troops at his disposal, he was confident that he could eradicate the roots of this pollution. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's command, Chang Yun and Ming Hai swiftly led their men to gather the scattered items, then made their way back along the path they had come. The journey there had been fraught with difficulty, yet the return proved to be no less challenging. They had only performed a cursory sweep before. Thus, on their way back, they were still occasionally beset by monsters. Fortunately, the number of creatures was significantly reduced compared to their initial passage, allowing Xia Yuan to return to his territory without incident. Upon arriving back, the tension that had been coiled tightly within Xia Yuan finally relaxed. Although he had the protection of Chang Yun and the others along the way, he had been unable to afford a moment's distraction, vigilantly watching for any lurking threats. After all, he was not an otherworldly being like Chang Yun, capable of effortlessly dispatching monsters. He was merely a weak lord who might struggle against even a single goblin. Glimpsing the time, Xia Yuan realized it was nearly noon. Had he truly been out for so long? He had lost all sense of the passage of time. Subsequently, he took out some spirit dust to heal his wounded troops, followed by retrieving some food from the storeroom to satiate his human soldiers. Xia Yuan himself held a piece of black bread, procured from a food resource bag yesterday, ready to eat, as he had grown hungry after such a long trek. Could this bread truly be edible? Observing the brick-like appearance of the black bread, Xia Yuan felt a wave of uncertainty. When he squeezed it, he discovered it was not just reminiscent of a brick in shape, but equally hard in texture. However, seeing the human soldiers devouring the black bread with ease, he decided to give it a try. Soon, he regretted that decision. Ouch, why is it so hard? Is this really meant for humans to eat? The bread had caused him to grimace in discomfort, and upon seeing the imprints of his teeth on the black bread, he resolved to stick to wild fruits instead. He realized that any food procured from the food resource bags was not intended for ordinary humans, but rather for the troops he had recruited. Whether it was the black bread or the jerky, both were rather unpalatable. The jerky was somewhat bearable, but the black bread was clearly beyond his tolerance. In contrast, the human soldiers had remarkably strong teeth. Even the militia could easily take a bite of the black bread. Though this notion might seem overly generalized, Xia Yuan concluded that these provisions were certainly unfit for him. Gazing at the brick-like bread in his hand, he sighed. Never mind. I shall simply content myself with wild fruits. With that, he produced a wild fruit and took a hearty bite, savoring the sweet flesh and juice that instantly filled his mouth. Ah, this wild fruit is delightful. Relishing the taste, Xia Yuan silently vowed never to consume items sourced from the food resource bags again. Speaking of which, it had been 2 days since he last had roasted meat. Given that the area was now cleared of dangers within a kilometer, He thought it prudent to ask Chang Yun and the others to bring back some beast meat in the afternoon. However, I should avoid the beasts to the east. They seem rabid, and I can't shake the feeling that consuming them would lead to illness. Reflecting on the ferocious appearance of the eastern monsters, Xia Yuan shuddered. The creatures further from the roots of pollution were manageable, displaying a measure of instinct and evading attacks, but those closer to the pollution were utterly frenzied, exhibiting a reckless abandon that made them seem akin to the zombies of film lore. It would be splendid if Chang Yun and the others could also discern the levels of these monsters. Then he could avoid venturing out himself. In truth, Xia Yuan was reluctant to encounter these monsters again, yet he understood that he would inevitably accompany the next expedition to cleanse the pollution roots. The reason behind his determination was the dread of losing any of his troops. Each soldier was a treasure to him, and the loss of even one would weigh heavily on his heart. This was precisely why he refrained from sending out one-star ordinary troops, as they were far too weak and could suffer severe casualties from the slightest misstep. Alas, it all boiled down to his own inadequacy. If he had 1,000 soldiers at his command, he wouldn't feel so timid. However, there was little use in dwelling on such thoughts. Perhaps it would be better to assess the harvest of the morning. As he spoke, Xia Yuan opened his backpack to review the spoils of his morning endeavors. The number of monsters slain by Chang Yun and his team far exceeded that of the goblins from the previous day, yet the items obtained were not significantly more abundant. In total, they had acquired nearly 700 grams of spirit dust, based on the number and level of the slain monsters. Xia Yuan had anticipated that the spirit dust would exceed 1,000 grams. However, the grim reality was that the closer the monsters were to the pollution roots, the less spirit dust they dropped. Chang Yun had slain a 3-star ordinary warg, yet the amount of spirit dust dropped was comparable to that of a 2-star ordinary goblin warrior. Next were the recruitment essences, 10 1-star ordinary and 4 2-star ordinary. Indeed, there were only 1-star and 2-star ordinary recruitment essences, with not a single 3-star ordinary essence in sight. Despite having dispatched several wargs along the way, none had yielded a 3-star ordinary recruitment essence. Finally, they had obtained 2 building resource bags, which Xia Yuan promptly chose to use, gaining 100 units of stone and 100 units of iron ore. Altogether, the morning's haul amounted to this, while it seemed adequate. The quantity and difficulty of the monsters slain vastly surpassed those encountered at the goblin camp the day before. The items acquired were a mere product of sheer numbers, which contributed to Xia Yuan's suspicion that luck had not favored him today. In retrospect, he mused, am I perhaps overly sensitive? Was I simply fortunate yesterday? Or has the system adjusted the drop rates? The disparity between yesterday's rewards and today's was striking. The returns did not correlate with the effort expended. Xia Yuan grumbled in dissatisfaction. After reviewing the items, he opened the chat interface, intending to inquire with other lords regarding the state of the pollution routes. Xia Yuan, I would like to ask, what is the situation with the pollution routes near your territories? The area surrounding mine is teeming with monsters, making it impossible to approach. As the topic of pollution routes emerged, it quickly captured the attention of other lords. Peng Yi, has the esteemed lord above already begun tackling the pollution routes? Long air, huh? What pollution routes? I haven't even caught a glimpse of one around here. Gusan, surely you are not still holed up in your territory? The signs of pollution routes are unmistakable. How could you possibly have missed them? Zhaoxi, exactly. The monsters near the pollution routes are incredibly aggressive. How could you not have noticed? Li Wu, pollution routes? Is that something we can even approach? Those monsters are reckless. I wouldn't dare go near, let alone engage. Pei Lu, I once ventured out to investigate and nearly didn't make it back. Wang Jiao, at this time, pollution routes are beyond the capabilities of us lesser lords. I suspect only those in the top 10 of the rankings could handle them. Zhu Xingjue, ahem. While it is delightful to receive compliments, you have overestimated our capabilities. Even the top 10 lords on the leaderboard cannot eliminate the roots of pollution. Zhaoxi, could you elaborate, esteemed one? Zhu Xingjue, just yesterday, I led my troops to investigate the roots of pollution. Initially, it was manageable. We advanced effortlessly thanks to our numerical superiority. Zhu Xingjue. However, as we neared the roots, the quality of the monsters escalated from 1-star ordinary to 2-star ordinary. Zhu Xingjue, I surmised that, considering the surrounding environment, 3-star ordinary monsters would likely appear next, so for safety's sake, I retreated. Chengxian, indeed, there were 3-star ordinary monsters ahead, and quite a few at that. Moreover, there were boss-like creatures guarding the vicinity of the roots of pollution. Ichiwao? Chengxian has surfaced. Zhu Xingjue, how do you know this so clearly? Chengxian, a secret. Wei Shiqi, a secret? Let me guess. It must be some sort of reconnaissance tool or aerial troop. Chengxian, you may be right. Hiqi, Wei Shiqi has surfaced too. Xian, aerial troops? Surely there are no flying monsters near your territory? Zhu Xingjue, none here. I haven't encountered a single flying monster. Wei Shiqi, same here. Xian, damn. Am I the only one with flying monsters? I was utterly disgusted by that swarm of carrion vultures before. Without ranged troops, I couldn't fight back at all. Lu Shisan, Xian, I have flying monsters on my end. Goodness, 4 of the top 10 lords have surfaced. It seems they, like me, have mostly been lurking in the shadows. Upon witnessing the discourse from 4 of the top 10 lords, Xia Yuan couldn't help but marvel at their shared affinity for lurking. Then, noticing Xia's comments, he promptly realized that the types of monsters associated with the roots of pollution varied among the lords. As Xia spoke, many lords began to voice their grievances regarding the types of monsters in their territories. Some had flying monsters, others possessed ranged attackers, and even some had burrowing creatures. Observing the complaints of his peers, Xia Yuan felt a sense of fortuity regarding his own circumstances. In his vicinity, he had yet to encounter flying or burrowing monsters. The only ranged attackers he had faced thus far were the stone-throwing goblins and the flame goblins, with the latter being slightly stronger, albeit singular in number. Hanrong, concerning the roots of pollution, I advise you all not to entertain thoughts of cleansing them. This is not a task for ordinary individuals like yourselves. Just as the conversation was heating up, a stark warning appeared in the chat interface. Zhao Si, excuse me, who do you think you are? Proclaiming what can and cannot be resolved. Peng Yi, exactly, who are you to call us ordinary? Are you not an ordinary person yourself? Lu Ba 1, who the hell are you to be so arrogant? Hu Jiu, I don't know what to say, who are you? Although Han Rong spoke the truth, his somewhat arrogant tone irked a number of individuals. Nevertheless, despite the subsequent mockery directed at him, Han Rong refrained from further comments. In a certain territory, Han Rong glanced at the chat interface, observing the derision aimed at him, and disdainfully curled his lip. A group of ignorant individuals. He then shifted his gaze to the towering troops within his territory, presently utilizing spirit dust for healing. Only those who have encountered the monsters associated with the roots of pollution can comprehend their true terror, and he had only recently escaped from near those very roots. Indeed, the majority of those who mocked him had never faced the pollution-infested creatures. Moreover, most were simply trolls who relished in baseless disparagement. Considering Han Rong's remarks, one might wonder if he too was among the top 10 lords. After all, only those ranking near the top would dare to label others as ordinary lords. Xia Yuan was uncertain about this, but whether true or false, it bore no significance to him. He certainly did not belong to the ranks of ordinary lords. Not long after, Xia Yuan finished his lunch and, based on the information from the chat interface, made some brief conclusions. Firstly, all monsters tainted by the roots of pollution exhibited a singular aggressiveness and an utter disregard for death. Secondly, the distance to the roots of pollution varied across territories. Some lords reported encountering monsters affected by the pollution only after traveling 3 to 4 kilometers, while others stumbled upon them immediately upon stepping outside. Xia Yuan, evidently, was among the lords situated relatively close to the roots, as he had already encountered tainted creatures nearby. Seeing that no more useful information could be gleaned, Xia Yuan closed the chat interface and summoned Qiangyun and Minghai to accompany him to the exchange balance, intending to convert his recruitment essence into designated troop essence. As for random troop recruitment, he decided against it. Opting for specified troops seemed wiser. After all, he would truly lament if another swarm of little fairies were to arrive. However, prior to heading to the exchange balance, he had 2 tasks to complete. First, he constructed 3 cottages in preparation for the new human troops he would recruit. Then, he summoned 2 militia and 4 skeleton soldiers, instructing them to evolve into pike soldiers and skeleton warriors. Qiangyun, Minghai, accompany me to the exchange balance. The other troops may rest and heal. After the evolution of the troops, Xia Yuan addressed Qiangyun and Minghai. Understood. With a snap, 1 soldier and 1 skeleton responded in unison, following Xia Yuan to the exchange balance. Yet, Xia Yuan did not head directly there. Instead, he first ventured into the fruit grove, intending to evolve the last of the little fairies. Upon entering the grove, Xia Yuan observed the flower spirit accompanied by 3 large fairies, casting a pollen skill upon a fruit tree. Watching the green-tinged pollen settle on the tree, Xia Yuan felt a tinge of confusion. Could multiple large fairies really accelerate a plant's metamorphosis? If so, could an abundance of them yield the so-called extraordinary plants? Yay! Upon seeing Xia Yuan's arrival, the flower spirit, having finished releasing pollen, eagerly flew toward him. Xia Yuan gently patted the flower spirit's little head and inquired, "Flower spirit, are you attempting to hasten the plant's metamorphosis with this method?" Yay. The flower spirit nodded vigorously, then shook her head, leaving Xia Yuan somewhat perplexed. She then turned her gaze toward the translator, Qiangyun. Understanding Xia Yuan's look immediately, Qiangyun promptly translated, "My lord. The flower spirit's intention is to see if this method can expedite the plant's metamorphosis, but she is uncertain of its efficacy." "Ah, I see." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Yuan smiled encouragingly at the flower spirit. "Keep at it, flower spirit. I believe in you." Yay. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's encouragement, the flower spirit seemed to be infused with renewed determination, clenching her tiny fist vigorously. She then rallied the large fairies to prepare for another application of pollen on the fruit tree. Seeing this, Xia Yuan utilized his remaining essence points to evolve 1 more little fairy, naming her Huasi, and directing her to assist. Observing the diligent efforts of the flower spirit and the other large fairies, Xia Yuan felt a sense of gratification. After all, It is a rare delight to find individuals who can be motivated to work hard with just a little encouragement. Departing the grove, Xia Yuan pondered the pros and cons of various troop types. In his estimation, the weakest were the so-called support-type little fairies he categorized. Their combat prowess was even inferior to that of slimes, rendering them nearly devoid of any fighting capability. Even with the evolution into a great fairy possessing the skill of pollen, its effectiveness is nearly negligible. The metamorphosis of ordinary plants requires the accumulation of time. One cannot expect immediate results. Moreover, Xia Yuan estimates that the so-called extraordinary plants resulting from this transformation would likely only be of the caliber of the white round fruit. After all, how high-end a plant can be evolved from a mere 2-star ordinary unit? As for the pollen's ability to induce slumber, it is arguably less effective than a rock to the head. The sole advantage of the petite fairy lies in her ability to fly, which could preserve her life. But this is contingent upon the absence of flying monsters in the vicinity. Should such creatures appear, one could surmise that a single ordinary attack would suffice to dispatch the delicate fairy. Thus, Xia Yuan can only hope that they will prove useful after their evolution. Next, regarding the 4 types of initial units, while Xia Yuan possesses only militia and skeleton soldiers, he has gleaned some knowledge about goblins and slimes from the conversations among other lords in the chat interface. In terms of offense, the militia holds the upper hand due to their weaponry, while the slimes are the weakest. However, in terms of survival, the slimes excel, followed closely by the skeleton soldiers. One can disregard the majority of physical attacks with slimes, while skeletons remain undying as long as their soul fire endures. As for the goblins, Xia Yuan truly cannot discern their merits. He is uncertain if their stench counts as one. Regarding the 2-star ordinary units, Xia Yuan's understanding of other units is limited, as others cannot evolve their units as he does. He is more acquainted with the spear soldiers and skeleton warriors and their evolutions. From a power perspective, they are fairly comparable, each possessing distinct strengths and weaknesses. However, once evolved into 3-star ordinary units, Xia Yuan believes that the elite skeleton warriors surpass the elite spear soldiers. This is due to the elite skeleton warriors possessing the whirlwind slash, a skill effective in confined spaces, whereas the elite spear soldiers have a single target thrust that launches opponents away. In terms of skills, elite spear soldiers are better suited for one-on-one combat, thanks to their targeted control skill, while elite skeleton warriors excel in multi-target confrontations. This can be observed from the number of monsters each can slay. Even with impeccable coordination, the spear soldiers can only match the number of kills achieved by the skeleton warrior using whirlwind slash amidst crowds of monsters. Thus, when it comes to the exchange and recruitment of essence, the focus will primarily be on skeleton soldiers, with the militia contributing 9 essences to complete a total of 20 human units. After analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the various units, Xia Yuan mused to himself. Not long after, he returned to the exchange scale. Thanks to the cleanup conducted by Chang Yun the previous day, he had not encountered any monster attacks along the way. Including the goblin essence from yesterday, Xia Yuan now possessed 23 1-star recruitment essences, 9 of which were militia essences, while the remaining 14 were skeleton soldier essences. Xia Yuan calculated that his total unit count had reached 59, just one short of 60. Under these circumstances, elevating to a level 2 territory does not seem overly difficult. At this rate, he could upgrade within 3 days. Pondering this, Xia Yuan tucked away the recruitment essences and returned to the territory to prepare for unit recruitment. At the Lord's altar, skeleton soldiers materialized, only to be promptly pushed off the altar. After completing the recruitment, the combined cost of the exchanged and recruited essences amounted to a considerable sum. Were it not for his ample supply of spiritual dust, he might have hesitated to exchange essences. Observing the multitude of skeleton soldiers and militia surrounding the altar, Xia Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the rapid expenditure of his spiritual dust. However, since he spent quickly, he earned quickly as well, and thus he bore no profound regret. After a brief rest, Xia Yuan instructed Chang Yun and Ming Hai to take the newly evolved and lightly wounded 2-star ordinary units to explore the northern and southern regions, respectively. As for rest, he regrettably noted that the Xia Yuan territory currently does not offer afternoon breaks. Chang Yun, head north to investigate, paying close attention to the suspected mine and its surroundings, but refrain from entering for now. Also, bring back some untainted beast meat when you return. We shall have roasted meat tonight. Ming Hai, you venture southeast to examine the extent of the contamination from the malevolent roots, but remember not to delve too deeply. I shall refrain from accompanying you this time. You must evade or retreat from any perilous situations you encounter, understood? Yes, Lord. With that, Chang Yun and Ming Hai set off in their respective directions, each leading their troops. The remaining 1-star ordinary units were dispatched by Xia Yuan to gather building resources, aiming to clear the stones and trees within a kilometer radius for the construction of stone walls. Xia Yuan planned to commence the gradual construction of stone walls once the area was cleared, recognizing that while his development was swift and he faced no immediate danger, it was unwise to neglect fortifications entirely. Relying solely on soldiers for patrols would not suffice. After issuing commands to the militia and skeleton soldiers, Xia Yuan returned to the Lord's manor to rest. The units may not require downtime, but that did not preclude him from taking a break, as he pondered. The heartless employer. However, his rest was merely a lie down on the straw bed, silently observing the chat interface in hopes of gleaning any useful information. After a considerable period, he found little of value. Nonetheless, he discerned that the majority of lords were faring rather well, having weathered the initial chaotic phase. The current lords were generally secure, far from the danger they had anticipated. Of course, those lords truly in peril likely had no opportunity to voice their concerns in the chat, were it not for his desire to swiftly eradicate the malevolent roots. Xia Yuan himself would be living in comfort rather than mere safety. Presently, he commanded 20 human units, providing 1 human evolution point per hour, alongside 34 undead units, generating 17 evolution points hourly. Consequently, he periodically ventured to evolve militia and skeleton soldiers into skilled spear soldiers and skeleton warriors, hastening the acquisition of building resources. After all, once equipped with skills, a skeleton warrior could fell a tree requiring a full embrace with a single swing. While an unskilled skeleton soldier would require a significant amount of time to achieve the same feat, the militia, with their limited attack range, would struggle to fell a tree even after repeated thrusts. Even when using skills, spear soldiers would need several attempts to accomplish this task. Thus, they were primarily utilized for gathering stones or cutting down trees. Nevertheless, the acceleration was marginal. After all, the 2-star ordinary first-level units could only employ their skills 2 to 3 times in a short span before requiring time to recover. Notification: the spear soldier has slain an elite spiked wild boar. Notification: the skeleton warrior has slain an elite brown wolf. Upon receiving these intermittent notifications, Xia Yuan felt reassured about the safety of Chongyun and Minghai. Except for the vicinity of the malevolent roots, he believed that with their strength, they should not encounter any significant dangers. As the sun dipped once more beneath the horizon, Chongyun led his troops back to the territory, with Qiangyi and Qingwu each bearing a spiny wild boar in tow. Shortly thereafter, Minghai returned with his own contingent, but the blood that stained their forms far exceeded that of Qiangyun's, suggesting they had encountered a considerable number of monsters. Through Qiangyun's report and translation, Xia Yuan gleaned some understanding of the conditions prevailing on both the northern and southern fronts of their domain. The northern expanse appeared relatively tranquil. The mine remained unchanged, with a scant number of monsters, none of which were particularly formidable, though to the east, there were reports of tainted creatures roaming about. The situation in the southern sector was similarly grim. However, due to Minghai's deliberate advance towards the east, they encountered numerous monsters infected by the malevolent roots of corruption. According to Minghai's accounts, the quantity of these creatures was no less than that found to the east. This revelation dashed Xia Yuan's hopes of exploiting a weak point to approach the corrupted roots. It became evident that the tainted monsters were distributed evenly around the center of corruption, a notion that struck Xia Yuan as somewhat unreasonable, though he could not quite articulate why. After absorbing Qiangyun's translation, Xia Yuan murmured to himself, prompting Qiangyun to continue, "My lord, although the northern region has fewer monsters, there appear to be traces left by what may be goblins or other intelligent beings. However, given the late hour, I refrained from further investigation. Could it be that a goblin encampment lies to the north?" Shen pondered, his brow furrowing at the thought. While he loathed the notion of monsters corrupted into mindless beasts by the roots, he held an even greater disdain for goblins, creatures endowed with intelligence and the propensity to attack. It was amusing to him that the term intelligent beings had slipped from his lips, yet Qiangyun had taken note of it. "My lord, the traces do not seem characteristic of goblins, and their location is not too distant from the tainted monsters," Qiangyun clarified. "Oh, it seems we must conduct a thorough search of the northern region tomorrow to ascertain whether there are indeed other monster encampments there," Xia Yuan concluded. "Well done, everyone. You have all worked hard. Qiangyun, please kindle a fire, and Minghai, tend to the 2 wild boars." Xia Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, issuing commands for Qiangyun to ignite the flames and Minghai to prepare the boars for roasting. As he observed the formidable tusks of the spiny wild boar, he contemplated whether to retain them as potential weapons. He frequently encountered discussions in the chat interface about preserving the teeth and claws of monsters to craft weapons and other items, believing that superior arms would bolster the strength of his troops. However, each time he evolved his units, their weapons were enhanced in tandem. Thus, he had never felt the necessity to gather materials from these beasts for weapon crafting. In truth, the hides and other components of these monsters were likely to possess some value, yet Xia Yuan was unfamiliar with their worth. He believed it would be far more advantageous to leave behind a weapon when evolving his troops rather than collecting materials. Moreover, Minghai was hardly an adept butcher. With a glance at the dismembered remains of the wild boar, Xia Yuan ultimately chose to forego the tusks, reasoning, "I do not require these items at present. And with the multitude of monsters in this bounteous land, I doubt I will find myself lacking in low-tier materials." He surmised that even if such materials held value, it would be minimal, and without a sales channel, he deemed it more practical to slay additional monsters than to squander time on collection. Nonetheless, He silently noted that he should retain the corpses of higher-level monsters in the future to avoid waste. Subsequently, Xia Yuan began to inspect the items that Xiang Yun and Ming Hai had brought back. Given that their primary objective had been reconnaissance, the haul was modest. A total of 320G of spiritual dust, 1 2-star ordinary random recruitment essence, for 1-star ordinary random recruitment essences, and a pouch of building resources. Upon utilizing the pouch, he acquired another crystal stone. Contemplating the recruitment essences in his inventory, Xia Yuan resolved to summon them forth that very night, eager to accumulate evolution points. Thus, while Xiang Yun and Ming Hai busied themselves, he gathered Xiangyi, Hai, and a selection of 2-star ordinary troops, and made his way to the exchange platform. He exchanged all of his recruitment essences and returned to the territory safely before darkness enveloped the land. Although aware that no danger lurked, traversing the forest at night still held a thrill. With a sigh of relief, Xia Yuan arrived at the Lord's altar and summoned 6 skeleton soldiers and 1 militia man. By this time, Xiang Yun had successfully kindled the fire and was skewering the cleaned wild boar meat on sharpened wooden sticks. After a spell, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, causing Xia Yuan to swallow involuntarily, though he refrained from indulging immediately. Instead, he waited until Xiang Yun and the others had sampled the roasted wild boar to ensure it posed no risk before he took a skewer for himself. Oh, the meat is quite decent, though lacking in flavor without seasoning. It is not as savory as the previous bear meat, he mused, while his gaze fell upon the flower spirit nearby, who was nibbling on wild fruits. Noticing her curious eyes fixed on his skewer, he inquired, "What is this, flower spirit? Would you care to try some?" As he offered her a piece of roasted meat, she promptly zipped over to inspect it. However, upon encountering the greasy morsel, she circled it once, leaned in for a sniff, and her expression soured immediately, transforming from curiosity to disgust as she swiftly retreated from the skewer. Observing her reaction, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, so you not only detest dried beef, but roasted meat as well?" With a resolute nod, the flower spirit clutched her wild fruit tightly and took several enthusiastic bites. The moment the sweet flesh touched her palate, her frown vanished, giving way to delight. Witnessing her reaction, Xia Yuan realized something significant. He called upon the other fairies, and as he expected, they all expressed aversion to roasted meat. It seemed the little fairies were averse to carnivorous fare, which explained their exclusive consumption of wild fruits yesterday. Indeed, they were easy to feed, requiring merely a handful of wild fruits each day. This line of thought led Xia Yuan's gaze to the 21 human soldiers, observing them devour their portions of meat with gusto. He shook his head, then turned to the skeleton warriors diligently tending the fire and the skeleton soldiers patrolling the perimeter of the territory. Indeed, skeleton soldiers are far easier to sustain, with one notable exception, he mused, casting a glance at Ming Hai, who was happily gnawing on roasted meat. With the number of troops exceeding 60, there was no longer a concern regarding sudden monster attacks, allowing Xia Yuan to partake in his meal with a sense of security. After thoroughly satisfying his hunger, Xia Yuan chose not to extinguish the campfire immediately, but rather allowed it to burn down naturally over time. Before the flickering flames, he gazed up at the dual moons illuminating the night sky, suddenly feeling a sense of contentment in his arrival to this bountiful land. At the very least, his life had become significantly more vibrant than before. After a brief respite, Xia Yuan allocated accommodations for his human troops and distributed the spiritual dust to elevate the levels of each unit. However, as their levels rose, the amount of spiritual dust required for further elevation increased as well. For instance, Xiang Yun required nearly 100 spiritual dust to reach level 6. Thus, even with his supply of spiritual dust exceeding 1,000, he found himself depleting more than half after distributing it among all his troops. Ah, the cost of progress, he mused, reflecting on the steady demands of advancement. Xia Yuan gazed at the remaining spirit dust and sighed. If other lords were aware that he possessed such an abundance of spirit dust, yet still deemed it insufficient, they would undoubtedly wish to drown him in their collective spittle. It is worth noting that the vast majority of lords could only utilize their spirit dust to elevate the ranks of a select few troop types, unlike him, who could enhance multiple types simultaneously. After a brief refreshment, Xia Yuan proceeded to evolve 4 skeleton soldiers and 2 militia members before heading to the Lord's mansion to rest. Just as he was about to close the chat interface and retire for the night, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Throw, he recalled, realizing that he had previously instructed Xiang Yun to teach others, yet it was the skeleton warrior who learned it first. Momentarily taken aback by the notification, Xia Yuan quickly recalled his words from the day before. He walked to the door and beheld the jubilant sight of the skeletal warrior, Xiang Yun applauding beside him, and a group of halberd soldiers diligently practicing their throwing skills. Finding it all rather dull after a short while, he returned to his room to rest. The following day dawned with the sun once again gracing the earth, marking Xia Yuan's 5th day in the Tianxi continent. How uncomfortable. This straw bed is quite the nuisance, he remarked, groggily rising to check his current evolution points. Human troop evolution points, 128. Undead troop evolution points, 251. Elf troop evolution points, 5 since both Chang Yun and the Skeleton Warrior required 50 evolution points for their next upgrade. Coupled with the need to bolster other troop types, Xia Yuan had no intention of saving his evolution points this time. He resolved instead to evolve the remaining 6 militia members, 18 Skeleton Warriors, and the Flower Spirit. Summoning his troops, he utilized his evolution power on each of them, swiftly resulting in 6 halberd soldiers and 18 Skeleton Warriors appearing within his territory. You shall be called Chang Air, and you shall be known as High Sea. After completing the evolution of all militia and skeleton warriors, Xia Yuan examined the remaining evolution points. He then evolved Chang Air and High Air into elite halberd soldiers and elite skeleton warriors. Gazing at the plethora of 2-star ordinary troops before him, had it not been for the need to maintain his status as a lord, Xia Yuan would have certainly shouted in delight. Struggling to suppress the upward curve of his lips, he turned his attention to the Flower Spirit, who was looking at him with eager anticipation. Yay! Upon noticing Xia Yuan's gaze, the Flower Spirit immediately fluttered before him. Ha ha ha, fret not, for I shall evolve you now. Observing the Flower Spirit's expectant little eyes, Xia Yuan couldn't help but smile, realizing that the Flower Spirit was quite impatient. As he spoke, he extended his hand to bestow evolution power upon the Flower Spirit. Watching as the evolution energy enveloped the Flower Spirit, he felt a surge of curiosity. Compared to the utterly unremarkable halberd soldiers and skeleton warriors, he was far more intrigued by the Flower Spirit's evolved form. Chapter 20. Bud Fairy. That being said, it was perplexing why the Flower Spirit, lacking any weaponry or equipment, required the same number of evolution points as Chang Yun did previously, 5 points. Xia Yuan pondered this, concluding that equipment must indeed account for a portion of the evolution points. But this principle does not apply universally across all troop types. Notification: Great Fairy, 2-star ordinary, evolves into Bud Fairy, 3-star ordinary. As the radiant glow of evolution faded, the transformed appearance of the Flower Spirit was revealed to Xia Yuan. The Flower Spirit had evolved into a Bud Fairy, exhibiting only minor changes, slightly larger in stature and adorned with additional pink embellishments on her attire. The most striking alteration was the emergence of a tiny bud atop her head, resembling a decorative accessory, likely the origin of her new name. Yea, the Flower Spirit, as per her usual habit, assessed her changes, and upon touching the bud atop her head, she froze momentarily before joyfully soaring through the air. Witnessing the Flower Spirit's delight, Xia Yuan smiled as he examined her status panel. Like the other troops, upon evolving into a Bud Fairy, she acquired a new skill named Entangle. Interesting, Xia Yuan mused, noting that the skill's name did not suggest a supportive function. Initially, he had anticipated the Flower Spirit would possess an auxiliary skill akin to pollen, but it appeared he was mistaken. In fact, as he discovered, Entangle was not a supportive skill, but a controlling one. When activated, it caused several vine-like plants to sprout beneath the target, ensnaring their feet. Xia Yuan had Chang Yun test the strength of the vines, concluding that Entangle could only restrain 2-star ordinary troops such as halberd soldiers and skeleton warriors, an inflexible control skill, albeit of moderate strength, suitable for self-defense. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Xia Yuan summarized, a 3-star ordinary troop skill that can only control 2-star ordinary troops hardly seems advantageous. Of course, this could also relate to the Flower Spirit's overall power. A 3-star ordinary control skill implies that even auxiliary-type troops possess some combat capability. However, as for the Flower Spirit, Xia Yuan gazed at the blissful Flower Spirit and silently relinquished his thoughts of having her partake in battle. Perhaps it's best to let her continue managing the orchard, he sighed, opening the territory leaderboard to assess his ranking. Territory leaderboard 1. Tian Zone 2. Kai Kai Xin 3. Zhu 7. Xing Yuan. Xia Yuan quickly noted that he had climbed to 7th place, a significant improvement from over 20 the day before. I've made it into the top 10, he exclaimed with joy, though not surprised. With over 60 troops, all at least 2-star and level 2, providing 4 points of territory score, it was only natural for him to rank among the top 10. Yet, even with this, I only placed 7th? Those ahead of me must be quite extraordinary, he couldn't help but remark. After several days of development, the territory leaderboard had undergone notable changes. The previously reigning territory, Guangyao, had plummeted to over 20, supplanted by a territory named Tianzong. The former second-place territory, Zhuju, had dropped to 3rd, though it remained more stable than Guangyao. Other lords experienced similar fluctuations, with rankings shifting daily. I can only imagine the discussions happening in the chat interface about me. Xia Yuan mused, a hint of vanity creeping in as he opened the chat interface. As expected, the chat was abuzz with conversations about him. Wait. What is up with Xing Yuan? How did he suddenly jump to 7th place? You air, right? He was just 12th, and now he has 7th. Could it be cheating? Pang San. Agreed, he must be cheating. I remember him being over 20 yesterday. This is too outrageous. Within the chat, many speculated that Xia Yuan had resorted to cheating. While most comments were light-hearted jests, one could not deny that they were not entirely off the mark. Naturally, alongside the criticisms, there were also defenders. Xiao Yi, it's been days. Not everything is cheating. Why be surprised at his sudden leap to 7th? Ching indeed. It's not as if we haven't encountered such phenomena before. Perhaps someone has just constructed a rare edifice. Gonsan, precisely. Moreover, territories with higher rankings often have very slight variations in their scores. Therefore, a sudden leap in rankings is entirely plausible. Observing that someone was defending him, Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment and promptly closed the chat interface. He mused quietly to himself. Surely I cannot be the only one endowed with such talent. Logically speaking, the power of evolution shouldn't be considered cheating. However, he had to admit that he had yet to witness anyone discussing their inherent talents in the chat. He wondered if others were similarly reserved, opting to conceal their abilities rather than flaunt them. But why dwell on such thoughts? They have no bearing on me. With his troops fully evolved, it was time to have a hearty breakfast and prepare to venture northward. Shaking off the useless musings, Xia Yuan began his meal. After breakfast, Xia Yuan left behind the 10 lowest-level skeleton warriors and 5 spear-wielding soldiers, instructing them to gather building resources near the territory. He then led the remaining combat troops. A grand procession heading north. This marked the largest army he had commanded thus far, comprising 13 spear-wielding soldiers, 2 elite spear-wielders, and 1 halberdier, alongside 27 skeleton warriors, 2 elite skeleton warriors, and 1 skeletal champion, totaling 46 skeletons. Given the overwhelming number of undead troops, he assigned Ming Hai to lead the skeletons at the forefront. Surrounded by spear-wielders and the advancing skeletons, Xia Yuan felt a profound sense of security. The commotion of nearly 50 individuals was anything but subtle. However, the area had undergone multiple cleansings, granting a sense of stability. Even beyond the territory's kilometer radius, any monsters that dared to appear were swiftly dispatched by Xia Yuan's forces. Before long, Xia Yuan found himself once more near the suspected mine entrance. Contemplating the serene cave entrance, he decided against immediate exploration. His primary objective today was to investigate whether there were any camps of intelligent beings, such as goblins, located north of his territory. Until this goal was achieved, it would be prudent to remain cautious and avoid unnecessary complications. Soon after, Xia Yuan arrived at the riverbank. Following Gunyun's guidance, he led his troops across the river and continued onward. After traversing the river and walking for a while longer, he finally reached the location where Gunyun had detected traces of intelligent beings. There stood a towering tree, etched with what appeared to be some sort of symbolic writing. At first glance, one might easily overlook the mysterious markings adorning the tree. Xia Yuan scrutinized the symbols for quite some time, but could not decipher their meaning. Nevertheless, he was certain that these markings were not made by beasts. They appeared to have been inscribed by an intelligent life form, which prompted him to initiate a search. Touching the enigmatic inscriptions on the tree, Xia Yuan commanded his troops to commence a search. Due to the considerable number of troops he had brought, he held no intention of concealing their presence. He promptly instructed Ming Hai, Hai-E, Hai-Er, and Chang-E, each to gather 9 skeleton warriors and spear wielders to form 10-man teams for a dispersed search. The remainder stayed behind to ensure his safety, as his well-being was of paramount importance. Given that this area bordered the contaminated regions, the search, while dispersed, was not too far apart, primarily to avoid any potential dangers that might hinder timely rescue. It was undeniable that sentient troops were vastly superior to their mindless counterparts. Witnessing Hai-Er and his contingent of skeleton warriors effortlessly dispatch a group of monsters, Xia Yuan couldn't help but marvel. For troops, the distinction between sentience and mindlessness was akin to 2 entirely different realms. Even if the spear wielders and skeleton warriors lacked the capacity for speech, their combat prowess far surpassed that of their predecessors. For instance, the exceedingly dull militia skeletons required direct orders to act, while sentient troops exhibited a degree of autonomy, instinctively retaliating when attacked or rushing to assist allies in distress. They even displayed a modicum of coordination, enabling them to dispatch foes with greater ease. Of course, this was contingent upon Xia Yuan's commands. Should he instruct them to remain still, they would not venture forth unbidden. This was evident with Gunyun, Chang-Er, and the 4 spear-wielding soldiers who remained vigilant at Xia Yuan's side. Even when their comrades engaged in combat, they showed no inclination to assist. After Hai-Er neutralized the attacking monsters, Xia Yuan advanced with his team to collect the dropped items, offering praise to Hai-Er and his squad. However, after a while, with no target in sight, Xia Yuan felt a pang of frustration. There's nothing nearby. Could it be that the camp of intelligent beings lies within the contaminated regions? He pondered. Notably, the commotion caused by their search was not insignificant. If other intelligent beings were present, one would expect them to emerge and investigate the commotion. Glancing at the time, Xia Yuan realized it was midday, yet aside from the mysterious markings on the tree, he had discovered nothing of consequence. Given the fruitless search, he decided it was time for a brief respite. Turning to the nearby Chang-Er, he instructed, Chang-Er, please summon Ming Hai and the others for a break. Understood. Chang-Er nodded, swiftly making his way back to the searching team. Gunyun, do you think it's possible that these intelligent beings are not a cohesive group like goblins, but rather a solitary individual? The symbols on the tree might merely be random markings left behind, and after our prolonged search, perhaps they have already departed. Xia Yuan plopped down on the ground, speaking to the composed Gun Yun beside him. The Lord, I cannot ascertain, Gun Yun replied, his eyes reflecting confusion. Although his intellect was considerable, his experience was still limited, rendering him unable to fully grasp the situation. Initially, he had anticipated quickly locating their target upon arriving in this area, followed by engaging in battle to eliminate any potential threats to their territory. This unexpected scenario had clearly caught him off guard. Noticing Gun Yun's bewilderment, Xia Yuan quickly offered reassurance. Fret not, Gun Yun. If it is indeed as I speculate, then that may be preferable. We need not concern ourselves with how to confront it, as it has already left. However, there is also the possibility that the intelligent beings reside within the contaminated regions. As he spoke, Xia Yuan began to analyze the implications. If they are within the polluted area, it means they would become mindless monsters. Such creatures, devoid of reason, would pose little threat to the territory, which could be seen as a silver lining. After resting for a time, Xia Yuan concluded that he must still pursue the intelligent beings or their camp. Only then could he truly feel at ease. For the lingering anxiety of being preyed upon by those intelligent beings was unbearable. It seems the time has come to consider constructing some stone walls for defense. Xia Yuan mused, stroking his chin. He continued his search for a while longer, yet the results remained elusive. Standing atop a lofty hill, Xia Yuan gazed out over the seemingly endless expanse of forest, his voice echoing softly. We have no notion of how far we are from that tree, and it seems pointless to search any further. He turned to Gun 1, instructing, summon the Manhwaedit back. We shall change our course and investigate the area tainted by the vile roots. With our numbers today, if we cannot find anything, we might as well see if we can approach the pollution from this side. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Yuan resolved to scour the area corrupted by the malevolent roots, deciding that if he failed to uncover anything this time, he would concede defeat. The rationale for searching the tainted region was clear. His previous explorations had deliberately avoided the vicinity of the foul roots. If a camp of sentient beings indeed existed, the likelihood of its location would be greatest near the source of the corruption. Naturally, if such a camp were to be found, it would alleviate his concerns about being ambushed. Conversely, if no such camp existed, he could take advantage of their current strength to attempt an approach toward the tainted roots. It was, in a sense, a twofold benefit, and he could hardly believe that the number of creatures distributed in all directions from the corrupted roots would be uniform. Before long, under Gun 2's guidance, the Manhwaedit returned one by one, and upon Xia Yuan's command, they hastened toward the tree marked with mysterious symbols. Xia Yuan intended to use that tree as a starting point for their exploration into the area plagued by corruption. After a short while, he led his troops back to the base of the tree inscribed with enigmatic markings. With the decision to venture into the tainted region, Xia Yuan reorganized the team. Naturally, he assigned the mightiest, Gun Yun, to lead the human soldiers, for such a formidable force could not be relegated solely to his protection. Remaining by Xia Yuan's side were only Gun 2 and Hai 2, both of whom were 3-star ordinary troops. Let us commence, he declared, his gaze surveying the neatly arranged troops before him, satisfaction evident in his nod. He then feigned a grand gesture, announcing their advance toward the tainted roots. Yes, came the unified response from the speaking troops, as they began their march toward the corrupted area. Xia Yuan mused quietly, if only they could all respond. It feels somewhat lacking with only a few capable of speech. Only 3-star and above troops could articulate words, and there were merely 6 in total, which diminished their imposing presence. Chapter 21, Second Tier, First Level. It must be said that having a substantial force is advantageous. Their advance was significantly swifter and more effortless than the previous day. However, there was one drawback. Whether due to the commotion of their progression, the number of monsters attracted was considerably greater than the day before. Yet, with an increase in numbers from 10 to several times that. Even if the individual strength of other troops fell short of Gun 1, the overall might was still far superior to yesterday's. Noticing the ease with which Gun Yun and the Manhwaedit advanced, Xia Yuan felt a sense of relief and began to observe the surroundings. After a period of scrutiny, he discerned that the tainted monsters predominantly consisted of brown wolves and black jackals, with other types present but in much lesser numbers. 1-star ordinary brown wolves, black jackals. 2-star ordinary elite brown wolves, and elite black jackals. Yesterday's 3-star ordinary monsters were the jackal wolves, correct? The nomenclature of brown wolves, black jackals, and jackal wolves, coupled with their respective star ratings, surely must be interconnected. Xia Yuan speculated, and a thought suddenly struck him. Could brown wolves and black jackals merge to form jackal wolves? Yet in the next instant, he found his own notion amusing. While he might not fully comprehend the origins of such hybrid beings, he was certain they did not emerge from his absurd conjecture. Furthermore, although his knowledge of animals was limited, he understood that jackals generally referred to the jackal species, not a combination of jackals and wolves. According to his earlier logic, it should be the black jackals evolving into jackal wolves. What am I thinking? Why bother with such distinctions? Whether it's a jackal or a wolf, as long as they are foes, they must be eradicated. Reflecting on this, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at himself for being so preoccupied with trivialities. In the end, they were all adversaries. His musings left Gun 2 and Hai 2 exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain as to why their lord had burst into laughter. As they continued their advance, the number of 2-star ordinary monsters began to rise, causing their momentum to slow. After Gun 1 dispatched an elite brown wolf, Gun Yun suddenly noticed what appeared to be structures on the left side ahead. Could it be a settlement of the sentient beings? This thought prompted Gun Yun to hasten towards Xia Yuan to report. Gun Yun, what SMS? Have you encountered something? Xia Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone as Gun Yun approached briskly. Gun Yun eagerly pointed toward a direction, replying, my lord, I have discovered the presence of structures over there. It may be the camp of the sentient beings. Where? I see nothing, Xia Yuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to follow Gun Yun's indication. However, all he perceived were a few nearly withered trees, devoid of any sight of buildings. It was only after progressing a distance under Gun Yun's guidance that he finally beheld it, gazing at the distant, indistinct outlines resembling houses. Xia Yuan couldn't help but commend Gun Yun. Your vision is remarkable, Gun Yun. You discerned that from such a distance. Due to his own visual limitations, he couldn't clearly ascertain what the distant structures were, but he could see that they were surrounded by a considerable number of monsters, their numbers exceeding those they had encountered previously. Thus, he refrained from advancing recklessly. After pondering briefly, Xia Yuan resolved to have Gun Yun and Ming Hai stealthily scout the situation, as their strength would enable them to escape if discovered by the monsters. Gun Yun, Ming Hai, you two go investigate the situation over there, focusing on the quantity and variety of monsters. Understood. Yes. Gun Yun and the recently summoned Ming Hai nodded in unison, then stealthily made their way toward the direction of the monsters. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan instructed the other troops to prepare for battle, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. With careful steps, Gun Yun and Ming Hai concealed themselves behind a broad tree, pausing at their position. This will suffice. These monsters have keen senses, and advancing further would risk detection, Gun Yun advised, having gained some insight into the tainted creatures from the recent skirmishes. Understood, Ming Hai nodded in agreement, adhering to Gun Yun's directives, confident that this distance was adequate for observing the monsters. Very well, you observe here. I shall scout in another direction. With Ming Hai's compliance, Gun Yun quietly ventured toward an alternate path, while Ming Hai began to scrutinize the distant monsters with diligence. After Gun Yun departed, he continued observing as he moved. Upon closer examination, he realized that it resembled a village. However, unlike the goblin camps, this village was fortified with stone walls that were considerably more expansive. The structures he had previously glimpsed were indeed the houses of this village. Yet, the stone walls now lay in ruins, scattered with gaps and fallen stones. Numerous monsters wandered aimlessly around the village, predominantly 2-star ordinary creatures, alongside several 3-star ordinary jackal wolves. It was perplexing, despite being devoid of reason. How could such diverse monsters coexist so harmoniously? Gazing at the monstrous entities meandering in the distance, Chang Yun found himself puzzled, though he had no time for further contemplation. This warg seems to differ from the others. Peering through the collapsed stone wall, Chang Yun discerned the presence of yet another warg within the village. However, this creature appeared significantly larger than its counterparts, wielding a spiked mace that signified a formidable adversary. Behind this warg, Chang Yun also noticed a familiar chest, its design bearing a striking resemblance to a wooden chest he had encountered previously, albeit its material seemed to have transitioned to something entirely different. As he beheld the chest, Chang Yun's lips twitched involuntarily, conjuring unsettling memories. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a figure struggling to unlock a wooden chest through various means, expending considerable effort, yet ultimately failing, leaving the surrounding area in disarray and returning to his territory in defeat. Crack. Ahem. It would be prudent to swiftly fulfill the mission bestowed by the Lord. Chang Yun awkwardly tapped his forehead and then focused intently on observing the vicinity for any overlooked monsters. After thoroughly confirming the area was clear, he stealthily returned to the side of the skeletal figure, guiding it back to the location where Xia Yuan awaited. The duo remained undetected by the wandering creatures nearby. Upon rejoining Xia Yuan, Chang Yun promptly reported the situation concerning the village. My lord, what appears to be a village lies ahead, but it seems to have been ravaged by battle, currently overrun by a horde of tainted monsters. Their numbers are comparable to ours, predominantly consisting of 2-star ordinary creatures, including 4 3-star ordinary wargs, one of which seems notably stronger than the others. As Chang Yun relayed his findings, Xia Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave, the notion of retreat beginning to take root in his mind. From Chang Yun's account, it became evident that should there be any intelligent beings within that village, they would likely have already fallen victim to the monsters. There was no need to risk depleting his forces to cleanse the village of its inhabitants. However, Chang Yun's subsequent remark dispelled any thoughts of retreat. Near that warg, there lay a chest akin to the previous wooden one, seemingly of a higher grade. A more advanced chest, you say? Xia Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling the treasure he had acquired from the brown wolf. His gaze shifted to the arcane shield scroll tightly clutched in his hand. Wait, let me think. After hearing Chang Yun's affirmative response, Xia Yuan waved his hand, pressing his forehead in contemplation. The items procured from the last wooden chest included this scroll, a bathhouse construction, and the recruitment of an essence. Although they appeared to be of ordinary quality, the current chest promised superior rewards. The number of monsters matched his forces, and their quality was nearly identical. All 2-star ordinary creatures, yet their levels significantly surpassed his own. Nevertheless, the tainted 2-star ordinary monsters lacked skills, and with the absence of such advantages, the gap between both sides may not be as considerable, potentially even favoring them. After all, a precise strike to a vital area could fell even the mightiest foes. With adept maneuvering, they might sustain minimal injuries. At this juncture, Xia Yuan's eyes glimmered with realization. His evolved troops had experienced notable enhancement in their intelligence. Coupled with the irrationality of the tainted monsters, which charged recklessly, a slight adjustment in tactics could lead to a swift defeat of a considerable number of adversaries at the first encounter. Following that, leveraging their numerical superiority. Even if the opposing creatures had higher levels, they could sustain minimal damage. Furthermore, having recently engaged with the tainted monsters, the spear wielders and skeletal warriors had likely accrued valuable combat experience. Thus, Xia Yuan conveyed his strategy to Chang Yun and the skeletal figure beside him, who, after analysis, concurred. Unlike Xia Yuan, who could only estimate based on prior battles, Chang Yun and the skeletal figure were acutely aware of the prowess of the spear wielders and skeletal warriors when executing their skills. Provided they did not encounter high-defense creatures like the brown bear, even second-level spear wielders and skeletal warriors could vanquish creatures of level 5 or 6 with their skills. Of course, this was contingent on striking critical areas such as the eyes or throat. Otherwise, they would merely inflict severe injuries. The monsters surrounding the village predominantly consisted of elite brown wolves and agile black wargs. The 2 brown bears, possessing higher defenses, could be handled by Chang Er and his companions. To ensure a more secure approach, Xia Yuan instructed Chang Yun and the skeletal figure to meticulously guide the spear wielders and skeletal warriors. Moreover, he commanded Chang Er and Hai Er to swiftly return to their territory and bring the remaining 10 skeletal warriors to bolster their forces. Due to their lower levels and limited combat experience, these 10 skeletal warriors were primarily intended to protect Xia Yuan and provide auxiliary support to the other troops. After thorough guidance and adjustment, Xia Yuan observed the spear wielders and skeletal warriors standing at the ready and began issuing commands. Chang Yun, the largest warg is your responsibility. Should you falter, Mei Hai, remember to abandon your target and assist Chang Yun promptly. Chang Yi, Hai Yi, as you two are of higher levels. The remaining 2 wargs are entrusted to you. Chang Er, Hai Er, your targets are the brown bears and other 2-star ordinary monsters. If Mei Hai goes to support Chang Yun, your primary objective will shift to tackling the remaining warg together. Understood. Crack. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's orders, the troops responded in unison. Xia Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Chang Yun to lead the charge. He positioned himself at the rear, protected by 5 skeletal warriors. But not too far away, for if he were too distant, the monsters could launch a surprise attack from behind, leaving Chang Yun and the others unable to respond in time. The sound of many footsteps promptly drew the attention of the wandering monsters, who turned their gaze towards the source of the noise. Given their numbers and Chang Yun's lack of intent to conceal their presence, they were quickly detected by the monsters. Roar! A cacophony of howls erupted as the tainted creatures, upon spotting living beings nearby, became frenzied, as if injected with a stimulant, and charged wildly towards Chang Yun and his companions. Seeing this, Chang Yun immediately halted and shouted, "Halt! Defensive formation!" Clack, clack, clack. Mei Hai echoed the command. Responding to Chang Yun and Mei Hai's directions, the spear wielders and skeletal warriors promptly ceased their advance, swiftly assuming defensive stances as previously instructed. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded, and the massive warg leaped forth from a breach in the village's crumbling wall. Bang! Its spiked mace struck the ground with tremendous force, propelling it forward towards the defensive line of Chang Yun and his allies. This warg was astonishingly swift, quickly outpacing the other monsters and leading the charge. Witnessing the ferocity of the warg, Chang Yun's already serious expression grew even more grave. Clack, clack, clack. Brother, do you require my assistance? At that moment, the skeletal figure inquired. For the time being, there's no need. I will call upon you when necessary. You should first deal with the other wargs before assisting me. Gun Yun assessed the strength of the warg before him and spoke. Under Xia Yuan's tutelage, he had cultivated a pragmatic approach, shunning the notion of one-on-one combat. He would strike from the shadows whenever possible and engage in group assaults when advantageous. Had it not been for the intention to minimize casualties among other troops, he would have summoned Ming Hai to join the fray immediately. Understood, Manghai nodded in response, his gaze fixed on the other wargs aside from the leader. The imposing figure of the warg was so conspicuous that even Xia Yuan, who was lurking at the back, could easily see it. As the warg drew nearer, Xia Yuan finally discerned its attributes. A second-tier level 1 warg, 3-star common. A second tier. How could this be possible? Xia Yuan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the warg's information. He had yet to encounter even a level 9 first-tier monster, and now, suddenly, a second-tier beast appeared before him. This was his first encounter with a second-tier creature, and he instinctively wanted to shout a warning to Gun Yun to exercise caution. Unfortunately, by then, Gun Yun had already moved to confront the warg. Chapter 22, The Black Iron Treasure Chest. The commotion from the monster's approach was significant, and given his position in the rear, Xia Yuan could not relay the warning in time. Helpless, he could only hope that Gun Yun and Manghai would manage to defeat this warg, or at the very least, hold it off until the other troops could eliminate the surrounding horde. On the battlefield, Gun Yun and the warg were about to clash. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Gun Yun initiated the attack first, unleashing a sweeping strike that sent a pale blue energy wave toward the warg. Faced with the incoming pale blue energy, the irrational warg did not attempt to evade but instead lunged forward, slashing at Gun Yun with a claw. In an instant, a blood-red claw-like energy surged forth, colliding directly with the pale blue energy. After a brief standoff of 2 seconds, the blood-red claw shattered the pale blue energy and continued its relentless advance towards Gun Yun. Startled to see his energy dissipate, Gun Yun quickly dodged. The blood-red claw swept past him, carving a several-meter-long trench into the ground before gradually dissipating. What? From his vantage point, Xia Yuan, who was carefully observing Gun Yun's battle with the warg, could not help but be astonished at this display. The warg possessed what he had termed an energy projection attack, a capability he had assumed was exclusive to rare troops. It now seemed that such abilities were accessible to those of sufficient strength. Nevertheless, Xia Yuan's surprise was fleeting. In comparison, the fire goblins, as spellcasting troops, had far superior attack ranges than this warg. I cannot engage with it here. After evading the warg's energy attack, Gun Yun realized he could not afford to battle this warg in close quarters. The blood-red energy claw posed a significant threat to other troops. To avert any potential catastrophes, he needed to reposition himself away from the other soldiers. With this thought in mind, Gun Yun executed another sweeping strike and swiftly began to retreat towards a safer distance. As anticipated, the warg was drawn to him, letting out a growl as it shattered the pale blue energy and gave chase. Gun Yun's actions also attracted a handful of other monsters to pursue him. Fortunately, Manghai immediately grasped Gun Yun's intentions and led Skeleton 1, Skeleton 2, and several skeletal warriors to intercept, seizing opportunities to attack other wargs along the way. This should suffice. Gun Yun assessed the distance and halted, deftly dodging a warg's swinging mace. Bang! The mace struck the ground with a resounding thud. Roar! Frustrated by Gun Yun's evasion, the warg let out an enraged roar. Seizing the moment of the warg's missed attack, Gun Yun quickly thrust his spear, lifting the warg off the ground. The axe spear in Gun Yun's hand shimmered with energy, effortlessly hoisting the towering warg to a height of over 2 meters. Simultaneously, the spear's direction shifted, and he thrust it towards the airborne warg. Faced with the incoming spear tip, the warg did not defend. Instead, it unleashed a blood-colored glow from its mace, swinging it violently at Gun Yun. Seemingly prepared for a mutual demise, Gun Yun, however, was not inclined to perish alongside the beast. He understood that this strike might not be sufficient to slay the warg. Thus, he promptly aimed his spear at the mace and remained alert to evade, somewhat astonished by the warg's rapid response. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as the mace collided with the spear, and Gun Yun felt an overwhelming force surge through him, nearly causing him to lose grip of his weapon. He was compelled to retreat several steps to dissipate the force before regaining his composure. Such strength. Or is it an effect of its skills? Gun Yun marveled internally, recognizing that he could not defeat the warg alone in a short span of time. Upon landing, the warg resumed its assault on Gun Yun as if undeterred. Observing this, Gun Yun swiftly counterattacked, but fortunately, while the warg was indeed powerful, it appeared to rely purely on instinct, making it manageable for Gun Yun to respond effectively. Meanwhile, other troops had engaged with the oncoming monsters. Roar! An elite black warg lunged toward Gun Shurgyo. Unfazed by the ferocious beast's advance, Gun Shurgyo remained composed, steadily focusing on the elite black warg. He swiftly adjusted his position, timing his strike, and thrust his spear, enveloped in pale blue energy, into the gaping maw of the elite black warg. The spear pierced through the warg's skull, causing an immediate eruption of blood, and the elite black warg fell lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, other spear-wielding soldiers executed similar maneuvers, albeit with varying targets, successfully slaying another monster. The skeletal warriors were not far behind, albeit facing slightly more perilous situations due to their longer attack range compared to the spear soldiers. Of course, there were also those who faltered, inflicting only grievous wounds on their foes, but with the assistance of others, they managed to escape unscathed. Not far away. Minghai had set his sights on the nearest work. Seizing the moment, he first unleashed a spinning slash that dispatched several surrounding monsters, then leaped toward the work, his long knife emanating a dark energy. Seeing Minghai leap toward him, the worg retaliated with its own skill. The weapon in the worg's grasp glimmered with blood-red energy, preparing to smash down upon him. Minghai did not defend. Instead, he swung his blade directly at the beast. In midair, a jet of pitch-black energy surged from Minghai's blade, cleaving toward the worg. Swoosh! Like slicing through vegetables, the dark energy cut through the worg's body, crashing into the ground. In the next moment, the worg and its wooden club were cleaved in two, its innards and blood spilling across the ground. Clearly, Xia Yuan had underestimated Minghai's strength. Against a 3-star common worg that was merely 2 or 3 levels above him, Minghai could dispatch it with a single blow. Minghai is this formidable? Why didn't he showcase such prowess yesterday? Witnessing Minghai's decisive strike that split a worg in half, Xia Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment, his gaze shifting to Gun E and Hai E, who were engaged in battle with the remaining 2 worgs. After vanquishing the worg before him, Minghai swiftly surveyed the battlefield. Noticing that the other units were faring well, he immediately rushed towards Xiangyun. At this moment, due to the overwhelming numerical advantage of Xia Yuan's forces, compounded by the initial wave of skill attacks that had inflicted significant casualties on the monsters, they found themselves in an unequivocal position of dominance. Typically, 2 or 3 units were engaged in combat with a single foe, making the resolution of the conflict merely a matter of time. The only concern that lingered in Xia Yuan's mind was the second-tier worg. A hint of anxiety crossed Xian's face. With Minghai's assistance, surely the 2 of them together would be able to dispatch the worg. However, Xia Yuan had overestimated the worg's capabilities. Originally, Xiangyun had been evenly matched with the creature, but with Minghai's intervention, the battle quickly tilted in their favor. Faced with the onslaught from both Xiangyun and Minghai, the worg, despite its disregard for injuries, gradually succumbed. Minghai seized the opportune moment to sever the creature's left hand, significantly diminishing its combat effectiveness. Although it could still utilize the skill of blood-red energy claws, its efforts were nothing more than a desperate struggle, devoid of rationality. Each time it employed this skill, Xiangyun and the others easily anticipated and evaded the attack. Ultimately, with Minghai's aid, the worg was pierced through the skull by Xiangyun's strike, and the entire engagement lasted less than 5 minutes. With the worg defeated, Xiangyun and Minghai joined the effort to eliminate the remaining monsters. Soon, with their combined might, the remaining foes were swiftly eradicated, leaving only a few units injured, a far better outcome than Xia Yuan had anticipated. By the end of the skirmish, aside from a handful of units sustaining serious injuries, none had perished. Qiangwu, you performed admirably just now. Minghai, you did quite well too. For this, Xia Yuan took the time to commend each unit individually, instructing the uninjured troops to collect the items dropped by the monsters. Following the one-on-one praises, Xia Yuan, accompanied by Qiangyun, Minghai, and several skeletal warriors, proceeded towards the village to investigate. Upon reaching the village, Xia Yuan observed the collapsed stone walls, scattered debris, and the dried blood that had congealed upon the stones. Suddenly, he turned to Qiangyun and inquired, Qiangyun, can you ascertain how long ago this battle took place? Taken aback by Xia Yuan's question, Qiangyun stepped forward to examine the scene closely, ultimately shaking his head in response. My lord, I cannot discern the timeline. Oh, it's no matter, I was merely asking casually. Do not dwell on it, Xia Yuan quickly reassured him, then followed the skeletal warriors through a gap in the wall into the village. The village was sizable, boasting dozens of houses, distinct from standard dwellings. These structures were a haphazard mix of wood and stone, varying in size, clearly not built by the system. However, most of the buildings were now in ruins, lying in a state of disarray. It seemed this was not the domain of a lord, but rather a settlement established by sentient beings. Judging by the evidence, it appeared that the village had been discovered and subsequently destroyed by a horde of monsters. Yet, why were there no remains of the intelligent creatures? Had they fled in advance upon realizing they could not contend with the monsters? Or had they, like the beasts, been automatically refreshed by the system? As he surveyed the village's condition, Xia Yuan pondered, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any useful items or information. Remarkably, he did stumble upon some clues. Kai Sanlu, go lift that stone and see what lies beneath. At Xia Yuan's command, the 2 skeletal warriors moved to remove a large stone, and once it was displaced, Xia Yuan beheld the object concealed beneath. Is this the head of a mining pick? He remarked, uncertainty clouding his voice, but soon he became convinced. This was indeed a mining pick, as he discovered another intact one nearby, along with several more scattered throughout the village. The sight of these mining picks led Xia Yuan to speculate about the suspected mine entrance to the north of his territory. This prompted him to surmise that the village might be connected to that mine. If that were the case, the intelligent beings might have sought refuge within the mine when they sensed danger. While contemplating this, he resolved to investigate the mine further. However, mulling over such thoughts was futile. With the absence of sentient beings in the village, it was imperative to open the treasure chest post-haste. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Xia Yuan instructed Qiangyun to guide him to the location of the chest. Under Qiangyun's guidance, Xia Yuan swiftly arrived at the treasure's location. The chest was situated beside a collapsed house, surrounded by broken timber and stones. Qiangyun, your eyesight is remarkable. How did you spot this from such a distance? Xia Yuan exclaimed, genuinely impressed, recognizing Qiangyun's keen perception. Before him lay a chest not of wood, but rather forged from some form of iron ore. Without hesitation, Xia Yuan rubbed his hands together and prayed to the heavens. Oh, divine powers, considering I have vanquished so many monsters to obtain this chest, I beseech you to bestow upon me something truly extraordinary. With that, he reached out to touch the chest. A prompt appeared. Would you like to open the black iron chest? Black iron chest? Is it made of the same material as the black iron short sword? Upon seeing the prompt, Xia Yuan instinctively analyzed the situation and immediately chose to open it. Upon opening, he received 3-star common recruitment essence, elite falcon, crystal resource bag, rare. Dimensional key, rare, blazing staff, rare, heavenly gift building blueprint, observation stone, rare. Although the black iron chest yielded few items, each was of exceptional quality, with a minimum rarity of rare. The only item that perhaps did not meet the rare standard was the elite falcon recruitment essence. However, its worth would undoubtedly not be less than that of the other items, and it might even surpass them, considering how scarce 3-star common units were at this juncture. Xia Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the gleaming items, and he quickly gathered them for inspection. Crystal resource bag, quality, rare, description, upon use. It grants a random quantity of crystals. Why is this crystal resource bag classified as rare when both crystal stones and fire crystal stones are of common quality? Xia Yuan pondered, perplexed by the rarity of the crystal resource bag, and then, filled with curiosity, decided to use it. Instantly, a multitude of crystals in various colors materialized before him, including both fire crystal stones and water crystal stones he had previously encountered, as well as 4 new types: lightning, ice, light, and dark, all of rare quality. Ah, I see now. Upon realizing this, Xia Yuan understood that crystals could indeed possess higher qualities. He also recognized that certain building upgrades in the future would likely necessitate these superior crystals. Counting the crystals, he found a total of 12, with 2 of each elemental type. After carefully examining the various crystals, Xia Yuan chuckled to himself and stored them away. Regardless of the circumstances, the value of rare-grade crystals was undeniably significant. The next item was a bronze key-shaped artifact. Dimensional key. Quality, rare. Description: using this item can open any barrier. A barrier? Such a phenomenon exists in the land bestowed by the heavens. Although Xia Yuan had yet to encounter a barrier, he surmised that this item must be exceptional, as barriers, in his understanding, were rather sophisticated entities. Safeguarding the key to breaking barriers, Xia Yuan then turned his attention to the next item, the blazing flame staff. This was the second weapon Xia Yuan had acquired, and notably, the only rare weapon among his possessions. The blazing flame staff, approximately 1 meters in length, appeared to be crafted from a type of wood, adorned with enigmatic engravings. At its pinnacle, there was a hollow section inlaid with a gently glowing crimson crystal. This fiery gem bore a resemblance to a fire crystal, albeit with a slightly different shape. The staff, overall, was rather unembellished, weighing similarly to his black iron short sword. Chapter 23, Eagle Feather. According to the staff's description, the blazing flame staff could enhance the potency and casting speed of fire-based magic. However, Xia Yuan possessed no magical power himself, rendering him incapable of wielding this staff. Alas, in my hands, this staff is merely an oversized stick, inferior even to the black iron short sword. After toying with the blazing flame staff, Xia Yuan sighed in resignation. This was his first encounter with a magical staff, yet he was unable to make use of it. Qiangyun, do you not possess some form of energy? Perhaps you could attempt to wield this staff. While he, an ordinary individual, could not utilize it, it did not preclude others from doing so, such as Qiangyun beside him. As he spoke, Xia Yuan extended the staff toward Qiangyun to see if he could make use of it. Yes, my lord. Qiangyun accepted the staff and began to experiment with it, while Xia Yuan turned his gaze to the final item. Heavenly gifted architectural blueprint. Observation stone, level 1. Quality, rare. Required materials, 500 stone, 1 rare light crystal, 1 rare dark crystal, 100 G soul crystal dust. Description: the observation stone allows one to view the surroundings of units marked for observation. Upon reading the description of the observation stone, Xia Yuan's eyes widened, and his expression brightened with joy. This truly was a stroke of fortune. He had previously pondered how to monitor the situation outside his territory, and now a solution had been presented to him. However, he soon realized that if the stone merely allowed observation without revealing the levels of monsters, its utility would be somewhat limited, yielding little difference from the current situation. Xia Yuan quickly grasped that the observation stone might not fully meet his expectations. After all, if it could not display monster levels, he would still need to venture out personally at critical moments. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Once he returned to his territory and constructed the necessary facilities, he could ascertain its effectiveness. It was not in vain that he had exerted himself to eliminate these monsters. Merely possessing this heavenly gifted architectural blueprint felt worthwhile, not to mention the other items and the spoils from the monsters. Xia Yuan carefully stored the blueprint, feeling quite pleased, and then inquired of Chang Yun, who had finished experimenting with the blazing flame staff. So, Chang Yun, were you able to utilize it? Chang Yun shook his head in response, stating, "My lord, I am unable to wield this staff." "I see. It appears the energy you possess is distinct from magical power." Xia Yuan, upon hearing this, felt little disappointment, having anticipated such an outcome. It seemed this staff would have to be reserved for trading with others in the future. Minghai, they should have finished their tasks by now. Please bring some individuals to search this village and see if we can uncover anything useful. After all, in such a large village, even if the inhabitants fled, there should still be remnants left behind. After surveying the village, Xia Yuan commanded Minghai. With a nod, Minghai promptly departed the village. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a multitude of skeleton warriors, commencing a thorough search. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan ventured outside the village to collect the items dropped by the monsters. Upon gathering the monster drops, Xia Yuan found that he had amassed over 700 grams of spiritual dust, 3 building resource bags, 1 food resource bag, 9 1-star ordinary recruitment crystals, and 5 2-star ordinary recruitment crystals. Given that much of his day had been devoted to seeking out intelligent beings, his haul was somewhat less than the previous day. However, when factoring in the items procured from the black iron chest, it could be deemed a bountiful harvest. Within the village, after a thorough search by Ming Hai and the others, several useful items were indeed discovered. In a collapsed building, presumably once a blacksmith shop, a substantial quantity of iron ore was found, estimated to be around 200 units. This was a delightful surprise. Although his territory currently had no shortage of iron ore, it was still an unexpected windfall. Watching the scattered iron ore on the ground, Xia Yuan could not help but smile. His territory's iron ore had all been obtained from building resource bags until now, and he had never sourced iron ore from elsewhere. After a prolonged search, as dusk approached, Xia Yuan had nearly turned the village upside down. In addition to the previously discovered iron ore, he also unearthed a dozen usable iron pickaxes from the village. Alright, this will suffice. There likely isn't anything more to be found. It is time to return to the territory. Checking the time, Xia Yuan instructed Ming Hai and the others to cease their search. The current location was not entirely secure, and lingering until nightfall could lead to considerable trouble. After ensuring the skeleton warriors had gathered the iron ore and pickaxes they had discovered, he led his troops back to the territory. On the way back, Xia Yuan even had Chang Yun eliminate a few untainted wild beasts for that evening's dinner. Once the pollution route was dealt with, he would promptly investigate the mine. As he passed near the mine, Xia Yuan cast a deep gaze at it. Based on the day's combat experience, he was confident he could eradicate the pollution route within 3 days, even if faced with monsters on par with or stronger than second-tier wolfmen. After leaving the mine, Xia Yuan did not return directly to the territory. Instead, he veered eastward toward the exchange platform, ready to trade the recruitment crystals he held. At the exchange platform, Xia Yuan first traded for 4 militia, raising the number of human troop types to 25. The remainder were exchanged for skeleton soldiers, leaving only the 3-star ordinary elite hawk recruitment crystal. It was not that Xia Yuan wished to recruit more militia, but rather that his current food supply could only sustain 25 human troops. When Xia Yuan arrived back at the territory, the sun was nearly setting. Finally back. I'm utterly exhausted. Upon returning, Xia Yuan exclaimed wearily. It was his first day away from the territory since morning, only to return at night. Although most of his time had been spent resting or observing, he could not escape the weariness of the mind. Ting. Just then, the voice of the flower spirit reached him, and upon seeing her charming smile, Xia Yuan felt some of his fatigue dissipate. Flower spirit, were you able to help that fruit tree transform? Ting, ting. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's inquiry, the smile on the flower spirit's face vanished, replaced by a look of distress. Realizing he might have misspoken, Xia Yuan hastily reassured her. Flower spirit, it's perfectly all right if you weren't successful. They say failure is the mother of success. You will undoubtedly succeed. With Xia Yuan's comforting words, the flower spirit soon blossomed into a smile once more. Truly, she was an easy one to cheer up. Seeing this, Xia Yuan smiled and sighed, then approached the Lord's altar to prepare for the recruitment of troops. He hoped that the elite falcon he would summon would possess formidable combat power, not necessarily rivaling the elite gunmen, but at least surpassing the flower spirits. Beside the Lord's altar, Xia Yuan gazed at the elite falcon recruitment essence in his hand and murmured to himself before placing it upon the altar. Prompt. This recruitment requires a cost of 10G of soul crystal dust. Prompt. Recruitment in progress. The name Elite Falcon immediately indicated to Xia Yuan that this would certainly be an aerial unit. On his return to the territory, he found himself wavering on whether or not to recruit it. Though flying units are generally advantageous, the location he found himself in was a dense forest, utterly unsuited for aerial combat. Imagining an eagle battling amidst the trees seemed rather ludicrous. Thus, Xia Yuan remained indecisive, torn between recruiting it or exchanging it for another type of unit. Ultimately, he chose to recruit it, believing it could synergize with the observation stone to form a reconnaissance falcon. Moreover, the forest was not entirely devoid of clearings. Prompt: You have successfully recruited a 3-star ordinary unit, Elite Falcon. With this notification, a creature approximately 70 centimeters in length, adorned in a mix of brown and white feathers, reminiscent of an eagle from Blue Star, materialized at the Lord's altar. This was the Elite Falcon, and it appeared rather average, aside from its larger size. It seemed rather unremarkable. Observing the falcon, whose gaze lacked the sharpness expected of its kind, Xia Yuan muttered a critique. Subsequently, he examined its information and discovered it possessed a skill named Eagle Eye. The skill's effect significantly enhanced the falcon's own vision. Wow. It even has a skill right upon recruitment. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, albeit the skill is not particularly impressive. Xia Yuan felt a twinge of surprise at the presence of a skill, but soon realized that its existence made little difference. As a falcon, its vision was already exceptional, rendering the Eagle Eye skill merely a decorative embellishment. In comparison, Xia Yuan believed the flower spirit's pollen might prove more beneficial in the future. Well, having it is better than not. As the first eagle of the Star Abyss, it's customary to give you a name, Xia Yuan remarked, gently stroking the falcon's head. The texture was quite pleasant. Regarding a name, the first thought that crossed his mind was that of an abstract streamer from Blue Star's internet. Ahem, that's not suitable. Naming you after that feels peculiar. Let me think. You are an eagle with splendid feathers, so I shall name you Feathered Eagle. After some contemplation, he initially intended to call it Feathered Eagle, but ultimately decided to swap the words, naming it Eagle Feather instead. The reasoning behind this was purely for memorability. Certainly not because of any phonetic association with the subject he had long since returned to his teacher. Naming can be quite a hassle. Every name seems to make me lose a few strands of hair. In the future, I suppose I shall resort to using simple numbers instead. Xia Yuan lightly tapped his head in exasperation, then instructed Eagle Feather to demonstrate its prowess. Upon witnessing Eagle Feather unfurl its immense wings and ascend into the sky, Xia Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Those wings are enormous. They must be nearly as tall as I am. I wonder if it can carry me aloft. Then again, it is merely a falcon, so that seems unlikely. He gazed enviously at Eagle Feather soaring freely in the sky. For who among humanity does not yearn to traverse the heavens? Speaking of which, this world must harbor griffin-like units. Perhaps he could procure one as a mount in due time. With that thought, Xia Yuan checked the evolution points, discovering indeed the emergence of new points for unit evolution. Beast evolution points. 1. Is Eagle Feather considered a beast? That seems fitting. However, gathering the necessary evolution points for it might take some time. Currently, the only beast unit he possessed was Eagle Feather, which required 105 evolution points to evolve. It would undoubtedly take more than a week to accumulate that number. Soon, after conducting a series of tests with Gunyun's assistance, Xia Yuan gained an approximate understanding of Eagle Feather's capabilities. The Elite Falcon was a unit inclined towards agility, boasting a flight speed that far surpassed that of the similarly airborne flower spirits, capable of traversing several streets in mere moments. However, in terms of attack, it fell short compared to elite spearmen and elite skeletal warriors of the same tier. As for defense, Xia Yuan shook his head after observing Eagle Feather fall helplessly to 3 strikes from Gunyun. Clearly, its defensive capabilities were lacking. Overall, thanks to its aerial advantage, Eagle Feather could be deemed worthy of its classification. After concluding the tests on Eagle Feather, Xia Yuan's next step was to locate a suitable spot and produce the blueprint for the observation stone. Thankfully, he had previously acquired a bag of crystal resources. Otherwise, even with the blueprint, construction would have been impossible. As he gazed at the materials displayed in the ethereal construction interface, Xia Yuan marveled at his luck. He then produced 2 rare-grade crystals, one light and one dark, along with the soul dust. As the materials were gathered, the observation stone transitioned from ethereal to tangible. Level 1 observation stone. Quality, rare. Observation range, 10,000 meters. Observation mark, 0, 1. Effect, allows the marking of 1 unit. Thereafter, the surrounding situation of the marked unit can be observed through the observation stone. Upgrade conditions. Prompt. Utilizing this building incurs a cost of 1 G of soul crystal dust every 10 minutes. Prompt. Each marking of a unit requires 5 G of soul dust. The observation stone was a black crystal slab approximately 2 meters long and wide, possessing a hint of transparency. After some examination, Xia Yuan understood how to utilize the observation stone. Isn't this reminiscent of a monitoring device? He quipped, observing the blue light emanating from Gunyun's forehead, where the observation mark was faintly glowing. At that moment, the black observation stone was no longer a solid mass, but now resembled a television screen displaying imagery, radiating light such that one could discern the visuals even in the dark. The image depicted Xia Yuan and his immediate surroundings. As Gunyun turned to look in another direction, the displayed image on the observation stone shifted correspondingly. So this is essentially a human monitoring system, or rather, a falcon monitoring system. After completing the tests, Xia Yuan shut off the observation stone, intending to transfer the observation mark to eagle feather. As the observation stone powered down, the mark on Gun Yun's forehead concealed itself once more, and the imagery on the stone faded. Next, Xia Yuan touched the observation stone to remove the mark from Gun Yun and expended 5G of soul dust to regenerate a new observation mark. Shortly thereafter, a black mark, glowing like an eye, appeared on the observation stone. He then instructed Eagle Feather to touch this observation mark. Upon contact, the mark immediately shrank and nestled into the center of Eagle Feather's forehead, becoming visible only during use. Simultaneously, from previous trials, Xia Yuan understood that the observation stone could currently only generate one observation mark. To produce a new mark, the previous one had to be cancelled, which dispelled Xia Yuan's thoughts of marking multiple units. Chapter 24. The Busy Gun Yun. Eagle Feather, soar in the sky for a few laps. But remember not to fly too far. Just circle around for a while to avoid any dangers. Upon observing that the mark had been left on Eagle Feather, Xia Yuan instructed it to soar over the territory a few times, eager to assess the compatibility with the observation stone. Whoosh! At the sound of Xia Yuan's command, Eagle Feather immediately unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky. As the majestic bird took flight, Xia Yuan activated the observation stone. In the air, a mark appeared between Eagle Feather's brows, while the observation stone on the ground illuminated. The images visible on the observation stone were derived from the mark's perspective. However, as night had fallen and Eagle Feather was flying at considerable altitude, the visuals displayed were predominantly obscured by darkness, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Yet, through the moonlight, Xia Yuan could discern that the scene was shifting rapidly. Well, I suppose I shall wait until tomorrow morning to try again. This is utterly unwatchable, Xia Yuan mused, shaking his head at the image on the observation stone. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources after spending money, he persevered and stared at the stone for a full 10 minutes before shutting it off. After closing the observation stone, Xia Yuan proceeded to evolve the 4 newly recruited militia into pikemen. As for the skeleton soldiers, he felt that the current number of skeletal warriors was sufficient and thus chose not to evolve any further. Instead, he decided to reserve the points for evolving the undead. Following dinner, Xia Yuan distributed the spiritual dust among all troop types to elevate their levels. Glancing at the remaining less than 100 grams of spiritual dust, he felt a pang of regret. Thus, with a heavy heart, Xia Yuan returned to the Lord's Manor to rest. Due to the day's events, he found it unusual to lay down and quickly drifted into slumber. While Xia Yuan rested, Guncloud and the other troops continued their activities. Following Xia Yuan's orders, Guncloud took the undead along to instruct the others in the art of throwing skills. The others referred to the 3-star ordinary soldiers, such as Gun E. After 2 days of instruction, Guncloud realized that acquiring throwing skills necessitated a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, teaching would yield no results. It became apparent that the average 2-star ordinary soldiers lacked this requisite wisdom. Consequently, Guncloud concluded that rather than waste time teaching them now, it would be more prudent to wait until they evolved into higher quality troops before imparting this knowledge. After several days of meticulous instruction, Gun E successfully learned the throwing skill. Gun E, well done, Guncloud exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. After the lesson, Guncloud halted the training of the other troops and initiated the second activity of the day, cooperative training. To avoid disturbing Xia Yuan's rest, Guncloud and the undead led the human and undead soldiers to a nearby clearing, away from the territory, to commence their cooperative training. The human troops under Guncloud's command fared reasonably well, as his experience and the smaller number of human soldiers made coordination relatively effortless. However, the situation with the undead was considerably more chaotic due to the excessive number of skeletal warriors. Nonetheless, with Guncloud's assistance, the undead began to find their rhythm. After approximately an hour of practice, Guncloud called an end to the training session, instructing the troops to return to the territory to absorb spiritual dust and enhance their levels. He then commenced the next activity with the undead, researching energy utilization and skill development. Through the battles of recent days, he had come to understand that skills were not immutable. A skill could be enhanced in power through certain methods, such as increasing energy output, and could also be transformed in form or develop into new skills, such as the throwing skill. Bang! 2 pale blue energies merged into one, becoming a more potent force that instantly dispersed the surrounding darkness and swiftly zipped past Guncloud's side. As the pale blue energy brushed by, Guncloud was astonished to feel that, although he had not been struck, the skeletal armor on his arm seemed to have been impacted. Clack, clack, clack. Brother, have you learned a new skill? No, it is merely a different application of energy, not a new skill per se. Although the power and range have increased, the energy consumption is far greater than before. The expenditure is disproportionate to the results. With my current energy, I can only utilize it 3 times at most before needing to refine my approach, Guncloud replied candidly, imparting this newfound method of energy application to the undead. The adage 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang resonated with him, even if he was unaware of the saying. He recognized that with the undead's assistance, he could grow more swiftly, thus he never hesitated to share what he had learned. And so, under the cover of night, the two engaged in mutual exploration and practice until the late hours. By this time, the undead had begun to absorb spiritual dust to elevate their levels. While Guncloud pondered over the blazing staff borrowed from the Lord after dinner, he discovered that the energy within him bore a striking resemblance to that of the undead, yet fundamentally differed. In fact, when these two energies came into contact, they would clash violently. The energy flowing through the staff appeared distinctly different from the energies possessed by both him and the undead. According to the Lord, this type of energy was referred to as magic power. Guncloud traced the mysterious patterns on the staff while muttering to himself. Simultaneously, he recalled the fireball wielded by the flame goblin and the pollen released by the flower spirit. Never mind, I should first absorb spiritual dust to bolster my strength. My understanding of this subject is far too limited and complex for me to grasp at present, Guncloud remarked, shaking his head as he set the blazing staff aside and began to absorb spiritual dust to enhance his level. The following day marked the 6th day of Xia Yuan's stay in the Divine Gift Continent. What a surprisingly comfortable sensation. Have I begun to acclimatize to this straw bed? Stretching lazily, Xia Yuan rose from his bed and promptly checked the levels of his troops. Pikeman, Guncloud. Level, First Order Level 6. Skeleton Warrior, Undead. Level, First Order Level 6. Noting that both Guncloud and the undead had reached Level 6, Xia Yuan calculated the elapsed time and realized that the actual time taken to progress from Level 5 to Level 6 was less than 24 hours. It seemed the advancement had not been significantly slow. If they remained in the territory absorbing spiritual dust all day, they could level up even faster. However, given that the territory was still in its developmental phase, Xia Yuan could not allow the troops to linger all day for level advancement. Furthermore, the spiritual dust required for leveling up was considerable, and staying in the territory would not yield sufficient spiritual dust. Subsequently, Xia Yuan opened the territory leaderboard to check his ranking. Rank 1, Happy and Joyful. Rank 2, Celestial Talent. Rank 3, Star Abyss. Just as expected of me. Upon discovering he had ascended to 3rd place, a smile crept across Xia Yuan's face, unable to suppress his pride. While he appeared modest, he, like many others, harbored a slight vanity. Otherwise, he would not check the territory leaderboard every morning. Of course, the potential rewards also played a role in this habit. Ultimately, Xia Yuan was merely a typical introverted show-off. I bet the chat interface is buzzing with discussions about my recent ranking. With that thought, he opened the chat interface, eager to see how others reacted to his newfound position. Grinning to himself, Xia Yuan anticipated the excitement his climb from 7th to 3rd place would evoke. Observing the rapidly refreshing messages, Xia Yuan couldn't help but mutter a remark, yet the smile that crept upon his lips was a testament to his current mood. However, as Xia Yuan scrutinized the comments made by others, he soon realized that the discussion was not centered around him, but rather another matter entirely. Gujio, no? Can you please slow down the messages? My eyes are starting to blur. Peony, you're not deceiving me, are you? We can really return to Blue Star? Young Air, same question. Wu San, I heard it was a big shot who leaked this information last night. It should be true, right? As he perused the chat interface, the smile on Xia Yuan's face abruptly vanished, prompting him to quickly scroll through the messages one by one. After a thorough examination, he finally grasped the gist of the situation. It appeared that someone had claimed in the chat last night that by upgrading one's territory to level 2, one could return to Blue Star via the Lord's altar. Initially, many were skeptical, considering it merely a personal opinion. However, as the night progressed, a significant number began to believe this information. Now it made sense. Having understood the circumstances, Xia Yuan felt his heart racing wildly, taking a while to regain his composure. Whether it was true or not, he would soon find out. Upgrade Condition 1. 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 iron ore, 500 G soul crystal dust. Upgrade Condition 2. Command 100 troops, current command, 91, 100. He was now only lacking soul dust and 9 troop types to meet the conditions for upgrading to a level 2 territory. Just yesterday, he had been short on iron ore, but he had managed to procure a badge from the destroyed village. Additionally, he obtained another badge through resource bags. So he was now not only sufficient, but had a surplus. As for wood and stone, after several days of harvesting by the troops, Xia Yuan felt more than adequate. Calming himself, Xia Yuan stepped out of his room to prepare for the evolution of the skeleton. Human troop evolution points, 251. Undead troop evolution points, 61. Elf troop evolution points, 57. Beast troop evolution points, 17. Due to the insufficient evolution points required for the eagle feather, the great fairies could not significantly enhance their strength by evolving into budding fairies. Therefore, Xia Yuan decided to save up to 10 evolution points before evolving both the eagle feather and the flower spirit into rare troops. The evolution points for the undead troop had indeed reached the required amount for the evolution of the skeleton. As for the human evolution points, whether to evolve another spear-wielding troop or save them for the gun cloud would depend on the strength of the skeleton post-evolution. Upon exiting his room, Xia Yuan spotted the skeleton engaged in conversation with Gun Cloud a short distance away. Lord. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, Gun Cloud promptly ceased his discussion with the skeleton and handed over the flame staff that was nearby. Gun Cloud, how is your research on this staff progressing? Apologies, my lord, but I currently have no leads. Hearing Xia Yuan's inquiry, Gun Cloud appeared somewhat embarrassed. Never mind, as this staff is merely sitting here with me. If you can discover a method of usage, that would be splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. Xia Yuan consoled him and then called over the skeleton. With a swift motion, the skeleton approached Xia Yuan and assumed a posture of slight reverence. Although Xia Yuan could not comprehend the words of the skeleton, he could roughly discern its meaning from its body language. This sparked an intriguing thought in Xia Yuan's mind, who had initially intended to evolve the skeleton immediately. He pretended to pat down his crumpled clothing, which had not been changed for several days, straightened his back, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, Ahem, skeleton. Seeing Xia Yuan's demeanor, the skeleton appeared puzzled, but upon hearing its lord call, it responded immediately. Let me think of how to phrase this. At that moment, various scenes from movies and dramas depicting the granting of rewards to subordinates floated through Xia Yuan's mind. Skeleton, in light of your valiant efforts in battle these past few days, contributing significantly to our territory, I shall grant you evolution. With that, Xia Yuan swiftly harnessed the power of evolution and reached out to touch the skeleton. The skeleton seemed somewhat perplexed by Xia Yuan's words, but understood the last part. However, before it could rejoice, the evolution power enveloped it. Phew, almost lost my train of thought, but this feeling is quite delightful. Upon witnessing the skeleton enter the evolution phase, Xia Yuan exhaled in relief, grateful for his quick thinking that allowed him to formulate a coherent statement. He had to admit, this sensation was rather pleasing. Meanwhile, Gun Cloud, who had been observing the entire process, was left with a head full of questions. Notification, Skeleton Warrior, 1-star rare, evolves into Skeleton General, 2-star rare. I expected it to become an elite skeleton warrior. Glancing at the notification that appeared before him, Xia Yuan couldn't help but mutter a mild complaint before turning his gaze to the skeleton post-evolution. Overall, there were not many notable changes. Its weapons and shield had become more exquisite, and the appearance of its skeletal armor had undergone slight modifications. The evolved skeleton curiously examined its transformation, occasionally brandishing the long knife in its hand and tapping the shield. Concurrently, Xia Yuan checked the skeleton's information and discovered it had gained a skill called Charge. The name of this skill was as straightforward as ever, making its purpose immediately clear. Seeing the skill name, Xia Yuan couldn't restrain another quip. Finding it hard to understand why the skill names he had encountered thus far were so unadorned, such as Stab, Slash, Pollen, Heavy Slash, Gun Thrust, and Eagle Eye. At first glance, they resembled ordinary attacks rather than the names of skills. Skeleton, demonstrate your strength post-evolution. The skeleton nodded eagerly and moved to an open area to test its abilities. Shortly thereafter, in the clear space, the skeleton was engaged in battle with Gun Cloud, who was evidently at a disadvantage. Through testing, Xia Yuan noted that the skeleton's physical attributes had roughly doubled. He also observed that each time a troop evolved, their physical capabilities generally increased by about twofold. This was not a sudden exponential growth, of course, but this principle applied solely to combat-type troops. For instance, Flower Spirits, even after evolving to 3-star Ordinary, did not gain much strength. As for the new skill Charge, its name alone indicated it was a classic warrior ability. It allowed for a swift dash to the target's front to deliver an attack, and when using a shield against enemies, it could also induce dizziness. Chapter 25, Reconnaissance of the Eagle. Although the enhancement in physical attributes through evolution was merely around twofold, considering the improvements in skills and intelligence, the actual combat effectiveness of the troops exceeded a mere doubling. Observing Gun Cloud surrendering with a wave while the skeleton appeared quite pleased, Xia Yuan reflected, however, it seems that the quality enhancement does not significantly boost strength. Rather, it is the level that plays a more pivotal role. The current low levels make the quality improvements appear more substantial than they truly are. Having reached this conclusion, Xia Yuan recalled the werewolf from yesterday that had fought evenly against Gun Cloud despite lacking rationality. If that werewolf had possessed intelligence comparable to Gun Cloud, then yesterday's battle would certainly not have been won so easily, even with the skeleton's assistance. After gaining a general understanding of the skeleton's evolved strength, Xia Yuan promptly decided to reserve the human evolution points, intending to save up to 50 points for the evolution of Gun Cloud. After a simple breakfast, Xia Yuan eagerly instructed Chang Yun and Ming Hai to lead their troops in the extermination of monsters. Chang Yun, take Gun 1, Gun 2, and all the spear-wielding soldiers to cleanse the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the territory. Understood. Ming Hai, you shall take all other undead troops, excluding skeleton soldiers, to eliminate the contaminated monsters to the east. Remember, the primary objective is to acquire recruitment essence. Do not venture too far. Both responded promptly and departed with their respective troops. Once Chang Yun and Ming Hai had left, the territory felt eerily desolate. After assigning tasks to the skeleton soldiers, Xia Yuan approached the observation stone, preparing to survey the surrounding area through the eagle feather. Eagle feather, first fly east for a round trip, approximately 10 kilometers. I wonder if you comprehend just how far that is. Just as he was about to issue the command, Xia Yuan realized that as a beast with limited intelligence, it was unlikely that eagle feather would grasp the concept of 10 kilometers. Thus, he opted for a simpler instruction. Never mind. Just fly east for about half an hour and return. If you encounter any flying monsters, remember to flee promptly. Off you go. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reiterated the concept of a minute several times to ensure understanding. Watching eagle feather soar eastward, Xia Yuan couldn't help but sigh, feeling that his decision to recruit eagle feather might not have been the best. Alas, it's done now. Overthinking won't help. Let's see how the eastern situation unfolds. With the activation of the observation stone, images began to materialize. Unlike the dark and blurry visuals from the previous night, this time the images were remarkably clear. However, apart from trees, Xia Yuan found no useful information. Is that Ming Hai and the others? Have they arrived so swiftly? Shortly thereafter, while seated before the observation stone, Xia Yuan caught sight of Ming Hai and his troops hastening along. Suddenly, Ming Hai sensed an unseen presence observing them. He promptly halted the advance of the undead and scanned the vicinity. Finding no enemies, he felt puzzled. Then, recalling something, he looked up and spotted eagle feather hovering above. Ah, it's just eagle feather. Relieved, Ming Hai's keen eyes caught sight of the observation mark on eagle feather's brow, making him realize that the Lord had just seen him through the creature. As eagle feather showed no signs of lingering, it soon vanished from Ming Hai's view. Watching the bird disappear, Ming Hai became aware of his lack of vigilance toward aerial observations. However, this was hardly his fault. Since his recruitment, he had never encountered flying monsters. Moreover, most of his battles had taken place within wooded areas, where he could only check for monsters in the trees. Never considering that threats might lurk above, he must have been startled by that eagle feather. What a pity. It flew away too quickly for him to see what followed. Xia Yuan chuckled at Ming Hai's earlier reaction. As eagle feather continued its flight, the visuals on the observation stone transformed into an endless expanse of trees. Due to the dense foliage, Xia Yuan could not discern what lay beneath. However, as they advanced, the once lush branches became sparser. Xia Yuan's expression grew grave as he began to grasp the extent of the contamination's peril. With fewer leaves obscuring his view, he gradually discerned traces of monsters. What is that? He spotted a location teeming with numerous creatures, seemingly no less than the number of monsters in the village from the previous day. Yet, before Xia Yuan could closely observe, eagle feather flew beyond the range of visibility. What happened to the image? He found himself at a loss, realizing he could not command eagle feather to halt from such a distance. Helpless, he mentally noted the location of that monstrous congregation. Moments later, the visuals on the observation stone abruptly vanished, leaving Xia Yuan momentarily stunned. Fortunately, he quickly deduced that eagle feather must have flown beyond the observation stone's range. Checking the time, he noted that only a little over 10 minutes had passed. This made him realize he had severely underestimated eagle feather's flying speed. Even at a non-full speed, it could cover 10 kilometers in just a few minutes. Oh no, I hope eagle feather doesn't encounter any danger during this half hour. Now that eagle feather had left the observation stone's range, Xia Yuan could only hope for its safe return. At the same time, he recognized the significance of the troops' intelligence. The difference between high and low intelligence was indeed stark. Had eagle feather possessed the cognitive level of Chang Yun or Gun 1, such a situation would not have arisen. After a brief moment of vexation, while waiting for eagle feather's return, Xia Yuan began to contemplate the observations he had made along the way. After leaving the vicinity of the monstrous horde, eagle feather had not encountered any other groups of monsters. This implied, at this point, Xia Yuan realized that the previous congregation of monsters likely marked the location of the contaminated route. Moreover, based on prior information, monsters would be guarding the site of the contamination. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became of his hypothesis. However, even if he had potentially identified the location of the contamination route, Xia Yuan did not rush to mobilize his troops for eradication. Eagle feather had flown too swiftly for him to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet, even from a fleeting glimpse, he noticed several werewolf figures among that monstrous horde. Unable to ascertain whether those werewolves were all second-tier monsters, he opted for caution. He decided to wait until his forces were stronger, then launch a decisive assault. The wait was always excruciating, as concerns for eagle feather's well-being plagued Xia Yuan. He frequently attempted to activate the observation stone, hoping to confirm its return. Finally, after approximately 20 minutes since eagle feather's departure, the observation stone responded. When Xia Yuan attempted to activate it once more, the screen displayed moving images. Phew. It seems everything is fine. Seeing the swift motion on the observation stone, Xia Yuan felt a sense of relief. Chapter 26. Upgrading the territory. Although he could not see the specifics of eagle feather's situation through the observation stone, The speed suggested that it had encountered no significant troubles. Soon after, Eagle Feather safely returned to the territory. Upon seeing it unharmed, Xia Yuan affectionately patted its head. You had me worried there. After confirming Eagle Feather's speed and its safe return, Xia Yuan felt considerably more at ease. After allowing it a brief rest, he sent it out again to scout other directions, albeit for a reduced duration this time. As noon approached, through the insights gained from Eagle Feather and the observation stone, Xia Yuan acquired a general understanding of the conditions within a 10,000-meter radius of the territory. Aside from the contaminated route to the east, the situations on the other three sides were nearly identical, characterized by vast stretches of forest. No goblin camps or destroyed villages had reappeared. Thus, it appeared that aside from the contaminated route to the east, the other three directions posed little threat to him. Xia Yuan was engaged in analysis. However, mere analysis did not lead him to genuinely believe in safety. After all, through the eagle's feather, he could only observe regions devoid of forest cover. Who knows what terrifying monsters might lurk beneath the unseen woods? Before long, Chang Yun and Ming Hai, following Xia Yuan's prior orders, returned to the territory with their troops. Upon learning that the duo had encountered no issues, Xia Yuan began to inspect the items they had gathered throughout the morning. Aside from the food and building resources, Chang Yun and his team had amassed a total of 600 G of spirit dust for ordinary 1-star recruitment essences and 2 ordinary 2-star recruitment essences. Clutching the recruitment essences, Xia Yuan hurried to the exchange balance, converting all of them into skeleton soldier recruitment essences. At last, he could upgrade the territory to level 2. With excitement, he observed the newly recruited 10 skeleton soldiers, assigning them to Ming Hai before eagerly approaching the heart of the territory. Star Abyss. Level 1. Population, 0. Number of buildings, minimal. Constructible buildings, minimal. Upgrade condition 1, minimal. Upgrade condition 2. Command 100 troops. Current command, 101, 100. Prompt. The conditions for upgrading the territory have been met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Upon seeing the prompt, Xia Yuan unhesitatingly selected yes. Prompt. The Star Abyss territory has been upgraded to level 2. After making his selection, Xia Yuan anticipated some extraordinary phenomenon, yet nothing occurred. He merely received a notification stating that the Star Abyss territory had ascended to level 2. Was that it? Observing the seemingly uneventful upgrade of the territory's heart, Xia Yuan could not suppress his existential query. Subsequently, he examined the heart of the territory and discovered that, in addition to the conditions for upgrading to level 3, a new option for constructing farmland had been added. It became apparent that a level 2 territory would introduce farmland, suggesting that the system intended for the lord to cultivate their own food. This made sense, considering that a lord at level 2 would command at least 100 troops. Without farmland to grow food, other than certain troops that did not require sustenance, the rest would starve. Realizing the system's intent in adding farmland to the constructible buildings, Xia Yuan quickly grasped the rationale behind this decision. Aside from this addition, there were no further changes to the heart of the territory. Sighing, he initially expected some spectacular effect to accompany the upgrade. Instead, he resolved to check whether the Lord's altar could return him to the real world. After confirming the territory's upgrade, Xia Yuan slowly exited the Lord's manor. However, before inspecting the altar, he needed to ascertain if his building could also be upgraded to level 2. The first structure he examined was naturally his residence, the Lord's Manor. Level 1 Lord's Manor. Quality, ordinary. Upgrade condition, none. The upgrade condition for the Lord's Manor was none? Staring in disbelief at the upgrade requirement, Xia Yuan quickly rushed to check the other buildings. He found their upgrade conditions remained unchanged, with only the Lord's Manor displaying none. Could this be a reward for upgrading the territory? Returning to the front of the Lord's Manor, Xia Yuan speculated, then, without hesitation, opted for the upgrade. Regardless of whether it was a reward, one should never pass up an opportunity. Unlike the silent upgrade of the territory's heart, the upgrade of the Lord's Manor finally produced a response. As soon as Xia Yuan confirmed the upgrade, an ethereal structure, akin to that of the building process, enveloped the Lord's Manor, gradually solidifying. The commotion attracted the attention of Chang Yun and the other troops. Soon, the upgrade of the Lord's Manor was complete, revealing a brand new structure before Xia Yuan's eyes. Gazing at the transformed Lord's Manor, Xia Yuan finally understood why its location was deliberately distanced from the common dwellings. The once modestly sized manor had expanded to more than twice its original size, transitioning from a wooden construction to a stone edifice. Upon entering, he noticed that the previously single-room layout had evolved into a spacious living area accompanied by a separate kitchen, albeit one requiring manual fire starting. Additionally, the bed in the bedroom had upgraded from a straw mat to a wooden frame. The transformation was astonishing. After touring the level 2 Lord's Manor, Xia Yuan could not help but exclaim in wonder. Given that he was not lacking in resources, he decided to upgrade all applicable buildings. Without hesitation, he commenced the upgrading of the other structures. Before long, except for the observation stone, which lacked materials and did not meet upgrade conditions, all other buildings began their upgrades. Unlike the Lord's Manor, These upgrades did not involve an ethereal overlay and did not complete instantaneously. Rather, they required a waiting period for completion. Furthermore, the buildings in the midst of upgrading remained fully operational, and the upgrade duration was significantly shorter than the time required for construction. Before long, the common dwellings reached level 2 first. Unlike the stone structure of the Lord's Manor, the level 2 common dwellings maintained their wooden design, though their exterior appeared enhanced. Additionally, the interiors were slightly more spacious, alleviating the previous crowding for residents. Other buildings also exhibited various changes post-upgrade. For instance, the storage capacity of the warehouse increased. The bathhouse expanded and now featured hot water along with a blow-drying function. The quality of tissue paper in the public restroom improved. The range and power of the arrow towers heightened, and the growth rate of crops in the farmland accelerated once more. After completing the upgrades for all buildings, Xia Yuan approached the Lord's altar, eager to verify the authenticity of the messages exchanged in the chat interface. Concerned that the news might be false, he had deliberately refrained from checking the altar while upgrading the buildings. He hoped it was indeed true. Chapter 27, Return to Blue Star. Standing before the Lord's altar, Xia Yuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. To speak honestly, his life in this blessed land had not been arduous. In fact, it had become increasingly prosperous. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, he was an unemployed youth, having lost his family in a tragic accident. Thus, he harbored little longing for Blue Star. Logically, whether the Lord's altar could return him to Blue Star held little significance. Yet, he found himself inexplicably wishing for the altar's ability to transport him back. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Resolutely, Xia Yuan stepped into the Lord's altar. In the next moment, a prompt materialized before him. Prompt: would you like to travel to Blue Star? Each journey to Blue Star costs 100 G of spirit dust. It truly could return him to Blue Star. The information relayed in the chat interface was genuine. As he beheld the prompt, Xia Yuan's eyes widened, his heart racing with anticipation. In the past, he had stood at the Lord's altar, yet never had any prompt appeared. Although the prompt now indicated he could venture to Blue Star, Xia Yuan did not immediately choose to do so. Instead, he called for Chongyun and Minghai to arrange their forthcoming actions. Chongyun, Minghai, I will be departing the territory alone for a while. Do not worry, I shall return by tomorrow morning at the latest. Thus, the territory shall be entrusted to Gunyun for the time being, while the afternoon's operations will proceed, as I previously indicated. As for the evening, it will follow the usual routine. Do you understand? My lord, I comprehend, came the immediate response from Gunyun and Minghai, who exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Xia Yuan's decision to depart from the territory and the manner of his exit. Well then, the protection of the territory rests in your capable hands. Xia Yuan remarked with a satisfied nod. He held no concerns for the safety of the territory. He had faith that with Gunyun and Minghai present, it would remain secure. Moreover, his return to Blue Star was primarily to ascertain the truth of certain matters, and he did not intend to linger. As for how he would return to the Tianzi continent after arriving in Blue Star, Xia Yuan smiled, expressing disbelief that the system would exert such effort to transport individuals to the Tianzi continent only to permit their easy departure. If one could remain in Blue Star without returning to the Tianzi continent, then the Lord's trial would indeed be a farce. Furthermore, previous hints had indicated that each journey to Blue Star required the expenditure of spirit dust, implying that a lord could venture there more than once. Thus, he was certain that the system would ensure a return to the Tianzi continent. Having finalized the arrangements, Xia Yuan hesitated no longer and chose to expend 100 G of spirit dust to travel to Blue Star. As soon as he made his selection, a silver light emanated from the Lord's altar beneath his feet. In the next moment, Xia Yuan's figure vanished from the altar, witnessing the Lord's disappearance. Gunyun and Minghai exchanged bewildered looks. Curiosity piqued. Minghai approached the Lord's altar, but regardless of how it moved, the altar remained unresponsive. At that moment, Xia Yuan felt a dizzying sensation as if the world was spinning around him. When he regained his composure, he found himself back in his rental apartment on Blue Star. Have I returned? He wondered, surveying his familiar surroundings and instinctively pinching his arm to confirm his reality. Once assured of his genuine return to Blue Star, Xia Yuan felt an immediate urge to freshen up and change into new attire. Though there was a bathing facility within the territory, his clothes had truly been worn for several days. Despite daily washing, the experiences of the past days had left them quite tattered. Had he not returned to Blue Star, he mused that it would not be long before his garments resembled those of a beggar. However, at that moment, he felt a slight warmth on the back of his right hand. Just as he was about to investigate, a familiar method of transmission appeared in his mind. This information revealed to Xia Yuan how to return to the Tianzi continent, emphatically stating that lords who had not completed the Lord's trial could only remain on Blue Star for 24 hours. Should they exceed this duration without returning to the Tianzi continent, they would be forcibly sent back and face penalties. Furthermore, all system functionalities would be temporarily disabled while on Blue Star, only to be restored upon returning to the Tianzi continent. In essence, Xia Yuan was now akin to an ordinary individual. I knew the system would indeed provide a method to return to the Tianzi continent, Xia Yuan remarked, his expression one of realization. He then gazed at the back of his right hand, which appeared unchanged. However, with a mere thought, a silver mark materialized upon it. The design of the mark bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious runes inscribed upon the Lord's altar. No, it should be said that this mark was half of the runes from the altar. This mark was designated as the provisional Lord's mark. The means to return to the Tianzi continent lay within this half of the Lord's mark. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuan mused, the provisional Lord's mark. So the complete Lord's mark would be obtained through the Lord's trial. After refreshing himself and donning a new set of clothes, Xia Yuan powered on his computer to check the time and date. Has 6 days truly passed? It seems the passage of time on the Tianzi continent aligns with that of Blue Star. Xia Yuan did not dwell too much on the synchronized flow of time. Rather, he was more focused on the phone and keys he had picked up earlier. I took my keys and phone before leaving, but upon crossing over to the Tianzi continent, I was left with nothing but my clothes. Initially, I thought I had lost them during the transition, but it appears that was not the case. They simply were not brought along. Is it impossible to carry them over? It seems I shall need to test this again before my return. Subsequently, Xia Yuan opened his freshly charged phone to check for any messages. Unsurprisingly, as a young man without parents or occupation, he had received no contacts, even after his disappearance for several days. Really, what was I even thinking? He reflected with a self-deprecating smile, before gathering his thoughts and beginning to search online for information regarding the recent days. In Xia Yuan's estimation, the sudden disappearance of so many individuals should constitute explosive news across society. The internet should be abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. However, the outcome left him somewhat astonished. There was not a single mention of it online. Could it have been suppressed by the authorities? He pondered, and after a moment's contemplation, a possibility struck him. He hastily began searching for information related to the Tianzi continent. Sure enough, a plethora of entries concerning the Tianzi continent surfaced, although most were irrelevant. Pertaining to online games and novels, Xia Yuan managed to uncover pertinent information through diligent searching. As before, he clicked on a link, and a new window materialized before him. Upon loading, a forum interface resembling that of a gaming community appeared. Initially, Xia Yuan assumed it was another page for an online game, but upon viewing the forum's background image, he realized he might have found what he was looking for. Chapter 28, The Great Xia Alliance. The background depicted slimes, goblins, skeleton soldiers, and militia, representations of the 4 initial unit types. Although Xia Yuan had never encountered slimes or goblins, he was well acquainted with skeleton soldiers and militia, having daily interactions with them. He recognized that the figures in the background were indeed the militia and skeleton soldiers of the Tianzi continent. Indeed, we were not the first to enter the Tianzi continent. This explains the presence of the Lord's altar at the goblin encampment. The sight of the forum interface resolved a long-standing question for Xia Yuan. Clearly, prior to his Group S arrival, there had been one or even multiple groups that had ventured to the Tianzi continent. This elucidated why he had encountered the damaged Lord's altar and houses strikingly similar to the militia's dwellings at the goblin camp. Eagerly, Xia Yuan began perusing the forum's posts, but all required registration for access. Reluctantly, he opted to create an account. The registration prompt asked, what are the requirements to upgrade to a level 2 territory? Seeing this question only solidified Xia Yuan's belief that the forum was indeed related to the Tianzi continent. Such a query was easily answered by someone who had just elevated their territory to level 2. He swiftly input the answer and, shortly thereafter, successfully registered his account. Subsequently, through the forum, he swiftly discovered a plethora of information pertaining to the Divine Gift continent. The quality of troops is categorized into ordinary, rare, exceptional, and legendary, with each tier further divided into 1 to 3 stars. How enlightening. There are also 2nd and 3rd tier building skill realms. As he perused the various posts on the forum, Xia Yuan hungrily absorbed all manner of knowledge. How unfair. Why does this batch of lords have a chat interface to communicate and share information, while we had to rely solely on ourselves? If we had had a chat interface earlier, I certainly would have fared much better than I do now. In an office, Luo Gu, who had been lazily sprawled across his desk, felt a surge of annoyance upon reading the messages on his phone. Beep. Suddenly, someone sent him a voice message. Upon seeing the sender's name, Luo Gu hastily clicked to answer. Hello, President, you called for me? Xiao Luo, someone has returned to your area. Huh, one came back yesterday. And now another today. It's barely been a week. Are there really so many prodigies in this batch of lords? Luo Gu expressed his astonishment. Well, it might be due to the newly emerged chat interface. In any case, I need you to make a trip, as per our usual arrangement. Why is it always me who has to deal with these unpleasant tasks? What if another fierce individual, like Kwang, who shows up? Would I not suffer again? Hearing the president's words, Luo Ji's expression instantly fell. There's no helping it. It's simply your turn, Xiao Luo. Besides, your relationship with Kwang Hu isn't so bad now. Is it? This is how it is. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up. Beep. President, don't hang up. I request a transfer. Hello? Hello? Upon realizing that the voice message had ended, Luo Gu slumped into his chair, utterly dejected. Oh well, who has to blame for my unfortunate fate? I can only hope that this prodigy is merely lucky. Alas, life is hard. After reclining in the chair for a while, Luo Gu mustered enough energy to rise and head towards the location sent by the president. Speaking of which, perhaps I should try a non-offensive approach this time? But that feels so troublesome. Ah, how vexing. Why does this unfortunate task always fall to me? How should I phrase this? I've decided. It shall be as follows. Before a door, after contemplating for a moment, Luo Gu cleared his throat and called out, "Ding dong, hello. Time to check the water meter." Saying this, he gently knocked on the door. What? To his surprise, he was not on the divine gift continent, but rather in a realm akin to a secret domain. Only by completing the Lord's trial could one truly reach the divine gift continent. If that were the case, wouldn't all those outdoor structures be obliterated? Moreover, the so-called system, which is the world consciousness of the divine gift continent, would also cease to exist. While Xia Yuan was still reeling from this shocking revelation, he suddenly heard someone outside muttering to themselves. Just as he assumed it was a neighbor speaking, he heard the individual outside mimic a doorbell. This prompted Xia Yuan to retort, "This is a rental. Where would there be a doorbell?" Upon realizing that the person outside was knocking on his door, Xia Yuan immediately became alert. He did not rush to open the door, but swiftly retrieved a kitchen knife before cautiously approaching the entrance and slowly opening it. As the door swung open, Xia Yuan beheld a man in his 30s, clad in casual attire, exuding a somewhat laid-back demeanor. However, Xia Yuan's gaze quickly shifted from the middle-aged man to the figure standing behind him. That was a Westerner adorned in a blue mage robe and a blue wizard hat, distinctly reminiscent of a sorcerer. A mage? A lord. Upon spotting the mage, Xia Yuan felt a surge of astonishment. "You even armed yourself with a kitchen knife. Quite a vigilant one, aren't you? Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Luo, and my given name is Gu. You appear to be younger than I, so please feel free to address me as Luo Gu. Here is my business card." After saying this, Luo Gu produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan promptly accepted the card, examining it only to find that it bore nothing more than Luo Ji's name and a string of phone numbers. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Oh, my apologies, please come in." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan quickly tucked away the card and led Luo Gu into the room, somewhat surprised that a lord sought him out so soon after his return to Blue Star. Yet, it seemed that this lord named Luo Gu bore no ill intentions. "I apologize, the only thing I have to offer at home is water. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." "Not at all. It is I who should apologize for intruding." Accepting the disposable cup of water Xia Yuan offered, Luo Gu smiled. Without giving Xia Yuan a chance to inquire further, he directly stated his purpose for visiting. "As you can see, I am also a lord of the divine gift continent. I trust you have learned from the guiding forum that prior to your arrival, there were others who ventured to the divine gift continent and became lords through the trials." As he spoke, Luo Gu instinctively glanced at Xia Yuan's computer. "Oh, so you saw that post? You needn't worry too much. Once you officially become a lord, the world consciousness of the divine gift continent, which we refer to as the system, will not completely vanish. It merely disables functions such as space storage, enemy reconnaissance, and monster corpse clearing. Personal information features will still remain. Ultimately, the Lord's Trial serves merely as a beginner's tutorial and a new player benefit." I digress. I mentioned earlier that there were others from your batch who became lords before you. Due to the significant commotion caused by the summons from the world consciousness of the divine gift continent, various nations united to establish organizations related to the divine gift continent. Naturally, our nation has also established an official organization in this regard. The organization is called the Great Xia Alliance, and I am currently a member of the Lake City Association of the Great Xia Alliance. By the way, just a small tip, the world consciousness of the divine gift continent summons every 6 months, and your batch is the 5th summons. After all this, I wonder if you understand. Having finished, Luo Gu took a sip of water and inquired. "I generally understand." Xia Yuan nodded in response. Even before he saw the forum, he had suspected the existence of an official organization. However, he had not anticipated that they would find him so swiftly. He had only just returned to Blue Star less than 2 hours ago. Then, with a hint of curiosity, Xia Yuan asked, "So, Luo Gu, are you here to invite me to join the Great Xia Alliance?" Hearing Xia Yuan's question, Luo Gu chuckled, shaking his head before nodding. Yes and no. Xia Yuan was left utterly bewildered. What does that mean? If it is yes, then it is yes. If it is no, then it is no. What does it mean to be yes and no? Noticing Xia Yuan's perplexed expression, Luo Gu began to explain. First of all, while joining the Great Xia Alliance is relatively easy, it does have certain prerequisites. You must pass the Lord's Trial and become a true Lord before you can join. Clearly, having just entered the Divine Gift Continent less than a week ago, you have yet to meet the requirements. My purpose in visiting is to demonstrate the strength of the Great Xia Alliance and, in turn, to give you a gentle reminder. A reminder for me? At this, Xia Yuan felt even more confused. He had just returned to Blue Star and had done nothing yet. Why would he need a reminder? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Xia Yuan's eyes, Luo Gu continued to elucidate. Indeed, it is precisely a reprimand directed at you, those fortunate scions of heaven who often harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. Upon returning to Blue Star, you inevitably attract a plethora of troubles. Those of you without substantial backgrounds may fare somewhat better. However, the privileged few, who are bolstered by their family connections, often perceive themselves as superior, exuding an air of arrogance. Thus, to ensure that you illustrious individuals maintain a modicum of decorum on Blue Star, the Great Xia Alliance has dispatched a contingent, namely us. Prior to your formal ascension as lords and your ability to summon troops, we are here to instill in you the awareness that you are, after all, merely ordinary individuals, and that there exist many who surpass you in prowess. This approach aims to temper your exuberance, preventing you from causing disturbances in society. It is worth noting that the officials are already overwhelmed with the biannual Lord summoning events. The thought of you returning to Blue Star as lords, only to exacerbate the chaos, is a source of considerable headache, particularly for those of you who, having grown too rapidly, tend to create even more significant troubles. However, it seems that you do not fit this mold, which is why I am forthright with you, eschewing the customary display of intimidation. To summarize, my intent is merely to urge you to maintain a low profile on Blue Star and refrain from causing trouble. Do you understand? I understand, replied Xia Yuan, nodding vigorously after hearing Luo Ge's explanation. He was never one to seek the limelight, nor was he inclined to instigate conflict. He wholeheartedly agreed with the warning issued by the Great Xia Alliance. He certainly did not wish to encounter a lord wreaking havoc while strolling down the street. Good. Luo Gu expressed satisfaction with Xia Yuan's demeanor. For him, resolving issues without resorting to violence was the ideal approach. So, Xia Yuan, would you care to join the Great Xia Alliance? But didn't you just say that one must become a lord to join the Great Xia Alliance? Xia Yuan was taken aback by Luo Ge's sudden proposal, perplexed by the swift change in circumstances. Indeed, this was typically the case, as no one could guarantee that others would successfully pass the lord trial to attain lordship. Yet, you exceptional individuals are different. As long as you do not squander your potential, passing the lord trial is practically assured. Therefore, the Great Xia Alliance has lowered the entry threshold for you illustrious ones, allowing even those who have not yet become lords to join. Curiosity piqued by Luo Ge's repeated emphasis on exceptional individuals, Xia Yuan could not help but inquire, Luo Gu, what exactly does exceptional individuals mean? You mean this term? Have you ever read novels? I have. Those exceptional individuals in novels are always out discovering treasures, acquiring divine skills by leaping off cliffs, effortlessly attaining the pinnacle of success. Thus, we employ this term to humorously refer to such individuals. While others struggle for survival and seek to develop, you, who can ascend to a level 2 territory within a week and command over 100 types of troops, are indeed exceptional. Surely, your rapid rise to a level 2 territory must be due to opening quite a few treasure chests, thus enabling you to amass such a diverse array of troops. Xia Yuan felt a hint of embarrassment as he touched his nose. Although he had not acquired his 100 troops through treasure chests, he nonetheless fit the characteristics of what Luo Gu described as exceptional individuals. There is no need to feel embarrassed, we are merely jesting. After all, luck is a form of strength in its own right. And do remember to seek out more treasure chests. These treasures are only available during the Lord Trials, as a boon from the consciousness of the Divine Gift Continent. Once you complete the Lord Trials and arrive on the Divine Gift Continent, such treasures will no longer be available. From your expression, it seems you are hesitating about joining the Great Xia Alliance. Since I've already said so much, allow me to elaborate further on the Great Xia Alliance. Were it not for your agreeable character, I would hardly bother to discuss this. Perceiving Xia Yuan's hesitation, Luo Gu decided to invest the effort to elucidate the Great Xia Alliance. I understand that you exceptional individuals are proud and averse to constraints. Rest assured, joining the Great Xia Alliance does not mean your territory will be managed by the officials. First and foremost, you must comprehend that the Divine Gift Continent is vast beyond measure, and the official organizations established by the Great Xia Alliance and other nations have yet to ascertain its true dimensions. The territory currently occupied by the Great Xia Alliance alone is comparable to the entirety of Blue Star. While its vastness signifies opportunities, it also implies that the Divine Gift Continent is fraught with dangers. Merely passing the Lord Trial does not guarantee your safety or ease of development. On the contrary, becoming a Lord is merely the beginning. You will randomly materialize in the wilderness of the Divine Gift Continent. Of course, according to the principles of spatial coordinates, your location will generally not be far from the Great Xia Alliance's territory. Ahem, I digress. In simple terms, the initial stages may be manageable, perhaps just a bit arduous, but as time progresses, the prominence of your Lord territory will become increasingly apparent. This will inevitably attract a multitude of adversaries intent on besieging your territory, and few lords can successfully defend their domains and survive. As a friendly reminder, do not entertain thoughts of surrendering to the monsters. They will never accept a lord's capitulation. However, losing your territory does not equate to the death of the lord. Thus, our advice to most novice lords is to take their troops and vacate the territory, relocating to a safer location. This way, even if the territory is lost and the lord's identity is forfeited, one can still lead a relatively comfortable life with the remaining troops. That does sound like a viable option. Xia Yuan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. If what Luo Gu said holds true, Abandoning the territory could indeed be a choice. Yet, such a course of action would pose significant challenges for a novice lord, particularly in navigating the wilderness to reach a secure location. Moreover, losing one's territory would undoubtedly have considerable repercussions for a lord. The consequences are certainly substantial. Upon losing a territory, a lord forfeits their lordly powers and the ability to recruit troops, diminishing their future prospects compared to those who retain their lordship. Yet, at the very least, survival is paramount. A lord is superior to a non-lord, but that superiority is contingent upon the lord's continued existence. If life itself is lost, then future prospects become irrelevant. Luo Gu, I have a question. If that is the case, why do lords not simply retreat back to Blue Star? Wouldn't that be safer? Upon hearing Xia Yuan's question, Luo Gu chuckled. I anticipated you would ask this. You are aware that prospective lords can only remain on Blue Star for 24 hours. That is, one day. After becoming a lord, while the duration of stay on Blue Star significantly increases, it is capped at 1 month. After 1 month, you must return to the Divine Gift Continent. Even if your territory is destroyed during your time on Blue Star, when the time is up, the lord will still be transported back, bereft of territory and troops. When returning to a territory that has been ravaged by monsters, the outcome is all too predictable. And I need not elaborate further. I understand, Xia Yuan said, a dawning comprehension lighting his features as he recalled this crucial detail. Luo Gu continued. As for leaving the wilderness, if a lord heeds our advice, the officials will dispatch a team to escort the lord to one of the cities established by the Great Xia Alliance. However, traversing the numerous obstacles to ensure the safe passage of a lord to the secure city comes at a considerable cost, which the lord will need to repay gradually in the future. Of course, reaching the lord's territory will also take time, during which the only focus for the lord should be on self-preservation. Isn't that akin to an alternative form of a loan? Alas, it appears that even in a fantastical realm, one must still contend with the burden of debt. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan could not suppress a sardonic remark. He had harbored the hope that entering another world would free him from the shackles of repayment, yet it seemed that was not to be. However, it is noteworthy that most lords typically do not opt for this route. Thus, the Great Xia Alliance offers an alternative, a profound collaboration with the authorities to jointly establish territories. In such a scenario, lords do not forfeit their lands, nor do they need to fret over their own safety or that of their domains. With the aid of the officials, their development is remarkably accelerated. Yet, I must be forthright. The price of this arrangement is that your territory will not be entirely under your dominion, but rather co-managed with the authorities. After all, it is unreasonable to expect the officials to expend their time, effort, and resources without some form of compensation from the lords. This, I surmise, is the true intention of the authorities. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan deduced the official's mindset. In comparing the two options, had he to choose, he would undoubtedly select the latter. This way, he would be free from the burden of debt and assuredly benefit from the support of the authorities. However, this presumes he lacks the innate ability of evolution. Of course, I previously mentioned that joining the Great Xia Alliance does not necessitate submission to the officials. Lords have the option to develop independently. The authorities have also provided a third option, the personal lord. For such lords, the officials will extend certain support, particularly in terms of intelligence. The Great Xia Alliance has established its own communication platform, the Great Xia Forum, which is far superior to the incomplete and often misleading guidance present in the current forum you are perusing. In terms of resources, there is support for recruiting spirit essences, equipment, and spiritual dust, including some precious resources. In a month's time, there will be a Lord's test. Those who pass will receive complimentary resource support. Specifics can be inquired at the local association. However, to access these benefits, Lords must demonstrate their potential, as the officials will not squander resources on those devoid of promise. I would also like to remind you that while competition exists among lords within the Great Xia Alliance, there is often more opportunity for collaborative success, such as exchanging resources and information. Therefore, during times of rivalry, please refrain from employing lethal force, and I hope that in the future, once you have grown stronger, you will assist other weaker lords. Having said so much, I trust you now have a certain understanding of the Great Xia Alliance. For more detailed information, you may later consult the Great Xia Forum. Thus, I would like to inquire about your choice. I choose to join, Xia Yuan declared without hesitation. He had considered the matter carefully. The Great Xia Alliance was not an oppressive organization. As a vast official entity, it could provide Xia Yuan with abundant resources and information, significantly accelerating his development and allowing him to avoid many pitfalls. He was willing to accept a minor sacrifice for such advantages. Moreover, since an official like Luo Gu had approached him, unless he resolved never to return to Blue Star, his decision to join or not would not make much difference. Ultimately, Xia Yuan needed to leave himself an escape route, for he could not guarantee that he would never encounter danger. With the assistance of the Great Xia Alliance, even in the face of dire threats, he could at least ensure his survival. I knew you would opt to join. Allow me to preemptively congratulate you on passing the Lord's trial, Luo Gu said with a smile. Then I shall take your good fortune to heart. Would you mind sharing which path you would choose upon becoming a lord after passing the trial? Xia Yuan inquired in response to Luo Ji's question. As for me, being the indolent and unambitious person I am, I would naturally opt for deep cooperation with the officials. This is precisely why I have the time to meet with you. After all, other lords are busy individuals, unlike my leisurely self, Luo Gu replied candidly, his smile unwavering. I would choose the final option, Xia Yuan stated. Indeed, the choices of you prodigies are remarkably consistent, Luo Gu remarked, his expression one of knowing affirmation. He had encountered several prodigies, each providing an eerily similar response. He held a certain admiration for these lords, recognizing that he himself could not undertake such a challenging path. The Great Xia Alliance, too, hoped to see more lords of this caliber to expand its influence across the divine gift continent. Xia Yuan, I must caution you, while this path offers the greatest freedom, it is also the most arduous. Many lords who choose this route abandon their pursuits or perish along the way. Of course, the cost is minimal. One need only align with the strategic direction of the Great Xia Alliance and offer assistance during certain critical periods. Although the alliance will not demand your unconditional cooperation, some level of compliance is inevitable. Freedom is but a relative concept. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? I am certain, Xia Yuan replied solemnly. Nodding his head, regardless of the circumstances, this was the only path he would choose. Chapter 31. The Lake City Association. Well then, since you are resolute, let us proceed to the association to complete the joining formalities, Luo Gu said, rising to his feet. Ah, is it so soon? Xia Yuan questioned. Is haste not a virtue? The sooner we conclude this, the sooner you can experience the benefits of membership, and it will save me from making another trip. Luo Gu replied. That is true. Very well, let us go. Xia Yuan nodded in agreement and followed Luo Gu to the Great Xia Alliance's Lake City Association. Strangely, it seemed as though the crowd around them was oblivious to the presence of the blue-robed mage, exhibiting not a hint of surprise. Observing this, Xia Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. Sensing his confusion, Luo Gu leaned in to quietly explain, do not be astonished. This is merely a minor trick. You will understand once you have your own mage-type troops, or you may later explore the Great Xia Forum for further knowledge. However, if you are pondering how to summon troops into reality, that will have to wait until you become a formal lord. Upon hearing Luo Ji's explanation, Xia Yuan grasped the situation. It must be said that today he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge through Luo Gu. Before long, Xia Yuan found himself beside a sleek black vehicle. Please, get in, Luo Gu said, producing a key to unlock the door and gesturing for Xia Yuan to enter. Will he not be joining us? Xia Yuan inquired, glancing at the blue-robed mage who remained stationary. No need, let him maintain his position. I am weary, so it is best he returns, Luo Gu replied with a smile, fastening his seatbelt. With a wave of his hand, the blue-robed mage vanished without a trace. Xia Yuan observed this spectacle, pondering its significance. On their journey to the association, Xia Yuan suddenly recalled a question he had neglected to ask earlier. By the way, Luo Gu, you mentioned that passing the Lord's trial would grant one the status of Lord. What happens to those whose Lord altars are destroyed, or to lords who perish? Ah, that question. Luo Ji's expression darkened slightly, and he hesitated, weighing whether to divulge the information to Xia Yuan. However, after a moment's thought, he resolved to share it. As this information was not particularly secretive, Xia Yuan could discover it himself through the Great Xia Forum. Death. In the Lord's trial, whether the Lord altar is destroyed or the Lord is slain by monsters, the outcome is invariably the same. Death. Death. Xia Yuan's expression tightened, feeling an inexplicable chill, whether from the air conditioning in the vehicle or the gravity of the revelation. Indeed, it is death, which is one of the reasons why the officials are in such a state of distress after each Lord's summons. Each time, a considerable number of individuals perish during the Lord's trials, often without leaving a trace, complicating matters for the authorities thereafter. At this point, Luoga let out a sigh. Alas, the Lord's summons occurs biannually. If this continues, we may truly witness the emergence of global lords, though it remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. Well, do not dwell on it too much. Such matters are for those high-ranking individuals to ponder, not for us. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan nodded silently, acknowledging that his current objective was merely to succeed in the Lord's trial. Before long, under Luoga's guidance, Xia Yuan arrived at the Lake City Association of the Great Xia Alliance. Is this truly the Association of the Great Xia Alliance? Looking at the unremarkable office building before him, Xia Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, this is the Lake City Association of the Great Xia Alliance. I trust you are somewhat disappointed. A bit, Xia Yuan replied candidly. Haha, you truly underestimate this office building. Do not let its ordinary appearance deceive you. Within, it is a realm of wonders. Moreover, as per the president's arrangements, ordinary individuals instinctively overlook this building. Now that I have explained, do you not find it a touch more refined? Luoga remarked with a smile. After your explanation, it does seem a bit more distinguished. Xia Yuan admitted. All right, let us not linger here. We should proceed inside. With that, Luoga took the lead into the association, prompting Xia Yuan to hastily follow. Upon entering, Xia Yuan was surprised to find a considerable number of people within the association. He had expected such a lordly organization to have fewer members. After all, lords ought to spend a significant amount of time on the divine gift continent. Luaga explained to Xia Yuan that the staff at the association were primarily lords who, like him, engaged in deep collaboration with the authorities. This is why they have ample free time to serve as staff members. However, the personnel are not a constant presence. They rotate shifts each month. Luaga himself was scheduled for a shift next week, which was why he felt rather unfortunate. Initially, he had anticipated spending his final week leisurely, leaving the subsequent troublesome month to his colleagues, thus avoiding any contentious tasks. Yet, fate had other plans. It turned out that some of the summoned lords returned to Blue Star much sooner than expected, specifically in his jurisdiction. Fortunately, this time, Xia Yuan was an understanding individual, far more agreeable than that reckless fellow, Huang Hu, sparing Luaga from any potential conflict. Thinking of that brash character, Luaga felt a slight pang in his eyes and could not help but mutter, "Damn it," upon returning to the divine gift continent this time. "I must ensure that brash fool pays dearly." "What are you saying, Luaga?" Noticing Luaga rubbing his eyes and mumbling, Xia Yuan asked with mild curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. This is the Great Xia Agreement. Once you sign, you will be a member of the Great Xia Alliance." Luaga quickly waved his hand and handed Xia Yuan a freshly printed copy from the nearby photocopier. Upon seeing the freshly printed sheet, Xia Yuan was tempted to voice a complaint. Yet he suppressed his urge, mindful of Luaga's status as a staff member. However, Luaga seemed to perceive Xia Yuan's thoughts and spoke up. "Xia Yuan, do you find the method of joining the Great Xia Alliance rather hasty?" Not at all." Xia Yuan quickly shook his head in response. "Haha, it's perfectly fine. I'm not that petty. Besides, it's normal for you to think it hasty. You are not the first to feel that way. I thought it was rather rushed when I joined as well. For such a large official organization, the fact that one can join merely by signing a name on a piece of paper is incredibly casual, lacking even the standard contracts of ordinary companies. However, consider this. As a lord from another world, what difference does it make to sign numerous contracts on Blue Star? They are akin to scraps of paper. Moreover, most lords who choose to join the Great Xia Alliance prefer freedom and dislike constraints. Thus, to demonstrate their trust in the lords, the Great Xia Alliance requires only a signature on this ordinary photocopy bearing the Great Xia Agreement to confirm your membership. "I see," Xia Yuan said, suddenly enlightened. "Of course, the Great Xia Alliance does have contracts, but those are intended for lords who opt for deep collaboration with the authorities." "What are those?" Upon hearing Luaga's words, Xia Yuan looked at him with curiosity, as he had previously speculated that the Great Xia Alliance must indeed possess such contracts. Noting Xia Yuan's inquisitive gaze, Luaga openly shared. "Those are for lords like us who engage in profound collaboration with the authorities. Should you ever decide that the path of a personal lord is no longer feasible and wish to collaborate closely with the authorities, you will certainly encounter them. Rest assured, the contracts signed with the authorities do not infringe upon our freedoms as lords. For instance, the work I do now is entirely voluntary. I took it up out of boredom, not because the authorities compelled me. Do not assume the authorities are overly controlling. We lords are not fools. If we are willing to sign contracts, it naturally signifies that we accept the terms therein. I share this with you to prevent any misconceptions that signing a contract equates to relinquishing your freedom, leading you to avoid deep collaboration with the authorities even if you cannot maintain your territory." "Understood," Xia Yuan nodded, aware that the authorities could not impose restrictions on the freedom of lords, though there would undoubtedly be numerous limitations regarding territories. "Luaga, I have completed the signing." Having resolved to join the Great Xia Alliance, Xia Yuan hesitated no longer and swiftly inscribed his name on the Great Xia Agreement. "Welcome to the Great Xia Alliance." As soon as Xia Yuan finished signing, Luaga extended his hand in welcome to Xia Yuan. "Thank you," Xia Yuan said, momentarily taken aback, before hastily shaking Luaga's hand in gratitude. "However, Xia Yuan, I must clarify that although you have joined the Great Xia Alliance, you are not yet a lord, and thus cannot transport items from Blue Star to the Divine Gift Continent. Moreover, since you are currently not situated on the Divine Gift Continent, even if you wish to receive assistance through other means, it is impossible. Therefore, the only support the Great Xia Alliance can provide you at this moment is information available on the Great Xia Forum. I will send you the forum's URL and invitation code shortly." "I understand," Xia Yuan acknowledged, feeling somewhat disappointed but accepting the explanation. He had already noted that the location of the Lord's trials was not on the Divine Gift Continent, a fact he was well aware of. Ultimately, he had yet to pass the Lord's trial. Even if resources could be provided, the Great Xia Alliance would likely refrain from incurring significant costs for such assistance. After all, should he fail the Lord's trial, those resources would be rendered moot. Just understand this. Do not later claim that I deceived you, which might sour our relationship. Now that matters are settled, allow me to escort you home, as your residence is quite a distance from the association and returning alone could be troublesome." Luaga, seeing Xia Yuan's demeanor, felt quite pleased, and thus offered to accompany him home. There's no need to trouble yourself, Luaga. I can return on my own." Upon hearing that Luo Gu intended to escort him home, Xia Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Although he inwardly approved of Luo Gu's offer, he felt it would be rather inconsiderate to trouble someone else. Not at all, not at all, since it is I who shall accompany you. I am certainly obliged to see you home, Luo Gu replied, snapping his fingers. In an instant, a magical array materialized beside him, followed by the sudden appearance of the previously encountered blue-robed mage within the circle. What is this? Xia Yuan questioned, perplexed at the arrival of the blue-robed mage. Is it truly necessary to involve another person for my return? To expedite your journey home, I have arranged the swiftest means possible. Just be cautious not to stumble. Luo Gu chuckled, gesturing towards the mage. Xia Yuan then observed the mage's hands emanating a silvery glow, as a shimmering silver magical array appeared beneath his feet. What? Wait a moment. As he gazed down at the newly formed array, a sense of foreboding washed over him, triggered by Luo Gu's words. Just as he attempted to decline, the silver array suddenly flared with light, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the office. Damn. Feeling as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride, Xia Yuan stumbled and landed unceremoniously on the ground, taking a moment to collect himself. Once he regained his composure, he looked around and realized he had returned to the entrance of his rented apartment. Teleportation? That mage class possesses a teleportation skill. If so, why did we not teleport directly to the association? Xia Yuan pondered, bewildered. If teleportation was an option, why endure a long drive to the association? Yet, standing at his doorstep, he soon recognized why Luo Gu had insisted on escorting him to the association and had specifically opted for teleportation to return him home. Was it a form of intimidation? Or perhaps a subtle warning? Were Luo Gu aware of Xia Yuan's thoughts, he would surely exclaim in protest. He merely found it troublesome to drive Xia Yuan, and thus chose a more expedient method to return him home. Meanwhile, Luo Gu sat in the office, cradling his head in anguish. Ugh, never again will I teleport such a long distance. The toll is truly exorbitant. He wondered if Xia Yuan would hold a grudge for landing on the ground, reasoning that he did not seem the type to harbor resentment. In truth, Xia Yuan was not a spiteful individual. Although he misinterpreted Luo Gu's intentions, believing he was deliberately demonstrating the might of the Daxiao Alliance, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he sought out a restaurant to quell his hunger, having eaten only a few wild fruits in the morning and now feeling ravenous. This place will do for a stir-fry. The cuisine of Blue Star is indeed delectable. Xia Yuan, having not savored a proper meal in several days, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude with each bite. He gorged himself on several bowls of rice until he could eat no more. However, upon noticing the astonished stares of others, as if witnessing a starving ghost, he felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly settled the bill before making his exit. Burp. I've eaten my fill. As Xia Yuan walked home, he belched contentedly, contemplating how wonderful it would be if traveling back to Blue Star did not require the expenditure of spirit dust, allowing him to make the journey daily. After all, 100 grams of spirit dust for a single return was quite the expense. He certainly lacked the means to travel back and forth every day. Ding. Just then, a notification from the green bubble indicated that he had received a message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Luo Gu. Luo Gu, nickname I apologize. I was preoccupied earlier and forgot to send you the Daxiao Forum's URL and invitation code. Luo Gu, here is the URL and the invitation code. You can simply register an account. Upon reading this, Xia Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Once home, he utilized the URL and invitation code provided by Luo Gu to successfully register for an account on the Daxiao Forum. It must be said, the information available on the Daxiao Forum far surpassed that of the previous guiding forum. Moreover, it contained numerous details absent from the guiding forum. Thus, Xia Yuan eagerly immersed himself in acquiring knowledge. Soon, he stumbled upon a post concerning the self-awareness of troop types. Eagerly clicking to read, he meticulously examined the content, which ultimately led to a moment of enlightenment. Chapter 33, Elite Troop Types. Lords of Blue Star generally categorize troop types into three classes: ordinary troops, advanced troops, and elite troops. Troops devoid of self-awareness, such as militia and skeleton soldiers, who merely follow orders mechanically, are termed low-level troops. However, such troops predominantly exist among three-star ordinary or lower classifications. Conversely, troops endowed with a degree of intelligence and self-awareness, capable of communication with others, are classified as advanced troops. Finally, those who have fully awakened their self-awareness and engage in self-directed learning and growth are considered elite troops. These troops are remarkably powerful, their combat prowess far exceeding that of their peers. To borrow a phrase from many novels, they are deemed invincible within their tier. Of course, this does not imply that low-level troops are incapable of defeating advanced or elite troops. If others are invincible at their tier, one may simply rise to a higher tier. If others are invincible at the second tier, yet one belongs to the third, one can still overpower them. In this description, both Guncloud and Grimbone clearly meet the criteria for elite troops, while Gun 1 and Bone 1 are categorized as advanced troops. Having perused the entire information, Xia Yuan finally gained a substantial understanding of troop types. To illustrate with a fantasy novel analogy, the quality of a troop is akin to talent, while level corresponds to realm. A low quality signifies low talent, resulting in slow advancement and frequent encounters with bottlenecks until one's strength stagnates entirely. Conversely, high quality represents high talent, enabling rapid progression and minimal bottlenecks, even allowing for battles beyond one's level. However, low talent, low quality does not necessarily equate to a low realm. With fortuitous encounters and resources, external forces, one may still achieve greatness. Yet, such circumstances are improbable under my control. With my power of evolution, I can transform even the most mediocre into a prodigy. Furthermore, regarding levels, realms, lords on Blue Star have assigned various titles, such as Elite, Extraordinary, and War General, names that lean towards urban themes. There are also terms like Metamorphosis, Chi Control, and Aerial Mastery that lean towards the fantastical. In any case, there is an abundance of names. However, most people refer to them according to the system's first, second, and third tiers. Xia Yuan, naturally, chose the latter, believing that such terminology, first tier, second tier, is straightforward and comprehensible, rendering the need for overly complex titles unnecessary. Before long, Xia Yuan's attention was captured by an intriguing post titled "Which Nation will claim first place in this round of candidate lord competition?" The post was undoubtedly trending, prompting Xia Yuan to click and investigate. Yesterday's floor. Certainly, it will be our nation's candidate lord. Just yesterday, we had a candidate lord ascend to a level 2 territory and return to Blue Star, not eating fathead fish. While that may be the case, ascending quickly to a level 2 territory does not guarantee strength. They could merely be low-level troops. Impulsive chuckles. Hey, you haven't heard of the saying, a swift step leads to quick advancement? And what's wrong with low-level troops? Are they going to eat your family's rice? He who asks for the return journey. Exactly. Do you not possess any low-level troops? Are they all advanced troops? Uncle Bay Liamo. The snowball theory doesn't quite apply during the Lord trials. Merely opening a higher quality treasure chest could turn the tables. And this combat trial isn't about who has more troops. Yesterday, Lou remarked. So, you mean to say that you believe our aspiring lord won't secure first place? Uncle Bay Liamo replied. I did not say that, so refrain from making baseless assumptions. I am merely stating the facts, and besides, which aspiring lord participating in the tournament is feeble? Nwomi Wanzi interjected. Instead of engaging in these fruitless discussions, we might as well look into the circumstances of aspiring lords from other nations and gather intelligence on them. Uncle Mao countered. What good would that do? We are not aspiring lords and cannot partake in the tournament. As Summer Yuan observed the conversation in the forum, he felt ensnared in a fog of confusion. Until after some research, he finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that on the 16th day of the Lord trial, there would be an event known as the tournament. As for the reasons behind this event, opinions varied widely on the forum, and no consensus had been reached. What was known was that this event had existed since the first round of summons. The tournament involved combat with other aspiring lords, and these lords were not limited to a single nation, but included all aspiring lords across the entirety of Blue Star's Lord trials. Ultimately, participants would be rewarded based on their rankings, with the first place prize being a hero recruitment order. However, participation in this tournament was not granted lightly. Aspiring lords were required to eliminate a tainted route prior to the 16th day to qualify. It is worth mentioning that no real injuries or deaths would occur during the tournament. Subsequently, Summer Yuan sought further information on the hero recruitment order and related details. In the land of Tianxi, acquiring heroes typically involved outdoor recruitment or specific structures, but the most common methods were through the hero recruitment order and the hero trial certificate. The hero recruitment order was the simplest. Upon usage, it would summon a hero to serve the Lord. Conversely, the hero trial certificate allowed a particular unit to undergo a hero trial, with successful completion leading to their elevation as a hero. As for the hero recruitment order, Summer Yuan pondered whether he would be able to secure one. Despite his musings, he felt a strong confidence in his abilities, as he possessed talents akin to a cheat code. Unless someone surpassed his extraordinary talents, he did not believe anyone could outperform him during the aspiring lord phase. Immersed in his studies, Summer Yuan lost track of time, and when he finally emerged from his scholarly pursuits, he realized it was already late into the night. Oh, it's about time. I have gathered a substantial amount of relevant knowledge, and it's getting late. I should grab a late-night snack and prepare for rest, as I must return to the land of Tianxi tomorrow. Stretching lazily, Summer Yuan rose to venture out for a midnight meal. In the night market, surrounded by bustling crowds and the tantalizing aromas of street food, he felt his spirits lift. Although Summer Yuan had not encountered any danger during the Lord trial and had lived quite comfortably, the presence of monsters all around prevented him from fully relaxing. He wondered how previous lords, lacking a chat interface, managed to endure such circumstances. After reflecting on the remarkable mental fortitude of former lords, he entered a spicy hot pot restaurant. The following day, warm sunlight streamed through the bedroom window. Ah, this bed is so comfortable. However, after so many days without such a cozy bed, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. As Summer Yuan crawled out of the soft bed, he stretched and yawned. After completing his morning routine, he deliberately donned several layers of clothing. According to information from the Daxia forum, during the Lord trial, no items could be brought back to the land of Tianxi, not even those tucked away in pockets. However, there was a loophole of sorts. Clothing worn on one's person could be transported. Thus, to avoid wearing damp clothing after washing, Summer Yuan decided to wear extra outfits for his upcoming changes. Chapter 34. Return to the land of Tianxi. Calculating the time, today should be the 7th day. Glancing at the clock, Summer Yuan set his phone aside, and with a thought, the aspiring Lord mark materialized on his hand. He then touched the mark, opting to return to the land of Tianxi. In the next moment, he felt a dizzying whirl, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the Lord's altar. This method of travel was far superior to Luge's teleportation, as it spared him from stumbling. After silently applauding the system, Summer Yuan turned to observe Chang Yun and Ming Hai, who were training the troops. Since Summer Yuan had specifically instructed them to await his return before assigning tasks, they remained in the territory. Lord, upon seeing Summer Yuan, Chang Yun immediately ceased training and hastened to report on the events of the previous day. Chang Yun, please hold on a moment. I need to remove some clothing. I feel a bit warm with so many layers on. Summer Yuan interrupted Chang Yun, then jogged into the Lord's residence to shed the excess garments. This is much more comfortable. After discarding the surplus clothing, Summer Yuan felt an immediate sense of relief and stepped out of the Lord's residence to listen to Chang Yun's report. Chang Yun first informed Summer Yuan that he had completed the task of clearing the monsters within a 2,000-meter radius of the territory, as per Summer Yuan's orders. He then recounted all their gains from the previous day, including the expenditure of spiritual dust used for enhancing unit levels and the quantity of food consumed the previous night. Every expense and its allocation were meticulously detailed by Chang Yun. Chang Yun, I didn't realize you possessed such talents for internal affairs. Well done, you performed admirably. Summer Yuan expressed satisfaction with Chang Yun's performance, despite having only been away from the territory for less than a day. Chang Yun had indeed done remarkably well, especially as it was his first experience managing such matters. After retrieving the remaining spoils from the warehouse with Chang Yun, Summer Yuan noticed the apparent absence of one of the animals. Chang Yun, where's Ingyu? Why is it missing? Lord, Ingyu is flying around the territory with Hua Ling, really? How did Hua Ling become friends with Ingyu? Just the day before, it was terrified of it. Upon hearing that Ingyu was carrying Hua Ling, Summer Yuan was puzzled. He recalled how frightened Hua Ling had been of Ingyu when it was first summoned just 2 days prior. How had their relationship changed so drastically in less than half a day? In response to Summer Yuan's inquiry, Chang Yun shook his head, indicating he was unaware. He maintained good relations with all units, so he had never delved into such matters. Oh well, if they can get along, that's a good thing. You may proceed with your tasks. Yes, Lord. With that, Summer Yuan allowed Chang Yun to return to his duties while he began to inspect the spoils acquired by Chang Yun and the others. As for the safety of Hua Ling and Ingyu, Summer Yuan felt no concern, as he was aware that there were no other flying monsters in the vicinity of his territory. The spiritual dust amounted to less than 20 grams, which was understandable. As unit levels increased, their consumption of spiritual dust also rose. Based solely on the gains from the previous afternoon, they had managed to retain 20 grams. This was largely thanks to Chang Yun's careful management, and considering the food expenditures for the skeletons, preserving this amount was commendable. Indeed, the undead also required sustenance, a fact that Summer Yuan had learned from the Daxia forum. He had previously assumed that the undead could operate indefinitely without any consumption, but it was evident that such a notion was erroneous. Although this world leans towards the fantastical, the undead are not perpetual motion machines. They too must adhere to certain laws of energy conservation. However, in comparison to other troop types, the self-consumption of the undead is significantly lower. Yet, should the undead refrain from feeding for an extended period, they too will succumb to weakness and ultimately perish. Unlike humans, the undead possess the unique ability, due to their racial characteristics, to directly absorb spiritual dust to sustain their energy consumption. This is also the reason why Xia Yuan has yet to discover this fact. The skeletal soldiers, with their remarkably low energy expenditure, can survive on the residual spiritual dust even when leveling up, while the consumption of the wraiths is considerably higher. The ample spiritual dust provided by Xia Yuan ensures that they remain well-nourished. In addition to spiritual dust, there are also 11 recruitment essences, 2 bags of construction resources, 2 bags of food resources, and a standard quality 2-handed shield. After studying the value of these items on the Great Xia Forum yesterday, Xia Yuan has gained a deeper understanding of their worth. Recruitment essences are inherently valuable, with higher quality ones fetching even greater prices. The resource bags, encompassing construction, food, and other types, are exclusive to the Lord trials, a special benefit established by the system for aspiring lords, unattainable in the outside world. This means that once the Lord trial concludes, such resource bags will become obsolete, never to be obtained again, thus maintaining their value. As for the 2-handed shield, its value is the lowest. Given the rapid development of lords, equipment becomes obsolete at an alarming rate, unless it is legendary or above, its worth is not particularly high. Out of the 11 recruitment essences, only 2 are of 2-star common quality, indicating a declining drop rate. By this calculation, I can recruit at most around 20 troop types in a day. Is it truly as the forum suggests? If so, my aspiration to amass a force exceeding 1,000 during the Lord trial may be dashed. According to whispers on the Great Xia forum, there is a novice period during the Lord trial where the drop rates significantly increase, designed to help aspiring lords establish their footing swiftly. However, this assertion has not garnered unanimous agreement, with only a minority supporting it. Regardless, pondering these matters is futile. I should focus on the evolution points at hand, for that is of utmost importance. With that thought, Xia Yuan examined the evolution points of his current troops. Human troop evolution points, 552. Undead troop evolution points, 117. Elf troop evolution points, 118. Beast troop evolution points, 29. After a day's time, the evolution points have seen substantial growth, particularly with the undead troop evolution points surpassing 100. Regrettably, the rates require 250 evolution points for their next evolution, and even with an additional day of accumulation, it would remain unattainable. Thus, Xia Yuan decided to allocate the undead troop evolution points to other undead units. Consequently, he evolved 30 skeleton soldiers, 7 skeleton warriors, and 4 elite skeleton warriors. Chapter 35, Awakening Talents. Xia Yuan currently possesses 60 skeleton warriors, 2-star common, 5 elite skeleton warriors, 3-star common, 5 skeleton champions, 1-star rare, and 1 skeleton general, 2-star rare, with most levels at first tier, level 5. Observing the multitude of undead troops before him, Xia Yuan felt a surge of pride, believing he was now capable of sweeping away the tainted roots of pollution. Little tainted roots, watch as I effortlessly subdue you shortly. In stark contrast to the flourishing evolution of the undead, the human troops appeared rather meager, with only Gun Sen evolving into an elite spear soldier. Unfortunately, the remaining evolution points had to be reserved for Gun Yun's evolution, leaving Xia Yuan no choice but to evolve Gun San. Gun Yun, are you prepared? I am ready, Lord. This time, when evolving Gun Yun, Xia Yuan did not engage in the ceremonial gestures of the previous day. Upon receiving Gun Yun's response, he directly bestowed the power of evolution upon him. What transformations might occur? Xia Yuan eagerly observed Gun Yun enveloped in the power of evolution, as his anticipation for Gun Yun's evolution was greater than for other troops. After all, he was the foremost general of the Star Abyss territory. Notification: Spear Soldier, 1-star rare, has evolved into Fearless Spear Soldier, 2-star rare. Upon evolving into the Fearless Spear Soldier, Gun Yun's armor and weaponry underwent a remarkable transformation. His armor became not only thicker but also adorned with intricate engravings, enhancing its imposing appearance. His weapon, too, bore resemblance to the rudimentary forms of weapons found in certain games. As Gun Yun silently assessed the changes in himself, Xia Yuan opened his information panel. Fearless Spear Soldier, Gun Yun. Quality: 2-star rare. Level: first tier, level 6. Skills: none. Fearless Thrust. Talent: Divine Intuition. As expected, he has gained an additional skill. But wait, how can this be? Was it not said that only at the very least, extraordinary troops could awaken talents? Just when Xia Yuan presumed that the evolution would yield merely an extra skill, he suddenly noticed the talent section for Gun Yun, revealing the talent named Divine Intuition. He was no longer the ignorant novice he once was. After diligently studying various knowledge related to lords, he had acquired a certain level of understanding. Talents are typically awakened in legendary troops or exceptional ones with extraordinary potential, and otherwise, they can only be awakened through rare items or buildings. Xia Yuan surmised that Gun Yun's awakening of a talent was plausible, as even before his talent was awakened, Gun Yun had demonstrated remarkable wisdom. Thus, Xia Yuan was confident that he could awaken a talent without external assistance. However, he had not anticipated that Gun Yun would awaken a talent during the rare quality phase without any external support. According to the current records on the Great Xia Forum, troops typically required to reach at least 1-star extraordinary quality to awaken talents without external aid. Thus, it was reasonable for Xia Yuan to believe that Gun Yun would need to evolve to 1-star extraordinary to awaken his talent. After all, the Wise Wraith did not awaken a talent even after evolving to 2-star rare quality. It seems that the information on the forum may not be entirely accurate. After all, such information is collated by individuals, and some inaccuracies are to be expected. However, if one considers that the information panel displays the talent section, could it be inferred that troops at any stage can awaken talents, only hindered by their insufficient capabilities? This reasoning could potentially explain why certain extraordinary troops are able to awaken talents, since, under normal circumstances, only legendary troops should possess such gifts. Through this line of reasoning, Xia Yuan became increasingly convinced that his hypothesis was correct. Regardless, it matters not whether this is the case. At least for me, it is not a disadvantage. Let us now examine what Gun Yun's talent entails. With that, Xia Yuan opened the detailed description of Gun Yun's talent. Divine Intuition possesses an understanding akin to that of a deity, capable of rapidly comprehending any matter. Upon reading the description of divine intuition, Xia Yuan was struck with clarity. The various behaviors exhibited by Gun Yun could now be readily explained. So that is it. No wonder Gun Yun was able to comprehend the words of the wraiths and flower spirits. With a hissing sound, Xia Yuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, realizing that Gun Yun's latent abilities were remarkably formidable even before his awakening, and now he must be even more powerful. Xia Yuan guessed correctly. Previously, Gun Yun required considerable effort to comprehend the words of the flower spirit and the undying. However, after awakening his talent, he could now fully grasp their language. Given a little more time, he could even converse in the languages of the flower spirit and the undying. At that moment, Gun Yun felt as if a multitude of mysteries had suddenly become clear to him. He extended his right hand, and a faint azure energy began to materialize. This energy originated from within him. Previously, he had to rely on weapons and utilize so-called skills to harness this power. Now, he could directly access this energy without those prerequisites. Yet, he lamented that the energy was still too weak and insufficient. Otherwise, he might be able to conjure a pair of energy wings to soar like an eagle. Gun Yun felt a twinge of frustration. Although his awakened talent had significantly enhanced his understanding, his actual strength remained a limitation. Gun Yun, what are you doing? Xia Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity upon witnessing the energy manifesting from Gun Yun's palm. My lord, I am testing the extent of my current strength. Oh, how is it going? I have not completed the testing yet. Haha. All right, please continue. I would like to observe the prowess of your evolved self. Xia Yuan felt a bit awkward, nearly forgetting that testing also required time. Gun Yun proceeded to assess his abilities, demonstrating a new skill, the fearless charge. This skill was another charging ability, yet it possessed greater destructive power than the undying's charge, akin to an enhanced version of the attack. Wait, isn't this reminiscent of Zhao Xian? The more Xia Yuan observed Gun Yun's skills, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance to the League of Legends character Zhao Xian. The piercing attack was akin to Zhao Xian's W skill. His Q skill represented the thrust, and the fearless charge mirrored his E skill. The sweeping skill could be viewed as a half version of Zhao Xian's ultimate ability. Oh no, this sense of familiarity is indelible. After a thorough assessment, Gun Yun, now evolved into a fearless halberdier, exhibited strength comparable to the undying, yet his combat prowess far surpassed it. In a spacious arena, Gun Yun dominated the undying, who struggled to land a blow against him. The reach of Gun Yun's halberd exceeded that of the undying's long sword, allowing Gun Yun to strike with precision while the undying could not retaliate effectively. Whenever the undying attempted to close the distance, Gun Yun seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Even when the undying charged, Gun Yun showcased a reverse charge. As for the application of energy, Gun Yun had an advantage, as many techniques the undying utilized were taught by him. With his awakened talent, the entirety of their battle was marked by Gun Yun's supremacy over the undying. Even when the undying managed to find an opening to counterattack, Gun Yun effortlessly neutralized it. Enough. I concede. After being thrust back once more by Gun Yun, the undying slumped to the ground, raising its hand in surrender. It could hardly engage in close combat. What chance did it have? You should have been more cautious yesterday. Upon witnessing the undying's capitulation, Gun Yun beamed with satisfaction. Such prowess. Is this the extent of the talent's enhancement? Xia Yuan, who had observed the entire spectacle, couldn't help but marvel at Gun Yun's power, perceiving him as a master who had suddenly experienced an exponential increase in strength. Just then, the sound of wings flapping drew Xia Yuan's attention. He turned to see the eagle feather swiftly descending nearby. On the back of the eagle feather, the little flower spirit beamed with joy and, upon spotting Xia Yuan, eagerly flew towards him. Where have you been, little one? Why did it take you so long to return? Xia Yuan extended his hand to catch the flower spirit, gently stroking its small head. Inging. The flower spirit quickly gestured in response. Ultimately, with Gun Yun's translation assistance, Xia Yuan learned that the flower spirit had enjoyed its first ride on the eagle so much that it inadvertently flew quite far, which accounted for its extended absence. However, the flower spirit's journey was not in vain. It brought back significant news. There was a substantial goblin presence to the west of the previous goblin encampment. As for the exact distance from the goblin camp, the flower spirit was unsure, but it was certainly beyond 10 kilometers. What? There are goblins still lurking about. Xia Yuan was taken aback by the news from the flower spirit. Fortunately, hearing that they were quite far away eased his concern. Upon mentioning goblins, Xia Yuan immediately recalled the mysterious paper he had obtained from the goblin encampment, which was inscribed with unintelligible symbols. He quickly retrieved the paper and handed it to Gun Yun, curious to see if he could decipher it now that he had awakened his talent. Gun Yun, see if you can understand these characters now. After scrutinizing the contents of the paper multiple times, Gun Yun shook his head, indicating his inability to comprehend it. I apologize, my lord, I still cannot decipher these writings. His current understanding was indeed profound, yet he could not magically learn an entirely unfamiliar script and language. If that were the case, it would not be a matter of comprehension, but rather an extraordinary ability. His grasp of the flower spirit's language was facilitated by its continuous communication and gestures, akin to a teaching process. Well, it's just an ordinary piece of paper, and without any system prompts, it likely holds no significance. If I cannot understand it, then so be it. Although Xia Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, he nonetheless decided to keep the paper, hoping it might prove useful in the future. From now on, flower spirit, you must not fly so far on the eagle feather. Ing. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, the flower spirit's previously joyful expression dimmed. However, when there is nothing pressing, you may fly around the territory on the eagle feather, but remember to stay within the vicinity. Hearing that she could still ride the eagle feather, a smile quickly returned to the flower spirit's face. Moreover, as you have brought back vital information for the territory, I shall reward you with evolution. Ing. The flower spirit was instantly exhilarated at the prospect of evolution, darting around Xia Yuan in excitement, nearly causing him to become dizzy. All right, if you fly so swiftly, how can I grant you evolution? Please, come to a halt. Ing. Obeying Xia Yuan's command, the flower spirit promptly settled down, awaiting her evolution. Observing this, Xia Yuan wasted no time and bestowed upon her the power of evolution. According to the information he had gleaned from the forum, the flower fairy would evolve into a flower spirit, which would possess growth abilities. As he watched the flower spirit enveloped in the embrace of evolution, Xia Yuan recalled the details he had encountered on the forum the previous day. Thanks to his talent for evolution, Xia Yuan had diligently sought out extensive information related to talents. He discovered that talents were not unique to him. Other lords could possess talents as well. Similar to troop types, a lord's talents could be classified into innate and acquired categories. Innate talents were those awakened upon becoming a provisional lord, much like Xia Yuan's own experience. In the realm of cultivation, individuals may acquire their innate talents through various external means such as artifacts and rare treasures. However, those endowed with innate gifts are exceedingly rare. The majority cultivate their abilities through postnatal efforts. Talents abound in diversity, broadly categorized into two types. The first encompasses personal talents, such as water manipulation, fire control, telekinesis, and enhanced strength. The second type consists of collective talents, often referred to as strategic talents. For instance, the slime talent augments the abilities of one's subordinate slimes, while the cavalry talent enhances the speed of mounted troops. According to the latest information on the Great Xia Forum, the most formidable collective talent is known as Legion Enhancement. A lord possessing this talent, upon forming a legion, can significantly amplify its strength, potentially elevating it by an entire tier, a truly terrifying prospect. Imagine a legion composed of first tier, level 1 soldiers instantly transformed into a battalion of second tier, level 1 warriors under the influence of this talent. The sight is indeed awe-inspiring. In summary, the Great Xia Forum reveals a plethora of talents, yet none possess the ability to evolve troop types or similar capabilities. However, the absence of such evolutionary talents does not imply that troop types cannot evolve. With the aid of external forces, troop types can indeed undergo evolution, facilitated by an item known as the Troop Evolution Stone. Utilizing this stone allows for the evolution of a specific troop type, as evidenced by numerous related videos on the forum. Yet, the Troop Evolution Stone is exceedingly rare and comes with various restrictions. For example, certain stones can only evolve specific troop types, while others are limited to certain quality tiers. Ultimately, this is far inferior to the evolutionary power talent possessed by Xia Yuan. From the videos, Xia Yuan noted that the process of evolution using the Troop Evolution Stone differs from his own use of evolutionary power. When a troop type evolves via the stone, it is enveloped in a golden light, akin to a baptism of sorts. The evolved troop only experiences an enhancement in quality, with no changes to its equipment. This contrasts with Xia Yuan's evolved troops, which acquire new gear. Given the scarcity of troop evolution stones, it naturally follows that not all troop types are eligible for evolution. Initial troop types, for instance, are seldom chosen for evolution, as evolving such types is seen as an extravagant waste. Nevertheless, some inquisitive lords remain curious, eager to witness whether these seemingly weak troops might defy the odds through evolution. Thus, one lord, after careful contemplation, opted to evolve the fabled weakest troop type, the fairy. However, upon evolving the fairy into a flower fairy, he was filled with regret, for the flower fairy is reputed to be among the weakest of rare troop types. In his subsequent reflections, this lord lamented that his greatest folly was expending 3 troop evolution stones to evolve a fairy. This incident led him to abandon any belief in fate-defying transformations. When Xia Yuan chanced upon this post, he was struck with laughter. The adage gamblers should not gamble with houses aptly applies. Why evolve a troop type that is less than ideal, such as the fairy? While the flower fairy may be weak, she possesses a commendable auxiliary skill known as growth. This skill accelerates the growth of plants, resembling the effects seen in farmlands. Furthermore, this skill can stack with the existing effects of farmlands, meaning that under the pre-existing acceleration, additional growth can be achieved. Many lords recognize the rarity and value of this skill, yet the flower fairy remains a rare troop type, making her too valuable to evolve without substantial numbers. Consequently, the flower fairy retains her title as the weakest rare troop type. However, what may be unfeasible for others becomes different in my case. The prompt indicates, the budding fairy, 3-star common, evolves into the flower fairy, 1-star rare. The transformation into a flower fairy is subtle. The flower bud atop her head blossoms into a delicate bloom, and her attire transforms into garments woven from flowers. Flower fairy, blooming spirit. Quality, 1-star rare. Level, 1st tier. Level 5, skills, none, growth. As anticipated, the flower spirit indeed possesses the growth skill. This skill will allow me to recruit a batch of fairies at an opportune moment, expediting their evolution into flower fairies. With this, I can hasten my food production and alleviate concerns about sustaining human troops. Subsequently, Xia Yuan took the flower spirit to the farmland to test the growth skill, discovering that its effects aligned with those described in the forum, accelerating the growth rate of crops planted within the fields. With the flower spirit's growth skill combined with the acceleration of a 2nd-tier farmland, seeds that typically require half a month to mature can now reach full maturity in half that time. A remarkable improvement. Previously, the seeds of the white round fruit were planted on the 4th day, and calculating the time, they would only require 3 to 4 more days to ripen. Astonished, Xia Yuan marveled at the drastic reduction in maturation time, questioning how such a being could be regarded as the weakest rare troop type. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to establish another farmland adjacent to the previous one and plant the remaining white round fruit seeds. With this, there would be no shortage of food. A single white round fruit can sustain a day's worth of nourishment. Once these 2 batches of white round fruit mature, I can begin to recruit human troops on a large scale. However, while the vision is beautiful, reality can be harsh. Just as Xia Yuan fantasized about soon possessing a bounty of white round fruits, he discovered that the growth effects from the first farmland had dissipated. It was then that he realized the growth skill's effects are only temporary, lasting a mere 2 hours. To cover a 10 by 10 farmland, the flower spirit would need to unleash growth at least 4 times. Yet, the current flower spirit can manage only 5 activations within a short time frame before requiring rest. Thus, in a single day, considering the necessary rest, the flower spirit can only accelerate the farmland for about 4 hours. Oh, now I understand why she is deemed the weakest rare troop type. Without sufficient scale, her utility is indeed limited. The flower spirit, sensing Xia Yuan's disappointment, appeared crestfallen. Oh, dear flower spirit, do not be disheartened. You are merely at level 5, and your accomplishments thus far are commendable, Xia Yuan reassured her, extending a comforting hand. Moreover, I have decided that once Gun Yun and the others return from their monster-clearing mission, I shall exchange for a batch of fairies to recruit, thereby providing you with some companions. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, the flower spirit's demeanor brightened with delight. Though she already had 4 powerful fairies, she longed to have numerous kin by her side, akin to the Grim Reaper. Rest assured, my dear flower spirit, I have never deceived you, Xia Yuan replied with a smile, witnessing her transformation from despondency to joy. Soon, noon arrived, and Gun Yun and the Grim Reaper returned to the territory, bringing with them 5 1-star common recruitment essences. Xia Yuan then instructed Gun Yun to accompany him to the exchange scale with a contingent of spear-wielding soldiers. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to exchange 5 militia and 15 fairy recruitment essences, with the addition of the beasts hunted daily by Qian Yun. Sustaining 5 more human units should pose no significant issue. Although Xia Yuan harbored some concerns, he believed that accommodating an extra 5 human units would not be overly problematic. At worst, the entire human contingent could endure a slight reduction in rations. After all, food truly is a pressing concern. But once this batch of little fairies evolves into flower fairies, the situation should improve. Upon returning to the territory, Xia Yuan promptly recruited 5 militia. Then, under the expectant gaze of the flower spirit, he enlisted 15 little fairies. Squeak. The appearance of the 15 little fairies on the Lord's altar delighted the flower spirit immensely, even though these fairies were rather clumsy compared to her and the others. Flower spirit, these little fairies will be under your management from now on. Once they evolve, remember to expedite the enhancement of the farmlands. Henceforth, Qiang Yun and the others will depend on you for sustenance, Xia Yuan instructed Flower Spirit. And with a wave of his hand, he evolved 1 little fairy, naming her Hua Wu. Squeak. Upon hearing this, the Flower Spirit nodded eagerly, assuming a serious expression as if to assure him she would complete the task. Seeing her earnest little face, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle and gently ruffle her hair. After lunch, having rested for a while, Xia Yuan summoned Qiang Yun and Minghai. With the undead units significantly enhanced, he decided it was time to eradicate that source of pollution. Qiang Yun, Minghai, I have resolved to thoroughly eliminate that source of pollution today. This operation will be primarily led by you, Minghai. With Qiang Yun providing support, he declared. Crack. Hearing the Lord designate him as the main force, Minghai was elated. Previously, whenever he had acted alongside Qiang Yun, he had always been the one in support. Now, the time had finally come for him to take the lead. Understood. In contrast to Minghai's excitement, Qiang Yun remained remarkably composed, as he was not one to seek conflict. Furthermore, given Minghai's superior numbers and strength among the undead units, it was entirely reasonable for him to take the lead. Most importantly, Minghai was his brother. Seeing him happy brought Xiangyun joy as well. After issuing the command, Xia Yuan immediately led Xiangyun and the others to commence the cleansing of the pollution. This operation saw Xia Yuan deploying his entire force, with the exception of the little fairies managed by the flower spirit and a few militia protecting the territory. Other units, including Eagle Feather, also joined the expedition. Chapter 38, The Onset of Battle. Observing the grand assembly before him, Xia Yuan could not suppress a sense of pride. His strength was arguably unmatched among the aspiring lords. He opened the territory leaderboard to check his current ranking and was taken aback to discover he had ascended to the first position. Opening the chat interface, he found numerous discussions about himself. Haha, I knew it. Truly, I am deserving of this. Glancing at the lively chatter on the interface, Xia Yuan felt a swell of happiness and pride. Since the eastern region had already been cleared by Minghai, the initial phase of their journey unfolded with remarkable tranquility. However, as they advanced, the commotion caused by their large numbers soon attracted swarms of monsters. Yet, these generally 2-star ordinary monsters were easily dispatched under Xia Yuan's formidable army, akin to weeds effortlessly pulled from the ground. Even when 3-star ordinary wolfmen occasionally attacked, they succumbed to the onslaught of Minghai and his troops in a matter of moments. However, one notable difference was that while Minghai could unleash a powerful energy slash several meters long with his cleaving skill, the energy produced by Xiangyun and his units only extended less than a meter. This was only achieved after extensive training under Minghai's guidance. Under the tutelage of Minghai and Xiangyun, it took nearly an hour for them to master the cleaving skill. Their performance further illuminated for Xia Yuan the remarkable prowess of Xiangyun and Minghai, as well as the stark divide between elite and high-tier units. After all, Xiangyun had initially managed to unleash energy slashes spanning several meters purely through self-study. Not having to assume the role of the main force allowed Xiangyun to effectively test his control over energy during the battle. He noticed a faint azure energy manifesting at the tip of his spear, signaling the commencement of a thrust. Yet this time, the energy did not envelop the spearhead as before. Instead, it gradually transformed into a rapidly spinning energy drill. Subsequently, Xiangyun thrust his spear into the body of an elite brown wolf. Success. Upon feeling a significantly reduced resistance compared to usual and inflicting a wound much larger than an ordinary thrust would cause, Xiangyun felt a surge of joy. But that was not the end. He proceeded to experiment with other applications of energy. For instance, he attached energy to the spearhead to extend its reach, thereby enlarging the attack range. Or he concentrated energy into a blade, enveloping the weapon to transform it into a long-handled greatsword. Nevertheless, Xiangyun only skimmed the surface of these possibilities, refraining from excessive energy expenditure. After all, he had battles ahead and could not afford to deplete his energy reserves, lest he find himself unable to assist in a critical moment. My energy is still too limited, Xiangyun lamented, wishing he possessed boundless energy to spare. In stark contrast to Xiangyun's concerns, Xia Yuan was beaming with joy, watching the continuous influx of spiritual dust and recruitment essences flowing into his hands. Xia Yuan felt his lips curl into a grin that nearly reached the heavens. Indeed, war begets war. As they pressed further into the fray, the number of wolfmen began to rise, with the occasional second-tier wolfman making an appearance. Yet, with Minghai and Xiangyun leading the charge alongside 5 skeletal warriors, these wolfmen were swiftly dispatched. Surely, we must be close now, Xia Yuan mused after traversing a considerable distance, observing the nearly desolate trees standing as mere skeletal remnants. It's unfortunate that the observation stone can only be used within the territory. Otherwise, I could have utilized Eagle Feather to pinpoint the exact location of that source of pollution. Unable to employ the observation stone outside the territory, Xia Yuan relied on his memory to locate the source of pollution. Fortunately, he was not far from its vicinity. By deducing the direction with the highest concentration of monsters, he quickly pinpointed the location of the pollution source. However, numerous monsters awaited them at the site. Second-tier level 1 Wolfman, 3-star ordinary. First-tier level 9 Wolfman, 3-star ordinary. As he gazed at the dozen or so wolfmen ahead, Xia Yuan's expression swiftly turned grave. It appeared he had underestimated the severity of the pollution source. Among this pack of wolfmen were 3 second-tier wolfmen, while 10 others were below that tier, accompanied by a plethora of 2-star ordinary monsters surrounding them. Of course, if it were only these creatures, Xia Yuan would not have found it particularly daunting. However, lurking at the back was a wolfman towering over 2 meters. This wolfman was entirely black and, unlike the others who wielded weapons, stood empty-handed. Yet, its imposing stature and demeanor clearly marked it as a boss-level monster. Second-tier level 1 Wolfman Warrior, 1-star rare. To be honest, upon seeing this information, Xia Yuan contemplated retreating. Although the number of monsters on their side was greater, their strength was not to be underestimated. If a battle ensued, they could not expect to achieve the same overwhelming victory as before. casualties were almost certain. Yet retreating was not as simple as Xia Yuan wished it to be. The commotion stirred by Xia Yuan and his companions had long since captured the attention of the horde of monsters. Upon spotting them, the creatures launched an unrestrained assault. Gun Yun and Ming Hai, you two shall confront the largest werewolf warrior. Hai E and Hai Air, engage the second-tier werewolf to the right. Hai San and Hai Si, take on the leftmost second-tier werewolf. Hai Lu, Hai Chi, and Hai Ba, assist Hai Wu in dealing with the rightmost second-tier werewolf. Gun E, Gun Air, and Gun San. Hai Jiao and Hai Shi, each of you, lead 3 men to tackle 1 werewolf apiece. Gun Si, Gun Wu, Hai Shi Air, and Hai Shi San. Form a group of 5 to confront the remaining werewolves. The remaining monsters shall be dealt with by the rest. Realizing that retreat was impossible, Xia Yuan swiftly issued commands to the various units. Capitalizing on his ability to perceive enemy information, he adeptly directed his forces to counter the corresponding monsters. Though Gun Yun and Ming Hai were merely 1-star rare entities, they could only eliminate a single level 1 second-tier werewolf by combining their strengths. Now that they had evolved to 2-star rarity, the opposing werewolf warrior had also attained 1-star rarity. Hence, this formidable beast must be dealt with by their combined efforts. The same principle applied to the others. In the face of adversaries several tiers above them, at least a duo was required to withstand the onslaught. Understood. Crack. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's orders, all capable units responded promptly, rushing towards the designated monster locations. Eagle Feather, I shall rely on you for protection, Xia Yuan declared, hastily retrieving a large shield from his pack and positioning it before him, while also gripping an arcane shield scroll tightly. He intended to activate it the moment danger approached. Addressing the remaining unit, Eagle Feather. In a bid to secure victory and minimize casualties, Xia Yuan chose not to leave any other unit to protect him, relying solely on Eagle Feather. Chapter 39, Confrontation. Although Eagle Feather possessed relatively low intelligence, it immediately assumed a combat stance upon receiving Xia Yuan's command. Observing Eagle Feather's readiness, Xia Yuan felt a modicum of reassurance. After all, it was a 3-star common unit. Despite its lower level, it could certainly contend with some higher-level 2-star common monsters. Xia Yuan then shifted his gaze to the battlefield. At the moment Xia Yuan issued his command, Gun Yun and Ming Hai, the duo of man and skeleton, dashed towards the towering werewolf warrior. Hai Di charge, Gun Yun exclaimed as they ran side by side. Although they had not meticulously strategized their approach, Gun Yun's words resonated with Ming Hai, who merely exchanged a knowing glance with him, understanding his intent. Ming Hai nodded, swiftly shifting to his right hand to wield the shield and charging towards the oncoming werewolf warrior. Bang, bang, bang. With remarkable speed, Ming Hai barreled towards the werewolf warrior, scattering the monsters in his path. Just as the creatures he had collided with attempted to retaliate, they were knocked down by Gun Yun, who followed closely behind with a fearless thrust. By the time they sought to rise and counterattack, other units had already surged forward to engage them in battle. In no time, Ming Hai approached the werewolf warrior with an unstoppable momentum. Yet, mere seconds before impact, he enveloped his shield and arm in energy. The entire shield, along with his shield-bearing arm, was cloaked in a shadowy energy as it collided with the werewolf warrior. Though the werewolf warrior lacked rationality, it instinctively slashed at Ming Hai with its blood-red claws as he drew near. An ordinary individual would have braced for impact while charging. But Ming Hai was no ordinary skeleton. Just as he was about to collide with the werewolf warrior, he suddenly altered his stance. Swiftly sidestepping the attack, he delivered a powerful upward strike with his shield to the werewolf warrior's abdomen. Boom. The force of the charge combined with the strike erupted upon impact, causing the werewolf warrior to retch and be propelled into the air by Ming Hai's shield. Seeing this, Gun Yun, who had executed a fearless thrust from behind Ming Hai, seized the opportunity. With a powerful leap, clad in armor, he soared into the air, aiming his thrust at the airborne werewolf warrior. At the tip of his spear, a rich azure energy swirled like a drill. Die! Gun Yun shouted, as the spearhead pierced the werewolf warrior's chest. Swoosh! Unsurprisingly, the strike effortlessly penetrated the werewolf warrior's torso. Upon landing, Gun Yun crushed a few stones beneath his feet, while the werewolf warrior fell to the side from the force of the final blow. Crack, crack! Is it resolved? Observing the fallen werewolf warrior, Ming Hai expressed mild confusion as he swapped the positions of his shield and long sword. However, just as Ming Hai's words fell, the werewolf warrior sprang back to its feet, launching 2 blood-red energy claws at Gun Yun and Ming Hai. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly, evading the attack. Regaining their composure, they turned their attention back to the werewolf warrior, which now bore a gaping wound nearly 10 centimeters wide in its chest. The wound was devoid of flesh and bone, allowing glimpses of the surroundings beyond the creature. This, crack, crack. It's still alive. Gun Yun and Ming Hai gazed incredulously at the werewolf warrior, while they could comprehend a polluted monster continuing to fight with severed limbs. This werewolf warrior had been impaled through the chest by Gun Yun, its flesh and bones, including parts of its heart, obliterated. That it still lived was beyond their understanding. Moreover, it seemed unfazed, brimming with vitality. Yet, the werewolf warrior did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. Suddenly, it accelerated, its blood-colored claws slashing towards Manhwaaudiobook. Recognizing the imminent threat, Manhwaaudiobook hastily raised his shield, employing energy coverage to defend against the strike. Creak. Although he successfully blocked the attack, the force propelled him several steps backward. Witnessing this, Gun Yun immediately retaliated with a thrust, intercepting the werewolf warrior's follow-up assault. Once steady, Manhwaaudiobook glanced at his shield, discovering several deep scratches marring its surface. Crack. Seeing his beloved shield damaged ignited a fierce fire within Manhwaadiobook's eyes, prompting him to unleash an energy slash in anger. The werewolf warrior retaliated with its own blood-red energy. The two contrasting energies collided mid-air, with the black energy dissipating while the blood-red energy surged forward towards Manhwaaudiobook. At that moment, both Gun Yun and the evading Manhwaaudiobook realized that relying solely on energy would not suffice. Combined, they could not match the ferocity of the werewolf warrior. To vanquish it, they would need to engage in close combat. However, given that the werewolf warrior's level surpassed theirs, its strength exceeded that of both man and skeleton, compounded by the influence of energy, even this irrational beast could easily overpower their combined efforts through sheer brute force. After several rounds of combat, Gun Yun couldn't shake the feeling that the word warrior seemed to grow more formidable with each passing moment. Manhwaaudiobook, we can't prolong this any further. It appears to be gaining strength, he urged, realizing the gravity of their situation. Manhwaaudiobook nodded in agreement, having sensed the increasing difficulty of their struggle against the word warrior. However, the surrounding troops were engaged in their own fierce battles, leaving no one available to assist them. Manhwaaudiobook, hold it off for a moment. I need to think of a way to deal with it, Gun Yun said, taking a deep breath as he observed the ongoing fights around them. With a determined nod, Manhwaaudiobook intensified his offensive, drawing more firepower towards himself. Meanwhile, Gun Yun began to contemplate how to defeat the word warrior. It seemed the only viable strategy was to stall until the other troops could finish their battles and join forces against the word. Yet, he was uncertain if the word would continue to grow stronger, which could lead to greater damage even with reinforcements. Furthermore, he did not wish to prolong the fight unnecessarily. He yearned to resolve the battle with the word swiftly and assist others. After a considerable period of contemplation, Gun Yun devised a potential solution for defeating the word warrior. Although he was unsure of its success, there was no choice but to attempt it. If they failed, they would have to wait for others to join in the assault. Thus, Gun Yun moved forward to share the burden with Manhwaaudiobook and began to articulate his thoughts. Manhwaaudiobook, do you remember last night's energy fusion test? Of course, Manhwaaudiobook replied, deftly dodging a swipe from the word warrior. He recalled how close he had come to damaging his weapon during that test. Chapter 40, Energy Fusion. Could it be that you're suggesting? Manhwaaudiobook immediately grasped Gun Yun's intent. Yes. This is the only method I can think of to resolve this quickly, Gun Yun affirmed, swiftly retreating to evade a blood-red energy attack. His plan was to merge his energy with Manhwaadiobook's to create a greater destructive force. Shall it be you or I who leads this? Manhwaaudiobook inquired, placing his trust in Gun Yun without questioning the potential for failure. I will take the lead. You simply need to channel your energy as I instructed you this morning. Unlike their previous tests in safety, this was amidst the chaos of battle. Given his superior understanding and control of energy, Gun Yun decided he would orchestrate the fusion to ensure its success. After instructing Manhwaaudiobook, Gun Yun swiftly withdrew from the word warrior's reach and positioned his weapon beside Manhwaaudiobook. Without a word, Manhwaaudiobook relinquished his long knife and grasped the weapon, beginning to input energy. As Gun Yun had distanced himself from the word, Manhwaaudiobook felt an increase in pressure, which hindered his ability to evade the word's attacks. He could only brace himself and endure the blows with his shield. Fortunately, multitasking was not overly taxing for Manhwaaudiobook. Though challenging, he managed to cope. As Manhwaaudiobook infused his energy, Gun Yun's weapon gradually became enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Observing Manhwaadiobook's struggle, Gun Yun felt a surge of urgency, but forced himself to remain calm. This was his first attempt to employ an untested technique in the midst of battle. He could not afford to become distracted and risk failure. As the dark energy continued to envelop the weapon, Gun Yun began to channel his own energy. Soon, their energies met, resulting in a ferocious clash that seemed on the verge of explosion. Manhwaaudiobook, focus solely on inputting your energy. I will handle the rest, Gun Yun instructed, noticing that Manhwaaudiobook was becoming distracted. With a nod, Manhwaaudiobook shifted his attention back to the word warrior, though his right hand continued to steadily channel energy. As the two energies reacted violently, Gun Yun began to manipulate and merge them. He immersed his entire focus into this endeavor, responding to the external conditions only through Manhwaadiobook's movements. Fortunately, this was not Gun Yun's first attempt at merging energies. Despite earlier failures, he had gained some experience. Moreover, with his awakened talent and insights, he had significantly improved his energy control. Thus, even amidst the tumultuous clash of energies, he managed to prevent an explosion under his guidance. As the energies continued to collide, they began to deplete, but both Gun Yun and Manhwaaudiobook consistently replenished them. Finally, through Gun Yun's relentless efforts, signs of fusion began to manifest. The word warrior's claws once again raked across the shield, leaving a deep gash in the dark energy. The force of the blow reverberated through Mei Hai's bones, indicating that he was nearing his limit. Just a little longer, Mei Hai. We're almost there, Gun Yun's voice encouraged, igniting a renewed vigor within Mei Hai, whose spirit flared brightly as he summoned a surge of strength. He could endure. Yet, while Mei Hai remained steadfast, the skeletal shield in his grasp could no longer withstand the onslaught. As the Wurg unleashed another ferocious claw strike, Mei Hai, unable to evade, could only raise his shield to absorb the blow. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and the Wurg's blood-tainted claws pierced through the remnants, tearing into Mei Hai's skeletal hand. Fortunately, as a skeleton, the injury was merely superficial, not particularly severe. Upon hearing the shattering sound, Gun Yun glanced over and immediately sensed the dire situation as Mei Hai's hand and shield were torn apart. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and called out, Mei Hai, channel all your energy. Without hesitation, Mei Hai complied, amplifying his energy input. Simultaneously, Gun Yun intensified his own output. The sudden surge of energy caused the nearly fused forces to react violently once more, a reaction that Gun Yun began to lose control over. Mei Hai, run! He urgently shouted, realizing the potential catastrophe. Even without Gun Yun's warning, Mei Hai had sensed the shift in energy, a foreboding sensation creeping into his very soul. Upon hearing Gun Yun's command, he immediately released his grip and sprinted away from the axe. At that moment, Gun Yun hurled the axe towards the Wurg warrior, springing into action as Mei Hai let go. At the moment the axe was cast aside, the fearless thrust of the lance surged forth, propelling Gun Cloud and the underworld remains away upon contact. Roar! Faced with the energy-enshrouded axe hurled by Gun Cloud, the Wolfman warrior, undeterred, lunged forward with its claws, exhibiting no inclination to evade. Of course, devoid of rational thought, it was oblivious to the concept of evasion. Had it possessed such wisdom, it would have long since vanquished the underworld remains. Just as the Wolfman warrior was poised to strike the axe, the three distinct energies upon it could no longer maintain their equilibrium and erupted violently. Boom! The explosion of mixed energies resounded with a deafening roar. The shockwave sent both Gun Cloud and the underworld remains tumbling to the ground. What on earth? What transpired over there with Gun Cloud and the underworld remains? The commotion caused by the energy explosion startled Xia Yuan, who hastily checked his personal information. Noticing that the fearless spear soldiers and skeletal warriors were still in the rear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once the energy from the explosion dissipated, Gun Cloud and the underworld remains rose to survey the site of the blast. Clack, clack, clack. Such immense power. Upon witnessing the aftermath, the underworld remains gaped in astonishment. A crater several meters wide had formed at the explosion's epicenter, and the Wolfman warrior lay shattered, unmistakably dead beyond resurrection. Chapter 41, Purification Reward. No, by my estimation, the power should not be this great. It seems there was an unforeseen change at the end. According to Gun Cloud's calculations, the power resulting from his fusion with the underworld remains should only have severely injured the Wolfman warrior, not obliterated it to such an extent. Clack, 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 clack. I see, but wait, my weapon. The underworld remains nodded in understanding, then hurried towards the crater upon witnessing Gun Cloud's axe warp and fracture under the strain of the explosion. His precious shield was already destroyed. He did not wish for his last skeletal blade to suffer the same fate. Weapons. Seeing his weapon destroyed, Gun Cloud felt a pang of sorrow. Though this axe was not his favored lance, it was indeed his sole weapon. Clack, clack. Found it. Thankfully, it's unscathed. Soon. The underworld remains located his weapon near the crater, and upon confirming its safety, he erupted in joy. The battle between Gun Cloud, the underworld remains, and the Wolfman warrior felt prolonged, yet the entire ordeal lasted only a few minutes. After ensuring the Wolfman warrior was utterly defeated, Gun Cloud and the underworld remains promptly set out to assist other units. However, due to the previous combat, their energy reserves were nearly depleted, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. The underworld remains, armed with his weapon, fared reasonably well, but Gun Cloud, unarmed, found his combat prowess severely diminished, even less threatening than the spear soldiers. It was not until he borrowed a lance from a spear soldier that the situation began to improve. As time passed, coupled with the assistance of Gun Cloud and the underworld remains, Xia Yuan's forces gained the upper hand. Before long, they completely eradicated all nearby monsters. It was over. With a sigh of relief, Gun Cloud extracted the lance from an elite black wolfman, now drenched in monster blood. He had to admit, this battle had been the most arduous since his recruitment. At that moment, he was utterly devoid of energy, relying solely on his physical stamina to fight. Mentally, he felt fatigued from the earlier encounter with the Wolfman warrior. After the battle concluded, Xia Yuan surveyed the casualties with a heavy heart. In this skirmish, 3 spear soldiers and 5 skeletal warriors had perished, with numerous other units sustaining severe injuries. Although the fatalities were not extensive, had he not been so overconfident in his desire to eradicate the source of pollution today, these 8 units would not have lost their lives. Xia Yuan, "O Xia Yuan, you had always spoken of survival, yet the moment you achieved a modicum of success, you forgot this lesson." With a weighty heart, Xia Yuan instructed Gun Cloud to organize the uninjured units to clean the battlefield and distribute spiritual dust to treat the wounded. Once arrangements were made, Xia Yuan approached the source of the pollution. Is this the source of pollution? It indeed resembles the descriptions found in the forums. At first glance, the polluted root appeared to be merely a tree's roots, adorned with black and red patterns that seemed to pulsate with energy, spreading into the surrounding earth. This polluted root was not particularly large. According to the Great Xia forums, it was still in its nascent stage. As Xia Yuan studied the polluted root, a sudden sense of agitation washed over him, igniting an innate desire to engage in combat. At that moment, the mark of the Quasi-Lord on the back of his hand glimmered faintly, quelling the burgeoning urge to fight and restoring his tranquility. What was that just now? Hiss. This polluted root is rather sinister. Regaining his composure, Xia Yuan promptly extinguished any thoughts of further examination and swiftly positioned his Quasi-Lord marked right hand above the polluted root. In the next instant, the Quasi-Lord mark illuminated, and a warm, sacred golden light erupted forth. In an instant, the golden radiance enveloped both Xia Yuan's palm and the polluted root beneath. The light persisted for nearly a minute before gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, the polluted root began to vanish alongside the light. Notification: the polluted root has been purified. With the notification appearing, several luminous orbs manifested before Xia Yuan, gently descending to the ground and transforming into various items. Notification: obtained 10 soul crystal fragments. Notification: acquired a primary resource secret realm, exquisite. Notification: received a hero trial certificate, special. Notification: obtained a battle transfer scroll, special. This, after collecting the rewards for purifying the polluted root. A wave of joy slightly alleviated the heaviness in Xia Yuan's heart. The quality of items in the divine gift continent is categorized similarly to that of units: ordinary, rare, exquisite, legendary, and additionally, there exists a category termed special. The value of special quality items is entirely subjective. As previously mentioned, the hero trial certificate, if a unit successfully passes the trial, is naturally worth no less than legendary, perhaps even more. Conversely, failing means it is as good as worthless, inferior to ordinary items. The battle transfer scroll follows the same principle. As an entry ticket for the battle event, achieving first place naturally commands significant worth. If eliminated outright, it merely serves as a lesson learned. Indeed, as stated in the forums, it can only be utilized on the 16th day. Observing the countdown on the battle transfer scroll, Xia Yuan stored it away and turned his attention to the hero trial certificate. The hero trial, huh? I wonder if Gun Cloud can succeed. Xia Yuan murmured, having decided the moment he acquired this hero trial certificate that he would allow Gun Cloud to utilize it. Although the underworld remains was also a commendable choice, Gun Cloud had already awakened his talent. However, the present time and place were not suitable for employing the hero trial certificate. So Xia Yuan resolved to wait for an opportune moment before granting it to Gun Cloud. Primary resource, secret realm. Quality, exquisite. Description: upon use, it randomly grants a primary resource secret realm. Secret realms can be viewed as independent microcosms, tethered to the main world, namely the divine gift continent. The various types of secret realms are abundant. Some enhance strength, others yield resources, and some even allow for the recruitment of formidable troops. Take, for instance, the primary resource secret realm, which is a domain specifically designed to acquire resources. In the eyes of most lords, secret realms are seen as treasures. Moreover, these realms are categorized into permanent and temporary types. Permanent secret realms, as the name suggests, exist indefinitely and are the most coveted among all lords. The initial resource secret realm acquired by Xia Yuan clearly falls into this category. Additionally, within the Great Xia Alliance, many lords who possess entrances to permanent secret realms often extend the privilege of use to fellow members, serving as one of the many benefits of the alliance. Temporary secret realms, conversely, are those that exist only for a limited time before vanishing. Typically, the locations transported via the battle teleportation scrolls correspond to such realms. They open at specific intervals and close after a while. These temporary realms are the most enigmatic and perilous. Chapter 42, Reward Summary. After all, compared to the well-explored permanent realms, the temporary ones harbor a sense of uncertainty. No one can predict what dangers or treasures await within. It could be that one enters without encountering any threats and emerges with a plethora of precious items. Conversely, one might find themselves facing myriad crises upon entry. Indeed, the Lord's trial venue can also be regarded as a secret realm, albeit a rather unique one. Having stored away the initial resource secret realm, Xia Yuan turned his gaze to the last 10 fragments of soul crystals. These fragments are an upgraded version of soul crystal dust. One fragment equates to 100 grams of soul crystal dust, thus totaling 1,000 grams of soul dust with 10 fragments. However, while soul crystal fragments represent an advancement over soul dust, 100 grams of soul dust cannot be directly synthesized into a soul crystal fragment without employing alternative methods. Fortunately, this process is quite straightforward. Upon becoming an official lord, one can utilize their lordly powers for synthesis. Xia Yuan felt quite content with the rewards received after purging the tainted roots. Yet, upon noticing the skeletal warrior lying lifelessly, his joy waned somewhat. Subsequently, he approached the skeletal remains to offer a few words of comfort. As the saying goes, one cannot be resurrected after death, though that does not apply to a skeletal warrior. Despite having perished, it does not necessarily mean rebirth is impossible. Nevertheless, even if resurrection were feasible, it is not within the capabilities of the skeletal warrior. Shortly thereafter, the surviving troops gathered the spoils dropped by the monsters and presented them to Xia Yuan. Let us take their bodies back to the territory for burial. Xia Yuan then instructed the other troops to return to the territory with the corpses of the fallen spearmen and skeletal warriors. The atmosphere during the journey back was somewhat somber. Upon returning, Xia Yuan sought a suitable site for burial, ensuring the fallen spearmen and skeletal warriors were laid to rest respectfully. After a brief moment of respite, he began to examine the items acquired from today's monster slaying. The haul was plentiful yet varied, prompting Xia Yuan to first sort through the least valuable items, ordinary quality equipment and building materials, as well as 2 types of resource bags filled with food. Unsurprisingly, the contents of the resource bags yielded nothing of significance. Xia Yuan was accustomed to this. The ordinary quality building and food resource bags typically contained only a handful of items. The better finds consisted of various crystal stones and dried beef, but their ordinary quality rendered them rather unremarkable. Resource bags of such nature only hold high value when they are of rare quality. Regarding soul dust, after accounting for the expenditure on troop healing, he amassed a total of 1,300 grams. This marked the largest quantity of soul dust Xia Yuan had ever obtained. Additionally, he secured 9 recruitment essence shards and a rare blueprint for a divine structure named Thunder Tower. Among the 9 essence shards, there was 1 1-star ordinary shard, 7 2-star ordinary shards, and 1 3-star ordinary shard. This was the first instance in which Xia Yuan acquired more 2-star ordinary shards than 1-star ones. A result of the majority of monsters defeated being 2-star in nature, with only a few 1-star monsters present. What surprised Xia Yuan the most was the revelation that the tainted monsters could indeed drop 3-star ordinary recruitment essence shards. Previously, he believed the highest drop would only be 2-star ordinary shards. However, the drop rate was rather disheartening. After slaying numerous wolf monsters, only 1 shard materialized. To put it into perspective, that single 3-star shard could be exchanged for 28 1-star ordinary shards. Though converting a 3-star shard into 1-star ones felt somewhat disadvantageous, there was little he could do. Having perused the Great Xia Forum, Xia Yuan was aware that a single 3-star ordinary recruitment essence shard held a value exceeding that of 6 1-star ordinary shards. Thus, in his current view, this exchange system felt akin to a vampire draining his resources. Were he to trade these essence shards now, he certainly would not resort to the exchange system. Yet, as Xia Yuan mentioned, there was no choice. He could not sacrifice his development for the sake of acquiring a few more essence shards. As for direct recruitment, Xia Yuan glanced at the eagle feather, shaking his head in disapproval, concluding that converting them into 1-star ordinary essence shards was the most prudent course of action. A 3-star ordinary troop could only earn 12 evolution points per day, whereas 6 1-star ordinary troops could collectively acquire 72 evolution points. Beyond the essence shards, Xia Yuan was particularly intrigued by the rare blueprint for the Thunder Tower. Divine Structure Blueprint. Thunder Tower, Level 1. Quality, Rare. Required materials, 100 wood, 300 stone, 300 iron ore, 1 rare thunder crystal, 50 G soul crystal dust. Description: capable of launching magical attacks on enemies within range. This structure is akin to an arrow tower, albeit the arrow tower delivers physical attacks while the thunder tower employs magical assaults. Xia Yuan found the prospect of magical attacks fascinating and, after a moment's contemplation, resolved to construct the thunder tower in the west. The pollution in the east had been eradicated, while some tainted monsters remained. They posed no threat to the Star Abyss territory. Conversely, he recalled hearing from Flower Spirit that a significant number of goblins resided in the west. Although these goblins were situated at a considerable distance from Star Abyss, it was prudent to be prepared. Thus, Xia Yuan determined to erect the Thunder Tower in the west to defend against any potential goblin incursions. As he prepared to visit the exchange system to convert the essence shards, he took note of the path ahead. Since he would be venturing out, it was only fitting to summon some troops to serve as guards. Observing the skeletal warriors still at the burial site and the nearby gun cloud engaged in conversation with the skeleton, Xia Yuan shook his head. Never mind. It's not a battle. I won't trouble them with such trivial matters. He then called upon a few uninjured troops and readied himself to construct the Thunder Tower and exchange the essence shards. Lord, may I accompany you? Just as Xia Yuan took a couple of steps, he noticed Gun Cloud hurrying over, expressing a desire to join him. Xia Yuan, without much thought, readily agreed. Shortly after Xia Yuan and Gun Cloud departed, the skeletal warrior at the burial site gazed at the dark energy manifesting in his hand, lost in contemplation. Can I truly achieve what my elder brother just mentioned? As he pondered, the encouraging words spoken by Gun Cloud echoed in his mind. Regarding the resurrection of the undead, the specter was uncertain whether it could achieve such a feat, having only heard vague descriptions from the Lord a few times. It was entirely clueless about the specific procedures involved. However, recalling what its elder brother had said about offering assistance, and fueled by unwavering trust in him, the specter found a modicum of confidence. Consequently, it ceased its lamentations, retrieving ethereal dust to commence healing its wounds and enhancing its level. Ultimately, strength was the foundation of everything. Rather than squander time brooding over uncertainties, it was far more pragmatic to focus on leveling up. Chapter 43, Constructing the Stone Wall. So it was like this. I had no idea that merely mentioning the blueprint for the Thunder Tower would lead you to deduce my intention to construct it. Impressive, Xiangyun. Upon hearing Xiangyun elucidate the purpose of his company, Xia Yuan sincerely commended Xiangyun's keen observation skills, as he himself lacked such meticulous attention. Unlike Xia Yuan, the troops could not perceive any hints. Thus, although Xiangyun had encountered the blueprint for the Thunder Tower, he was unaware of its true nature and could only infer its significance from Xia Yuan's previous descriptions. When Xiangyun handed over the blueprint, he had merely heard Xia Yuan express mild astonishment regarding the magical attacks of the Thunder Tower. Observing that Xia Yuan had not constructed the Thunder Tower near the territory, Xiangyun deduced that Xia Yuan was likely planning to build it elsewhere. As for Xiangyun's reason for accompanying him, it was to explore the intricacies of magic. Upon receiving Xia Yuan's praise, Xiangyun felt a rare sense of bashfulness. Truth be told, he had also felt somewhat awkward earlier, accustomed to being summoned by the Lord. He had not expected to be left out this time. Reluctantly, he had to take the initiative to express his desire to follow. Marking the first occasion, he proactively inquired of Xia Yuan. Your interest in studying magic is commendable, but I believe you ought to prepare for potential disappointment. Magical architecture differs significantly from magic itself. While Xia Yuan wholeheartedly supported Xiangyun's eagerness to study magic, he nonetheless issued a word of caution. After all, the workings of system buildings were not easily comprehensible. Even Xia Yuan himself could not fathom how the Arrow Tower was capable of autonomously attacking foes. Xiangyun silently nodded in understanding. He had also attempted to unravel the mysteries of why warehouses could shrink trees, why bathing machines would automatically generate water, and why paper towels and restrooms seemed infinite. Yet, none of these phenomena had ever been elucidated to him. Nevertheless, he was determined to explore any method that could deepen his understanding of energy, as it was a promise he had made to his brother, the Spectre. Before long, Xia Yuan arrived at a location approximately 500 meters from the territory. This seemed suitable. After surveying the surroundings, he resolved to construct the Thunder Tower here. Following several days of clearing the area, most trees within a kilometer of the territory had been removed. One of the reasons Xia Yuan chose this spot for the Thunder Tower was to facilitate the construction of a stone wall. Indeed, he had finally decided to build a stone wall. Initially, he had planned to gather enough materials to erect a wall with a radius of 1 kilometer before commencing construction. However, he soon realized that the amount of stone and ethereal dust required for such an endeavor was exorbitant. Fearing that he might not complete it even after passing the Lord's trial, Xia Yuan opted to scale back his ambitions, deciding to construct a wall with a diameter of 1 kilometer centered around the territory. Although he currently lacked sufficient materials for such a wall, he resolved to begin construction in stages, understanding that building would take time and could not be delayed until a crisis arose. Xia Yuan first retrieved the blueprint for the Thunder Tower and proceeded to construct it. Level 1 Thunder Tower. Quality, rare. Attack range, 50 meters. Effect, inflicts lightning magic damage on the target. Upgrade requirements, 2 rare thunder crystals, 100 ethereal dust. The Thunder Tower appeared as a formidable stone edifice, crowned by a purple crystal radiating light. The attack range of the Level 1 Thunder Tower was half that of the Arrow Tower, limited to a mere 50 meters. The reason Xia Yuan did not upgrade the Thunder Tower directly to Level 2 was simply due to unmet upgrade requirements. Upgrading to Level 2 necessitated 2 rare thunder crystals, of which Xia Yuan currently possessed only 1. Behold the Thunder Tower, let us assess its might. Gazing upon the tower, which loomed nearly 3 stories high, Xia Yuan began to test its capabilities. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot forth from the purple crystal, striking the ground nearby with a resounding crack. Approaching to inspect the impact site, Xia Yuan and Xiangyun discovered a small crater where the lightning had struck. Upon witnessing the Thunder Tower's potency, Xiangyun fell into deep contemplation. Xiangyun, how do you assess this power? Can you gauge its magnitude? Unable to estimate the exact power of the Thunder Tower himself, Xia Yuan turned to the battle-hardened Xiangyun for insight. My lord, the destructive capacity appears comparable to that of a Level 1, second-tier ward warrior. Xiangyun replied after scrutinizing the crater. He based his assessment on the damage inflicted by the blood-red energy claws of the ward warrior. It was evident that the Thunder Tower possessed greater strength than that of a Level 2 Arrow Tower. Xia Yuan, upon hearing Xiang Yun's evaluation, immediately compared it to the Arrow Tower, arriving at a conclusion that satisfied him greatly. Previously, after upgrading the Arrow Tower to level 2, Xia Yuan had conducted tests, discovering that the power of an arrow shot was roughly equivalent to that of a level 1, 8-tier spearman's full-strength attack. As he continued testing the Thunder Tower, Xia Yuan identified a notable drawback. While the Thunder Tower boasted considerable power, it could only be utilized once every 30 seconds. Although it did not require arrows like the Arrow Tower, the lengthy cooldown posed a limitation. Thus, both the Thunder Tower and the Arrow Tower had their constraints. One wielded great power, but suffered from a cooldown, while the other had lower power, but was restricted by the number of arrows available. Nonetheless, Xia Yuan was not overly disheartened. After all, the Thunder Tower was only at level 1, and perhaps future upgrades would reduce the cooldown period. Upon completing the tests on the Thunder Tower, Xia Yuan turned his attention to constructing the stone wall. A stone wall measuring approximately 3 meters in width required 10 units of stone and 1 unit of ethereal dust. This was likely the construction with the lowest material consumption. However, even so, erecting a wall encircling the territory with a diameter of about 1 kilometer would necessitate over 10,000 units of stone and more than 1,000 units of ethereal dust. Moreover, the stone wall was one of only 2 constructs that did not contribute to territory scoring, the other being the Lord's Manor. It seemed the system was reluctant to allow aspiring lords to exploit this to inflate their territory scores. While Xia Yuan currently had ample ethereal dust, he still lacked sufficient stone. Even with enough stone, he could not afford to expend so much ethereal dust on the construction of the wall in one go. Thus, he planned to build 100 stone walls each day, estimating that it would take about 10 days to complete. Xia Yuan opened the construction list, selected the stone wall, and soon a phantom wall materialized before him. After choosing the location for construction, he suddenly realized that erecting the stone wall might pose a bit of a challenge. Due to the considerable distance from the warehouse, several hundred meters away, the construction of the stone wall necessitates the transportation of materials by laborers. Fortunately, laborers are abundant in the domain of Xia Yuan. Chapter 44, The Soul Crystal Dust Realm. Soon, Xia Yuan dispatched several skeletal warriors to transport the stones. After investing 1 G of spiritual dust into the illusory stone wall and selecting the appropriate location, he commenced the construction of the next wall. At last, it was completed, thankfully. The ability to construct multiple walls simultaneously saved considerable time, or else the duration would have increased significantly. 100 stone walls were successfully erected. With the spiritual dust already infused, only the placement of the stones remained, as the walls required an hour to fully materialize. Xia Yuan seized the opportunity to visit the exchange balance. At the exchange balance, he traded for 3 militiamen and 25 skeletal warriors to recruit a spirit essence. My lord, the Thunder Tower has suddenly ceased to function, Gun Yun reported hastily upon Xia Yuan's return from the exchange balance. What on earth? It has barely been constructed. How can it be out of service? Startled by the news, Xia Yuan rushed to inspect the Thunder Tower. Since Gun Yun was eager to explore the so-called magic, Xia Yuan permitted him to utilize the Thunder Tower for his research. To his astonishment, after just one visit to the exchange balance, he was met with such unexpected news. While Xia Yuan examined the Thunder Tower's state, Gun Yun recounted the entire sequence of events. In summary, after utilizing the Thunder Tower for 10 consecutive minutes, it inexplicably became inoperative. Even after the cooldown period, it remained unusable, leaving Gun Yun perplexed. After hearing Gun Yun's explanation, Xia Yuan surmised a possible reason. He then directed his gaze toward the purple crystal atop the Thunder Tower. At that moment, the crystal had dimmed considerably, lacking its previous radiance. Xia Yuan contemplated. Is it a matter of insufficient energy, requiring time to replenish? Previously, he had encountered discussions on the Dian Forum regarding certain structures possessing energy limitations that necessitate a recovery period after depletion. Sure enough, approximately half an hour after the Thunder Tower became inactive, the purple crystal began to glow once more. Xia Yuan attempted to activate the Thunder Tower. Boom. A bolt of lightning erupted, indicating the Thunder Tower was operational again. Not only did the Thunder Tower have a cooldown period, but after 10 minutes of continuous use, it also required half an hour to recharge before it could be utilized again. Thus, Xia Yuan discovered a minor flaw in the Thunder Tower, its inability to sustain prolonged operation. However, he did not feel disheartened. After all, even arrow towers cannot maintain their functionality without a steady supply of arrows. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Though it was fortunate that the Thunder Tower's energy restoration did not require the expenditure of spiritual dust. Once the first stone wall was completed, Xia Yuan instructed Gun Yun to test its strength. According to Gun Yun's findings, the stone wall could withstand attacks from a level 2 arrow tower without sustaining damage. Xia Yuan expressed his satisfaction, but when it came to upgrading the wall to level 2, he remarked that he lacked sufficient resources, and, even if he had them, he would not choose to upgrade. Based on the information from the Dian Forum, the strength of the stone wall, even at its maximum upgrade, was rather modest. After all, it was merely a basic structure, To achieve greater defensive capabilities, one would need to rely on more advanced defensive constructions. The construction of the stone walls was merely a precaution against lower-tier monsters intruding upon his territory, thereby avoiding the need for time-consuming cleanup and additional construction following the Lord's trial. His true means of preventing monster incursions lay within the ranks of his troops. Having completed the stone wall testing, Xia Yuan returned to his domain, allowing the remaining walls to gradually finish their construction autonomously. Upon his return, he promptly recruited all the spirit essences acquired from the exchange. He then evolved all the newly enlisted troops, including the militiamen recruited earlier in the day. Once the remaining contaminated monsters were cleared, opportunities for such extensive recruitment would be scarce. After evolving his troops, Xia Yuan sighed and retrieved a basic resource realm for utilization. As soon as he activated the basic resource realm, a stone archway appeared not far from the Lord's altar, inscribed with mysterious runes that Xia Yuan could not comprehend. Soul Crystal Dust Realm. Description: resets weekly. A realm of spiritual dust. To Xia Yuan's delight, the information regarding the realm was revealed. Resource realms, as the name suggests, provide a stable means for lords to acquire resources. These resources come in various forms, such as rare ores, diverse crystals, and high-quality food. More advanced realms can even yield materials that enhance troop strength or bolster the lord's own resources. In essence, resource realms encompass a broad spectrum, with most being relatively safe and easily accessible. Of course, a basic resource realm does not offer as many treasures. Xia Yuan had previously researched on the Dine Forum, discovering that most lords' basic resource realms yielded only commonplace resources like fire maple trees, black iron ore, and ordinary grade crystals. The spiritual dust realm, however, was considered quite favorable, as spiritual dust serves as a currency for purchasing items. With sufficient spiritual dust, one could acquire these average resources. However, in contrast to those resources obtainable through mere labor, the spiritual dust realm might present a slightly higher acquisition difficulty. Subsequently, Xia Yuan reached out to touch the stone archway, and the runes began to glow softly. In the next moment, a dark energy materialized within the archway, forming a portal. Minions. Xia Yuan called for the minions, who were currently absorbing spiritual dust. Yes, my lord. The minion responded promptly, ceasing its absorption and hastening to Xia Yuan's side. Bring a few of your comrades. Accompany me to explore this spiritual dust realm. The difficulty does not seem substantial, so there is no need for a large contingent. Since Gun Yin was still engaged in research at the Thunder Tower, Xia Yuan could only command the still recovering minion to lead the expedition. The minion nodded, gathering 10 skeletal warriors before stepping into the portal. As soon as they crossed the threshold, their forms vanished instantaneously. Observing this, Xia Yuan hurriedly opened his information panel, confirming that the minions were unharmed before entering the portal himself. Upon stepping through, Xia Yuan felt a slight sensation of weightlessness, and the next moment, he found himself amidst the minion and the skeletal warriors, who were gazing around in wonder. This is far more pleasant than the transport provided by Lozier, he remarked, unable to suppress his critique after comparing the two experiences. Casting a glance at the towering portal behind him, Xia Yuan began to survey the spiritual dust realm. This realm was stark and desolate, characterized by an endless plain devoid of any vegetation, save for scattered gravel and fragments of stone. After surveying the surroundings, Xia Yuan expressed his bewilderment. Where's the spiritual dust? With not a single blade of grass in sight, let alone any spiritual dust. Chapter 45, Shadows of the Past. Just as Xia Yuan pondered this, several dark figures suddenly emerged not far from him. First tier pass shadows, 1-star, ordinary. Indeed, as discussed in the forum, they appeared as foretold. Upon perceiving the emergence of a shadowy figure, Xia Yuan instantly became alert. The remnants of the past, aptly named, resembled a specter, cloaked in darkness, rendering any discernible features indistinguishable. Their forms varied immensely. Some towered several meters high, while others barely reached a few centimeters. They embodied both human and beastly shapes, displaying a plethora of appearances. Unlike corporeal beings such as goblins or werewolves, these phantoms bore no physical vulnerabilities. To defeat one, it was necessary to land 5 attacks or employ an energy-based assault. However, the damage inflicted by the remnants was remarkably minimal, akin to the mundane strikes of a minor fairy, as described in forum discussions. Thus, although the remnants appeared eerie, they were, in truth, quite feeble and easily vanquished, as evidenced by their level. Ming Hai, proceed to engage those remnants. Do take heed, Xia Yuan instructed. Nevertheless, despite the form's assertions, Xia Yuan remained somewhat skeptical and resolved to allow Ming Hai to test the waters first. He took the time to elucidate the peculiarities of the remnants to Ming Hai. With a nod, Ming Hai brandished his skeletal blade and charged towards a remnant resembling a human figure. Stripped of his shield, he felt oddly unbalanced. As he swung his bone sword at the shadowy figure, he was momentarily taken aback by its form, despite having heard about it from the Lord. Upon being attacked, the remnant wielded a weapon akin to a sword, striking at Ming Hai. Just as Ming Hai intended to dodge, he recalled Xia Yuan's earlier counsel and abruptly halted. bracing himself to endure the blow. In that fleeting moment of impact, the shadowy weapon seemed to solidify, piercing Ming Hai's form. However, he merely sensed a light touch at the point of contact, with little sensation beyond that. Indeed, just as the Lord mentioned, Ming Hai swiftly retaliated, slashing at the remnant's weapon, yet his strike merely passed through the shadowy figure, as before. He then followed up with 3 more strikes against the remnant. Upon the 5th attack, the remnant swiftly dissipated, leaving behind a singular gram of spirit dust upon the ground. Is a weapon also a part of the body? How intriguing. Witnessing the vanquishing of the remnant, Xia Yuan found himself greatly intrigued by such entities. In contrast to corporeal creatures like goblins and werewolves, he was far more fascinated by these non-corporeal phantoms. Not only Xia Yuan, but a significant number of lords held a keen interest in the remnants, with many having undertaken studies on them, though regrettably yielding little in the way of useful findings. While it was true that the remnants dropped spirit dust upon their demise, the assertion that it originated from the remnants themselves diverged from the forum's claims. Xia Yuan mused as he gazed at the spirit dust on the ground. Although one remnant had been dispatched by Ming Hai, the remaining ones appeared utterly oblivious to the occurrence, continuing to linger in place. This was Ming Hai's first encounter with a creature that did not initiate an attack, prompting him to swiftly eliminate the nearby remnants out of curiosity. After successfully eradicating several more remnants, Xia Yuan approached to gather the fallen spirit dust. Does each remnant yield merely 1 G of spirit dust? It appears there will be ample opportunities for farming. After collecting the spirit dust, Xia Yuan observed the continuous appearance of remnants nearby. Realizing it would require a considerable amount of time to cleanse the spirit dust realm of these phantoms. Having confirmed the remnants were indeed weak, Xia Yuan instructed the remaining undead to disperse and eliminate the remnants, while he and Ming Hai commenced their exploration of the spirit dust realm. The spirit dust realm was modest in size, spanning no more than 2 kilometers, and Xia Yuan traversed the entire expanse in less than half an hour. As the forum had indicated, the edges of the realm led into the void. Cautiously, Xia Yuan leaned forward to peer into the abyss beyond the realm. The void was perilous. A careless misstep could result in being torn to shreds by a void storm. To safeguard against such a fate, Xia Yuan had Ming Hai secure his grip. That will suffice. Just a glance will do. Do not indulge your curiosity too much, should you fall in. Even a 6th-tier legend may not escape. After surveying the void, Xia Yuan gradually retreated a few steps, promptly guiding Ming Hai away from the edge of the realm, while reiterating his admonition to avoid the periphery at all costs. Clearing the remnants from the spirit dust realm took nearly an hour, resulting in the eradication of 1,000 remnants. How Xia Yuan knew this was evident from the 1,000 G of spirit dust he amassed. Upon dispatching the last remnant, no further shadows emerged. Observing this, Xia Yuan led his forces from the realm. The spirit dust realm refreshed weekly, yielding a substantial 1,000 G of spirit dust each time, which was quite satisfactory. Gazing at the closed portal, Xia Yuan considered the realm's merits. A weekly return of 1,000 G of spirit dust constituted a commendable source of income in the long run, as it was essentially a no-cost venture. However, while the spirit dust realm refreshed weekly, this did not imply entry was limited to once per week. Xia Yuan had previously experimented and found that the realm could be reopened, though it would only reveal a desolate plain devoid of remnants. After dinner, Xia Yuan toyed with the hero trial certificate while contemplating the information he had encountered on the Great Xia Forum the previous day. The pathways for troop promotion to heroes were exceedingly scarce, with the most accessible route being the utilization of the exceedingly rare hero trial certificate. Similar to the Lord trials, troops using this certificate would enter a unique trial space. Upon completing the trial tasks, they could ascend to hero status. However, the nature of the trials varied. Some assessed the trial taker's administrative capabilities, while others evaluated their command skills, survival abilities, or even purely their combat prowess. It was not uncommon for troops who had reached the 4th or 5th tier, boasting remarkable strength, to be selected for an administrative trial they were ill-equipped for, resulting in failure. Similarly, troops with exceptional command skills might find themselves chosen for combat trials and subsequently fail. Such occurrences were prevalent. Conversely, some fortunate individuals would succeed effortlessly by being assigned suitable trial tasks. One Lord's hero on the Great Xia Forum, who merely reached the initial 2nd tier, managed to pass the hero trial simply by surviving until the end of a monster siege. Fortuitously, the hero was a zombie, allowing it to bury itself underground and lie dormant until the siege concluded, thus achieving hero status by merely lying in wait. Chapter 46, Hero Trial. This individual was dubbed the luckiest zombie hero on the forum, affectionately referred to as the fortunate zombie. In summary, the variety of trial content was extensive, making it nearly impossible to replicate another's approach to completing the trials, as each individual's tasks differed. The hero trials could be deemed both challenging and straightforward. Encountering a fitting trial task could enable even the weakest to succeed. However, those who merely scraped by in their trials would find themselves among the weakest of heroes, devoid of additional rewards. Indeed, There existed a hierarchy among heroes. Upon successfully navigating the trials of a hero, there exists a subsequent procedure known as the heroic baptism. The intensity of this baptism directly correlates with the benefits bestowed upon one as they ascend to heroism. The greater the intensity, the more substantial the rewards. The heroic baptism is categorized into 3 tiers, corresponding to the evaluations received upon completion of the trials: ordinary, excellent, and perfect. A higher evaluation yields a more potent baptism. Take, for instance, the aforementioned fortunate zombie hero, who received the lowest rating and, consequently, the weakest baptism. An ordinary level baptism bestows merely the most fundamental heroic abilities, while an excellent level baptism not only enhances these abilities, but may also awaken latent talents, with those endowed with such talents potentially awakening a secondary gift. As for the perfect level baptism, it not only amplifies the initial enhancements and the strength of the awakened talents, but also grants a piece of exclusive equipment tailored to one's needs. Considering the unfortunate state of your weapon, Xia Yuan, this may even lead to the acquisition of a new armament. Of course, do not feel pressured. Even if one fails to achieve a perfect rating or cannot complete the hero trials, it is of little consequence. Maintain a relaxed demeanor. For the passage of time within the realm of the hero trials does not align with that of reality. Think of it as a journey to be experienced. Xia Yuan gently patted Xia Yuan on the shoulder. No matter how precious the hero trial credentials may be, in Xia Yuan's eyes, they pale in comparison to Xia Yuan. He had previously informed Xia Yuan about the hero trials while awaiting the completion of the stone wall, sharing insights gleaned from the Great Xia Forum regarding the trials. Although he could not provide exact replicas of the information, it would still serve to broaden one's knowledge. My lord, I am determined to succeed in the trials, Xia Yuan declared earnestly to Xia Yuan. Preparing meticulously to navigate the hero trials, Xia Yuan even borrowed weapons from Changsan. Xia Yuan responded with a smile. Excellent. Truly deserving of being my first general of Xingyuan. With that, Xia Yuan wasted no time in utilizing the hero trial credentials. Notification: hero trial credentials have been used. Selected target: fearless spearman, Xiang Yuan. Notification: hero trial has commenced. In an instant, the hero trial credentials in Xia Yuan's hand transformed into a radiant light that enveloped Xiang Yuan. Subsequently, both the light and Xiang Yuan's figure vanished from the territory, entering the realm of trials. With Xiang Yuan's intellect, as long as the trials do not solely test combat prowess, he should be able to prevail. Let us hope he encounters a fitting challenge, Xia Yuan mused as he observed the spot where Xiang Yuan had disappeared. He believed there was a substantial probability that Xiang Yuan would succeed, given the balancing function inherent in the hero trials. Even in trials that purely assess combat abilities, the enemies would not exceed Xiang Yuan's capabilities by a significant margin, thus he should be able to navigate such challenges. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared before Xia Yuan. Notification: during the hero trial, the Lord may observe freely but is unable to interfere. Almost forgetting this detail, Xia Yuan quickly accessed the system interface, discovering a newly appeared, faintly shimmering option labeled Hero Trial. According to the information from the forum, the Lord's consciousness could accompany the units into the trial space, and entering the hero trial would not inflict any harm upon the consciousness. Therefore, Xia Yuan entered the hero trial without hesitation. In the next moment, Xia Yuan felt as if his consciousness were spinning in a whirlwind, akin to the experience of teleportation via the Lord's altar. Soon, his consciousness entered the hero trial space, where he felt akin to a ghost, able to see and hear, yet unable to touch anything or stray from Xiang Yun's side. Upon entering, Xia Yuan beheld Xiang Yun, clad in tattered linen, leaning against a corner of what appeared to be an ancient cell. Within this chamber, several individuals donned similar attire to Xiang Yun. Beyond Xiang Yun's cell, multiple identical cells were visible. The realization that Xiang Yun had not brought any equipment struck Xia Yuan, darkening his expression. Though the nature of hero trials varies, one could glean the difficulty from the initial circumstances. It is well known that the equipment possessed by a unit inherently signifies a certain level of combat strength. Bereft of such equipment, a unit's capabilities would inevitably diminish significantly. This indicated that a hero trial, which confiscates even one's equipment, would undoubtedly present considerable challenges. At that moment, Xiang Yun slowly opened his eyes, confusion etched upon his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a notification. Notification: the hero trial has commenced. The trial participant must escape the Bloodfang arena within 7 days. This notification resonated in Xia Yuan's mind as well. Should a unit lack sufficient intelligence, the extent to which they could comprehend this notification might be debatable. However, upon hearing the prompt, Xiang Yun grasped its meaning almost entirely. His expression shifted slightly, reflecting concern. Based on the previous discussions with the Lord, it was evident that his trial would assess combat capabilities. Xia Yuan's own expression mirrored that concern. Damn. I truly have a knack for jinxing things. The mere mention of the Bloodfang arena immediately signaled combat-related trials. At that moment, he wished to slap himself for his ill-fated predictions. Nevertheless, Xiang Yun quickly recalibrated his mindset, regaining his composure. The Lord had previously mentioned that the enemies encountered during the trials would not exceed his capabilities by much, but considering his current lack of equipment, Chang Yuan pondered, casting a glance at his thin linen attire, falling into silence. Well then, let me inquire about the circumstances of others, he exhaled, surveying his surroundings before rising to assess the situation. Creak. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the chamber. Several individuals clad in leather armor adorned with a peculiar insignia, wielding weapons and resembling soldiers, entered the room. Following them, a man holding a whip and exuding a sly demeanor sauntered in. Upon his entrance, the previously murmuring room fell into an immediate hush, many faces reflecting fear as they turned to regard him. The whip-bearing man surveyed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before speaking. I trust that after recent events, you are all aware of your current predicament. Indeed, you are now slaves of the Bloodfang Arena, and I am the overseer. You may refer to me as Lord Burn. He dismissed any further pleasantries, stating, your singular objective as slaves is to emerge victorious against your foes in the arena and become gladiators. Chapter 47. The Identity of a Slave. Upon hearing this, the slaves in the cell were visibly shaken. No, I refuse to become a gladiator. Lord Burn, I was merely a farmer before and know nothing of battle. Becoming a gladiator means a certain death. No, I do not wish to die. Crack. Burn. Witnessing the uproar among the slaves, struck the ground viciously with his whip and glared menacingly at the assembled captives. Silence. Do you wish to end up like the previous wretched slaves? Upon hearing Burn's words, the slaves within the cell fell into a fearful silence, their eyes fixed on him. Have you lowly slaves yet to comprehend your identities? Or do you wish for me to impose even harsher punishments? Remember, you are nothing more than slaves. Becoming gladiators is your only path to survival. Should you refuse, you shall meet the same fate as those wretched souls before you. Hunter. Take the slave from cell number 1 to the arena. Do not keep the audience waiting. Yes, my lord, replied the guard known as Hunter, his voice resonating with urgency as he produced the key and approached cell number 1. Observing this, Burn nodded in satisfaction before sheathing his whip and hastily exiting the room. Were it not for the demands of his duty, he would not wish to remain with such contemptible slaves for even a moment longer. With a creak, cell number 1 swung open, and Hunter bellowed, "Come out, you slaves." However, the occupants of cell number 1, instead of rushing forth, recoiled in fear, retreating several paces. Noticing their hesitance, Hunter's irritation grew palpable, and he unsheathed his short sword, directing it menacingly toward the prisoners. I will count to 3. You will step out immediately, or else. 1, 2. Faced with Hunter's threatening demeanor, the inhabitants of cell number 1, though terrified, hastily emerged from their confinement. Once they were all outside, Hunter sheathed his sword. Follow me, and remember to behave on the way. With that, he led the way out of the room, and the reluctant slaves had no choice but to follow suit. Move faster, barked a guard, shoving the last slave forward before turning to close the door. As the guards departed, the remaining prisoners in the other cells exhaled in relief, commencing a hushed discussion. Meanwhile, Chang Yuan, who had observed the entire ordeal in silence, began to contemplate his current predicament. Clearly, his environment was far from favorable. It could be deemed atrocious. While he possessed the capability to eliminate the guards, he was uncertain if there were others outside, potentially stronger than those before him. Thus, he could not afford to take reckless risks that could lead to failure in this trial. He needed to ascertain the situation within the Bloodfang Arena before determining his next course of action. Subsequently, Chang Yuan began to quietly observe the others, searching for potential allies to escape the Bloodfang Arena. However, after a prolonged observation, disappointment settled within him. The individuals in the cells appeared exceedingly feeble. Under equal conditions, they would likely struggle against even a single guard. Of course, it was also possible that some were deliberately concealing their true abilities, making it difficult for Chang Yuan to discern their strength. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of the door creaking open echoed once more as Hunter and his fellow guards re-entered the room. Click. Hunter produced a key, unlocking cell number 2. He then rapped on the cell door, announcing, "Come out, it's your turn." This second cell housed Chang Yuan, perhaps due to the prior experience of cell number 1. The occupants of cell number 2, albeit reluctantly, began to emerge from their confinement, following Hunter and the other guards as they left the room, with Chang Yuan blending in among them. Upon exiting, Chang Yuan noted the presence of several guards stationed outside, observing them closely. After exchanging greetings with a few of his comrades, Hunter led Chang Yuan and the others down a narrow passageway. After walking for 3 to 4 minutes, they arrived at an iron door. "Enter," commanded Hunter as he opened the door, and the other guards promptly shoved Chang Yuan and his companions inside. Upon entering, Chang Yuan's eyes were immediately drawn to several bodies sprawled on the ground, among them the unfortunate souls from cell number 1. On the opposite side, there were several disorganized weapon racks. The racks displayed an array of arms, spears, swords, and axes, all stained with dried blood, indicating a long period without cleaning. Yet, some weapons bore fresh bloodstains, suggesting recent use. Beside the weapon racks lay numerous one-handed shields. Apart from these, The only other exit was a barred iron gate leading to the arena. Faintly, Chang Yun could hear a cacophony of sounds emanating from beyond. Bang! After everyone had entered, Hunter forcefully shut the iron door and addressed the bewildered crowd. You have 5 minutes to select your weapons. After 5 minutes, the door before you will open. Remember, do not even think of evading this fight. Your only chance of survival lies in facing the battle. Failing to do so will lead you to share the fate of those lifeless bodies. Upon hearing Hunter's words, Chang Yun immediately approached the weapon rack, selecting a spear. As he examined the bloodstains and detected a faint, unpleasant odor, he frowned slightly. He also picked up a one-handed shield, though he had never wielded one before. His time spent with Ming Hai had taught him the art of shield usage, and he was confident he could wield it with proficiency. The occupants of cell number 2 were momentarily taken aback by Chang Yun's swift actions, but they quickly regained their composure and hurried to procure their own weapons. Meanwhile, Chang Yun stepped aside to assess the strength of his armaments. The spear was slightly superior to that of a regular polearm, though it fell short of the quality wielded by elite spearmen. The shield was of a similar standard. With his experience, Chang Yun quickly gauged the capabilities of his weapons. His gaze shifted toward the iron door through which he had just entered. This seemingly insignificant door would pose no obstacle for him, especially armed as he was. He could easily handle guards like Hunter. However, this was contingent upon the number of guards being consistent with what he had observed thus far. Thus, he hesitated to breach the door and charge out. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. His lord had advised him to proceed with caution and not act impulsively. It would be wiser to gather more information about the Bloodfang arena before making any decisive moves. Hello, my name is Ayler. A timid voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Chang Yun to turn and see a slender, youthful figure cautiously introducing himself. I am Chang Yun, he replied, marking the first words he had spoken during the heroic trial. Chang Yun, what an intriguing name, Ayler remarked. Previously, Chang Yun had remained silent in the corner of the cell, his imposing stature suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Coupled with the palpable anxiety of the others who were aware they would soon enter the arena, no one had dared approach him until now. However, with the imminent battle, the others could no longer ignore the presence of the formidable figure before them. Moreover, having witnessed Chang Yun's fluid actions, it wasn't long before others sought to engage him. In contrast to their newfound interest, Chang Yun had already gleaned some understanding of them. Including himself, there were 9 individuals from cell number 2. All had been captured by the Bloodfang arena's slave hunting brigade. As for their combat prowess, Chang Yun estimated they barely matched the level of militia. With Ayler being the first to approach him, the others soon followed, eager to converse with Chang Yun, clearly hoping to align themselves with someone of perceived strength. Upon learning of Chang Yun's battle experience, their interest intensified. The thoughts of this group of individuals regarding Chang Yun are quite evident. They merely wish for him to protect them. However, the Lord had previously informed him that everything within the hero trial is an illusion. One should not allow fabricated beings or events to influence oneself or the trial's objectives. Thus, Chang Yun has been feigning ignorance and has not acquiesced. Observing this scene, Xia Yuan silently nodded in approval. Nevertheless, I wonder if my words might lead Chang Yun astray. Surely not. Fortunately, the 5 minutes swiftly drew to a close, and Hanti's voice alleviated Chang Yun's distress. Time's up. It is your turn to take the stage. I hope you endure longer than the previous batch of slaves, who were dispatched with alarming speed. Upon Hanti's utterance, the iron gate slowly creaked open. Seeing this, Chang Yun hastily stepped into the beast arena, preferring battle over conversing with others. The other 8 slaves, albeit fearful, exchanged glances and gradually followed suit. Welcome, esteemed spectators, to the exhilarating and challenging Bloodfang arena. We now present the second bout of the day. First to enter are our 9 valiant combatants. As Chang Yun emerged from the iron gate, the voice of Burn, the arena supervisor, resonated throughout the Colosseum. Their adversary, an old acquaintance, was the formidable beast capable of shattering boulders with a single strike, the shattering rock tiger. As Burn's announcement concluded, a gridiron gate opposite Chang Yun began to slowly open. A massive tiger, its fur resembling rock in hue, sauntered forth, its body marred with numerous scars that spoke of countless battles endured. With the arrival of the shattering rock tiger, Burn's voice boomed once more. Today, we shall once again witness a heart-stopping confrontation. The ferocious beast will engage in a life-and-death struggle with our courageous warriors, who shall exert every ounce of strength for survival and glory. Let us rally our cheers for both sides. At these words, the atmosphere within the arena ignited, with spectators erupting into fervent shouts. The cacophony was so overwhelming that even Xia Yuan, a mere observer, found himself instinctively covering his ears. The rhetoric was so polished. It was as though the brutal and sanguinary nature of the event were being glorified. Moreover, the fact that these were forcibly captured slaves, yet referred to as valiant warriors, was utterly repugnant, truly revolting. Xia Yuan harbored a deep disdain for this spectacle and could not fathom the appeal of such a cruel gladiatorial contest between man and beast. In stark contrast to Xia Yuan's contemplations, Chang Yun was focused entirely on the shattering rock tiger and the audience. He swiftly surveyed the arena, finally fixating on the most conspicuous seating area. It was a solitary compartment, furnished with a large red chair. Seated upon it was a corpulent middle-aged man clad in opulent attire, his face adorned with a bushy beard. To the left of this man stood Byrne, the arena supervisor, who was effusively flattering him. To the right, a man donned in leather armor, wielding a weapon that happened to be a spear, stood attentively. Suddenly, as if sensing Chang Yun's scrutiny, the armored man's gaze shifted towards him. However, upon looking in Chang Yun's direction, he found him intently focused on the shattering rock tiger. "What is it, elder?" the middle-aged man inquired, turning to the man in leather armor. "Nothing, my lord," elder replied, shaking his head. Yet, despite his words, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had a sense that this slave possessed considerable strength. That individual's perception is remarkably acute. "I nearly drew attention to myself," Chang Yun mused silently, feeling a surge of relief at having concealed his presence just in time. He quickly refocused, dedicating his attention solely to the shattering rock tiger, which was now sizing up the 9 humans before it. After numerous encounters with humans, the shattering rock tiger had learned that they were not as feeble as they appeared. "Is it observing us?" Chang Yun thought, his expression slightly startled. This was the first time he had witnessed a beast studying humans. With a roar, the shattering rock tiger seemed to identify the weakest among the group. It charged towards the trembling slaves huddled behind Chang Yun. As the tiger launched its attack, the audience erupted with enthusiasm, many eagerly anticipating the impending bloodshed. "What do we do? The shattering rock tiger is coming for us," cried one slave, clutching a shield and short sword in terror. "Run to brother Chang Yun," suggested a somewhat more astute slave, hastily moving towards the calmest among them, Chang Yun. Yet others, paralyzed by fear at the advancing beast, found themselves unable to move a single step. Witnessing the varied reactions of the 8, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chang Yun's eyes. Not a single one considered banding together to confront the shattering rock tiger. Some were too frightened to move, while others sought refuge behind him. Though he understood that these individuals had not been exposed to battle, their performance was utterly disheartening. Yet, despite his disappointment, Chang Yun did not stand idly by and watch as the shattering rock tiger harmed others. Instead, he stepped forward to obstruct the tiger's advance. With a roar, the shattering rock tiger perceived the human's intervention as an affront. "How dare you stand in my way, mere human?" it seemed to think, and with a surge of anger, it swiped a paw at Chang Yun. In the face of the incoming strike, Chang Yun opted for defense rather than offense, raising his shield to absorb the blow. The impact resounded as the tiger's paw collided with the shield, causing Chang Yun to stagger back a couple of steps, dissipating the force of the attack. The tiger's strength surpassed that of a wolfman by a slight margin. Overall, its power was comparable to that of a first-tier level 9 wolfman. Through this encounter, Chang Yun quickly assessed the shattering rock tiger's general strength. Although the beast appeared intimidating, its prowess was merely on par with that of a wolfman. Having discerned the creature's capabilities, Chang Yun's mind raced as he contemplated his next course of action. Defeating the shattering rock tiger would pose little challenge for him. However, he needed to consider his current environment. If he displayed too much strength, it might compromise his trial objectives. After all, from his earlier observations, he had already identified a guardian within the Bloodfang arena whose power rivaled his own. Attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the arena would significantly complicate his escape. Resolved to temper his abilities, Chang Yun feigned struggle in his battle with the shattering rock tiger. To the audience, it appeared as though he was in a perilous predicament, constantly escaping death by mere chance. In terms of attack, Chang Yun deliberately restrained his strength, inflicting only superficial wounds on the shattering rock tiger, never delivering a decisive blow. Just as he pondered the opportune moment to eliminate the beast, the other 8 slaves began to shed their fear. Witnessing Chang Yun's narrow escapes, Ale finally mustered the courage to grip his long sword tightly and shouted as he charged towards the shattering rock tiger. "Ah, brother Chang Yun, I'm here to help you." As Chang Yun fought the beast, he caught sight of this reckless act and could only shout internally, "Stay back. I can handle this alone." However, at that moment, he could not voice such sentiments. To him, Ayler was not only of little assistance, but also felt more like a hindrance. Yet, Ayler rushed into battle solely to aid him, and Gunyun could not allow his life to be forfeited in vain. Helplessly, Gunyun managed to fend off the shattered rock tiger while keeping a vigilant eye on Ayler. Whenever Ayler found himself in peril, Gunyun would always devise a means to extricate him from danger. Observing that Gunyun and Ayler had been engaged in combat with the shattered rock tiger for an extended period without harm, the other slaves' confidence surged, leading them to suspect that the beast was merely fearsome in appearance. Consequently, one by one, they joined the fray against the shattered rock tiger. "You fools," Gunyun exclaimed, feeling exasperated as he realized he could not simultaneously assist so many. Thus, he resolved to slay the shattered rock tiger. Yet, to maintain appearances, he refrained from acting immediately. After the beast had grievously injured a 3rd slave, Gunyun no longer hesitated. Feigning the discovery of an opportunity, he thrust his spear into the tiger's eye. As the tip pierced the eye, he swiftly executed a stab that penetrated the creature's skull. With a resounding thud, the massive shattered rock tiger collapsed to the ground. "Ayler, witnessing this, stood frozen for a few seconds before incredulously exclaiming, "Did we win?" "Indeed, we have triumphed," Gunyan replied, withdrawing his spear and adding, "Had we not, I would have been utterly exhausted. Hooray, we have won. I can hardly believe I survived. Thanks be to the great god of light for your blessings." Confirming the demise of the shattered rock tiger, one among the 8 shouted with fervor. Some were in disbelief, while others gestured in prayer, performing various religious signs. It was astonishing that these 9 valiant warriors had managed to defeat the shattered rock tiger without suffering a single fatality. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in the Bloodfang arena. Meanwhile, Burn, in the elevated chamber, stared incredulously at a device, mirroring the astonishment of the middle-aged man seated beside him. The audience in the stands buzzed with chatter, their voices a cacophony of disbelief. Only the curious elder observed Gunyan, who feigned excitement with interest. "I declare the victors of this battle to be the 9 brave warriors." As Burn announced their victory, Hant immediately led a cadre of guards through the iron gate that Gunyan had previously exited. However, this time, their demeanor was considerably subdued, lacking the previous arrogance. Once the death of the shattered rock tiger was confirmed, Hant instructed several guards to carry the beast's carcass through the gate it had emerged from. He then checked on the 3 severely injured slaves, and upon confirming their survival, dispatched 3 more guards to escort them for treatment. The remaining guards, along with Hant, escorted Gunyan and his companions back inside the iron gate. "Please return your weapons to their rightful place," Hant said, his tone slightly cautious, gesturing for the nearby guards to collect the recently retrieved weapons. Upon hearing Hant's command, Ayler and the others hesitated, casting glances at Gunyan. After witnessing Gunyan's calm demeanor as he placed his weapon and shield back, they followed suit. Hant and the guards sighed with relief as the group complied, their previously tense grips on their weapons relaxing. Their anxiety was warranted. Slaves wielding weapons immediately after a battle posed a significant risk for conflict. Once Ayler and the others had returned their weapons, Hant opened a small iron door to allow Gunyan and his companions to exit. Instead of returning them to their prior cell, Hant led them to a new structure. This building, still a prison, was considerably larger, with iron bars replacing the wooden doors. Unlike before, Hant did not confine them all to a single cell, but dispersed them into individual ones. "This will be your residence from now on," Hant announced after allocating the cells, closing the door behind him as he departed. Gunyan pondered the implications of individual confinement. Was it a precaution against collusion for escape? As he entered his cell, Gunyan began to survey his surroundings. The prison, though spacious, was sparsely populated. Aside from Gunyan's group, only 5 individuals remained. Each bore varying degrees of injuries, and unlike the newly arrived, their eyes were devoid of vitality. The new inmates merely cast a fleeting glance at Gunyan's group before returning to their apathetic postures within the cells. "Hello, I am Ayler. May I ask if you can speak?" Ayler inquired, but the group remained silent, seemingly deaf to his attempts at communication. Gunyan frowned slightly at their unresponsive behavior. Such detachment was an ill omen. Shortly thereafter, a group of guards entered, escorting the 3 previously injured slaves into separate cells. "Rask, Loren, Togi, are you all right?" Ayler hurriedly asked the trio once the guards departed. "We're fine, not dead," Loren weakly replied, leaning against the wall. "They gave us some potion to prevent our injuries from worsening," Rask added from another cell. "Cough. I advise you to conserve your strength and rest to recover." A weary middle-aged man interjected. "Oh, you can talk," Ayler exclaimed. "Sir, may I inquire about what will happen to us next?" Upon hearing the middle-aged man speak, the others eagerly sought his insight, but he remained silent, ignoring their queries. "Please, quiet down," a burly man, clearly irritated by the incessant questioning, bellowed back. "We are merely slaves who have been captured. Do you think that defeating a single beast will free you from your bondage and allow you to escape the Bloodfang arena? Let me inform you that our fate involves day after day of gladiatorial combat until death. Do you understand?" With that, the burly man laid down on the ground, lapsing into silence. The others were left in stunned silence, grappling with the stark reality that defeating the beast did not guarantee their freedom. The Bloodfang arena had no intention of allowing them to escape alive. What awaited them were relentless battles, one after another. "No, I refuse to fight. I do not wish to die. How could this be?" Gunyan clenched his fists, silently sinking to the ground as he observed the varied expressions of despair among the others. Although he understood that Ayler and the others were deluded, it still stirred an indescribable discomfort within him. Though the shattered rock tiger lay dead, the arena's bloodshed was far from over. After a brief respite, the Bloodfang arena unleashed a new beast, and the next combatants were the slaves from cell number 3. Before long, the day's battles concluded, and Gunyan's prison once again welcomed several more injured slaves. As dusk fell, a contingent of guards entered the prison, laden with a considerable amount of food, distributing it among the inmates. Though the Bloodfang arena seemed intent on ensuring they would never leave alive, the provisions offered were far from meager. Perhaps it was to ensure their continued participation in the beast battles, to prevent them from being too weakened to fight. As night descended, the prison was shrouded in near total darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the windows. It appeared that, Having not participated in the battles that day, several individuals with vacant expressions began to engage in conversation with one another. Observing this, as the specter known as Xian Yun took a moment to rest, Xia Yuan withdrew from his spectatorial role, his consciousness returning to reality. Upon his return, Xia Yuan immediately checked how much time had elapsed during his observation of the heroic trials. It had been less than 2 hours. It seemed that 1 week within the heroic trial space was roughly equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Thus, Xian Yun would likely not conclude his trials until the following evening, which was not an excessively long wait. Xia Yuan stifled a yawn and prepared to return to the Lord's manor for some much-needed rest. However, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if he had forgotten something important. As he walked along the path, he scanned his surroundings and suddenly recalled his oversight. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had been so preoccupied with the heroic trials that he nearly neglected to distribute spirit dust to his troops and to construct shelters for the human soldiers to reside in. Subsequently, Xia Yuan first constructed 10 shelters, upgrading them all to level 2. He then allocated spirit dust to all his troops to elevate their levels. Despite possessing over 3,000 spirit dust, the number of his troops had swelled to 133. Just that evening, he had expended nearly 1,500 grams of spirit dust solely for level advancements. This was unsustainable. He recognized that he was not yet capable of significantly enhancing the levels of such a large contingent. In the future, he resolved to limit the level advancements of troops below the rare grade to a maximum of level 6 in the first tier, conveniently. A batch of troops was set to reach level 6 the following day, thus requiring no immediate allocation of spirit dust. As for the troops above the rare grade, their numbers were currently few, so he would impose no restrictions for the time being. After considerable contemplation, Xia Yuan decided to enforce restrictions on troop levels. There was no choice. He simply did not possess the strength to facilitate level advancements for such a multitude. On the 8th day of Xia Yuan's participation in the Lord's trials, he awoke and immediately accessed the territory leaderboard. Territory leaderboard. First place, Xing Yuan. Second place. Noticing he still held the top position, Xia Yuan felt a modicum of relief. If he were to evolve another batch of troops soon, his first place should be secured. Today marked the time for the reward settlement for the first week of the territory leaderboard. Although lords on the forums had remarked that the rewards for the leaderboard were rather trivial, a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, was still flesh. Moreover, Xia Yuan believed that the rewards for attaining first place could not possibly be so insignificant. He then glanced at the chat interface, observing that many were discussing topics related to the leaderboard rewards. After a few fleeting glances, he closed the chat interface. Since his return to Blue Star and the establishment of the Great Xia Forum, the chat interface's utility to him had diminished significantly, now serving primarily to alleviate boredom. Xia Yuan rose, stretching before entering the heroic trials to check on Xiang Yun's progress. Finding Xiang Yun still confined, Xia Yuan exited the viewing mode. He had tasks to attend to today and could not afford to waste time. Upon exiting the Lord's manor, Xia Yuan's gaze immediately fell upon the now completely healed Minghai engaged in conversation with Yi. Clap, clap, clap. Your idea is commendable. Minghai patted Yi's head approvingly. Current evolution points: human troops, 267, undead troops, 969, elf troops, 215, beasts. Without hesitation, Xia Yuan spent 14 evolution points to evolve all the little fairies into great fairies, and then spent an additional 5 points to evolve one of the flower fairies into a budding fairy. His current count of elf troops stood at 18 great fairies, 2-star ordinary, 1 budding fairy, 3-star ordinary, and 1 flower fairy, 1-star rare. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gazing at the assembly of squeaking creatures before him, Xia Yuan began to name each of them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flower spirit was overjoyed to see so many great fairies evolved, flitting from one to the next, utterly elated. All right, flower spirit, take them to the orchard now. Although the great fairies were all quite adorable, the incessant squeaking was slightly overwhelming for Xia Yuan. Squeak. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's command, the flower spirit snapped out of its excitement, eagerly nodding and flying ahead of the great fairies. Squeak, silence. The flower spirit adopted a commanding stance and addressed the great fairies before her. Squeak. The great fairies looked at the flower spirit in confusion. Squeak, 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 squeak. Subsequently, Xia Yuan was unaware of what the flower spirit conveyed to the great fairies, but it was evident that after the flower spirit's speech, the remaining great fairies regarded her with newfound respect, following her towards the orchard. Hiss, though he did not know what the flower spirit had said. It certainly felt like a promise of great things to come. Chapter 51, Exploring the Mind. After the flower spirit departed, Xia Yuan pondered for a moment before evolving 3 pikemen and 1 elite pikeman. This was primarily because evolving Xiang Yun required 250 evolution points, and he needed to save for at least a week to facilitate another evolution. Xia Yuan concluded that rather than hoarding points, it would be more prudent to narrow the gap between his human and undead troops. After all, the human troops should have at least 1 rare unit aside from Xiang Yun. As for the undead troops, Xia Yuan chose not to evolve them, planning instead to gather the necessary 250 evolution points by tomorrow to evolve Minghai. Now that the source of corruption had been cleansed, the territory was temporarily free from crisis, allowing him a moment to relax. However, relaxation aside, the territory still required development. Xiangyi. Hearing his lord call him, Xiangyi promptly responded with respect. Xiangyi, Xiang Yun is still engaged in the heroic trials. Today, you will lead the team to clear the area of monsters within a 3,000-meter radius. Yes, Xiangyi replied immediately. By the way, Chang'e 8, Chang'e 9, and Chang'e 30. You three remain here. Xia Yuan retained 3 pikemen and instructed Chang'e 30 to lend his weapon to Chang'e 3, who was temporarily unarmed. Yi. You will lead all skeleton warriors and elite skeleton warriors to eliminate the remaining corrupted monsters. Clap. Yi was taken aback that the Lord had assigned him to lead a team today, glancing curiously at Minghai. Minghai had its own tasks today. Xia Yuan reminded him to avoid provoking any large groups of corrupted monsters. Amused by Yi's reaction, Xia Yuan explained, clap, clap. Once he confirmed he would be the captain for the day, he eagerly nodded and swiftly assembled the skeleton warriors, departing the territory to eliminate the corrupted monsters. Minghai, your task is to take Yi and the others to explore that mine. Xia Yuan then assigned Minghai another task. Clap. Minghai acknowledged the command with a nod. By the way, wasn't your shield destroyed yesterday? See if this shield is usable. As he spoke, Xia Yuan retrieved the sizable shield he previously employed to protect his hands from his backpack. This shield was nearly half the size of his body, and it had served as his refuge while he observed the battlefield. Clack, clack. The skeletal figure scrutinized the shield before shaking its head. Although it could wield the shield with one hand, its sheer size would impede its ability to evade attacks. It would be more advantageous to wield a weapon instead. Oh, it seems we shall have to wait until your evolution to see if you can acquire a new shield. Thus far, Xia Yuan had only obtained this one shield, and if the skeleton refused it, he had no alternative. Subsequently, Xia Yuan marked the second skeleton with an observation tag and instructed the skeletal figure to venture forth towards the cavern that resembled a mine entrance. While the skeleton explored the mine, Xia Yuan busied himself constructing 100 stone walls, directing the 3 remaining spear wielders to transport materials. He then activated the observation stone to monitor the skeleton's progress. One must admit, the speed of these 5 skeletal figures was quite impressive. In no time, they had arrived at the cavern's entrance. Upon noticing the observation tag glowing on the forehead of the second skeleton, the skeletal figure quickly gestured towards it before leading its companions into the cavern. The tunnel was narrow, accommodating no more than 3 individuals side by side. As they ventured deeper, the mine, devoid of light, soon plunged into darkness. Fortunately, the undead were unaffected by the absence of illumination. Only Xia Yuan, observing through the stone, was severely hindered, able to discern only vague images illuminated by the observation tag's glow. TSK, that was a miscalculation. I should have instructed the skeleton to procure a torch. The tunnel was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing, heightening the skeleton's vigilance. After nearly 10 minutes of cautious advancement, the space ahead suddenly opened up. Clack, clack, indeed, it is a mine. The skeletal figure was momentarily taken aback by the vastness before it. Within this expansive chamber lay several mine carts overturned on the ground, alongside scattered iron ore. Numerous pickaxes and oil lamps were strewn about, and a few small wooden structures stood in the cavern, with several tunnels supported by wooden beams leading into the unknown. What is happening? Why has the skeleton halted? Xia Yuan initially presumed they had encountered foes, but it appeared otherwise. Clack, clack. Shortly thereafter, the skeleton realized that Xia Yuan might not be able to see the mine's condition clearly and signaled for the second skeleton to approach the mine carts and pickaxes. As the second skeleton drew closer, aided by the glow of the observation tag, Xia Yuan finally discerned some items within the mine. These are oil lamps, pickaxes, and mine carts? It seems my suspicions were correct. This is indeed a mine. However, it appears that something significant must have occurred here, rendering it temporarily abandoned. Analyzing the scene before him, Xia Yuan pondered. Clack, follow me. The skeleton then cautiously led its companions towards the wooden structures. Creak. The sound of the wooden door being pushed open resonated, seemingly slight, yet it reverberated loudly within the silence of the mine. Clack, so much dust. The skeleton surveyed the room from the entrance. The chamber was modest in size, easily comprehensible at a glance. It was sparsely furnished, with only dust and cobwebs, accompanied by a few dilapidated beds. Finding no danger within, the skeleton and the second skeleton entered to search the room. Yet aside from an extinguished oil lamp, they found nothing of value. The skeleton then explored a few more rooms, all yielding similar results. Until finally, in the last and larger wooden room, the skeleton discovered something of worth. This chamber was piled high with iron ore, and numerous pickaxes and unused oil lamps were neatly arranged. Am I finally achieving freedom with pickaxes? Previously, I had acquired a batch from the destroyed village, and now I have obtained another. Observing the pickaxes through the observation stone, Xia Yuan suppressed a sarcastic remark. Simultaneously, he deduced that something significant must have transpired in the mine, preventing the retrieval of these items. Surveying the contents of the wooden room, the skeleton gestured towards the observation tag, inquiring whether the Lord wished to proceed or return to their territory. Plaque, I understand. Noting that the observation tag on the second skeleton's forehead remained intact, the skeleton grasped Xia Yuan's decision. Before departing the territory, the Lord had informed it that if a return to the territory was chosen, the observation tag would vanish. Conversely, should they continue exploring, the tag would persist. The skeleton then exited the room, leading its companions to the tunnel of the mine. Apart from the entrance they had entered, there were 4 additional tunnels. Without hesitation, the skeleton chose the leftmost tunnel, designated as number 1. Chapter 52, Bloodfruit. Observing the skeleton's advance, Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. I am truly clever, having thought to use the observation tag as a directive. Tunnel number 1 was broader and more winding than the entrance tunnel, resembling an underground passage. Wooden stakes were erected along the tunnel to prevent collapses. The skeleton journeyed down the tunnel for half an hour, only to find it was a dead end. Thud, thud. After confirming the dead end by tapping on the rock wall, the soul fire in the skeleton's eyes flickered violently, prompting it to turn back. Blast, a dead end. From the vantage of the observation stone, Xia Yuan could not contain his complaints. This half hour yielded nothing but wasted time. Upon returning to the mine, the skeleton pressed on towards tunnel number 2. This passage was less winding than the first, making it easier to traverse. However, it was considerably longer, taking nearly an hour to reach the end. Again, the skeleton encountered nothing within this tunnel, but through observation, it appeared that mining operations had previously been underway. At the tunnel's end, exposed ores remained unexploited. Watching the comings and goings of the skeletons, Xia Yuan felt a tinge of boredom. Just then, as he sat before the observation stone, idly watching the skeletons return, the voice of the flower spirit suddenly resonated. Turning his head, he saw the flower spirit, accompanied by several large fairies, joyously flying towards him, holding a fruit aloft. Flower spirit, what is this? Xia Yuan inquired, puzzled by the sight. Fling. The flower spirit quickly pointed at the fruit before him. Do you want me to take a look at this fruit? Seeing this, Xia Yuan reached out to accept the fruit. Blood fruit. Quality, ordinary. Description, consuming it enhances physical strength. Gazing at the information before him, Xia Yuan momentarily froze, unable to suppress an exclamation. Damn. The blood fruit was a pale blue fruit adorned with rose-red patterns, quite visually appealing at first glance. Flower spirit. Where did you acquire this fruit? Xia Yuan eagerly questioned the flower spirit about its origin. Despite being of ordinary quality, the blood fruit's value was not to be underestimated. It is noteworthy that this fruit has no restrictions, meaning anyone can consume it. Perhaps it may not hold much significance for those possessing lordly power or certain troops. Yet, in this world, beyond the lords and their armies, there exist other beings, such as the ordinary folk of Blue Star. It is worth noting that most lords have their kin and extended families, and naturally, they desire for these relatives who have not ascended to lordship to enjoy good health. Hence, they often gather rare and precious resources that ordinary humans can utilize for their family members to consume. Consequently, items that can be safely used by commoners without adverse effects maintain a consistently high value. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's inquiry, the flower spirit gestured to illustrate the origin of the blood fruit and led him to the orchard. In the orchard, Xia Yuan gazed at the ordinary fruit trees before him and remarked, "Ah, I see." Through the flower spirit's description, Xia Yuan gradually comprehended the process through which the blood fruit was produced. It turned out that the flower spirit had previously brought a group of powerful fairies to employ their pollen skills on a fruit tree, just as they had done in the past. However, after several days of no results, the flower spirit had a sudden inspiration to narrow the focus and apply the pollen skills solely to a single fruit to see what would happen. Without hesitation, the flower spirit led the group of fairies to apply their pollen skills to an ordinary fruit on a tree. After 2 applications of the pollen skill, the fruit remained unchanged. Just as the flower spirit began to doubt the validity of her idea, she applied the pollen once more. Miraculously, under this last application, the fruit gradually transformed into a blood fruit. What? The pollen skill has such an effect? Why is there no relevant information about this on the forums? Xia Yuan pondered. The Great Xia Forum had information about the pollen skill enabling plants to undergo transformations, but there was no mention of the pollen skill transforming an ordinary wild fruit into a blood fruit. It is known that fairies with pollen skills are rare, but it is not overly difficult to gather a group of 20 if one makes the effort. After all, pollen is not a growth skill, which is exclusive to rare-level flower fairies. Was this knowledge deliberately concealed, or had no lord ever attempted such a feat? Or could it be due to the flower spirit herself? Xia Yuan contemplated, leaning toward the latter possibility. After all, he found it hard to believe that other lords had not thought of such a straightforward idea. Xia Yuan then inquired how many blood fruits the flower spirit could produce daily. She shook her head, indicating that she too was uncertain about the daily yield of blood fruits. No matter. Take your time to explore how to produce blood fruits over the next couple of days. For now, refrain from expending energy on growth in the fields. The flower spirit nodded, assuring him she would complete the task. Upon returning to the observation stone, Xia Yuan could not help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that this little one, the flower spirit, could bring such unexpected delight." Holding the blood fruit in his hand, he contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding against consuming it. While the blood fruit would likely offer considerable benefits to his current ordinary self, he reasoned that once he passed the Lord trial, he would gain the power of a lord, thus stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. Consuming the blood fruit would merely enhance his physical strength slightly. Therefore, it was certainly not due to any sense of frugality on Xia Yuan's part. Moreover, even after consuming the blood fruit, he would still be unable to defeat the monsters he encountered. He would still need to flee if necessary. Thus, it would be more prudent to reserve the blood fruit for future sale. It is worth noting that the current market value of a single blood fruit could easily be exchanged for a 1-star ordinary recruitment essence, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even 2. Of course, this all hinged on the flower spirit's continued ability to produce blood fruits. Otherwise, should there be only one, Xia Yuan might find himself compelled to consume it one day. As the Grim Reaper squad returned through the second passage and swiftly entered the third passage, their experiences in the previous 2 passages led them to proceed with greater confidence rather than caution. However, as they delved deeper, a sense of unease began to creep upon them. The third passage was laden with an abundance of cobwebs, far exceeding those encountered in the first 2 passages. Moreover, the size of the webs appeared unusually large. As they continued onward, the number of cobwebs increased, and they discovered discarded mining picks strewn across the ground, some seemingly stained with a dark, dried liquid. The Grim Reaper picked up a pickaxe and handed it to Kair for him to present to their lord. Just then, the Grim Reaper seemed to hear a sound, quickly glancing towards the passage, yet saw nothing but cobwebs. Chapter 53, Shadow Spiders. With great caution, the Grim Reaper advanced. Suddenly, after covering several meters, a massive spider with eerie green eyes emerged from the nearby cobwebs and lunged toward the Grim Reaper. Startled, the Grim Reaper quickly regained composure and charged forth, colliding with the nearest spider. The impact sent the creature flying towards Kair and the others. Following this, the Grim Reaper swiftly turned and unleashed a crescent wave of dark energy towards the remaining spiders. The series of actions unfolded with remarkable speed, and in an instant, the incoming spiders were cleaved in 2 by the energy strike. To ensure their demise, the Grim Reaper approached and delivered a few finishing blows. The spider that had been knocked away soon fell victim to the onslaught from Kair and the others. A notification appeared. Skeleton Warrior has slain a shadow spider. What is this? Seeing the alert, Xia Yuan hastily closed the chat interface and directed his attention to the observation stone, but the darkness obscured his view. These spiders can evade my perception? The Grim Reaper scrutinized the lifeless spider before him. The creature measured approximately 1 meter in length, with a body cloaked in a mix of black and gray and adorned with a tough exoskeleton. Its mouth was lined with razor-sharp fangs, instilling a sense of dread at first glance. By the heavens, such a colossal spider. After examining the shadow spider's appearance through the observation mark, Xia Yuan was overwhelmed with goosebumps. His innate fear of spiders intensified upon encountering such a large specimen, nearly prompting him to shut off the observation stone. Subsequently, the Grim Reaper gestured to the observation mark for some time, allowing Xia Yuan to glean that the shadow spider's strength was roughly comparable to that of an elite black wolf. It appeared that these shadow spiders were not particularly formidable. Thus, they pressed onward to explore further. Noticing that the observation mark had not vanished, the Grim Reaper nodded and, after collecting the items dropped by the shadow spider, continued onward. Learning from their prior experiences, they took care to slash at the cobwebs as they passed, testing for hidden shadow spiders. Although this approach slowed their progress considerably, it ensured their safety. Remarkably, this method proved effective, as they discovered numerous concealed shadow spiders hidden within the webs. With so many spiders around, this is clearly a spider den, not a mining cave. Xia Yuan could not help but grumble as he observed the Grim Reaper's squad dispatch yet another group of shadow spiders. Rubbing his goosebumps, Xia Yuan opened the territory leaderboard. There remained less than half an hour until the first weekly settlement of the leaderboard. Although Xia Yuan firmly believed that his position at the top was well established, he could not resist glancing at the leaderboard periodically. What was the meaning of the first place Xingyuan territory? How could there be such a disparity in scores between his domain and that of his counterpart? The Lord ranked second, upon realizing he still occupied the second spot, was immediately engulfed in frustration. It was worth noting that he had devoted nearly all his resources to constructing dwellings in a bid to elevate his territory's score. Yet, despite these efforts, he remained in second place. Although their ranks had remained unchanged, there was an unshakable feeling that both were striving to enhance their domain's ratings. Should I also? Never mind, my sister mentioned that the rewards for being first in the territory leaderboard during the first week were rather mundane. It would be unwise to squander resources on such endeavors. Surely, as the protagonist, I cannot fail to secure a spot in the top 3. Within the Zhuju territory, Zhu Xingjue lay despondently on the ground. He believed his development pace was commendable, yet he could not seem to break into the top 3. Alas, at least I had once held the 3rd position, and being 4th still surpassed the majority of lords. No prize guessing game. Let's speculate which territory will claim the first position. With the rewards for the territory leaderboard nearing conclusion, many aspiring lords began to conjecture who would seize the top spot. Xiao Air. I bet it will definitely be Xia Yuan territory. Jiang San. 1. The score of Xia Yuan territory has been steadily rising, and since it reached first place, it has not been dethroned. Guanxi. I hold an opposing view, though I have no reasoning. Bai Wu. I also believe there might be an unexpected turn of events. Wenlu. Hold on, are you all so idle? Shouldn't you be making the most of this final stretch to enhance your scores? Since most lords had yet to return to Blue Star and had joined the Great Xia Alliance with access to the Great Xia Forum, they were unaware that the rewards for the territory leaderboard were rather unimpressive. The leaderboard primarily served to motivate lords to strive for the advancement of their domains. Shanqi, sprint? What nonsense. I constructed a multitude of dwellings and only advanced a few ranks. Wenba. 1. My warehouse is empty. I don't even have a single piece of wood left. Jiajiu, huh? Did you all build a ton of dwellings to boost your territory scores? Shanqi, of course. That method is the easiest way to elevate territory scores. Who wouldn't think of it? Jiajiu. I thought I was the only one who had come up with that idea. Kong Shi. Damn, now I understand why it's so hard to improve my ranking. Everyone is just building dwellings, which means no real progress. Wu Shi. You all have such bright ideas, unlike me, who has long since given up. Qian Shi. The person above. Our approach is the correct way to develop. Building so many useless dwellings like them is the real mistake. Qian Shi. To chase a ranking reward at the expense of one's own development is beyond me. I cannot fathom your thought processes. Shanqi. Who are you calling brainless? If a rare unit is offered as a reward, you'll regret it. Qian Shi. I'm talking about you. And if they give you a goblin, you'll realize your folly. Shanqi. Hey, people like you are the problem. Qian Shi. People like you are the real issue. As both parties launched into a broad attack, others caught in the crossfire began to join in, quickly igniting a word war in the chat interface. Ignoring the heated discussions in the chat, Xia Yuan focused intently on the territory leaderboard, only occasionally checking the observation stone to ensure that the undead posed no threat. As the time for reward settlement approached, Xia Yuan began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Phew, why am I so nervous? I already know the rewards are lackluster. My mindset is too weak. I cannot maintain composure in the face of such matters. How can I aspire to be a competent lord? Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan scolded himself inwardly. He then closed the leaderboard, forcibly calming himself and attempting to disregard the issue. Yet, the more he tried not to think about it, the more he yearned to look. He found himself too distracted to focus on the actions of the undead. After a while, he could no longer resist and reopened the leaderboard. Truly, why torment myself when I can simply look? After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Feeling anxious is entirely natural. Is it absurd to expect myself to remain unflappable after merely a week as a prospective lord? Every endeavor has its process. Admittedly, after reflecting on this, Xia Yuan felt considerably calmer. 10 seconds left, I'm solid. Watching the countdown on the territory leaderboard, a smile began to spread across his face. Chapter 54, Apprentice Mage. 321, Whoopee. First place. Upon seeing the countdown on the territory leaderboard conclude with him at the top, Xia Yuan could not contain his joy and let out a triumphant shout. Notification, congratulations. You have secured the first position in the territory leaderboard for the first week, earning the reward of Apprentice Mage 3. Please proceed to the Lord's altar for recruitment. What? Apprentice Mage? A magical unit as a reward? Who dares to claim the rewards from the territory leaderboard are inadequate? I'll have words with them. Seeing the notification before him, Xia Yuan was overjoyed and hurried towards the Lord's altar. Just like recruiting initial units, these 3 apprentice mages were also free to recruit. Notification. You have successfully recruited 3-star ordinary units, Apprentice Mage 3. With the notification, 3 young individuals in brown mage robes, wielding staffs, appeared at the Lord's altar. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yuan realized that one of the apprentice mages was female. This marked the second type of unit he had encountered that included a female. The robes of the apprentice mages were quite plain, lacking any elaborate decorations. Their staffs were similarly unadorned, resembling mere crooked sticks at first glance. Far inferior to the flame staff. Well, they are merely apprentices. One cannot expect too much. With that thought, Xia Yuan examined the information panel of the apprentice mages. Apprentice Mage, unnamed. Quality, 3-star, ordinary. Level, first tier, level 1. Skill, Fireball. Talent, none. Description, an apprentice just embarking on the path of a mage, though weak in strength. Their potential is limitless. The skills of the apprentice mages were remarkably uniform, all possessing the same skill, Fireball. Similar to the eagle feather, the apprentice mages exhibited a modicum of intelligence, yet not much, falling short of the evolved militia. Had I known that the reward would be apprentice mages, I would have saved my human unit evolution points to evolve them into mages. Xia Yuan felt a twinge of regret. But now that his human unit evolution points had not reached 10 or more, he could only wait a few hours before choosing to evolve one of the apprentice mages. Like other units, apprentice mages also required some time to master their skill usage. Before long, The female apprentice mage was the first to cast fireball. The fire element gathered at her staff, and after a few seconds, a crimson fireball shot forth. Boom. The fireball exploded upon hitting the ground. Though both were fireballs, the one cast by the fire goblin was somewhat different. While the range was approximately the same, the power was slightly less, perhaps due to the difference in levels. Moreover, the apprentice mage's casting of fireball involved a so-called cast time, unlike the fire goblin, who had no such delay. Was this the reason they could use it? After careful observation, Xia Yuan evaluated the fireball skill of the apprentice mages. Subsequently, Xia Yuan produced a sufficient quantity of spiritual dust to elevate 3 apprentice mages to level 5, handing it over to the trio. Take this to enhance your levels, he instructed. The 3 apprentice mages nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the spiritual dust and commencing their absorption to elevate their ranks. I now possess mages of my own, Xia Yuan exclaimed, his steps light as he strolled back to the observation stone, resuming his watch over the exploration journey within the abyssal mine. At that moment, the abyssal creature was still engaged in battle within Passage 3. The shadow spiders posed little threat, yet their ability to conceal themselves within webs was quite bothersome. This compelled the abyssal creature to spend some time clearing the webs, as it certainly wished to avoid a confrontation with those sharp fangs. Observing the abyssal creature still clearing the shadow spiders, Xia Yuan decided to check on Chang Yun in the heroic trials. Is he already asleep? Upon entering the heroic trials, Xia Yuan found Chang Yun lying on the ground, resting. Not one to be bored by watching someone sleep, he exited the heroic trials. Feeling somewhat listless, Xia Yuan summoned Yu, who was busy absorbing spiritual dust to elevate its level. As he stroked Yu's smooth feathers, he perused the chat interface, occasionally glancing at the abyssal creature's progress. Nearly half an hour passed, and after the abyssal creature had once again slain a few shadow spiders, it finally reached the end of Passage 3. Crack, crack, crack. Is this different from the previous 2 passages? The abyssal creature approached to investigate, discovering that the wall ahead was not untouched, but rather had collapsed. Crack. The abyssal creature promptly instructed High Air to relay the situation of the collapse to the Lord. Upon seeing the image drawn near to the wall from the observation stone, Xia Yuan quickly focused his attention. Has this collapsed? Xia Yuan pondered, viewing the scene with some confusion, as the limited light made it difficult for him to ascertain. The abyssal creature carefully examined the area and ultimately deduced that this collapse was likely not a natural occurrence, but rather a result of human intervention. It had observed numerous marks on nearby wooden stakes that indicated they had been struck by mining picks, a detail absent in the other 2 passages. It appeared that the individuals who had struck these wooden stakes had acted in haste or encountered some form of crisis, ultimately failing to completely destroy the stakes that maintained the mine's stability. To substantiate this hypothesis, the abyssal creature discovered further evidence, a mining pick lying at the base of one of the struck wooden stakes. While this could not definitively prove the correctness of its conjecture, it provided a solid 80% certainty. Crack, crack, crack. This information must be conveyed to the Lord. The abyssal creature then instructed High Air to present the evidence it had found to Xia Yuan at the observation stone. What does this mean? I can't comprehend it, Xia Yuan mused. Communication with the abyssal creature was already a challenge, and the insufficient illumination from the observation markers rendered the creature's gestures unclear, leaving Xia Yuan perplexed. Forget it. It's been a morning of exploration. Let us have the abyssal creature return for now. Xia Yuan subsequently closed the observation stone, signaling for the abyssal creature to return to the territory, deciding that exploration of the last passage could wait until later. Before long, the abyssal creature returned to the territory laden with spoils. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, it promptly approached to report on the circumstances of Passage 3. Lacking Chang Yun's translation device, Xia Yuan struggled to piece together the abyssal creature's meaning after much gesturing. I miss him, especially on a day like today. After their communication concluded, Xia Yuan couldn't help but express a sigh. This communication issue is quite significant. Without Chang Yun's translation, it truly is a headache. Fortunately, with the power obtained through the Lord's trials, this problem could soon be resolved. How I long to become a Lord and wield that power. For days swiftly passed within the trial space. Throughout this time, Chang Yun had participated in beast battles daily, sometimes even twice in a single day. The companions he fought alongside were not consistently the same 8 for male, but rather were randomly assigned, with the number of participants varying each time, averaging around 5. The beasts faced by Chang Yun exhibited a range of strengths, none surpassing the rock-shatter tiger. In each battle, Chang Yun endeavored to assist others in surviving without compromising his own plans. However, due to the randomness of the participant assignments, he found himself powerless to aid those who were not paired with him. The number of prisoners shifted daily, leaving both Chang Yun and the frequently observing Xia Yuan quite astonished. Where did so many slaves in the Bloodfang arena come from? Could the slave-catching teams truly capture so many individuals? Over these 4 days, Chang Yun had not idled. He gleaned substantial information regarding the Bloodfang arena through interactions with slaves, guards, and spectators. Firstly, the proprietor of the Bloodfang arena was a middle-aged man seated in a separate compartment, known as Galatasaray. Rumor had it that he belonged to some noble lineage. The arena boasted a security team, known as the Bloodfang Guards, comprised of around 60 to 70 members. The commander of this guard was named Elder, reputed to possess the strength to slay beasts comparable to the Rock-Shatter Tiger with a single shot. Beneath him were 5 squad leaders, one of whom was Hant. The strengths of these squad leaders varied, with the mightiest surpassing the Rock-Shatter Tiger, while the weakest, Hant, was only marginally stronger than a standard guard. As for whether any exceptionally strong individuals existed among the ordinary guards, Chang Yun could not ascertain. Regarding the escape route from the Bloodfang arena, after days of observation, Chang Yun had gained a general understanding, though he remained ignorant of the security measures in place. After all, his range of activity had primarily been confined between the prison and the arena, leaving little opportunity for more thorough reconnaissance. Tonight shall be the night. Now that he had a grasp on the arena's general conditions, Chang Yun resolved to make his escape that very evening. As for the others, he cast a glance and shook his head. Not the right time. Attempting to flee with them would lead only to a dead end. With the Bloodfang guards being numerous and the formidable Elder overseeing them, Chang Yun himself lacked the confidence to escape, let alone carry a burden of injured companions. As for using them as bait to distract the Bloodfang guards, he had considered it, but ultimately abandoned the notion. Although they were mere illusions, they were still comrades he had fought alongside, and he could not bring himself to inflict such cruelty upon them. After dinner, Chang Yun feigned sleep. In the depths of night, he opened his sharp eyes and slowly rose. Stretching his limbs, he approached the prison door and gripped the lock. A faint azure energy surged forth, and with a firm squeeze, the lock crumpled under his grip. With a gentle push, the prison door creaked open. The stillness of the night ensured that no one stirred from their slumber, oblivious to the commotion. Swiftly making his way to the main door, Chang Yun faced a solid iron gate devoid of any gaps. He began to accumulate power for a forceful entry. This iron door was thicker than the prison door and lacked the seams that could be grasped, although he knew the location of the lock. Brute force was his only option. Energy coursed through his right hand as he struck the lock with a powerful punch. Bang! The impact reverberated against the iron door, producing a thunderous sound. What the hell? 2 sentinels stationed outside the iron gate were abruptly roused from their slumber by a sudden noise. One of the guards hastily turned his gaze towards the iron gate, where he observed a fist-sized imprint at the lock. Bang! But before he could ponder the anomaly, another sound echoed. In the next instant, the iron gate was shattered by a powerful punch from Chang Yun. The 2 guards, still reeling from the surprise, barely had time to react when a figure, as swift as a leopard, materialized before one of them and crushed his skull with a single strike. The second guard, taken aback, was about to raise the alarm when Chang Yun, with a powerful stomp, thrust his left hand, akin to a spear, into the guard's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining Chang Yun's thin attire crimson. Yet, undeterred by the carnage, Chang Yun swiftly seized the long spears of both guards. The weapons of the Bloodfang sentinels primarily consisted of 2 types, spears and swords. Swords were favored for their ease of transport and accessibility, while the preference for spears stemmed from the fact that their commander, Elder, wielded one. Thus, the sentinels armed with spears often sought counsel from Elder, fostering camaraderie. Consequently, the ratio of sword-wielding to spear-wielding guards was approximately 6-4. Although only 2 guards were stationed at the prison entrance, it did not imply that the vicinity was devoid of others. The guards, having grown somewhat lax due to the absence of any slaves escaping the prison, were initially slow to respond. Yet, upon witnessing Chang Yun dispatch his comrades, one of them finally cried out, "A slave has escaped! A slave has escaped!" Whoosh! Just as this guard managed to utter a few words, a spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards him like an arrow. Though he attempted to evade, the spear's velocity was too great, leaving him no chance to escape. Thud! The sharp spear pierced him, pinning him against the wall. Although Chang Yun's retaliation was swift, it nonetheless came a moment too late. The guard's alarm had already sounded, awakening numerous other sentinels who had been dozing on duty. Where's the slave escaping? Over there, over there. He is making a run for it. Pursue him. The ripple effect of the alarm stirred the Bloodfang sentinels into action, hastily advancing to intercept Chang Yun. Simultaneously, one of the Bloodfang captains rushed towards Chang Yun, sword in hand. Chang Yun had anticipated this scenario. After eliminating a guard, he made a beeline for the passage leading to the arena. The Bloodfang arena was not overly complex, comprising 3 principal areas: the arena itself, the resting and training quarters of the Bloodfang sentinels, and the section where Chang Yun currently found himself, the slave-holding area. This holding area was enveloped by the arena and the sentinels' quarters. The only exit lay through the entire resting and training section of the Bloodfang sentinels. However, after days of observation, Chang Yun had conceived an alternative route to exit through the audience entrance within the arena. Despite the towering walls of the arena, Chang Yun had devised means to scale them. As Chang Yun dashed towards the passage, one of the Bloodfang captains, Jeff, quickly grasped Chang Yun's intent. He promptly rallied the 2 guards closest to the passage to block his path. "You wretched slave. You dare attempt to flee. If I catch you, I shall break your limbs, subject you to brutal torment, and then feed you to the beasts. As Chang Yun drew nearer, Jeff sneered and charged at him, his sword radiating a brilliant white light. Chapter 55, Escape. In response, Chang Yun maintained his composure and unleashed a fearless thrust towards Jeff. Sensing Chang Yun's sudden acceleration, Jeff realized the gravity of the situation and quickly assumed a battle stance, the white light on his sword intensifying. However, Chang Yun did not engage Jeff in close quarters as he anticipated. Instead, just as he was about to close the distance, he executed a sweeping maneuver within the fearless thrust. A pale blue energy surged towards Jeff. What? You are a second-tier warrior. It's impossible. How could a second-tier warrior be captured as a slave? Jeff's pupils dilated in disbelief as he shouted in shock at the incoming energy attack. Within the Bloodfang arena, there were only 2 second-tier warriors, and he was clearly not one of them. Otherwise, he would not be on night watch. Desperate to evade, Jeff attempted to dodge. But the energy crescent was too swift, leaving him no opportunity for escape. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to defend himself. Block it for me, Jeff bellowed, swinging his sword at the energy crescent. Lacking the power of Commander Elder's attacks, Jeff immediately sensed that this energy assault was weaker than what Elder had previously demonstrated. Nevertheless, even if it was inferior to Elder's attacks, it was not something Jeff could withstand. In less than 2 seconds, the energy crescent shattered his sword and sliced through his body. Thud! Jeff's body fell in 2 pieces to the ground. Chang Yun leaped over his corpse and continued towards the passage. Captain Jeff. He.S. dead. How is it possible? Captain Jeff was eliminated in a single strike. He was a second-tier warrior. The sight of Jeff's demise left the remaining sentinels in shock, paralyzing them with fear and preventing them from advancing to impede Chang Yun's escape. No, please spare my life. The 2 guards positioned at the entrance to the arena, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread. One guard hastily begged for mercy, while the other frantically sought to distance himself from Chang Yun. Yet, Chang Yun would not let these 2 escape. After enduring numerous trials over the past few days, he regarded the Bloodfang sentinels as a band of villains. Had it not been for the fear of time slipping away and losing his chance to flee, he would have relished exterminating every last one of them. After swiftly dispatching the 2 guards, Chang Yun retrieved another spear, casting a cold glance at the remaining timorous Bloodfang sentinels who dared not approach. He turned and sprinted into the passage. As Chang Yun entered the passage leading to the arena, a collective sigh of relief escaped the Bloodfang sentinels, who dared not pursue him further. The Bloodfang sentinels were human too. They required rest, and during this time, their numbers were at their lowest. With less than a third on duty, that man was a second-tier warrior. If their numbers had been greater, they might have had the audacity to chase him down. However, with barely 10 of them assembled, they were hesitant to pursue. What shall we do next? One guard asked cautiously. What to do? We must quickly report this incident to Commander Elder. An older sentinel replied. Indeed, we must report to Commander Elder without delay, before he gets too far. Another guard concurred, hastily turning to head towards Elder's quarters. A slave has escaped, and Captain Jeff is dead. These are grave matters. One guard remarked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Fear not. Within this passage, there is only the route leading to the arena, and that massive iron gate is exceedingly sturdy. Unless that man can uncover a hidden mechanism, even a second-tier warrior cannot breach it in a short time. A tall, slender sentinel, observing the unease among his comrades, spoke in an attempt to reassure them, though uncertainty crept into his own voice. After all, he was not a second-tier warrior and could not ascertain whether one could breach that barred iron gate swiftly. Indeed. Once Captain Elder arrives, the fate of that slave is sealed, regardless of his status as a second-tier warrior. Another armed guard echoed this sentiment, revealing himself to be a fervent admirer of Elder. He firmly believed that even as a fellow second-tier warrior, Elder would undoubtedly vanquish the likes of Guncloud. With the reassurances from several guards, the crowd's anxiety began to dissipate, settling into a state of anticipation for Elder's imminent arrival, fully aware that they lacked both the strength and the audacity to pursue. Clatter, clatter. Within the passage leading to the arena, Guncloud sprinted towards the iron gate, brandishing 2 long spears. Though the Bloodfang guards seemed momentarily intimidated and refrained from following, Guncloud dared not pause for even a moment. Until he had escaped the Bloodfang arena, he could not afford to relax. In no time, he arrived at the iron gate and, as before, prepared to force it open. Boom. The iron gate was smashed apart, the sheer force causing it to crash violently against the wall, stirring a cloud of dust. Although the gate swung open, Guncloud did not rush inside but approached the wall of the passage to begin his search. Indeed, Guncloud was on the hunt for the switch that would unlock the barred iron gate. Little did the guards know that after days of discreet observation, he had already pinpointed the general location of the mechanism. Having chosen to escape through the arena, he had naturally made meticulous preparations. Every action was carefully choreographed. Before long, in the enveloping darkness, Guncloud's fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the switch embedded in the wall. This spot was markedly less rough than the surrounding areas. It had to be the one. Feeling the slightly polished area beneath his fingertips, he pressed down firmly. Click, click, click. A sound akin to gears turning echoed, prompting Gun Cloud to lean forward and behold the barred gate slowly creaking open. Such ease. The sight of the gate yielding brought a flicker of joy to Gun Cloud's face. He quickly made his way to the weapon rack, hefting 6 long spears and heading towards the arena. With 2 spears already in hand, Gun Cloud now wielded a total of 8. This must be the right place. Utilizing the moonlight, Gun Cloud approached a wall towering approximately 10 meters high. Throughout the previous battles, he had observed individuals entering and exiting from this very spot. The wall before him, standing at a daunting height, was far beyond his leaping capability. However, having opted to escape from the arena, he had undoubtedly devised a plan. He laid his long spears upon the ground, retaining only one in his grasp. Then, stepping back a few paces, he raised the spear and expertly hurled it towards the wall. Whoosh! The spearhead, enveloped in energy, plunged into the wall, leaving only the shaft protruding. Success! Elated, Gun Cloud swiftly retrieved another spear and repeated the maneuver. Before long, 8 spears were embedded in the wall, ascending from low to high. Gun Cloud approached the wall, leaping onto the first spear shaft with ease. He then leapt again, grasping the second shaft, and using momentum, he hooked onto the third spear. Through this ingenious sequence of actions, Gun Cloud swiftly ascended to the audience area above the wall. Regrettably, Xia Yuan was not present to witness this audacious display. Otherwise, he would surely bestow a perfect score. As he prepared to vault into the audience area, Gun Cloud seized the final spear. Anticipating further confrontations, he knew he could not be without weapons. He quickly scanned his surroundings and proceeded in the direction he recalled the audience would enter and exit. Upon entering the arena's interior, Gun Cloud surveyed the numerous passages before him, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated the multitude of routes within the arena. Among them, one passage appeared to have seen the most foot traffic. He decided upon that one. Fortune favored him, for shortly after descending a flight of stairs, he spotted a closed door. It seemed to be the exit from the arena. However, instead of immediately opening the door, he approached a window on the second floor to peer outside. Astonishingly, there was no guard in sight. Splendid. Suppressing his excitement, Gun Cloud leapt from the window. He landed on the ground, glanced at the nearby arena door, and swiftly dashed away from the Bloodfang arena. Not good, Lord Elder. Outside Elder's chamber, a servant urgently called out. What transpired to invoke such haste at this late hour? Elder's voice soon resonated from within his quarters. Lord Elder, a Bloodfang guard has reported that a slave has escaped, and he has even slain Captain Jeff. What? The servant's words instantly dispelled Elder's drowsiness, prompting him to hastily don his attire and arm himself before rushing out to the area where the slaves were held. The idea that a slave could escape from confinement and kill Jeff perplexed him, yet a familiar figure flickered in his mind. Could it be him? Before long, Elder arrived at the slave-holding area. Lord Elder. Lord Elder. Upon Elder's arrival, the Bloodfang guards appeared to regain their composure, respectfully addressing him. Yes, what exactly transpired here? Elder inquired, suppressing his fury as he observed the lifeless body of a Bloodfang guard sprawled on the ground. Lord Elder, the situation is as follows. A guard stepped forward to report the recent events. The others, feeling overshadowed, silently cursed their missed opportunity to speak first. Is it the 8th slave? I never expected him to be a second-tier warrior. Within the Bloodfang arena, slaves were nameless, identified only by their numbers. The 8th slave referred to Gun Cloud. Upon hearing the guard's account, Elder was taken aback. He was aware of Gun Cloud's commendable strength, but had not anticipated him being a second-tier warrior. At that moment, Hunter and another Bloodfang guard captain arrived. Where's Buzz? Elder inquired, noticing only Hunter and one other captain present. Lord Elder, Master Buzz is not at his quarters. A guard promptly replied. Very well, you two accompany me to the arena. We must apprehend that 8th slave. Elder furrowed his brow, then turned to lead Hunter and the other guard captain through the internal passageway leading to the arena. The passage was short, and the trio soon reached its conclusion. Upon seeing the battered iron gate and the ajar barred gate, Elder's expression soured. How could this be? How did that slave discover the mechanism to open the gate? Hunter exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld the open door. Fool. Elder remained silent, his countenance icy as he stepped into the arena. Bang. Gazing at the spears embedded in the wall, Elder could no longer contain his rage, firing a shot that created a shallow crater in the ground, startling the 2 guards who followed him. You, gather your men and search the entire arena. Although Elder suspected that the 8th slave had likely escaped, he nevertheless commanded Hant and his companion to lead the guards in searching the gladiatorial arena. Yes, Hant and his partner replied hastily, then rushed off to summon assistance. I never anticipated this. It turns out to be a second-tier warrior. I had thought they would be at most comparable to Jeff. Humph. Woe betide you if I find you otherwise. A cold snort escaped Elder's lips, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. To think he escaped so effortlessly. I had expected a fierce battle. Concealed within an alley, Xiang Yuan silently reflected. He had devised multiple plans to ensure a successful escape. Yet he did not foresee the ease with which he fled the Bloodfang arena. Now, if he could just endure until the 7th day, he would complete the trial task. In Kaidi City, The Bloodfang Arena was merely a significant force, incapable of monopolizing power. Given Xiang Yun's own strength, evading capture within the city for 2 or 3 days would be feasible. Of course, if he sought greater safety, he could opt to take some risks and leave Kaidi City. However, merely completing the trial task in such a manner would likely yield only a mediocre evaluation. Although he could secure a stable completion of the task by hiding for a few more days, having escaped the Bloodfang Arena with such ease, Xiang Yun yearned to venture further. Perhaps it would be wise to observe the situation unfolding. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Yun decided that prudence was the better course. After resting for a while, he cautiously stepped out of the alley. The proximity to the Bloodfang Arena still posed a risk, so he intended to seek a safer location while familiarizing himself with the city. After all, he had spent 4 days in confinement since entering the trial space, and he had yet to experience the city itself. Unfortunately, it was now the dead of night, and aside from a few patrolling city guards, only a handful of nefarious ruffians lurked about. Is that an apothecary? Walking cautiously down the street, Xiang Yun paused upon spotting a potion shop. An unwholesome idea abruptly crossed his mind. Ahem, while this may not be entirely right, my intentions are to better navigate the trial task, and after all, these are mere illusions, it matters not. Justifying his forthcoming actions, Xiang Yun hastened to the already closed apothecary. Gazing at the wooden door before him, he manipulated energy to gently sever the lock through the door's crack. Creak. Before long, the door of the apothecary slowly swung open, allowing Xiang Yun to enter. He treaded carefully into the shop, eyes gleaming as he beheld the shelves brimming with various potions. Healing potions, vitality potions, detoxification potions. Standing before the display, Xiang Yun examined each bottle with keen interest. This was his first encounter with such potions. He could not afford to be careless, as these would be ingested, and a mistake could spell disaster.